The Great Li Empire. The imperial capital Jinyiwei. The Nongqiao Tower. It was already midnight, yet the entire brothel was still filled with laughter and cheerful voices. Occasionally some unmistakable sounds could be heard from around the pavilion. The sounds made one's heart flutter. In a third-floor room, Beixuan suddenly opened his eyes on the bed. He rubbed his head, feeling a headache. Gosh, I drank too much. I don't even remember when I fell asleep. Beixuan was a recent college graduate who had joined a sales company. Tonight he had drunk a lot to accompany a big client. Then he was taken by the client to a relatively upscale club. It seemed they had ordered some exciting performances. His memory ended there. "Young master, you're awake." Suddenly a sweet, coquettish voice sounded in Beixuan's ear. Beixuan was startled. Following the voice, he saw that he was lying on a bed without knowing when. Beside the bed sat a young woman around 20 years old. The young woman was dressed in ancient costume, her robe slightly open at the collar revealing smooth shoulders and a curvaceous figure. Her delicate oval face held an indescribable allure. Beixuan thought, "I knew tonight's entertainment would be exciting, but I didn't expect it to be this exciting. They even did role-playing. What time is it now? Which room are Mr. Wang and the others?" Beixuan asked, looking around at the decorations. The room was antique and elegant. Not only the girl's costume, but also the furniture were vintage. "Nice place. How come I never found this place before? I should come often." "Moi." The young woman was puzzled. But then she leaned over Beixuan, smiling seductively. "Young master, what are you saying? Isn't it you who came tonight? I've missed you so much, my lord." As she spoke, she reached for Beixuan's waist. Beixuan dodged her. After all, he was accompanying a big client tonight. He couldn't afford to mess things up. He needed to go check on the client first. He got up from the bed. "Let's play later. Go put on black stockings, Parisian brand, and also bring a whip. Money is no problem." While speaking, he looked for his clothes. "Where are my pants? Who changed me into a robe? Playing is one thing, but why did the client change my clothes?" Although confused, Beixuan didn't have time to think. He casually draped the robe over himself, covering his body. He quickly walked to the door and pushed it open. Beixuan was completely stunned. He rubbed his eyes vigorously. A pavilion. Lanterns. Ancient dressed people. I just went to a club, and now I'm in a historical movie set. Am I time traveled? Beixuan was stunned, and most of his drunkenness faded. At that moment, a sharp pain shot through his head. He felt as if many images suddenly appeared in his mind. It took several minutes for him to fully digest these memories. From the original owner's memories, Beixuan gained a general understanding of this world. Unlike history, this was a world where martial arts and divine powers were manifest. Powerful martial artists could fly through the sky, tread the earth, and even tear through the void. The Great Li dynasty had vast territory with countless martial arts masters and demonic cults. To suppress the realm, martial artists were everywhere. From the Imperial Guard, the Six Doors, the Eastern Depot down to the county runners and jailers, all were martial artists. The original owner's father was a member of the Imperial Guard, a centurion. However, his father died 3 days ago following the Great Li's convention. He went to the garrison department to inherit his father's position, becoming a minor banner officer of the Imperial Guard. It was originally a decent job with enough salary to live comfortably for the rest of his life. But just before the end of his shift today, he received a case from the garrison department. The case was about a murder in their jurisdiction. The victim was found with all his vital essence drained, suspected to be the work of a demon. Beixuan's unit was ordered to solve the case within 3 days. Otherwise, severe punishment. And the original owner was a waste. Even though his father forced him to practice martial arts since childhood, he only reached the 3rd level of body tempering. To deal with such a demon was almost suicide. So tonight he had drowned his sorrows in alcohol, thinking to at least enjoy himself before dying, but unexpectedly, he had time-traveled here. Parents dead? Isn't that the classic protagonist template? Beixuan muttered. Ding. Detected that the host has adapted to identity martial arts peerless system binding. A pleasant chime suddenly sounded in Beixuan's mind. System. I am indeed the chosen one. Ding. The strongest martial arts peerless system binding successful. Host Beixuan AFK.0 can be used for AFK cultivation. System, what are your functions? Beixuan asked urgently. With his voice, the system responded again. In response, host, this system is powerful. Not only can it increase the host's cultivation by 1 year every day. In addition, by completing system tasks, the host can gain cultivation rewards, divine martial arts manuals. Also, the more people you kill, the more AFK points you get, and you can cultivate by AFK. Hearing this, Beixuan instantly understood. Increase 1 year of cultivation every day. This is so overpowered. Ding. Detected host's first system binding, a newbie gift pack, is awarded. Opening. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received 10 years of cultivation. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms max level. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received 6 senses enhancement. Rewards have been distributed, please check. The system's chime sounded. 10 years of cultivation. And max level 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms. Hearing this name, Beixuan's face finally showed surprise. He was extremely familiar with this martial art. It was the top palm technique in wuxia. Boom! In Beixuan's body. A terrifying surge of true qi burst from his dantian, flooding through his entire body. An invisible gale erupted around Beixuan. At the same time, in Beixuan's mind, memories of the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms surged. Repentant dragon, flying dragon in the sky, dragon in the field, hidden dragon. The circulation method and technique of the 18 palms rapidly accelerated. In an instant they reached perfection. Beixuan's cultivation began to soar continuously. 10 years of internal power were already formidable. At his age, only those who had trained in martial arts since childhood could possess such a decade of cultivation. The abundant true qi incessantly surged through Beixuan's acupoints, ultimately opening his conception and governing vessels, linking heaven and earth, and awakening the spiritual bridge. As for the enhancement of the 6 senses, it was merely a supplementary reward. The 6 senses are the 6 perceptions of the human body. This reward seemed useless at first glance, but in reality, it was supremely extraordinary. It allowed Beixuan to sharpen his hearing and sight, and even greatly enhanced his comprehension and concentration. After absorbing all the insights, the attribute panel before him had changed. Host Beixuan Realm Hodian First Layer Passive Skill 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms Max Level Passive Points 20. Looking at everything on his panel, a smile finally spread across Beixuan's face. With 10 years of internal power, he had broken through 2 realms in succession. Having mastered the supreme martial art of the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms, he was now considered a formidable expert. Moreover, he could sense that the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms, though already at its peak, was still training passively. There was no need for him to circulate it, could cultivate continuously for 24 hours a day. With this alone, he had the equivalent of 4 to 5 times more training time than ordinary people. Even the most diligent genius, after accounting for eating, drinking, sleeping, and other necessities, could only train for 6 to 7 hours a day. But he could cultivate without doing anything, and each day his power would increase by a full year. How exhilarating! Beixuan let out a long breath. Young master, what are you daydreaming about? I've been waiting for ages, a delicate female voice sounded behind Beixuan. Then Beixuan felt himself embraced from behind with a sensation of balloons pressing against his cheek. He turned around. Looking at this seductive woman, he felt no interest whatsoever. Earlier he thought the woman was fun because he hadn't come to his senses. Now that he knew he had transmigrated and awakened such an incredible system, would he still play around with a woman who was only a 7 out of 10 and had been with others? Wouldn't that bring shame to all transmigrators? He pushed the woman away, fumbled a bit, took out a silver note, and tossed it to her. Amidst the girl's resentful gaze, he walked away. Following his memory, it took Beixuan about half an hour to return to a small residence. This was the legacy left by his cheap father, transmigrating and becoming a young master of the capital. He took out a key from his pocket. Suddenly, Beixuan paused and glanced into the darkness. Whoosh! At that moment, a sharp gleam of cold light suddenly shot out from the darkness. The blade carried a faint fluctuation of internal power, quick and ruthless. If Beixuan hadn't obtained the system, this strike would have sent his head flying. But now he had already stepped into the Hodian realm, and his 6 senses were greatly enhanced. It would be a miracle if he could still be ambushed. He slightly tilted his head. The blade passed by his ear. Simultaneously, Beixuan circulated his internal energy. The palm force of the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms was instantly unleashed. Without looking, he struck out with a palm toward the blade's owner. Roar! A dragon's cry erupted from Beixuan's palm. The 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms, regretful dragon. Facing this sudden palm strike, the blade owner's pupils contracted sharply, but by the time he reacted, it was too late. Bang! The powerful palm force struck him square in the chest, shattering his heart instantly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 10 passive points. The system's prompt sounded in Beixuan's mind. Beixuan didn't check it. Instead, he swept his gaze over another figure. This person was dressed in black robes and a veil, clearly a professional assassin sent to kill him. But at this moment, the black-clad man saw his comrade killed. His eyes nearly popped out. Without a second thought, he turned and fled. Wanna leave? Beixuan watched the last black-clad man trying to escape, though he still didn't fully understand the situation since someone had specifically ambushed him. If he let him go, what was the point of all this? He circulated his internal energy, lightly tapped his foot, and felt his figure soar like a falcon, covering dozens of meters in one stride. In the blink of an eye, he was behind the man. Then he grabbed him by the neck. Move again, and I'll break your neck. Beixuan's voice was icy. He didn't strike immediately, but wanted to find out who his enemy was. The black-clad man, now captured, finally showed panic. Spare me. Spare me, great hero. Speak, what grudge do you have against me? Why were you trying to kill me? Yi Beixuan's murderous intent surged. Great hero, what if I said we were just joking? Slap. Yi Beixuan backhanded him, shattering half the teeth in the black-clad man's mouth. He also saw the man's face clearly, a scar-faced middle-aged man. All right, the joke is over. Say another useless word, and your head will roll. The middle-aged man was stunned by the slap. He hadn't expected Yi Beixuan to be so ruthless. I really don't know, great hero. Someone gave us 50 taels of silver. He was the one who ordered us to kill you. Great hero. Spare me, I have an old mother and young children at home. Please spare my worthless life. The man wept and begged, his pants soaked. Don't know. Yi Beixuan frowned. With his enhanced sixth senses, he could feel that the man wasn't lying. This was troublesome. The original body was not only weak, but also had enemies. He had even provoked someone to hire assassins to kill him, and his life was only worth 50 taels. Even a dog was worth more than that. Since you don't know, then figure it out in your next life. Yi Beixuan's hand tightened instantly. Bang! The man was sent to the Western Paradise. Only after finishing this did Yi Beixuan finally relax. He took a few deep breaths. Had he just killed someone? The first kill made him somewhat uneasy, but he adjusted within a few breaths. This was at most self-defense. However, he still needed to deal with the bodies. He searched the two men, pulling out 80 taels of silver. Broke. Yi Beixuan cursed. He carried the bodies and under the cover of night threw them into a ditch. Then he carefully used his internal power to clean up the footprints in the scene. Only then did he open the door and return home. The house was simply furnished. Besides a few side rooms, there was a small courtyard. After taking a cold bath, Yi Beixuan lay down on the bed. He continued studying his system. Now that I have the 18 dragon-subduing palms, my offensive means are sufficient. I still lack a movement technique. If only I could get a top-tier movement technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the system mission. Solve the homicide case of the embroidered uniform guard. Mission completion reward 10 years of power wave-like subtle step. Mission failure penalty none. The system's prompt sounded in Yi Beixuan's mind. This made Yi Beixuan very satisfied. Truly my good system, son, whatever I want it provides. The wave-like subtle step. This was a top-tier lightness skill. With it, he would have the initiative, able to attack and retreat. Good, tomorrow I'll see which reckless fool dared to commit a crime on my turf. I wonder if the 18 dragon-subduing palms can kill demons and monsters. Yi Beixuan was eager. Unfortunately, there were no speakers in this era, or else the power of the 18 dragon-subduing palms could have doubled. As for who had sent the assassins, he didn't delve into it because his memories were too sparse, and there were no clues. Anyway, now that he had strength, if they weren't afraid to die, let them come. Sleep. A night without incident. At dawn the next day, Yi Beixuan habitually bent over to wash his face. Don't ask why he bent over. Young men have high spirits, don't they? At the same time, the year's worth of power from his daily sign-in arrived in his mind. After refining this year of power, his Hotion first layer realm broke through again, reaching Hotion's second layer. Delightful. Dressed in the flying fish uniform of a minor officer with a Shochuan knife at his side, Yi Beixuan left home. It was the warm spring of March, and the air carried the scent of Photinia flowers. Not pleasant, but familiar. He bought a bowl of tofu pudding at a street not far from home, made by Widow Wang's family. The tofu pudding was average, but he couldn't resist because Widow Wang was too beautiful. So every day there was a long line. The charming young widow took special care of Yi Beixuan, adding extra tofu to his bowl and even sneaking him a flatbread. This brought some warmth to Yi Beixuan in this strange world. A married woman was indeed considerate, far beyond what a young virgin could compare to. No wonder the Chow boss in his past life liked them so much. He thanked Widow Wang and promised to visit her place often. Yi Beixuan ate as he walked toward the guard command. There were 4 guard commands in total, divided into the east, south, west, and north. Yi Beixuan was stationed at the northern guard command. The imperial city of the Dali Empire was bigger than any city in his previous life. Outside the city, there were even 200,000 troops stationed. Experts were as numerous as clouds. After riding for half an hour, Yi Beixuan finally arrived at the gate of the northern guard command. He stepped inside. Brother Yi, good morning. As soon as he entered the gate, he heard a voice. He turned his head and saw a guard about his age smiling and greeting him. From his memories, Yi Beixuan knew this was Lin Tao, the highest cultivation guard under his command. Even the lowest-ranking guards looked down on Yi Beixuan, a minor officer. Yi Beixuan didn't mind. Their entire squad was made up of relationship hires, the youngest and weakest. Even Lin Tao, the strongest among them, was far inferior to ordinary guards. Being looked down upon was natural. These guys are really snobbish. When we reach their age, we can beat them with one hand. Lin Tao was still young and hot-blooded, unwilling to accept it. When he saw the unfinished tofu pudding in Yi Beixuan's hand, his eyes lit up. "Brother Yi, did you go to eat Widow Wang's tofu again today?" The words were right, but why did it sound so strange? Yi Beixuan gave him a slap on the back of the head. "Get lost. Lin Tao. What a man without a sense of humor. He loves to eat, but is afraid to admit it." Arriving at the location of his squad, Yi Beixuan called out, "Fall in." Instantly, including Lin Tao, all 10 guards stood neatly before him. These guards were all young, and they knew they were going to handle a homicide case today. Excitement was written on their faces. After all, in a world where martial arts thrive, these people had stronger psychological resilience than their peers in his previous life. Everyone knows the assigned task. The Centurion demands we solve the case in 3 days. Let's not waste time. Let's go. Yi Beixuan was straightforward. Solving the case couldn't be delayed. Yes. The guards all clasped their fists. Leading the team, Yi Beixuan headed to the scene of yesterday's crime. On the way, he ran into Li Cheng, a former subordinate of his father, who was now a senior officer. Li Cheng was also Yi Beixuan's direct superior now. Because of his father, Li Cheng was very kind to Yi Beixuan. "Beixuan, if you need any help with the case, feel free to contact me." He had come specifically to remind Yi Beixuan. Yi Beixuan expressed his thanks and soon arrived at the crime scene. The scene was already guarded by 2 Yamen runners from the 6 doors. However, since the 6 doors handle martial artists while the embroidered uniform guard deals with demons and monsters, only in major cases do the 2 departments collaborate. Since this homicide was suspected to be the work of a demon, it naturally didn't fall under the 6 doors jurisdiction. The 2 Saint Yamen runners were the lowest level, not even constables, just assistants. The victim was named Jinyiwei, a night watchman. He was over 30 and unmarried. A typical old bachelor. Yesterday he was supposed to have a day off and had made plans to drink with a fellow watchman. But when he didn't show up, the friend found him dead in his house. The fellow watchman, with a mournful face, said to Yi Beixuan, "Sir, I really don't know anything. I haven't known Jinyiwei for long, only that he was very lecherous. He once borrowed money from me to go to the pleasure district, and he still owes me 2 taels of silver." 2 taels of silver was no small amount. For bottom-tier watchmen like them, it was a month's wages. Now that the debt was gone with the man, it was no wonder he was upset. Lecherous. That was a small piece of information. Yi Beixuan walked over to Jinyiwei's corpse. The once robust man in his prime was now nothing but skin and bones. His face was sunken against his skull, giving an eerie appearance. Especially the lower part of his body, which looked as if it had been gnawed on by something. Even Yi Beixuan's legs tightened. Such a death was truly perverse. "Sir, there is indeed no vital essence left on Jinyiwei's body. It should be the work of a demon." Lin Tao examined Jinyiwei's corpse and reported to Yi Beixuan. Although Lin Tao was also handling his first case, he had heard of similar cases before. Especially since Jinyiwei was a lecherous man, encountering such a demon would almost certainly be fatal. Fortunately, the demon had chosen to prey on an ordinary person. Its strength was likely not formidable. As long as the culprit was found, the small banner team's capabilities were still promising to subdue it. However, solving the case was most challenging when it came to finding the murderer. Yi Beixuan gazed at Jinyiwei's corpse, lost in thought. His enhanced sixth sense had greatly sharpened his perception. The effect was already evident. Within Yi Beixuan's mind, he was constantly reconstructing the possible scenarios of Jinyiwei's murder. Jinyiwei had died in his own home. Nothing in the house had been disturbed. Yi Beixuan walked over to the stove and reached out to touch it. There was still some fresh food residue in the pot. This indicated that Jinyiwei had never left the house before his death. He hadn't gone out, yet a demon had come to him willingly. The most likely answer was that the demon was an acquaintance of Jinyiwei's. It might even be living near Jinyiwei's home. With this thought, Yi Beixuan said to a guard, "Go fetch the person in charge of this lane. I have questions." The guard hesitated for a moment, but then replied without any delay, "Yes, sir." He turned and strode away quickly. Lin Tao looked at Yi Beixuan's sudden order with curiosity. "Sir, do you have a lead?" Yi Beixuan nodded. "I have some." Upon hearing this, the other guards were also delighted. They had originally resigned themselves to the most tedious approach, staying here for 3 days on watch. This was their first case, and they had to solve it. Otherwise, their small banner, which already had little presence in the Imperial Guard, would likely be relegated to menial tasks. As for excuses like inexperience in handling a first case, that was utter nonsense. The Imperial Guard did not tolerate incompetence. No one cared how many times you had worked a case. If you failed, it was negligence. And this case was already the simplest. It was a test for them. A few minutes later, the guard who had left returned with a man over 50 years old. "Sir, the person in charge is here." The old man glanced at Yi Beixuan and immediately put on a fawning smile. "My name is Feng Laosan. May I ask what orders you have for me, sir?" Yi Beixuan did not stand on ceremony. "Feng Laosan, are you familiar with the neighbors around here?" "Familiar, very familiar. I've lived here for 40 or 50 years." I know everything about this lane, even with my eyes closed. Feng Laosan answered hastily. Then in recent days has any woman in this lane fallen ill and stayed indoors all day? Yi Beixuan asked. Everyone around, including the 2 constables from Luffenman, looked bewildered. Solving a case. Why were they asking about the local women? Feng Laosan also looked up at Yi Beixuan in surprise, then quickly lowered his head. He thought for a few seconds, and suddenly his eyes brightened. Sir, there is indeed one. Butcher Zhang's wife Madame Zhang originally helped her husband sell meat every day, but she hasn't been seen for a few days. Last time I was buying meat, I asked casually, and Butcher Zhang said his wife had caught a cold. As expected, Yi Beixuan already felt it was close. Is Butcher Zhang's house far from here? Not far, not far. Just a few hundred steps north. Butcher, the night watchman who had been silent and was acquainted with Jinyiwei, suddenly recalled something. Sir, I have a piece of information. I'm not sure if it's useful. Oh, tell me. A few days ago when I was drinking with Jinyiwei, he got drunk and said he had encountered a good thing. He said a woman came to him every night for pleasure, and he even offered to introduce her to me. I sternly refused. Also during those days Jinyiwei's body often smelled of slaughtered pigs and sheep. Yi Beixuan was speechless. What a tangled relationship. But the case was almost solved. The only question was what kind of creature the final culprit was. Yi Beixuan nodded approvingly. Excellent. When I solve this case, you 2 can go claim your reward. Of course the money would come from the Imperial Guard's coffers, not his own pocket. This was also the rule for the Imperial Guard in Luffenman. Anyone who provided useful clues would be rewarded. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Both men were overjoyed. Yi Beixuan did not delay. Lead the way to Butcher Zhang's house. Yes, sir. Following Feng Laosan, Yi Beixuan and his men arrived at Butcher Zhang's meat stall. The stall was well stocked with pork freshly slaughtered, pig heart, kidneys, ribs, all neatly prepared. Clearly he was a skilled butcher. But when Butcher Zhang saw Yi Beixuan approaching, his face suddenly changed, and he turned to flee. Moreover, he had cultivation fluctuations reaching the 4th or 5th level of body tempering. Where do you think you're going? Without waiting for Yi Beixuan's order, Lin Tao charged forward like a wild dog. His cultivation was much higher than Butcher Zhang's. In just a few strides he was before him, reaching for his neck. With Lin Tao's skills, subduing Butcher Zhang was effortless. One move and Butcher Zhang was pinned. A sturdy man like you, but your footsteps are so unsteady. Butcher Zhang, your wife must have worn you out these past few days. Lin Tao sneered at Butcher Zhang. Butcher Zhang cried out repeatedly, Spare me, sir. I'm an honest citizen. You've got the wrong man. Honest citizen. It's exactly the honest ones we're. Never mind, scratch that. Yi Beixuan paid him no heed. He stepped past the meat stall and headed straight for the backyard of Butcher Zhang's house. Butcher Zhang had some property. In the backyard, a dozen fat pigs were pinned, creating a pungent stench. At the far end of the yard stood a 2-room house, with its door tightly shut. The Imperial Guard had already surrounded the house. Yi Beixuan rested his hand on the embroidered spring knife at his waist. He kicked open the door. Madame Zhang, your crime has been exposed. Come with me to the Imperial Guard. Yi Beixuan's voice was cold. The room was not large. At a glance, Yi Beixuan saw a woman sitting on the bed. She appeared to be in her 30s with a rather pleasant face. Unlike her burly husband, she was somewhat slender. Only her chest was turbulent, an impressive sight. Under normal circumstances it might have been picturesque. But at this moment the scene in the room was utterly horrifying. The woman's mouth and face were covered in blood. She was clutching a live chicken and tearing at it with her teeth. Chicken feathers mixed with blood strewn across half the bed. Lin Tao and the other guard who followed him and felt their throats tighten on the verge of vomiting. Yet the woman remained utterly indifferent to the commotion. Even as Yi Beixuan walked in, she continued gnawing on the live chicken. Sir, please spare my wife. She didn't want to kill Jinyiwei either. She's suffering from a madness. Butcher Zhang fell to his knees, kowtowing desperately to Yi Beixuan. Evidently, he was well aware of his wife's actions. Yi Beixuan glanced at Butcher Zhang and said calmly, Your wife is not ill. If it weren't for the fact that you've been slaughtering pigs for years and are heavily cloaked in killing aura, do you think you'd still be alive? At these words, Butcher Zhang froze. Lin Tao too looked bewildered. My lord, what do you mean by that? Yi Beixuan said nothing more. After his 6 senses had been enhanced, he was extremely sensitive to any aura. The moment he entered this room, he had already sensed a heavy demonic presence. Clearly this creature had been residing here for quite some time. How dare you, vile fiend? I, the magistrate, am here. Surrender at once. True chi surged slightly within Yi Beixuan's body as he thundered toward Zhang Chunshi on the bed. His voice resembled a crashing bolt of thunder, forcing Lin Tao and the others to instinctively cover their ears. And Zhang Chunshi on the bed finally stirred. She raised her eyes. A pair of pupils glowed with an eerie green light, staring fixedly at Yi Beixuan as a cold smile spread across her face. Little boy, what nerve you have. That Butcher Zhang killed my wife and children, and I haunt his woman in return. Is that wrong? A shrill voice issued from Zhang Qinshi's mouth, brimming with endless resentment. Wife and children. Yi Beixuan himself paused in surprise. What was going on? This broken case kept getting more tangled, dragging in family members at every turn. Butcher Zhang was utterly baffled. By now he had also figured out what was happening. His wife had been possessed by something foul. When did I kill your wife and children? Don't false accuse me, old man Zhang. Haha. Zhang Qinshi's expression grew even colder, her voice laced with fury and boundless hatred, like a man-eating demon from the depths of hell. 5 days ago my wife and children merely grew curious and drank from one of your jars. And you actually chopped them up and tossed them into the wok. Is that not true? Butcher Zhang's expression underwent a dramatic change, as if recalling something. On that day, after closing his stall exhausted as he had asked his wife to prepare a few small dishes, longing to eat his fill, drink his fill, and enjoy a pleasant night with his wife. But for some unknown reason his tolerance for alcohol had been extraordinarily high that day, finishing an entire jar of apricot wine without the slightest trace of drunkenness. This left Butcher Zhang deeply disappointed, for a drunk night with his wife was the greatest pleasure indeed. So he went again to the nearby storeroom to fetch more wine. As he stepped inside, he saw 2 yellow weasels, one large, one small, passed out right at the doorway. Beside them lay a broken wine jar. Clearly they had drunk themselves silly. Under normal circumstances, Butcher Zhang would not have paid much mind to yellow weasels, for such creatures were notoriously uncanny. But that day, for some reason, he felt an inexplicable surge of rage at the weasels who had stolen his fine wine. Grabbing a hoe from nearby, he struck them twice. Bang bang. After killing them, he skinned them and enjoyed a delicious meal. At the time, he had praised the meat for its strong, gamey flavor and satisfying chewiness, remarking that it tasted wonderfully marinated. He never expected that retribution would come so swiftly. You are the husband of those 2 weasels. You are a yellow weasel demon. Butcher Zhang stammered, unsure whether he was trembling from fear or from the nauseating memory of sharing a bed with a yellow weasel over the past 2 days. Yi Beixuan secretly gave a thumbs up. He had heard of ghost wives, snake brides, and fox consorts, but this was the first time he had encountered a yellow weasel husband, and a male one at that. Indeed, it is your grandfather. I had intended to torment you for several more days, but now, hand over your life. The yellow demon spoke, controlling Zhang Qinshi's body as it pounced toward Butcher Zhang. Beast, you dare harm people again. Yi Beixuan's brows rose slightly. He brought the scabbard of his Xiu-chun sword down upon Zhang Qinshi with full force. The yellow demon's techniques appeared terrifying, but Yi Beixuan could sense that it was merely a low-tier demon in the late meridian condensation stage. Nothing to him. Bang! The scabbard struck Zhang Qinshi's body with great force, and a ghastly inhuman wail erupted from her mouth. She was sent flying backward, crashing onto the ground. Little boy, you heard him. He killed my wife and children first, so I killed his. Is that wrong? The yellow demon roared, struggling to rise. Yi Beixuan replied coldly. You are right about that, but you are a demon and I am human. Killing living beings is a capital offense. Surrender and come with me to the Jinyiwei prison. Perhaps there is still a chance for your survival. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciful. Wrongful grievances were not his jurisdiction. Justice would be served in due time. Moreover, if this demon had only harmed Butcher Zhang, that would be one matter, but Neo Air had wronged it in no way, yet was drained of his vital essence. To whom could he appeal? Dream on, trying to capture your yellow immortal grandfather. Butcher Zhang, I will return for you. The yellow demon realized from this single blow that it stood no match against Yi Beixuan. Staying here meant certain death. Ryup. A gigantic gash suddenly tore open across Zhang Qinshi's chest. Looking into that wound, one could see that all of Zhang Qinshi's internal organs had vanished. Inside there was only a huge yellow weasel covered in a tuft of white fur. The yellow weasel's gaze was eerie and hollow. Squeak! It let out a piercing shriek, and a thick cloud of smoke erupted from its rear. Its entire body shot toward the window behind it, smashing through the frame in escape. The 2 Jinyiwei guards at the rear had not yet reacted, watching helplessly as the yellow weasel fled. Inside the room beneath that thick smoke, everyone's eyes watered and noses ran. They all rushed toward the doorway. The yellow weasel's gas was undoubtedly its deadliest weapon. Only Yi Beixuan, even as the yellow weasel released its smoke, let true qi ripple across his body, forming a protective layer. Having reached the postnatal stage, he could already condense qi into a tangible shield. Think you can escape, eh? True qi surged into Yi Beixuan's feet. With a single stamp, his foot crashed into the ground, leaving a half-foot deep footprint. His body shot forward like a cannonball toward the direction in which the yellow weasel fled, bursting through the window in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the yellow weasel was nothing more than a receding silhouette. Yi Beixuan drew his Xiu-chun sword and held it like a bow. Go! Infusing it with postnatal true chi, the blade sliced through the air with blinding speed, striking straight toward the yellow weasel. The yellow weasel sensed the danger. Its fur bristled upright. Demonic energy swelled across its body as it attempted to resist the strike. But at its cultivation level, how could it possibly match Yi Beixuan? Without the slightest effort, the Xiao Chun's sword pierced through the yellow weasel's demonic aura and drove into its brain, pinning it dead to the ground. This little demon provided 30 idle points. Not bad. Lin Tao and the other Jinyiwei guards also arrived at this moment. Seeing the yellow weasel nailed to the ground by the Xiao Chun's sword at a distance, Lin Tao couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Holy crap! My lord, you're absolutely incredible. You slain a meridian condensation demon. The other Jinyiwei guards' eyes widened in disbelief. They had spent several days alongside Yi Beixuan and knew his cultivation level was comparable to theirs, if not slightly inferior. But now, what was happening? How had my lord suddenly become so formidable? Yi Beixuan, wanna call me incredible? Show me yours. Yi Beixuan shot Lin Tao a sideways glance. Fetch that yellow demon's corpse over here. Yes, my lord. Lin Tao trotted over in his signature sloppy gait and retrieved both the Xiao Chun's sword and the yellow weasel's corpse. A grin spread across the faces of the other Jinyiwei guards. Their first case as Jinyiwei had been successfully resolved, and in less than an hour at that. Such a case-solving speed, even for a minor case, was truly astonishing. My lord adjudicates cases with divine precision. We are deeply impressed. The Jinyiwei guards collectively cupped their fists toward Yi Beixuan. Although the case-solving had nothing to do with them, flattery was something they were exceptionally skilled at. This is a skill that everyone working in official capacity must master. In today's society, is it strength that matters? It's all about human connections and worldly wisdom. Alright, just a minor case. Take the butcher Zhang and head back to report. Yi Beixuan waved his hand. Now that he had the system, if he couldn't even solve a small case, he'd be too ashamed to live. Passing by Butcher Zhang's home, Butcher Zhang was crying like a man, tears streaming down. His once relatively happy family. His wife had been killed by a yellow demon. He was also facing legal trouble. The notoriety of the embroidered uniform guard was well known. Once inside, his days were numbered. Yi Beixuan had no particular feelings about this family's plight. In this ancient dynasty, a commoner truly had no power to resist in such a situation. It was the same for anyone. They could only resign themselves to bad luck. If he hadn't had the system, he might have been the one weeping. I must climb up, rise to a high enough position so I can protect everything. Yi Beixuan muttered to himself. Promotion and riches. The embroidered uniform guard was the perfect place. He had to seize every opportunity. Whoever stood in his way, he would kill them. On the way back, the atmosphere was much lighter. The guards all wore smiles. After all, they were still young, and solving a small case made them elated. Each recounted their brave deeds during the investigation. Lin Tao especially recounted his entire thought process, making Yi Beixuan feel that this guy was wasted as a guard. He should be telling stories in a restaurant. That would be more promising than being a guard. With a face only slightly inferior to his own, he might catch the eye of some boss and become a kept man. Inside the Northern Pacification Office, many veteran guards saw Yi Beixuan and his group returning so quickly, bringing back a dead yellow demon and Butcher Zhang. Their eyes nearly popped out. Damn. No way. How long have these rookies been gone? And they already solved the case. Some guards refused to believe it. How is that possible? It's only been a little over an hour. Minus travel time, they had at most half an hour at the scene. In that time, they couldn't even find clues, let alone solve the case. Maybe they just got lucky. Otherwise, for a bunch of greenhorns like them, solving a case. Fat chance. You know, kidding. A bunch of guys who haven't even reached condensed meridian and they get credit. They won't be so lucky next time. Many were sour with envy. Solving a murder case wasn't unusual, but a group of rookies doing it in 1 hour, that was big news. In previous years, new recruits had been taken in, some of them talented, but never had it been this exaggerated. Even Li Cheng, the officer of the guard, couldn't help but come over again. Beixuan, the murder case solved it. Yi Beixuan smiled and replied, yes, I got lucky and found a key clue. Lin Tao butted in casually, brother Yi, you're too modest. Uncle Li is one of us. When not on duty, he always called Yi Beixuan brother Yi. His father had been close to Li Cheng, also an officer, so Lin Tao knew Li well. Uncle Li, you have no idea. Brother Ye's investigative methods are astonishing. We had no useful information, but Brother Yi spotted the key just by looking. He single-handedly killed a condensed meridian-level yellow demon. I'm sure Brother Yi will become one of our top guards. Hearing Lin Tao's boasting, Yi Beixuan felt a little embarrassed. Anyone listening would think he had solved some earth-shattering case. With this guy around, he probably wouldn't have to worry about building a reputation. Li Cheng was also astonished. Single-handedly killed a condensed meridian. Beixuan, have you broken through to the condensed meridian realm? Yes. Beixuan admitted openly. He wasn't one to play the fool, and in the guard's strength spoke louder than anything. The stronger his strength, the more he would gain. Good. Your father raised a fine son. Li Cheng patted Beixuan's shoulder with a sigh of relief and admiration. At 18, reaching condensed meridian was respectable. After a few years of polishing, he would be fully qualified to be a squad leader. Promotion to officer was all but certain. With some luck, he could even contend for the position of centurion. By the way, Beixuan, the Yellow Demon clan, holds grudges fiercely. Be careful of their retaliation in the coming days. Li Cheng gave Beixuan a warning before leaving. Retaliation? Beixuan laughed. He feared retaliation the least. With his system, the more demons the better. Without lingering, Beixuan went straight to the Centurion's office and reported to Centurion Yangshan. Yangshan gave Beixuan and the others a surprised look. But Beixuan keenly sensed a trace of coldness. If not for his enhanced sixth senses, he would have missed it. What was going on? He hadn't offended this Centurion, had he? Beixuan was puzzled. He had only been on duty for 3 days. Naturally, he couldn't have offended him. Could it be an enemy of my cheap father? Was the assassination attempt on me before his doing? Beixuan's mouth twitched. This cliched plot. Could it really be happening to him? Beixuan knew Yangshan's background. Originally, this Centurion office had been under his father Hai as Centurion, with Yangshan, Li Cheng, and Lin Tao's father as officers. After his father died, Yangshan replaced him as the new Centurion. Was there something fishy? The more Beixuan thought, the more possible it seemed. He was confident that what he had sensed was not mistaken. I'll have to find a chance to get to the bottom of this. Li Cheng should know, but now isn't the time. Beixuan mused to himself. Meanwhile, after that barely perceptible coldness, Yangshan put on a smile and praised Beixuan and the others. You did very well. You didn't disgrace your fathers. I believe you are fully capable of fulfilling the duties of a guard and becoming qualified guards. These words sounded fine on the surface, but on closer thought the problem was huge. After all, they were all rookies, mere greenhorns in the guard. Without Beixuan, such a minor case would have been more than enough to trouble them, let alone the cases that real guards dealt with. A qualified guard had at least a cultivation of condensed meridian peak, or even postnatal. Their age was generally around 30. Except for Beixuan, the rest of them were far from that. But the others didn't pick up on the implication in Yangshan's words. They took it as recognition and were all delighted. Then Yangshan awarded them for this case. Each received 20 taels of silver. Beixuan got 30, and they were all credited with a minor merit. 20 or 30 taels wasn't much, but the merit was significant. In the guard, promotion required not only strength, but also achievements. Every 5 minor merits allowed priority promotion to squad leader, and so on. But the same earning merits meant putting their lives on the line, especially for those at the bottom of the guard. Thank you, Centurion Yang. They all cupped their fists. Go. Yangshan waved them off. Leaving the 100 household office, Lin Tao said excitedly to Beixuan, Brother thanks to you this time. We not only kept our jobs, but also earned merit. After we finish our shift, the brothers will invite you to the Misty Rain Tower for a drink. You must not refuse. The other Imperial guards nodded in agreement. Yes, Brother you must grace us with your presence. Otherwise the brothers won't take it well. These newcomers had been sticking together these past few days to survive in the Imperial Guard. Their relationships were good. Beixuan, having lived 2 lives, was a seasoned veteran in worldly affairs. Much more mature than them, he was also a minor banner officer. These young Imperial guards already held Beixuan in great esteem, and with today's case, they had reached the point of admiration. Beixuan did not refuse and replied with a smile. All right then, I won't be polite. I'll definitely make you guys pay today. The Misty Rain Tower was quite well known in the capital. A feast there cost at least 30 to 50 taels of silver, enough for an ordinary family's expenses for 2 to 3 years. But for these Imperial guards it was nothing. Although the Imperial Guard's salaries and rewards were not substantial, they had other sources of income, such as tribute from merchants of all sizes in their jurisdiction and hidden earnings when confiscating properties or capturing demons. These were huge sums. This was also an unwritten rule of the entire surveillance office. No one would question it. Moreover, the members of this squad all had fathers who were at least minor banner officers in the Imperial Guard. They had considerable family wealth, so treating a meal was naturally no problem. The place was agreed upon. Beixuan's squad had just completed their mission and had nothing else to do. One by one they found places to rest. Beixuan also went to his own private restroom and sat cross-legged on the bed. Meanwhile, in his mind, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the system-issued task. Solve the murder case. Task completed. Rewards obtained. Dappled shadows. Step 10 years of cultivation. As the system voice faded, a surge of pure, true qi erupted from Beixuan's dantian, continuously surging into his limbs and bones. The 10 years of cultivation also caused his realm to rise rapidly. Hotion's second layer mid-stage. Hotion's second layer. Hotion third layer. Finally, it slowly stopped at the peak of Hotion fourth layer. At the same time, in his sea of consciousness, the mental technique of Dappled Shadows Step also appeared. This Dappled Shadows Step as the unique light footwork technique of the Carefree sect. It was based on the 64 hexagrams of the Book of Changes. Each step implicitly conformed to the orientations of the 9 palaces. After cultivation, not only was the speed astonishing, it also had the miraculous effect of evading attacks. Enemies could not hit him at all, making it both offensive and defensive with quite comprehensive effects. Moreover, it had an outrageous feature. That is, Dappled Shadows Step considered the 64 hexagrams as one cycle, and as long as one completed a cycle while executing it, it was equivalent to circulating one's true chi through a full cycle. It could be said that every time it was performed, one's cultivation would increase by a fraction. This was the legendary, getting stronger just by walking. After closing his eyes for a full dozen breaths, Beixuan opened his eyes. A hint of joy appeared on his face. Great, with this Dappled Shadow Step, I will have absolute initiative whether I want to fight or flee. Beixuan looked at his system panel. Host Beixuan, age 18, realm Hotion 4th layer, idle cultivation skills 18, Dragon-Subduing Palms, max level Dappled Shadows Step, idle points 30. Now, he possessed 21 years of cultivation. With the max level 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms, Beixuan felt that he could even fight against a Hotion peak. According to his estimation, this 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms should be at least a heaven-grade martial technique. Currently, the martial techniques of Dali were divided from low to high into yellow, profound, earth, and heaven grades. Each grade was further divided into lower, middle, upper, and supreme tiers. Any heaven grade technique was a supreme divine ability and untransmittable secret of great sects, because only heaven grade techniques could allow one to break through from Grandmaster to the transcendent realm. A person's combat power besides realm and martial techniques had one most critical influencing factor: martial technique proficiency. Proficiency was divided into 5 levels: beginner, first glimpse of the path; proficient, entering the hall; minor accomplishment, practice makes perfect; major accomplishment, reaching the peak; and perfection, transcending the mortal. However, after perfection, there was actually another level, the legendary transformation realm, unity of heaven and man. But this level was too difficult. Only some top-tier transcendent experts could achieve it when creating their own techniques. Ordinary transcendent experts could not even touch it, so it was not counted among the normal 5 levels. And a martial technique, no matter how high its grade, was just a pile of waste paper if the user could not even get started. For someone like Beixuan, who had reached max level in a heaven grade technique at the Hotion realm, even the most exceptional prodigies would find it absolutely impossible. That was why he was confident that he could contend with a Hotion peak at the Hotion 4th layer, and even an ordinary Xiantian expert might not be his match. Alright, there are also idle points. Beixuan looked at the newly added idle cultivation section on his attribute panel. Idle points: each point allows 1 day of idle cultivation. Simple and clear. 1 point allowed 1 day of idle cultivation. 30 points meant 30 days of idle cultivation, equivalent to a month of hard training. Beixuan did not hesitate. He directly used the idle points. System: allocate all 30 idle points to Dappled Shadows Step. With Beixuan's command, he felt the Dappled Shadows Step in his mind begin to flicker with a unique light. On the 3rd day of idle cultivation, you have gained a preliminary grasp of Dappled Shadows Step. Reach the beginner level. On the 15th day of idle cultivation, your steps become increasingly exquisite. Dappled Shadows Step has been cultivated to the proficient stage. Speed has been greatly improved. On the 30th day of idle cultivation, you have cultivated Dappled Shadows Step to the peak of proficient, only 1 step away from breaking through to minor accomplishment. You are confident that no one at the Hotion realm can match your speed. Idle cultivation complete. Transmitting insights, please wait. With a boom as the system prompt faded in Beixuan's mind, all the insights of Dappled Shadows Step began to be transmitted into his memory. It was as if he had truly practiced Dappled Shadows Step for 30 days. His application of this martial technique had also reached the proficient level. In just over 10 minutes, Beixuan had absorbed and refined all the insights from this session. The proficient level Dappled Shadows Step increased his speed by at least a dozen times. It's quite magical, worthy of being system-made. It's really awesome. Beixuan showed a hint of pleasant surprise. Idle points were like a panacea. As long as he had enough idle points, no matter what cultivation technique or secret manual he practiced in the future, he could directly idle cultivate it to max level with 1 click. How incredibly convenient. Through this period of idle cultivation, Beixuan had also discerned much. The proficiency of a martial art or technique becomes increasingly difficult to improve the further one progresses. If he wanted to cultivate Lingbo Weibu to perfection as well, it would require at least several hundred days of idle cultivation. No rush, this is only the beginning. A mere yellow demon provided 30 idle cultivation points, indicating that such points are not difficult to obtain. There will be plenty of opportunities ahead. Beixuan maintained a good mindset. Within the embroidered uniform guard, there was never a shortage of cases involving demon slaying. As long as he remained here, it was akin to having a vast pool of quests constantly refreshing. He would be remiss not to exploit it thoroughly. Time flew by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, it was time to end his shift. Lin Tao and the others had long been unable to contain themselves. They dragged Beixuan along toward the Misty Rain Pavilion. The common folk on the streets, upon seeing them in their flying fish uniforms, dared not even meet their gaze. Indeed, the fearsome reputation of the embroidered uniform guard was overwhelming. As a force personally commanded by the emperor, they had frequently engaged in the confiscation of properties and the annihilation of entire households. After a walk lasting the time it takes to burn 2 incense sticks, Beixuan spotted a 3-story building. The exterior was adorned with carved beams and painted pillars, a pleasing sight to the eye. At the center of the building hung a sign bearing the words, Misty Rain Pavilion. It was now mealtime. The entrance was bustling with activity, a lively scene. Moreover, the passers-by were no longer ordinary folk, but wealthy merchants and young masters dressed in splendid silk garments. Upon entering the Misty Rain Pavilion, the main hall was already packed to capacity. Upon seeing them, the proprietor of the pavilion personally came out to greet them. The proprietor was a portly man in his 40s with a protruding belly. Though he did not avoid the embroidered uniform guard as the common folk did, his attitude was still exceedingly respectful. He escorted Beixuan and the others directly to the finest private room. Misty Rain Pavilion, as its name suggested, naturally had to embody the essence of mist and rain. This mist and rain referred to the Qin River opposite the building. The Qin River was picturesque, especially on rainy days when mist veiled the scene and rain swallows flitted over the river, creating a unique charm. Yet this was not the most exquisite aspect. Scenic beauty alone could not attract many people. The most renowned feature of the Qin River was the Qin River pleasure boats, which were essentially brothels. However, unlike ordinary brothels that dealt solely in carnal transactions, these establishments operated on a higher plane where the women typically sold their talents, but not their bodies. Unless you pay enough. When we receive our next reward, we brothers will pool our resources and take Brother Yi to experience the Qin River pleasure boats. The girls on those boats are extraordinary, each one like a seductive enchantress with that certain allure that burns bright. As the wine flowed through 3 rounds, Lin Tao, having drunk quite a bit, gazed at the pleasure boats on the Qin River, now lit with countless lanterns, and spoke to Beixuan with envy. Such high-end establishments were only occasionally within their means. Beixuan cast a glance toward the Qin River. He was also curious about this place. In his past life, he had always heard that ancient brothels were far more entertaining than modern clubs. The women there were not only talented, but also spoke pleasantly. Their skills were comprehensive, catering to every whim with a cunning sophistication, truly a sacred ground for vanquishing demons and upholding righteousness. He then laughed and said, "Then prepare your funds, for we shall likely make a visit there in a few days." The drinking session lasted until nearly midnight before it ended. The Misty Rain Pavilion was about to close for the night, but the Qin River remained lively with occasional sounds of male and female revelry. After parting with Lin Tao and the others, Beixuan headed home alone. The Great Li Dynasty's curfew was not strictly enforced, so there were still some pedestrians at midnight. The route home led through a wealthy district inhabited by merchants. Even at midnight, laughter echoed from the wealthy district. Damned rich folk, have they no regard for noise pollution? Beixuan spat, then relieved himself against the corner of the house that was laughing the loudest. Just as he pulled up his trousers, he encountered a young man in his early 20s, reeking of alcohol, holding 2 leashes. Walking pets in the dead of night, quite leisurely. Beixuan shook his head. Wealth indeed brought happiness. The young man, startled at the sudden sight of Beixuan, was probably surprised to encounter anyone at such an hour. But upon seeing Beixuan's embroidered uniform guard attire, a smile immediately spread across his face. He proactively extended a hand, offering one of the leashes to Beixuan. "Sir, care to join in some fun?" Just as he was about to decline, Beixuan's eyes widened like brass bells when he saw what the pets were. They were actually 2 turtles. Beixuan. He had seen people walking dogs and cats. But walking turtles. Were they racing to see which was faster? Get lost. Beixuan rolled his eyes and turned away. He walked all the way back to his small courtyard in the southern part of the city. This area was not as lively as the wealthy district, and all was silent. Pushing open the courtyard gate, Beixuan suddenly halted, his brows furrowed. He saw that his home had somehow become an inn. The inn was filled with the clamor of voices packed with travelers. There were men and women old and young. Men were guzzling wine and gorging on meat, while women ate daintily in small bites. Beixuan almost thought he had entered the wrong house. But he immediately sensed something amiss. The courtyard was still his own, but now the entire courtyard was thick with demonic energy. This and was manifested from that very energy. Oh ho! Beixuan chuckled, realizing he hadn't had enough to eat. Was this demon offering itself as a meal? Honored guest, you must be weary from the journey. Please come inside and rest your feet. The moment Beixuan pushed open the gate, a waiter with a somewhat sharp face and monkey-like features greeted him with a fawning smile. Inside, the room was brightly lit and bustling with voices. Outside, the moon hung high in the sky, and the silence was so profound one could hear a pin drop. The threshold seemed to separate two different worlds. Very well. Beixuan nodded and stepped inside. Thud! With that single step, it was as if he had walked into the maw of an abyssal beast. The courtyard gate closed, sealing off the light within completely, as if nothing had ever happened. The patrons in the tavern all lowered their activities and turned to look at Beixuan as he walked in. Regardless of gender, each person's expression carried an indescribable venom. The entire inn suddenly grew eerie enough to petrify an ordinary person with terror. Beixuan already had a rough idea in mind. Any lingering drowsiness had completely vanished. My son, how tragically you perished. At that moment, a wail shattered the silence. Not far from him, Beixuan noticed an elderly woman draped in white robes, weeping bitterly with tears streaming down her face. A pitiful sight. At the old woman's feet sat a brazier continuously consuming yellow paper as dark smoke billowed upward with a peculiar scent. Beside it rested a portrait. The figure in the portrait bore sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes radiating martial prowess. It was none other than Beixuan himself. He pretended not to notice, shouldering his embroidered spring blade, and casually took a seat at a central table. His gaze flashed like lightning as it swept across the figures in the inn. Your son has committed countless crimes, taking human lives and defying earthly law. He deserves death. I'll overlook this transgression once given your son's death. Leave before I change my mind. Upon hearing these words, every eye in the inn locked onto Beixuan. Faint green lights flickered within them like bloodthirsty beasts. The old woman's wailing ceased abruptly as she lifted her eyes. Such arrogance from an official of mere 8th rank in the Jinyiwei. How dare you show such insolence toward my Huangxian clan? Kowtow and apologize to my son, maintain incense offerings to him day and night, or even your Jinyiwei status won't save you from death. The old woman's voice was hoarse, her face twisted with unspeakable malice. Kowtow and apologize. Beixuan's lips curled into a mocking smile as his hand rested on the hilt of his embroidered spring blade. A yellow-furred beast dares to demand offerings from me. You're seeking death. The words had barely left his mouth when a sharp ring echoed through the air. His embroidered spring blade was already drawn. Spiritual energy surged through his body as blade light swept forward like lightning, cleaving toward the old woman. She clearly hadn't expected a Jinyiwei officer to be so ferocious, to attack proactively while already surrounded by her kind. In that brief moment of hesitation, the embroidered spring blade struck her directly. At this critical instant, the old woman raised her arm to block. With a swift slash, the blade sliced through. Half of the old woman's arm was severed. It hit the ground and transformed into the sharp claw of a yellow weasel. A piercing scream erupted from the old woman's mouth as her weathered face rapidly shifted into that of a yellow weasel. In the blink of an eye, the old woman was gone. In her place stood a massive white-furred yellow weasel roughly the size of a wolfhound, its aura nearing the pinnacle of the later heaven realm. Kill him. Avenge my son. The old yellow weasel roared ferociously, and those who had been dining happily in the hall immediately revealed their true forms. Yellow weasels as large as martins wreathed in demonic energy lunged toward Beixuan. He had anticipated this and unleashed the Lingbo Weibu technique, his feet tracing the 8 trigrams. His movements became ghostly and elusive as he evaded their attacks, while simultaneously bringing his embroidered spring blade down upon the nearest weasels. These yellow weasels possessed cultivation comparable to the one he'd encountered that morning, making them no match for him. With a single strike, 4 or 5 were already slain beneath his blade. Ding. Congratulations, host, for slaying the yellow demon and earning 30 idle points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for slaying the yellow demon and earning 30 idle points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for slaying the yellow demon and earning 30 idle points. In Beixuan's mind, the system's notification voices began flashing. Beixuan ignored them entirely and instead approached the old woman directly using Lingbo Weibu. She was clearly the matriarch of these yellow weasels. If he killed her, these yellow weasels would crumble like scattered sand and fall in an instant. The old woman also sensed Beixuan's movements. Release the smoke. At her command, those yellow weasels sprouted thick yellow fog from behind, seeking death. Beixuan's expression turned cold. While the weasel's farts couldn't harm him, this was his own home, and filling it with noxious fog would make it uninhabitable. Holding his blade in one hand, he struck out with the other. Flying dragon in the sky. A golden dragon formed from true chi tore through the air. The dragon's roar was piercing. The 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms. Dragon. Upon seeing this golden dragon, all the yellow demons revealed fear. Though this dragon was merely formed from true chi without actual dragon pressure, it still instilled fear in them. Boom! The golden dragon phantom exploded among the yellow weasels. The area around them was suddenly cleared, and Beixuan leaped into the air. He struck again with another palm. His palm wind raged as the golden dragon pierced straight through the old woman's skull. With a thunderous explosion, the old woman's body shattered and dissolved into a mist of blood. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a century-old yellow demon and obtaining the secret manual golden bell iron shirt, earning 50 idol points. Hearing the system's voice, Beixuan's face lit up with delight. This old thing is bringing me fortune. Even in death, it drops a secret manual for me. As the old yellow weasel died, the entire inn's illusion instantly dispersed. Moonlight descended, illuminating the remaining yellow weasels. Each of the yellow weasels displayed terror and seemed at a loss. But Beixuan showed no mercy. His embroidered spring blade and the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms struck in unison. Any yellow weasel struck could not withstand a single blow and exploded in succession. For an instant, the entire courtyard was filled with overlapping dragon shadows. In just over 10 seconds, the yellow weasels that had been packed densely were completely slaughtered. Watching the last weasel desperately trying to flee. Today I will spare your life. If you seek revenge, bring your clan here and find me. After speaking, he sheathed his embroidered spring blade. The weasel shivered, clamped its tail between its legs, and fled without looking back. When everything settled, Beixuan gazed at the courtyard littered with yellow weasel corpses and smiled. What a group of fortune bringers indeed. He glanced at his system panel. Host Beixuan, age 18, realm later, heaven, 4th stage, idol skills, 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms, max level, Lingbo, Weibo, mastered, golden bell, iron shirt, idol points, 1430. This brief battle of just a few minutes had yielded incredible rewards. Not only had a secret manual been dropped, but his idol points had climbed from empty to over 1400. After tidying the yard, Beixuan didn't discard the weasel corpses. These yellow weasels were all demons. Their flesh and blood had been tempered over years by demonic energy, a potent nourishment. Beixuan glanced at the pile of yellow weasel corpses that resembled a small hill, then patted his stomach to indicate he simply couldn't eat anymore. The Greatly Empire is not like the modern era where refrigeration is available. Even though demon meat is more resistant to spoilage than ordinary meat, given the current weather it will turn rancid within a week at most. If not sold, it would be a sheer waste. He sent the old yellow weasel and the other 2 post-natal level yellow demons into the kitchen. He packed the rest into bags and stored them properly. This world has demons. As a native of the Great Li with a taste for culinary delights, naturally, he had to give them a try. Thus there were taverns that specialized in serving demon beast meat. For instance, the Misty Rain Pavilion, where Beixuan went tonight, sold demon meat. However, the price was quite steep, and since they were only there for drinking tonight, they naturally wouldn't order that. According to the market price, Beixuan knew a demon beast at the Pulse Condensation realm could fetch at least 100 taels each. With 30 yellow weasels here, that would be 3,000 taels of silver. That was comparable to the entire fortune his cheap father had amassed over the years as a brocade guard. I hope that the yellow weasel that escaped will uphold the fine virtue of its clan, an eye for an eye, and give me another surprise when it returns home next time. Beixuan was looking forward to it. Alive, they delivered idle cultivation points. Dead, they brought money. In his eyes, these yellow weasels weren't seeking revenge at all. They were practically doing charity. Such conscientious demons. When he struck it rich, he would have to eat them several more times. After disposing of the yellow weasel's carcasses, Beixuan simply washed up and sat cross-legged on the bed. With over 1,000 idle cultivation points, he naturally wanted to use them to enhance his strength. Let's upgrade Lingbo Weibo first. Now Beixuan was flush with wealth and didn't feel the slightest sting. System set Lingbo Weibo to idle cultivation until max level. Day 10 of idle cultivation. Because you already had a profound understanding of Lingbo Weibo, it naturally progressed, and Lingbo Weibo has reached the minor success stage. Day 213 of idol cultivation. Through continuous training and combining your own experience, you gradually discovered the secrets of Lingbo Weibo, and it has advanced to the grand success stage. Day 572 of idol cultivation. As time passed, your Lingbo Weibo became perfectly refined, and on this day, it finally broke through to the perfection level. Ding! Lingbo Weibo cultivation is complete. This idol cultivation session ends. Transmitting insights. Please wait. Boom! In Yi Beixuan's mind, the familiar torrent of memories began to flood in. Yi Beixuan was continuously refining it. It took a full half-hour before he opened his eyes again, and Lingbo Weibo had reached perfection completely. Whoosh! Yi Beixuan's figure flickered. His entire body directly flashed from the room to the courtyard. With just one step, he crossed a distance of over 10 zhang. His speed was terrifying. With my current Lingbo Weibo at the perfection level, even if I only use it with Houtian cultivation, it is absolutely faster than any Xiantian cultivator. Unless that Xiantian master has mastered a Lightfoot skill of at least Earth-grade top quality and has cultivated it to at least grand success, only then can he rival me. Yi Beixuan was very satisfied. Having cultivated Lingbo Weibo to perfection, his survival ability had greatly improved. According to his knowledge, Lightfoot skill manuals were far more precious than ordinary martial techniques. Most martial artists didn't pay much attention to speed. Thus, some experts, despite their formidable strength, had embarrassingly poor Lightfoot skills. Many grandmasters hadn't even cultivated a single Lightfoot skill to minor success. Now, with Yi Beixuan's speed, as long as his luck wasn't bad, even an ordinary great grandmaster could do nothing to him. After testing Lingbo Weibo a few more times, Yi Beixuan finally returned to the bed satisfied. He looked at the golden bell shield and iron shirt that had dropped tonight. Seeing the name, he was a bit puzzled. System, aren't golden bell shield and iron shirt two separate martial arts? Hearing Yi Beixuan's question, the system promptly replied. Golden bell shield and iron shirt are both external hardening techniques. Golden bell shield trains the bones while iron shirt trains the skin. Only when combined are they the ultimate defensive method. Hearing the system's words, Yi Beixuan was suddenly enlightened. The so-called bronze skin and iron bones should be the combination of these two techniques. Among them, golden bell shield resists blunt weapons while iron shirt resists sharp blades. Practicing only one of them leaves a great weakness. Set golden bell shield and iron shirt to idol cultivation. If he could cultivate this technique to perfection, his defense would increase to an extremely terrifying degree. Ordinary hidden weapons could not even break his skin. It would also greatly enhance his survival ability. Such a technique must be trained to max level. Day 6 of idol cultivation. You find that golden bell shield and iron shirt seems surprisingly easy to cultivate, and you effortlessly reach the beginner stage. Day 50 of idol cultivation. Your golden bell shield and iron shirt reaches the minor success level. You find your strength has skyrocketed and ordinary weapons are completely useless against you. Day 140 of idol cultivation. Under your continuous idol cultivation, golden bell shield and iron shirt breaks through again to grand success. Your bones, tendons, skin, and flesh have been strengthened unprecedentedly. Day 290 of idol cultivation. Your golden bell shield and iron shirt has completely reached the realm of perfect unity. No one at the same level can break through your defense anymore. Moreover, due to the cultivation, golden bell shield and iron shirt has generated a feedback of internal energy, and your realm has broken through to Houtian's 6th layer. Ding! This idol cultivation session ends. Transmitting insights. Please wait. In just 290 days of idol cultivation, he had trained a martial technique to perfection. Yi Beixuan was quite satisfied. Of course, this was also because his 6 senses had been enhanced, and both his comprehension and bone aptitude were at the level of a top genius. Moreover, idol cultivation was equivalent to training nonstop for 24 hours a day, something no ordinary person could achieve. His 290 days of idol cultivation were roughly comparable to 5 or 6 years of hard training by a top genius. As the insights of golden bell shield and iron shirt flooded in, Yi Beixuan felt his entire body begin to transform. The bones within his body emitted continuous cracking sounds. His skin seemed to have been tempered 1,000 times. Perhaps because this technique was inferior to the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms and Lingbo Weibo. Yi Beixuan fully integrated golden bell shield and iron shirt in just the time it takes to burn an incense stick. The grand success of this technique increased Yi Beixuan's physical strength by dozens of times. His entire body became more robust. His muscles were almost perfect, broad back and narrow waist. Paired with his embroidered spring blade and flying fish robe, he was dashing and exceptionally handsome. So after cultivating a martial arts manual to perfection, it can also provide feedback. Just this external hardening technique, golden bell shield and iron shirt, allowed me to break through one realm. If I later drop a manual like 9 Yin and 9 Yang which specializes in internal energy, the improvement would probably be even greater. Yi Beixuan muttered to himself. He had discovered another way to improve his cultivation. He looked at his own attribute panel. Host Yi Beixuan, age 18, realm Hotian 6th layer, idle cultivation techniques 18, Dragon-Subduing Palms max level, Lingbo Weibo max level, Golden Bell shield and Iron Shirt max level, idle cultivation points 473, max level techniques. His realm had also increased by 2 layers. In just one night his combat power had increased immensely. Both speed and defense had undergone a qualitative change. With his overall strength, he could even fight against a mid to late Xiantian expert. After finishing these tasks, Yi Beixuan went straight to sleep. He woke up. It was already the early morning of the second day. A full year's cultivation had arrived on schedule. Truly satisfying. If he simply laid low for 10 or 8 years without even completing the system tasks with thousands of years of cultivation at his disposal, a casual strike could shake heaven and earth. Stepping out, Yi Beixuan did not go to Widow Wang's stall for tofu. Instead, he casually sliced off a leg from an old yellow weasel, boiled it, and had it for breakfast. His cooking skills were decent, and the demon beast meat was notably chewy, crispy, and surprisingly delicious. He devoured it voraciously. Yi Beixuan sensed a warm current appearing within his dantian. As the warmth circulated through his meridians, his physical strength seemed to increase slightly. Even the true qi within his body grew more refined. Truly a fine thing, Yi Beixuan murmured while riding his horse, picking his teeth with satisfaction. But he also felt a pang of regret. A yellow demon at the later heaven realm would fetch at least 1,000 taels if sold. This single breakfast was equivalent to consuming 100 taels of silver snowflakes. Even a landlord could hardly afford such a meal. After completing his morning roll call at the Jinfu, there was hardly anything to do. Just as Yi Beixuan was about to take his subordinates out to patrol the streets seeking some action, Lin Tao and the others were all staring at him strangely, making Yi Beixuan wonder if he had grown a pimple on his face. What are you all looking at me like that for? Yi Beixuan clenched his glutes and gripped his sword hilt, ready to slice off any of these brats if they uttered a single improper word. After scanning Yi Beixuan up and down several times, Lin Tao finally exclaimed in disbelief, "Brother Yi, I always thought my handsomeness was unmatched in the world. How can you be even more handsome than me?" The previous Yi Beixuan had already been quite handsome, but after cultivating the Golden Bell and Iron Shirt techniques, his appearance had not changed much, yet his physique and bearing had transformed considerably. They all suspected Yi Beixuan had undergone some kind of surgery. Yi Beixuan automatically ignored Lin Tao's teasing words, drew his blade, and prepared to fight 10 men at once. Those Jinyiwei officers knew they could not match him and scattered like frightened rats. A day passed in the blink of an eye. After finishing his duties, he removed his flying fish uniform. Changing into commoner's clothes, he arrived at the Misty Rain Pavilion. It was dining time, and the pavilion was packed quite lively, even without wearing his Jinyiwei attire. The waiter recognized Yi Beixuan at first glance. Grinning obsequiously, he approached. "My lord, how many guests? I will prepare a private room for you right away. I am not here to dine today. Summon your manager." Yi Beixuan spoke bluntly. To his surprise, this single sentence instantly drained the color from the waiter's face. Not here to eat, and demanding to see the manager directly. What the hell? Was he planning to smash the place? Watching the waiter's pallid expression, Yi Beixuan guessed what he was thinking, and his lips twitched slightly. The Jinyiwei truly did have a notorious reputation, but in these times a bad reputation could save him considerable trouble. "Fear not. I have business to discuss with your manager. Have him come see me." Upon hearing this, the waiter finally exhaled in relief. His face once again erupted into a grin. "Very well, my lord. Please rest over there while I go fetch the manager." Sitting in a small private room not long after, the plump manager of the Misty Rain Pavilion came running over. Upon seeing Yi Beixuan, he clasped his fists. "Lord Yi, I heard you have business to discuss with our humble establishment." Yi Beixuan nodded. "I have a batch of yellow demon meat in my possession, all at the late nascent vein stage. I wish to sell it to your Misty Rain Pavilion. I wonder if the manager is interested." The plump manager's eyes lit up instantly. Demon meat. And a whole batch. This was definitely a rare treasure. Demons were scarce in the capital, and their consumption relied entirely on supplies from the subordinate counties. However, most of this supplied demon meat went directly to the kitchens of nobles, and even the royal family in the capital. Only a small portion would flow into the market where various restaurants competed for it. Though the Misty Rain Pavilion had a decent reputation, it could only receive 7 or 8 demon beast meats per month, a supply that never met demand. Thus it had been purchasing from external sources. "I am interested, very interested. How many yellow demons does the lord have?" 30, not more, not less. Hiss. The plump manager sucked in a breath of cold air. 30. That was almost half a year's quota for his establishment. Although yellow demons were not particularly large in body, they were rare. The yellow demon clan sought vengeance relentlessly. Killing one meant provoking an entire yellow demon family. Hence few dared to hunt them. A whole yellow demon commanded a price not inferior to demon beasts like wild boars. Meanwhile, he grew even more respectful toward Beixuan. 30. This lord before him had essentially wiped out an entire yellow demon family. As expected of a Jinyiwei officer, killing and arson came as second nature. My lord, when shall we conduct the transaction? Right now? You drive the carriage, and I will guide you to my residence to collect the meat. Very well, lord, you wait a moment. I will make the preparations. Half an hour later, Beixuan pushed open the door. Somewhat disappointed no yellow demon had spawned today. He retrieved the sack containing the yellow demons and tossed it over, saying to the manager, "Manager, please count them." The plump manager immediately began sorting through the yellow demon corpses with his 2 accompanying attendants. Seeing each enormous yellow weasel, his excitement was plainly visible. Lord, ye exactly 30. I presume you are aware of the price. I will give you 3,200 taels of silver in total. I hope you will prioritize our Misty Rain Pavilion when hunting demon beasts in the future. The plump manager said respectfully to Beixuan. 3,200 taels. Beixuan nodded. Agreed. After seeing the manager off. For the next 4 or 5 days nothing happened. This was the capital of Dali after all. Demons daring to commit crimes here were few and far between, and cases assigned to their unit were almost non-existent. During these days, Beixuan's life was unassuming, patrolling by day, drinking, and eating meat by night. Yet his cultivation advanced steadily. With the idol system, he practiced far more than even the most diligent prodigies. In just a few short days, Beixuan's cultivation advanced further. He had reached the late stage of the 6th level of later heaven. Before long, he would break through to the 7th level. This left Lin Tao and the others who hung out with Beixuan utterly dumbfounded. They insisted he must be cultivating secretly at night. This made those fellows feel like students pulling all-nighters before exams. Thrilling in the moment, but regretful afterward, yet they could not help but continue indulging. However, after experiencing the sudden surge of multiple cultivation realms from completing tasks, such gradual improvements clearly no longer satisfied Beixuan. Just as he was pondering skipping his usual drinking tonight to venture outside the city and see if a task might trigger arriving early at the northern garrison, Beixuan immediately sensed the atmosphere was wrong. Everyone wore grave expressions. Something had happened. Sure enough, Lin Tao saw Beixuan arrive and rushed to report, "Brother, trouble has struck. An official has been killed." According to witnesses, it was a demon. Upon hearing this, Beixuan was taken aback. No wonder the entire squadron felt so tense. An official's death was entirely different from that of an ordinary commoner. After all, this was the capital, heavily fortified. The headquarters of both the Jinyiwei and the 6 Doors were located here. Even powerful demon kings would not dare kill recklessly. It had been a long time since any official had been killed in the entire capital, especially with the murder occurring within their squadron's jurisdiction. If things went wrong, not only would their squadron face consequences, the military commander himself could be held accountable. After the duration of one incense stick, it was time for roll call. Yang Shan appeared at the front of the formation with an ashen face. You have all heard what happened. This time the victim was a Xian Lang official. The military commander is furious. We must solve this murder and capture the demon within 2 days. Otherwise, we will all face charges of dereliction of duty. Everyone gets 6 months' salary withheld and a demerit recorded. The moment the words fell, every member of the embroidered uniform guard shifted in expression. The director of the Ministry of Personnel, a 6th-rank official. That was a substantial position. Moreover, anyone who held office in the capital invariably came from influential families. Should they exert pressure, it was far beyond what a humble yaman like theirs could withstand. Yang Shan swept his gaze across the crowd. Who was willing to volunteer? No one responded. If they volunteered and managed to capture the demon, it would be fine. But if they failed, they would bear the brunt of the blame. Yang Shan had anticipated this. Cases involving officials were ones where few were willing to stick their necks out. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a system mission. Resolve the murder case of an official. Mission completed. Reward 9 Yang Divine Art, 10 years of cultivation. Mission failed, no punishment. The system's voice echoed within Beixuan's mind. A slight joy flickered across his face. 9 Yang Divine Art. He never expected to receive such a premier cultivation manual this time, along with 60 days of pure cultivation base. Meanwhile, Yang Shan's voice continued. Since no one volunteered, let us follow the established rules. Li Cheng, it is your detachment's turn this time. Upon hearing his name, Li Cheng's expression darkened imperceptibly. However, the other guards of the embroidered uniform guard all breathed a sigh of relief. Even if they failed to solve the case, at worst they would merely receive a demerit. But Li Cheng estimated he would at least face dismissal just to appease the anger from above. Daring not to resist, he could only clasp his fists and salute. Yes. As the others dispersed, Li Cheng gestured toward the remaining 4 squad leaders. Follow me. Officer Yi, you are still newcomers. Do not accompany us this time, lest you become a burden. Having said this, he turned and departed. The 4 squad leaders he had singled out wore impassive expressions as though this had been expected all along. The fact that Li Cheng and Yi Beixuan were close was well known throughout the yamen. On such an inglorious and thankless mission, he would certainly not take Yi Beixuan along. Gathering his men, he left, leaving only Yi Beixuan and his team in the courtyard. Yi Beixuan was somewhat taken aback. He had already prepared himself to join the investigation, and yet he was being left behind. Brother Yi, Uncle Li is actually protecting us. In a case like this, the chances of punishment are quite high. At this moment, Lin Tao approached Yi Beixuan and spoke to him. Yi Beixuan nodded. He understood the reasoning, so he did not take Li Cheng's words to heart. But damn it, he still had a system mission tied to this murder case. If they would not let him go, how was he supposed to complete it? However, Li Cheng had already departed. Even if he volunteered now, it would be too late. Yi Beixuan was thoroughly dejected. So much so that he had no appetite at lunch, managing to finish only 2 roast chickens and 4 bowls of rice. Noticing Yi Beixuan's poor mood, Lin Tao offered comfort. Brother Yi, eat more. You have grown thin recently, even your pectorals are not as firm as before. With his mouth stuffed full of rice, Yi Beixuan was momentarily at a loss to decipher what this fellow meant. I treat you as a brother, yet you constantly give me the impression that you are plotting against me. Fortunately, matters took a turn in the afternoon. Li Cheng returned with several individuals, their faces grim, to retrieve some items. Uncle Li, have you found nothing? The moment Yi Beixuan saw Li Cheng's expression, he could guess the outcome. Li Cheng massaged his brow. That is correct. We have not found a single useful clue. The servant who claimed to have seen a demon has retracted his statement, saying he was too frightened at the time and may have seen things through a haze of terror. Having spoken, he waved his hand at Yi Beixuan. Enough. This does not concern you. Go about your duties. Yet Yi Beixuan immediately clasped his fists in salute. Uncle Li, might our squad also inspect the crime scene? We may yet prove useful. Moi. Li Cheng paused. Others had shunned this case, yet Yi Beixuan dared to volunteer. Truly a worthy officer under my command. Precisely, Uncle Li. Brother Yi is absolutely first-rate at solving cases. Let him take a look. He may yet uncover crucial details. Lin Tao chimed in support from the side. Yi Beixuan shot him a look of deep camaraderie and gratitude. Lin Tao raised an eyebrow, smugly radiating an air of self-satisfaction. Yi Beixuan's hand twitched, but another hand pressed firmly upon it, forcing him to restrain his urge to administer a sound beating. Observing the silent exchange between the two, Li Cheng ultimately nodded. Very well. You may accompany us. Along the way, Yi Beixuan listened as Li Cheng outlined the general circumstances of the case. The deceased official was named Ma Shuang, and he had perished in the dead of midnight. According to the servant's account, he had risen during the night watch. He noticed that the lamp in his master's chamber remained lit. He had assumed his master was attending to official business. But then, to his astonishment, he suddenly beheld a terrifying mass of black mist. Within the darkness swirled a pair of scarlet eyes. A single glance had nearly scattered his very soul. When he finally regained his composure, he saw that the light in his master's chamber had abruptly gone out. Subsequently, his master's agonized screams rang out. By the time the guards arrived and broke down the door, Ma Shuang was already dead, brutally slain. Upon entering the Ma residence, a junior officer immediately reported to Li Cheng. Commander, we have searched the entire vicinity, but found no clues whatsoever. We suspect that Director Ma's death may not be the work of demons, but rather an act of vengeance. Might we redirect our investigation toward Ma's enemies? Li Cheng furrowed his brow. 2 days had already been wasted on this case. If they shifted their investigative focus now, it was highly probable they would run out of time. At this juncture, Yi Beixuan suddenly spoke. Commander, might I examine the corpse first? The junior officer who had been reporting turned his gaze toward Yi Beixuan in mild surprise. Unanticipated that he had followed along, Li Cheng gave a nod. Go ahead. Yi Beixuan strode directly to Ma Shuang's corpse. Ma Shuang's fate was indeed gruesome. His entire body was marred by wounds, his face especially so, barely recognizable as human. Only an adversary nursed by profound hatred could have inflicted such torment. Given Ma Shuang's routine duties, he had no exposure to demons. The Ministry of Personnel dealt solely with official matters, and furthermore no aura of the demonic clung to his remains. Hence the suspicion among the embroidered uniform guard that this was no demon's handiwork. It was far more likely that Ma Shuang had uncovered certain concealed affairs and been silenced accordingly. Yi Beixuan raised an eyebrow. Gazing upon Ma Shuang's body, he sensed something amiss. His 6 faculties were exceptionally acute. Capable of perceiving the most minute of details, Yi Beixuan suddenly lifted the wounds on Ma Shuang's body. He measured them repeatedly with his fingers. Onlookers regarded his actions with puzzlement. Yet at that moment Yi Beixuan declared, Commander Ma Shuang did not die by human hands. This was undoubtedly the work of a demon. Moi. Those present Li Cheng included stood stunned. Officer Yi, solving cases is no trifling matter. If you claim a demon was responsible, you must consider the consequences should you lead us astray. Can you bear that responsibility? Standing beside Li Cheng, the junior officer who had earlier reported, frowned. In his estimation, Yi Beixuan was but a novice. Last time he had merely stumbled upon luck resolving the yellow demon case within an hour. Did he truly believe himself some extraordinary investigator? Yi Beixuan offered no explanation. He possessed absolute confidence in his judgment. The wounds on Ma Shuang's body were simply too minute. Even with his 6 senses honed to the utmost extreme, he himself could not have inflicted such wounds. Not even someone at the Xiantian realm could manage it. Unless one had reached the Zongshi level capable of controlling every movement with microscopic precision. If it were truly a Zongshi, killing Ma Shuang would have been an effortless matter. Why stealthily infiltrate under cover of night and leave the corpse intact, bringing unnecessary trouble upon oneself? Moreover, Yi Beixuan had also noticed another suspicious point. That was Ma Shuang had not struggled at all throughout the entire encounter. He was a 6th-rank official of the imperial court. Even if he were not a military man, his cultivation should have been at least at the mid-stage of the Hotian realm. When confronted by demonic entities, why would he not resist? Zongshi, where is the crime scene? Li Cheng asked, observing Yi Beixuan's confident demeanor. Without another word, he led Yi Beixuan toward Ma Shuang's residence. Behind the two, the remaining 3 Xiaoguei exchanged glances. The Zongshi is certainly being generous with this lad, one Xiaoguei remarked enviously. Who can blame him? His father was formerly a Baihu. Though he is dead now, what good does it do to show favor to a corpse? Let us go see whether this fellow truly has any skill. Yi Beixuan entered the study. The entire study was in utter disarray. Bloodstains covered every surface and bookshelves lay toppled everywhere. The scene had already been largely trampled and disrupted by the servants who had arrived the previous night. After the Jinyiwei's investigation, throughout the morning almost no useful clues remained. Yi Beixuan's gaze swept the room continuously. He pushed his 6 senses to their maximum. In his mind, he constantly deduced the possible scenarios of how Ma Shuang had been killed, while also thoroughly searching every corner. As Yi Beixuan continued his careful search, one of the Jinyiwei Xiaoguei officers beside him was about to speak. What? Meow. A cat's cry suddenly rang out from outside the window. This drew no particular attention. Cats and dogs were far too commonplace. Yi Beixuan merely glanced toward the cat outside the window. A tabby cat with a swollen belly nursing kittens. Spring had arrived, and like humans it had recently completed its breeding season. Aside from that, nothing else seemed unusual. Just as Yi Beixuan was about to resume his search, he suddenly froze. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he turned his gaze once more to the tabby cat. I nearly overlooked it. Yi Beixuan's figure moved. Whoosh! He deployed the Lingbo Weibu technique, hurtling toward the tabby cat like a swift arrow. The tabby cat never anticipated that Yi Beixuan would come for it. However, its reaction was equally swift. It turned to flee. But how could its speed compare with the fully mastered Lingbo Weibu? In the blink of an eye, Yi Beixuan had seized the tabby cat by the neck. What impeccable lightness skill! The onlookers could barely track the movement. Among everyone present, his cultivation was the highest. He had already reached the first layer of Xiantian. Yet even he had failed to clearly discern Yi Beixuan's movements. Lin Tao hurried over. Brother Yi, is there something wrong with this cat? Yi Beixuan nodded. His eyes suddenly brightened. Found it. The next moment, a single black hair appeared in Yi Beixuan's palm, slightly curled. The tabby cat was casually tossed aside by Yi Beixuan. The creature was thoroughly frightened, and upon landing bounded away in mere leaps until it vanished from sight. Yi Beixuan handed the black hair to Li Cheng. Zongshi, without a doubt this is what killed Director Ma. Take a look. What manner of demon beast could this be? The Jinyiwei officers and the 3 nearby Xiaoguei were nearly rendered speechless by the rapid sequence of actions. What the? This can't be. They had assumed Yi Beixuan was merely coming along to observe, yet this fellow had arrived only minutes ago and had already uncovered clues with astonishing swiftness. Damn it. This makes us look utterly incompetent, man. Meanwhile, Li Cheng seemed to grasp the full significance and could not help but praise. What remarkable skill. Such meticulous observation. Cats are averse to murderous aura, especially pregnant females. Our auras are thick with bloodlust, Any ordinary lesser demon or wraith would dare not approach. Yet this beast dared to sit alone on the windowsill. Something is amiss. I was negligent and failed to notice such an obvious flaw. He had truly not expected Yi Beixuan to possess such keen perceptiveness, to find clues from the most minute of details. He had agreed to let Yi Beixuan come, but never imagined Yi Beixuan could actually provide assistance. His intention had merely been to let Yi Beixuan and the others learn by observation. Although Yi Beixuan had previously solved a case, that case was worlds apart from the one at hand. An ordinary civilian's case could never compare with the complexity of an official's murder. Yet Yi Beixuan, with effortless fluidity, had propelled an entirely clueless case straight to its final step. The expressions of the other three Xiaoguei officials also shifted. It might appear that Yi Beixuan's success was still just luck, but they were not fools. 2 cases solved in such rapid succession already proved that Yi Beixuan's investigative methods far exceeded their own. Lin Tao seized the opportunity to pounce on the 3 Jinyiwei Xiaoguei officials. Oh ho ho, who was it just now that claimed this case had nothing to do with demons? Speak up, Hazy. The Xiaoguei who had spoken was now suffering not only facial embarrassment, but also lung pain. He snorted coldly, but could not muster another word for a long time. Li Cheng took the black hair. After examining it closely for a few moments, he immediately reached a conclusion. This is the fur of a cat demon. Quick, bring Madame Ma here and ask whether their mansion keeps any black cats. Li Cheng immediately summoned men. Just then, meow. Everyone suddenly heard a piercing, mournful cat cry. Then a woman's terrified scream rang out. Li Cheng's expression changed. Bad. That cat demon must have controlled the tabby and sensed our movements. It is likely about to harm Madame Ma. Go protect her. His entire figure flashed swiftly, heading toward Madame Ma's quarters. Inside her courtyard, Jinyiwei officers were already engaged in combat with the cat demon within. In the courtyard, a colossal cat the size of a water buffalo was shrouded within a layer of dark mist, its demonic aura surging wildly. Its razor-sharp claws struck out incessantly at the surrounding Jinyiwei officers. Those officers whose lowest among them had already reached the peak of the Ningmai stage faced the cat demon's assault. For a moment they could offer absolutely no resistance. Xiantian. Only at the Xiantian level could one achieve such power. Vile beast. How dare you harm people within the capital? Surrender immediately. Li Cheng roared. The Xiaochuan's sword at his waist was already drawn. His Xiantian primordial energy surged forth. Coating the blade, he struck directly at the cat demon. The cat demon also perceived the terror of this blow and abandoned its attack on the others. It met Li Cheng's charge with a single swipe. Boom. The moment the two clashed, Li Cheng's expression shifted. The blade's aura was completely suppressed. After merely one exchange, he was forced to stagger backward several steps before regaining his footing. The verdict was clear. Li Cheng frowned, truly caught off guard by the feline demon's formidable strength. A single strike had forced him back. This cat demon's cultivation was at least at the second heaven of the Xiantian realm. Beast, since you don't feed on flesh and blood, and have already awakened intelligence, why did you kill Ma Shuang? Demonic creatures are divided into 2 kinds. One kind cultivates on its own. Once they reach the Xiantian level, they can all become sentient and speak human language, possessing intelligence no less than that of a living person. After reaching the Grandmaster level, some with exceptional talent can even transform into human form. The yellow weasels Yi Beixuan had encountered before were all of this type. As for the other kind, they devour flesh and blood, completely foregoing the development of intelligence and following bestial instincts. The cat demon before them had only a faint aura of blood and slaughter. It should have taken the path of enlightenment. The cat demon's eyes were fixed on Li Cheng, clearly understanding what he said, yet it did not reply. Still unable to speak. Li Cheng was somewhat surprised at the cat demon's silence. A cat demon at the second heaven of Xiantian should have been able to speak long ago, but now it seemed as if it had just broken through to Xiantian. Only intelligence had awakened, yet communication was still impossible. In that case, there was nothing more to be said. Form the formation. Distract it while I find an opportunity to capture it. Li Cheng ordered directly. Though the cat demon was slightly stronger than him, he was not flustered in the least. The Brocade Guard were no idle men who, every 10 of them, could form a battle formation. Coordinated, they could unleash the combat power of a Xiantian expert. This time 4 squad leaders had come equivalent to 4 Xiantian masters. Yes, the other Brocade Guards dared not delay upon hearing this. They swiftly formed a battle array, and together with Li Cheng launched an attack on the cat demon. With the Brocade Guard squad's distraction and Li Cheng's strength, the cat demon finally fell into a disadvantage. Only Yi Beixuan's squad was left idle, and they knew their place well. They were aware that as new recruits, even if they formed a battle formation, they would be of no help to the battle and would only cause trouble. So it was better to watch from the sidelines and be cheerleaders. Yi Beixuan's eyes flickered as he observed the cat demon. This black cat's cultivation base is very unstable, indicating that it broke through rapidly and did not cultivate on its own. This cat is strange. With his innate perception talent, Beixuan could see things others could not. Normally, even humans needed long cultivation to break through the Xiantian realm, and demons had it even harder. Every step forward was more difficult than for humans, though their lifespans were much longer. But this cat demon's cultivation base had clearly been achieved only within the last few days. It had even broken through directly to the second heaven of Xiantian, which was extremely abnormal. It's Little Black. Just then, Beixuan heard a woman's voice beside him. You know it. He looked at the woman, who appeared to be in her 30s, quite wealthy-looking with average features though somewhat haggard. The only one who could speak at this time was undoubtedly Ma Shuang's wife. Madame Ma dared not hesitate when asked by Beixuan. Sir, this cat demon. It seems to be a stray cat my husband used to feed. The magistrate loved these animals, but who could have imagined that he would die because of this beast? As she spoke, Madame Ma covered her face and wept. In ancient dynasties, women had little status. She owed her wealth to Ma Shuang's position as a secretary in the Ministry of Personnel. But now that Ma Shuang was dead, her family was finished. Beixuan paid no attention to Madame Ma's feelings, frowning as he analyzed her words. If Ma Shuang had fed it, why would it kill him? Could it be ingratitude? His eyes turned to the black cat still surrounded by Li Cheng and the others. Yet it seemed to harbor no murderous intent, only occasionally casting a glance toward the direction of Ma Shuang's death, with an indescribable expression in its eyes. Is there a hidden story? Beixuan recalled the doubts he had found on Ma Shuang's corpse. Although the cat demon was much stronger than Ma Shuang, it was absolutely impossible for it to have killed Ma Shuang without him putting up any resistance, even with a sneak attack. According to the case description, only a few seconds had passed between the servant's discovery of the cat and Ma Shuang's death. It could not have been the cat's doing. Moreover, cats, especially black ones, are intelligent creatures. Even without enlightenment, they would not harm their feeder, let alone with such a cruel method. Ruling out these possibilities, only one remained. Ma Shuang had deliberately let the cat demon kill him, to create the illusion of an attack. But why would he do that? Suddenly a flash of insight struck Beixuan. Unless Ma Shuang's purpose was to lure the brocade guard here. Meow. Just as Beixuan was deep in thought, the besieged cat demon suddenly erupted, its demonic aura swelling. Its power surged to an even higher level. Shua. Caught off guard, Li Cheng, who had been holding his own against the black cat with the brocade guard's formation, was caught by a claw on his chest and sent flying backward. A vicious gash appeared on his body. Blood dripped incessantly. The strike nearly crippled Li Cheng's combat ability. The cat demon, now fully enraged, let out a shrill cry and lunged for Li Cheng's throat. If it hit, Li Cheng would surely die on the spot. The hairs on his body stood on end. Fear and despair crept into his eyes. Even the toughest man is at a loss when facing a life-or-death crisis. However, just as the cat demon's attack was about to land, a clang of a weapon being drawn rang out. Then, a flash of cold light shot toward the cat demon with lightning speed. The cat demon's black fur bristled, an animal's instinct when facing danger. It abandoned its attack on Li Cheng and turned to meet the cold light. Bang! A collision sounded. The cat demon's body was sent flying backward, and a deep, bone-deep knife wound appeared on its claws. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone present. Li Cheng, who had already closed his eyes awaiting death, was also dumbfounded. He saw a young figure slowly stepping out from the crowd, holding a brocade guard saber. A sharp, penetrating blade aura emanated from him. Beast die. Beixuan's foot stomped. Without giving the cat demon any time to react, he struck down again with the embroidered spring blade. A flash of blade light gleamed. Under the greatly increased strength from his maxed-out golden bell shield and iron shirt technique, this strike was incredibly fierce and powerful. Naturally, the cat demon could not withstand it. Instantly, the dark mist enveloping the demon was cleaved apart, sending it flying backward. Another bloody gash burst open on the cat demon's abdomen. With a sharp meow, it let out a miserable howl. Its crimson eyes fixed on Beixuan, now tinged with a hint of fear. Yet it still charged recklessly, demonic aura surging from its entire body as it erupted with unprecedented power, hurtling toward Beixuan. Not good. This cat demon is about to self-destruct. The moment Li Cheng saw the demon's appearance, his expression shifted drastically, and the other Jinyiwei officers were also greatly alarmed. Protect Lady Ma. Beixuan, fall back. As the two commands rang out, the Jinyiwei, though flustered, remained orderly, swiftly retreating in all directions. Yet Beixuan did not dodge at all. Self-destruct. He remained completely calm, with his perfected golden bell shield and iron shirt technique. Let alone this minor cat demon, even a mid-stage Xiantian cultivator could not harm him. However, Beixuan obviously would not allow the demon to succeed in its self-destruction. After all, it was a Xiantian demon. Slaying it would earn him a good number of AFK points. He gathered his true chi toward his palm, then suddenly struck out. A golden dragon burst forth, piercing through the cat demon. 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms dragon fights in the wilderness. Over 20 years of accumulated power erupted completely. With a resounding bang, the cat demon's entire body exploded, dissolving into a mist of blood and vanishing. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the cat demon, earning 70 AFK points. In Yi Beixuan's mind, the system's notification sound arrived as promised. 70 AFK points. Not bad. From this perspective, the cat demon's strength surpassed that of the old weasel. But unfortunately, it did not drop any martial arts manuals. Yi Beixuan's gaze suddenly turned toward the direction of the exploded demon. What is that? He saw a piece of amber the size of a fist among the demon's remains. However, due to the force of Yi Beixuan's palm strike, the amber was already mostly shattered. Seeing the damaged amber, Yi Beixuan understood roughly in his heart. Ma Shuang's death. It was likely for this very thing. He stepped forward, discreetly collecting the amber. Among the entire crowd, only Li Cheng with his highest cultivation witnessed this scene. His eyes flickered for a moment, but he said nothing. By now, the entire courtyard of the Ma residence had fallen into a profound silence. Everyone stared blankly at Yi Beixuan, who held the embroidered spring blade, their eyes filled with indescribable shock. Xiantian. Could it be that Officer Yi has already reached Xiantian? After a long pause, a Jinyiwei officer finally spoke, his voice trembling with astonishment. The pupils of the others constricted, especially the Shaoqi, who had earlier disparaged Yi Beixuan, now utterly terrified. Even Li Cheng could not handle the cat demon, yet Yi Beixuan had struck it down with such ease. That meant Yi Beixuan's strength surpassed Li Cheng's. Most importantly, how old was Yi Beixuan? Merely 17 or 18. A Xiantian cultivator in his teens. Such potential was truly heaven-defying. A Baihu position was well within his reach. Even a Qianhu, as long as he did not die, was almost certain. The Shaoqi felt a wave of panic. Though his earlier remarks were not severe, if Yi Beixuan held a grudge, it would be a catastrophic disaster for a Shaoqi like him, whose potential was already spent. This was an absolute calamity. No, he had to make amends. Yi Beixuan was naturally unaware of the Shaoqi's thoughts. And even if he knew, he would not care. A Hodian martial artist was nothing but an ant to him. Yi Beixuan clasped his fists toward Li Cheng. Banner Commander, the cat demon has been vanquished. Li Cheng snapped back to reality. He was about to ask something, but saw Yi Beixuan give him an almost imperceptible wink. Li Cheng immediately composed himself. Hard work, Officer Yi. This case has been solved so quickly thanks to your outstanding contributions. Let's go fall back. Li Cheng waved his hand, leading the team as they left the Ma residence, carrying the cat demon's corpse. On the road, Yi Beixuan and Li Cheng walked at the very front. The others, including the 3 Shaoqi, dared not voice any objections. Instead, they all regarded Yi Beixuan with a newfound fear. They all knew that Yi Beixuan had rendered great service in this case and demonstrated such formidable strength. It was likely only a matter of time before he was promoted. Meanwhile, Yi Beixuan quietly took out the damaged amber from his sleeve and extracted a small fragment of a letter from within it. The content on it was already blurred and illegible. He shared all his conjectures with Li Cheng. Uncle Li, the contents of this amber are certainly extraordinary, otherwise Secretary Ma Zuanyulang would not have committed suicide to draw the Jinyiwei's attention. Unfortunately, it's damaged and unreadable. But I have a plan we can try. The question is, Uncle Li, are you willing to take a big gamble? Hearing Yi Beixuan's words, Li Cheng's expression turned quite vivid. Ma Shuang's suicide. The black cat was also a pawn. All to lure the Jinyiwei into the trap. If a Ministry of Personnel director would go so far as to sacrifice his life to set up this scheme, whoever they were trying to lure would surely be a formidable figure. As a mere Zongqi of the Jinyiwei, he might not be able to handle it. Uncle Li, this is a great achievement, risky though it may be. I have some confidence. If we report it up, the credit will no longer be ours. And Uncle Li, Officer Yang seems to have it out for us. Yi Beixuan said calmly. Li Cheng's body trembled slightly. He instinctively looked around. Beixuan, you mustn't say such things. Then, as if making a decision. All right, since you say so, I trust you. Tell me, how should I cooperate? Having returned to the 100 household office, the sky had just grown dim. Yang Shan was not on night duty today and had already gone home after his shift ended. Shortly thereafter, news of Commander Li Cheng's team cracking the murder case at the Ma residence spread rapidly through the Judicial Investigative Bureau. It left many people stunned. Nobody had expected that a murder case involving an official would be solved so effortlessly. Moreover, the credit for solving this case went to a junior commander who had only recently taken up his post. According to that junior commander, he had also discovered a staggering secret in connection with the Ma residence murder case. If reported the following day, it would undoubtedly bring substantial rewards, making many junior commanders and even senior commanders envious. Brother Yi, as you instructed, the brothers have spread the word. A stick of incense later, Lin Tao and the others hurried back to the 100 household office from around the Northern Judicial Investigative Bureau. Inside the senior commanders' chamber, Li Cheng and Yi Beixuan sat in the main hall listening to Lin Tao's report. It was only then that Li Cheng turned his gaze toward Yi Beixuan. Beixuan, do you think this scheme will work? Yi Beixuan lifted a cup of tea from the table, took a sip, and smiled. Don't worry, Uncle Li. We may not know who the mastermind behind the scenes is, but with such a murder case having occurred, he definitely knows everything clearly in his heart. He will surely keep a close watch on our Northern Judicial Investigative Bureau. At the slightest movement, he will know about it immediately. The bait has been cast into the water now. Only time will tell if this fish will take the hook. Though most of the Imperial Guard stationed at the Bureau had already finished their shifts, those remaining on duty could still relay information to those with interest. Someone capable of prompting an Imperial Guard's attention through the suicide of a Ministry of Personnel official. Yi Beixuan found it hard to believe that such a figure wouldn't have eyes within the Northern Judicial Investigative Bureau. Sometimes giving the alarm served a greater purpose than anything else. Brother Yi, stop smiling and put down your tea. You look just like a villain from a novel. Lin Tao shot a glance at Yi Beixuan's smile and muttered under his breath. Yi Beixuan's hand twitched again and his grin froze in place. Damn it, this kid really needs to be disciplined every day or his hide becomes unbearable. He's got some serious sass to him. Wait until I'm done with tonight's business. I'll make sure he regrets opening his mouth. Get lost. Yi Beixuan barely restrained his urge to draw his blade and snapped at him. Lin Tao didn't dare to push back, lowering his head in resentment. Then I'll go. After waiting a while longer, Yi Beixuan felt the time was right and rose to his feet. Uncle Li, it's getting late. Since we've solved this major case, we must go out to celebrate. Li Cheng laughed heartily and nodded in agreement. Let's go then. We'll head to Misty Rain Pavilion. Tonight's bill is on me. As Yi Beixuan had anticipated. Ever since they returned to the Northern Judicial Investigative Bureau from Ma Shuang's residence, a pair of eyes had been watching their every move. Upon seeing Yi Beixuan and the others heading out cheerfully to celebrate, the person's expression shifted imperceptibly. Only after Yi Beixuan's group had gone far did he stealthily approach the exterior of the Northern Judicial Investigative Bureau. Then an Imperial Guard walked briskly out and whispered a few words in the man's ear. With that, the figure turned and vanished. In the western part of the capital there stood a 3-courtyard mansion. The same figure who had disappeared outside the Northern Judicial Investigative Bureau was now hurrying into the estate. He sprinted straight into the main hall at the center of the courtyard. Seated in the principal position was a man in his 30s wearing a blue silk brocade robe, his features bearing a certain shrewd cunning. A trace of anxiety showed on his face, as if he were awaiting important news. Standing by his side was a scholarly man with a beard dressed like a resident advisor. Master of the house. Just then that figure arrived at the threshold of the main hall and stepped inside. At the sight of him, the middle-aged man at the head of the room sprang to his feet in haste. What news do you bring? Have those Imperial Guards discovered any leads regarding Ma Shuang's murder? Upon hearing this, the figure immediately replied with deep reverence, Master. Matters are not looking favorable. According to the information I've obtained, those Imperial Guards have cracked the case. What? The middle-aged man's pupils contracted sharply. Already solved. And I have also discovered another piece of information. Speak quickly. It seems that a junior commander among the Imperial Guards investigating Master Ma's case yesterday discovered something secretive at the residence. The officers handling the case are all quite excited. They say if this secret is submitted tomorrow, they will surely be awarded great merit. They are now all out celebrating together. At these words, the middle-aged man's body trembled violently and his face darkened. Just what he feared had come to pass. He did not know what secrets Ma Shuang had left behind, but he had a strong feeling it was aimed directly at him. Even Ma Shuang's death might have been carefully orchestrated, designed specifically to draw the Imperial Guards into this affair. Once those secrets were reported by the Imperial Guards, 10 of his heads would not be enough to lose. The middle-aged man grew increasingly frightened. A sheen of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Advisor, what should we do now? Should we go ask that person? With his capabilities, he should be able to suppress this matter. As long as he speaks, even the Jinyiwei would not dare to refuse him. The middle-aged man was completely panicked. But the advisor shook his head. My lord, absolutely not. Why? In that person's eyes, do you think it's easier to suppress this matter or simply eradicate them completely? At those words, the middle-aged man immediately fell silent. He wasn't foolish and naturally understood everything. In that person's eyes, he was merely a chess piece, unable to even save himself. How could he possibly come to his aid? Then advisor, what should I do now? The middle-aged man hastily sought a way to break the deadlock. The advisor stroked his beard, pondered for a moment, and smiled. My lord, this matter considered simple is simple. Oh. The middle-aged man glanced at the advisor in confusion. The advisor continued. Although those Jinyiwei have discovered some things we'd rather not see, they haven't reported them yet. As long as we seize the opportunity, silence them all, destroy the evidence, and eliminate all traces, won't everything be resolved easily? Kill the Jinyiwei. The middle-aged man's heart sank. The Jinyiwei were the emperor's personal guards, killing them. The crime was no less than treason, warranting the destruction of 9 generations. My lord, you can no longer hesitate. This has become a matter of life and death. Once this incident is exposed, it will be a grave crime of confiscating property and destroying the clan. We must take a chance, and there may still be a way out. The one in charge of this case is merely a commander in the Jinyiwei with cultivation at the first or second stage of the innate realm. All you need to do is summon those experts, and killing them would be as easy as turning your hand. The advisor urged again. The middle-aged man pondered for a few seconds before making up his mind. All right. Go quickly and find out where those Jinyiwei are celebrating. Keep them under surveillance. I'll bring people and be there immediately. Indeed, if he didn't fight now, he was still dead. But if he fought, there might still be hope. Father, grandfather, ancestors, please don't blame me. I've offered plenty of incense to you regularly. Now you should share in my trials with me. Beixuan naturally knew nothing about any of this. He was enjoying his meal. At first, Lin Tao had been continuously urging him to drink, but he himself was quite weak when it came to alcohol. Beixuan had only shown a fraction of his strength, and that was already the limit for this kid. Before even 8 cold dishes were served, he had already rolled off to the back courtyard to eat alone while hugging the night soil bucket. The victory banquet lasted over 2 shurchen. Li Cheng and Beixuan both knew better than to drink too much. It was approaching midnight. Li Cheng then said to Beixuan, Beixuan, I think it's about time, don't you agree? Beixuan estimated that it should be time to close the net. After such a long time, if there really was fish, as long as he wasn't insane, he should have everything ready. He nodded and said, waiter, the bill please. The weather tonight wasn't particularly good, with dark clouds pressing down and a light drizzle falling. The capital in April was naturally in the rainy season, so this wasn't surprising. After leaving the Yinyu Tower, Beixuan and the others parted ways. He walked somewhat unsteadily towards his home alone. The night breeze carried moisture against his face, mixed with the scent of flowers and plants, quite pleasant. The air in ancient times was truly good. Beixuan sniffed and gave a mental thumbs up. Suddenly his eyes brightened slightly, as though he had sensed something. The alley wasn't wide, only 2 meters across. Blue stone slabs covered the ground, fitting end to end. On both sides stood abandoned courtyards where the mating calls of stray cats occasionally echoed. Beixuan's entrance didn't disturb anyone. Rain continued to fall on the bluestone slabs, making ticking sounds. Halfway through, Beixuan stopped and stretched. Dark night and high wind. Truly a good time for killing. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw 2 figures appear at either end of the alley without warning. For people dressed in black robes with ghost masks, positioned one in front and one behind, completely cutting off his escape route. Beixuan showed no surprise at seeing them, having anticipated this. After glancing at them, he sneered, 3 experts at the 3rd level of the innate realm. What quite a display. You're so eager to kill me to silence me. Director Ma's death is indeed connected to you all. One of the 2 black-robed figures in front stepped forward. He looked at Beixuan. Officer Yi, you're a clever man. Hand over Ma Shuang's secrets, and I'll give you 1,000 taels of gold and guarantee no harm will come to you. 1,000 taels of gold. What a big fish indeed. In the Great Li Dynasty, the exchange rate between gold and silver was 1 to 100. 1,000 taels of gold equaled 100,000 taels of silver. Moreover, while it was easy to exchange gold for silver, converting silver back to gold was far more difficult, requiring at least a 10% premium to make the transaction. However, Beixuan countered with some disdain. Do you believe your own words? In that case, I'll send you to meet Ma Shuang. Attack! At the black-robed figure's command, the other 3 moved almost simultaneously, closing in on Beixuan from both front and rear. These 3 coordinated their efforts, unleashing combat power comparable to typical mid-stage innate realm. Clang! Beixuan didn't waste words and drew the embroidered spring saber at his waist. At the same time, his skin and bones surged with energy throughout his body. The golden bell cover and iron shirt technique fully activated. Not dodging or avoiding, he swung his blade straight down at the 2 behind him. In this strike, Beixuan offered no defense whatsoever, aiming to resolve the battle at maximum speed. The golden bell cover and iron shirt's defense could certainly withstand a single attack without issue. He wanted to catch them completely off guard. The two black-robed figures ahead hadn't expected Beixuan to be so ruthless. Yet neither of them changed their tactics either. They struck from different angles toward Beixuan, each aiming to kill with a single blow. At this moment, whoever flinched would inevitably fall behind. However, in an instant the expressions of the two black-robed figures became extremely astonished. There came a clang-clang. A body-refining martial artist. Realizing this after the strike, they reacted swiftly and attempted to defend themselves. But it was already too late. Beixuan's embroidered spring saber had already arrived. Squelch! The blade swept through cleanly. The necks of the two black-robed figures were severed in one strike. Two heads rolled away as blood gushed forth. After finishing these, Beixuan didn't even look as if he had not killed men, but two wild chickens. Then he fiercely struck upon behind him. True chi erupted, a golden dragon phantom broke through the air. Bang! Another cracking sound rang out. The black-clad man behind him was simultaneously struck, but Beixuan did not kill with this strike. The man spat a mouthful of blood and crashed heavily onto the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a Xiantian warrior and obtaining 80 idol points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a Xiantian warrior and dropping the secret manual Lingxi finger, obtaining 80 idol points. Two system prompt sounds flashed in Beixuan's mind. Lingxi finger. A trace of surprise appeared on Beixuan's face. Another secret manual dropped. And all this happened in the blink of an eye. From the moment the three men attacked to Beixuan drawing his blade, only a few seconds had passed. The entire battle was already resolved. The leading black-robed man had originally been holding his hands behind his back, looking completely composed. But at this moment his pupils suddenly widened as if he had never expected this scene to happen. Those were three Xiantian masters he had hired. He had thought it was a sure thing, but now in a brief moment they were all taken down by that young Jinyiwei. Run! The black-robed man, almost without any hesitation. He turned and fled. The other black-clad man who had fallen also struggled to get up. But just then, whoosh! Countless torches suddenly lit up in the night sky, illuminating the dark alley as bright as day. A full 40 to 50 Jinyiwei surrounded the place almost impenetrably. Leading them was Li Cheng. Li Cheng's face was cold. Arrest them! At his command, all the Jinyiwei simultaneously flung out iron chains from their hands. They looped them over the two fleeing men. This was a unique Jinyiwei method for capturing criminals, flying fish hooks. Each chain was forged from 100 refined fine steel. With these 40 or 50 flying fish hooks, even a late-stage Xiantian could not break free, let alone an injured Xiantian. In just an instant, the two men were already tied up like dumplings. Li Cheng quickly walked up to the leading black-robed man and tore off his face veil. A middle-aged man appeared in his sight. The moment he saw this middle-aged man, Li Cheng's eyes narrowed. Salt Transport Bureau Deputy Commissioner Su Kuan. Salt Transport Bureau Deputy Commissioner. Upon hearing this name, all the Jinyiwei present were startled. This was a fifth-rank official position. Moreover, he was in charge of the Salt Transport Bureau, a department overflowing with wealth. Even a fourth-rank position wouldn't be exchanged for this. They never imagined that this time they had caught the Deputy Commissioner of the Salt Transport Bureau. Su Kuan looked at Li Cheng, still trying to struggle in desperation. Jinyiwei, you arrest a high-ranking court official without evidence. Are you rebelling? Li Cheng frowned, but was not flustered at all. Although he was merely a seventh-rank Jinyiwei Zongqi, which was nothing much within the Jinyiwei, he had no fear of officials outside the Jinyiwei. As the emperor's personal guard, the Jinyiwei had investigated and confiscated properties of countless high-ranking nobles and officials. A Salt Transport Bureau Deputy Commissioner was not something to be concerned about. Deputy Commissioner Su, if you have anything to say it in the Jinyiwei prison. He was about to wave his hand. But at this moment, an unexpected change occurred. The other black-clad man suddenly let out a muffled groan, black blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and he died instantly. Such a change caught everyone off guard. A death warrior. Beixuan raised his brows. Hiding poison in the mouth. Wasn't that something only in novels? I didn't expect to actually encounter it. Li Cheng checked the man's breath, his face somewhat grim. I was careless. He had been too focused on Su Kuan and never expected this black-clad man to be so resolute. But how could Su Kuan, a court salt transport commissioner, have Xiantian-level death warriors? It wasn't that Li Cheng looked down on him, but training death warriors was extremely demanding, requiring training from childhood. Such death warriors could only appear in some large families. Su Kuan had only been salt transport commissioner for 2 or 3 years, so his foundation naturally couldn't be that deep. Perhaps he could train a few ordinary death warriors, but at the Xiantian level, absolutely not. Uncle Li, what is this? Beixuan suddenly noticed a small tattoo behind the ear of that death warrior. It was a black dragon. but the dragon had no claws, quite strange. However, upon seeing this tattoo, Li Cheng's face changed drastically. He gave Yi Beixuan a meaningful glance. Take them back first. Li Cheng waved his hand, and they escorted Su Kuan and the 4 corpses back. On the road, Li Cheng said seriously to Yi Beixuan, "Beixuan, this time we might have provoked a formidable existence." "Is it that tattoo? Uncle Li, what exactly is that?" Yi Beixuan naturally knew what Li Cheng was referring to. Earlier, when arresting Su Kuan, the Salt Transport Commissioner, he had been fearless. But how did seeing that tattoo change everything? That is the mark of the Dragon God sect. Those 3 men were death warriors trained by the Dragon God sect. Li Cheng spoke solemnly. Upon hearing this name, Yi Beixuan's expression also changed instantly. Dragon God sect. Although Yi Beixuan had only been transmigrated for a short time, and had only been in contact with the Jinyiwei for a few days, he was not unfamiliar with the Dragon God sect. This sect had always been a taboo for the Jinyiwei, the 6 Doors, and even the entire Great Li. Ever since the Great Li's founding emperor, the succession had been illegitimate. Especially the current emperor's lineage. It was not the direct line originally. It was the 6th son of the founding emperor who killed his nephew and seized the throne. However, there were rumors that the crown prince's grandson who was killed had not died, but had escaped into the martial world. This Dragon God sect had countless connections with that crown prince's grandson. This sect had always taken overthrowing the Great Li as its mission. It had strict internal hierarchy. Besides the sect leader, there were left and right envoys and the 12 dragon spirits. Below them were 36 hall masters and 108 protectors. Experts were as numerous as clouds, and there were even more than 1 Tianren ancestor. In the past 200 years, it had stirred up storms within the Great Li more than once, always a thorn in the Great Li's side. Moreover, the Dragon God sect was very mysterious. No one had ever known where its headquarters was. Until 30 years ago, the Dragon God sect supported a prince in launching a rebellion. They dispatched all their forces. In the end, they were suppressed by the Great Li, and the Dragon God sect was destroyed. It had been silent for decades. Unexpectedly, they encountered it here again. Facing such a behemoth, even Yi Beixuan felt a chill in his heart. Being targeted by the Dragon God sect without absolute strength was definitely not a good thing. But don't worry too much. After all, this is the capital. Even the Dragon God sect would absolutely not dare to act in the capital. Moreover, a mere deputy salt transport commissioner probably wouldn't be of much interest to the Dragon God sect. And this time we've made a great contribution. Li Cheng quickly calmed his mind and revealed a faint smile. Yi Beixuan also nodded. This reported information would surely cause a sensation. The capital's salt transport commissioner actually had connections with the Dragon God sect. Soon the entire officialdom would be shaken. Of course, all this had nothing to do with him. The Jinyiwei, only responsible for arresting people, the headache was the higher-ups' problem. Returning home, he had just sat cross-legged on the bed when the system prompt rang in Yi Beixuan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the system task. Resolve the official murder case. Task completed. Reward obtained 9 Sons Divine Art, 10 years of cultivation. Boom! Within Yi Beixuan's Dantian Sea of Qi, the familiar true Qi began to erupt, propelling his realm to ascend rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he reached the peak of the Hotian 9th level. And in his mind, the incantations and operation methods of the 9 Sons Divine Art swiftly emerged. Let him be strong, let him be strong. The gentle breeze caresses the mountain ridge. Let him be fierce, let him be fierce. The bright moon shines upon the great river. Let him be ruthless, let him starve. I alone have enough true Qi. As Yi Beixuan softly recited, he felt a surge of pure yang internal force erupt within his body. The 9 Sons Divine Art was a secret manual dedicated solely to internal cultivation, possessing no external techniques. Yet its grade was terrifyingly high, no less than martial skills like the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms, and even superior. It was the ultimate internal cultivation method in the martial world, comprising a total of 9 levels. First level Ethereal Purple Qi, second level Marrow Cleansing and Sinew Transformation, third level Supreme Yang Heat, 9th level Strengthening with Use. Upon reaching the peak, internal force regenerates at an astonishing speed, becoming inexhaustible. It could even forge an indestructible body immune to all poisons, and specifically countering any cold or internal force. Excellent. With the 9 Sons Divine Art, my realm will undoubtedly skyrocket in a short time. Thus, even the Dragon God sect holds no fear for me. Yi Beixuan sensed the 9 Sons Divine Art, and a look of delight spread across his face. He turned his gaze to his system panel. Host Yi Beixuan, age 18, realm Hotian 9th level, idle cultivation techniques 18 Dragon, Subduing Palms max, Lingbo Weibo max, Golden Bell, Iron Shirt max, 9 Sons Divine Art, Spirit Finger idle points 690. There were still 690 idle points. Such a meager amount was clearly insufficient to train the Nine Suns divine art to its maximum level. Moreover, the peerless skill Spirit Finger also required attention. Spirit Finger, the signature technique of Lu Xiaofeng. No colorful phoenix wings on the body, but a heart connected by spirit. This finger art could both attack and defend, and was a supreme acupoint seizing skill. A single finger strike could kill without a trace, devastating yet elegant. With this technique, Yi Beixuan no longer feared sneak attacks from hidden weapons. I'll allocate most of the idle points to cultivating the Nine Suns divine art. My current strength is still insufficient. Yi Beixuan mused briefly. He made a decision at once. System. Invest 500 idle points into the Nine Suns divine art. With Yi Beixuan's command. On the 13th day of idle cultivation with your talent and relentless practice, your Nine Suns divine art has advanced successfully, breaking through the first level. On the 67th day of idle cultivation, through your constant training, your Nine Suns divine art has improved, further reaching the second level. On the 184th day of idle cultivation, you have become thoroughly familiar with the Nine Suns divine art. During your practice, a flash of insight allowed you to reach the third level. You also felt the surging internal force of the Nine Suns divine art. On the 310th day of idle cultivation, as time passed, the true qi within your body grew increasingly robust. You broke through the third layer of the Nine Suns divine art in one go, attaining the fourth level. You discovered that your body had generated innate pure yang true essence. On the 500th day of idle cultivation, on the final day of your training, you persevered unremittingly and finally broke through the fifth layer of the Nine Suns divine art. Ding! This idle cultivation session has ended. Transmitting insights, please wait. Following the system's prompt boom, Yi Beixuan felt his entire body begin to tremble violently. The true qi formed by the Nine Suns divine art erupted like a tidal wave. Though only at the fifth layer, the stored true qi was terrifying to the extreme. It coursed rapidly through Yi Beixuan's 8 extraordinary meridians, prompting his realm to ascend. He was now at the peak of the Houtian 9th level. The next breakthrough would be to the Xiantian realm. Breaking through to Xiantian required not only vast amounts of primal energy, but also profound comprehension of a single internal technique. Many Houtian-level martial artists, due to insufficient insight, would be stuck at this stage for years, even decades, and some would never break through. But for Yi Beixuan, this was no problem at all. The fifth layer of the Nine Suns divine art was more than enough to support his cultivation into the Xiantian realm. In just a few minutes, an unprecedentedly violent internal force fluctuation erupted from Yi Beixuan's body. The originally pure true qi transformed into true essence. Xiantian. True essence was the hallmark of the Xiantian realm, born only when internal force was condensed to a certain degree. Each strand of true essence was equivalent to 100 strands of true qi, and the breakthrough to the Xiantian realm was precisely the condensation of true essence. An ordinary Xiantian cultivator could break through one sub-realm by condensing 1,000 strands of true essence. But geniuses and those who cultivated high-grade internal techniques naturally surpassed this limit. The deeper the comprehension of the technique, the more true essence one could condense. Within Yi Beixuan's dantian, strands of pure yang true essence began to appear. 1,000 strands, 5,000 strands, 15,000 strands. Time trickled by. The true essence within Yi Beixuan's body kept increasing. This cultivation session lasted over half an hour. In the end, he had condensed a total of 25,000 strands of true essence. Yi Beixuan's realm had also ascended to the Xiantian third level. Only then did he open his eyes, a sharp glint flashing forth. With just the fifth layer of the Nine Suns divine art, my cultivation has directly broken through to the Xiantian third level, and each sub-realm has condensed 8,000 strands of true essence. In terms of sheer true essence quantity, I already far surpass ordinary Xiantian peak experts. It seems the Nine Suns divine art is at least a heaven-grade mid-tier or above internal technique. Yi Beixuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The breath transformed into a sword of qi, piercing directly into the ground. Exhaling qi into a sword. Witnessing such a scene, Yi Beixuan was deeply satisfied. This wave of gains was immense. In just a single night, he had leaped from the Houtian 6th level to the Xiantian 3rd level. That was nearly an entire major realm. And with the foundation of the Nine Suns divine art coupled with his maxed-out techniques, he was invincible among Xiantian cultivators. It would be nice to have a saber technique as well. Yi Beixuan shook his head. One must not be too greedy. He had only been cultivating for a few days, yet he had already broken through to the Xiantian level. Moreover, he had mastered several top-tier secret manuals. With the system, saber techniques would certainly come in time. Let me train Spirit Finger a bit. Yi Beixuan looked at the remaining 190 idle points. Without further ado, he said, "System, invest all idle points into Spirit Finger. On the 10th day of idle cultivation, through your continuous practice and comprehension, Spirit Finger has successfully reached the beginner level. On the 62nd day of idle cultivation, the realm of Spirit Finger steadily increased, and on this day it broke through to proficient. On the 170th day of idle cultivation, you discovered the mysteries of Spirit Finger during training and wielded it with consummate skill. Your Spirit Finger has broken through to minor mastery. On the 190th day of idle cultivation, although Spirit Finger had improved somewhat during these days, it remained at the minor mastery mid-stage. Ding! This idle cultivation session has ended. Transmitting insights, please wait." The 190 days of idle cultivation had brought Spirit Finger to the minor mastery level. This was within Yi Beixuan's expectations. According to the system's judgment, the grade of Spirit Finger was only heaven grade low tier. Yet without several hundred days of idle cultivation, it would be absolutely impossible to train it to perfection. Still, even the minor mastery level of Spirit Finger was sufficient for his current needs. Now even a Xiantian-level hidden weapon ambush would certainly not escape Spirit Finger. Moreover, he could easily catch the weapons of ordinary Xiantian experts. This was no small boost to his strength. After finishing all this, Yi Beixuan for the first time did not sleep, but instead began to sit cross-legged in meditation. Today's events had exceeded his expectations, making him feel for the first time that the course of things was becoming difficult to control. Only by increasing his strength could he gain some sense of security. The next day, he received his power and went on duty. However, the entire Northern Pacification Office did not experience the upheaval Yi Beixuan had anticipated. When Li Cheng reported the matter to Baihu Yangshan looked shocked and said the case was beyond his jurisdiction and required thorough verification. After that, he hastily left the Baihu office. The entire incident then vanished without a trace, like a stone dropped into the sea. This left Yi Beixuan and Li Cheng utterly perplexed. Beixuan, something doesn't feel right. As the hour of sea approached, and Yangshan still hadn't returned, Li Cheng spoke to Yi Beixuan. Yi Beixuan nodded. Under normal circumstances, such a major affair involving the Dragon God sect would have caused a stir. Yet the entire morning had passed without any unusual developments. There wasn't even any discussion about it. Suddenly Lin Tao came rushing over from a distance, his face ashen. When he reached them, he blurted out, "Uncle Li, brother Yi, it's bad." "What happened?" Li Cheng asked. Lin Tao gasped for breath. "The prison. The prison. Deputy Salt Transport Commissioner Su Kuan is dead." "What?" At these words, Li Cheng shot to his feet. Yi Beixuan's expression also shifted slightly. "Let's go check it out." The embroidered uniform guard had many prisons. Each Qianhu hall contained 3 used to detain demons, ghosts, and mortals respectively. After Su Kuan was arrested yesterday, he was placed in the section for mortals. The prison guards were not particularly tight, but one must remember this was the Northern Pacification Office, the headquarters of the embroidered uniform guard. To attempt a jailbreak here was nothing short of a fool's dream. At least Yi Beixuan had never heard of any prisoner being rescued from this place. As for death, if the embroidered uniform guard didn't want you dead, you couldn't die even if you tried. Yet Su Kuan had died. After entering the prison, a crowd had already gathered. Baihu Yangshan, who had been missing all morning, was also there. Yi Beixuan looked at Su Kuan's corpse covered in bloodstains and with a bluish face. Without even checking for breath, he knew the man had already crossed the bridge of helplessness. His peripheral vision swept toward a corner, and his expression changed again. He strode quickly over. That was where the bodies of the 3 assassins from last night were placed. Originally 2 of them had been killed by Yi Beixuan's single slash to the throat, and the 3rd had died from poison with no other wounds. But now the faces of the 3 assassins were completely disfigured. Yi Beixuan turned over the spot where they had been marked with the Dragon God sect insignia yesterday. The skin there had been cleanly shaved off. He took a deep breath and stood up. He had already formed a conclusion. Yangshan approached and sighed. "Chiefly Deputy Chief, you claim Su Kuan colluded with the Dragon God sect, but now that Su Kuan is dead, there is no evidence to prove it." "Of course I am not doubting you too. It's just that this matter is too significant, and I don't know how to report it." Li Cheng clenched his fist slightly, but then relaxed. "Baihu, just tell the truth. We never expected Su Kuan to die inexplicably in our own prison." Yangshan chuckled. "Indeed, life and death are unpredictable. But since he was a rebel who attacked the embroidered uniform guard last night, his crime is unforgivable. I will immediately report to the Qianhu. Such a wretch must have his entire family executed and property confiscated. Then we will trouble you, sir." Li Cheng, Yi Beixuan, and Lin Tao left the prison. As soon as they stepped outside, Lin Tao spat angrily. "Bah! They're treating us like fools. Su Kuan's death is definitely connected to Yangshan." Li Cheng patted his shoulder to calm him down, then looked at Yi Beixuan. Beixuan, do you see? This is officialdom. The higher-ranking officer can crush you. Whatever Yangshan says, we have to listen. Yi Beixuan gained a more concrete understanding of the ancient dynasty. He had been too idealistic before thinking that capturing the culprit would solve everything. But reality had slapped him with a series of setbacks. It was still a matter of insufficient strength and rank. If he were now a grandmaster, or even a great grandmaster, he would have cut down Yangshan without hesitation if the man dared to spout nonsense. Afterwards, he could simply leave and roam the martial world. But he was only at the Xiantian realm, unable to crush all obstacles. Yi Beixuan nodded without speaking. Lin Tao couldn't help asking, Uncle Li, why is Yangshan doing this? Could he be a member of the Dragon God sect too? Li Cheng glanced around to ensure no one was nearby, before saying, don't talk nonsense. This isn't something we should meddle in. No matter whose man he is, remember this, in the embroidered uniform, guard the less you know, the longer you live. After saying this, Li Cheng still felt some frustration. He continued, last night when I went back, I checked some information. I found that Su Kuan got his position as Deputy Salt Transport Commissioner because he clung to a powerful patron. A patron? Who? Lin Tao asked curiously. Li Cheng's expression grew complicated. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the son of the Pingnan Marquis. The son of the Pingnan Marquis. Yi Beixuan was slightly startled at the name. He knew about the Pingnan Marquis, one of the 36 marquises of the Great Li dynasty. The title had been passed down since the founding of the dynasty, and this was the sixth holder. The family was flourishing. His eldest daughter had entered the palace at a young age and was now an imperial consort. The family's influence was among the top tier in Jinling, with numerous experts in their residence. They were undoubtedly one of the supreme, noble houses of Great Li. The Pingnan Marquis had 3 sons, all holding high positions. The eldest, Xiao Mingzhi, had even attained the position of Vice Minister of the Revenue Ministry, a second-rank official, and the Salt Transport Commission was under the jurisdiction of the Revenue Ministry. In an instant, Yi Beixuan understood. Su Kuan was Xiao Mingzhi's man. When they arrested Su Kuan last night, Xiao Mingzhi must have received the intelligence immediately. A figure of such stature could easily have someone killed in the embroidered uniform guard prison with just a few words. Perhaps when they reported the information to Yangshan, there was already someone from the vice minister's office listening nearby. As for why Su Kuan, a subordinate of that vice minister, colluded with the Dragon God sect, and could even command its assassins, whether the vice minister himself was involved, no one knew. But this clearly had nothing to do with Yi Beixuan. Even if Xiao Mingzhi was also a member of the Dragon God sect, and the Dragon God sect were to overthrow Great Li tomorrow, he would simply become an official under the new emperor. It wasn't him who would die, so why should he care? He just wanted to earn merit and climb the ranks. He didn't give a damn how rotten the court became. Just after finishing lunch, Yi Beixuan and Li Cheng suddenly received orders passed down from Commissioner Lu Fengping. By imperial decree, Su Kuan's nighttime ambush on the Jinyiwei is an unforgivable crime. You two are ordered to proceed to the Su residence and apprehend all members of his household awaiting further judgment. For a 5th-rank official like Su Kuan, an imperial writ was unnecessary. A verbal command sufficed. Only officials of the 4th rank or higher would receive a formal edict when their households were confiscated. Upon hearing this, Yi Beixuan and Li Cheng cheerfully led their men off to conduct the confiscation. Along the way, many common folks spotted the Jinyiwei mobilizing in such force, and their suspicions ran about 7 or 8 shades dark. Which direction are the Jinyiwei marching toward? Looks like another official's house is being raided. Indeed, once the Jinyiwei set into motion, survival was never in the cards. One can only wonder what transgression has drawn their ire, or whether this is another case of wrongful accusation. The murmurs of the commoners meant nothing to Li Cheng and the others. They had carried out so many confiscations it hardly registered anymore. Throughout ancient dynasties, numerous officials had their households raided, several each year, large and small. And it was always the Jinyiwei who carried out these executions. Su Kuan had boldly conspired with the Dragon God cult, though that charge had been suppressed. The outright assassination attempt against the Jinyiwei caught red-handed constituted treason, a far graver offense. Confiscating his household was merely the first step. His 3 paternal lines would likely face annihilation soon enough. They arrived at the Su residence gates. The Su family had likely not yet received word of Su Kuan's arrest. 2 servants still guarded the entrance. At the sight of the Jinyiwei approaching, their faces drained of color, trembling as they stammered, "What are you people? Don't you know this is the residence of the Deputy Salt Transport Commissioner?" No one paid them any mind. Surveying the magnificent mansion gate, Li Cheng couldn't help but curse, "Damn that old bastard. His death serves him right. He's been extorting wealth for years, and for a 5th-rank official, this estate rivals some 4th-rank ministers." Lin Tao charged forward. "Sir, I'll breach the door." Drawing his embroidered spring blade, he bellowed at the 2 servants, "By imperial decree, this household is under confiscation. Resistance means death. Channeling his inner energy, he cleaved through the heavy doors in one stroke. Meanwhile, Li Cheng waved his hand. Surround the residence. Not a single creature escapes. Yes, sir. The Jinyiwei officers, restless and eager, drew their blades and surged into the Su compound. The servants and household guards within had already sensed the commotion when Lin Tao broke down the door. Having never witnessed such a display of force, they collapsed to the ground in terror, too frightened to resist. Meanwhile, Li Cheng and Yi Beixuan dismounted and strolled through the residence as calmly as if taking a leisurely walk. But as they entered the rear courtyard, they were blocked. A heavily made-up woman weighing nearly 200 caddies, flanked by 2 maids, strode forth from the inner quarters with imposing authority. Behind her trailed numerous Su household servants. The portly woman planted her hands on her hips and screamed at the Jinyiwei. You wretched curs, do you have any idea who my husband is? How dare you come barging into my Su residence like this? It must be an error in the imperial decree. Just wait until my husband returns, and you'll pay dearly. The Jinyiwei hesitated, momentarily stunned. They were the lowest-ranking officers accustomed to dealing with household guards. This stout woman was likely Su Kuan's wife, and they feared executing her without explicit orders. Yi Beixuan and Li Cheng hurried over at the commotion. The obese woman, perhaps emboldened by years of privilege, seemed convinced that her words carried weight with the officers. She immediately turned her fury toward them. Are you the leaders of these dog bastards? Get out of my Su residence at once. Yi Beixuan and Li Cheng exchanged glances and laughed. Shall I handle this, or will you, Beixuan? Yi Beixuan waved his hand dismissively. Uncle Li, you know, I never strike women. Li Cheng nodded and approached the stout woman. Unaware of their exchange, she opened her mouth to speak again. But Li Cheng's scabbard connected with her face in one swift motion. Her considerable weight meant nothing against him. Half her face was shattered, teeth spraying from her mouth as she collapsed onto the ground, wailing in agony. Li Cheng casually waved his hand. Take her away. Yes, sir. Jinyiwei officers immediately seized the woman and dragged her away. The remaining servants fell to their knees, begging for mercy. Li Cheng showed them no harshness, but simply ordered them all taken back to the Jinyiwei headquarters. As mere servants, they would likely be released once the official household was processed. No immediate danger to their lives. With the obstruction removed, the Jinyiwei pushed into the rear courtyard without delay. The confiscation dragged on for over half the morning. Yet the results proved deeply unsatisfactory. Several Jinyiwei officers approached Li Cheng with grim expressions. Commander, we've searched most of the Su residence, but have only recovered 300 taels of gold and 13,000 taels of silver. The antiquities and artworks amount to merely 5 or 6 pieces. Hearing this, Li Cheng frowned. 10,000 taels might seem substantial for an ordinary 5th-rank official. Many could scarcely amass such savings. But the problem was Su Kuan was the deputy salt transport commissioner. This meager sum couldn't even cover a tenth of his mansion's value. Have you checked for hidden chambers? Yi Beixuan asked. We've located 2 secret rooms, sir, but found no gold or silver within them. The man knows how to conceal his wealth. Li Cheng snorted, certain they simply hadn't found everything yet. Keep searching. Turn over every corner. I find it hard to believe there's anywhere we haven't checked. Yes, sir. The officers responded and resumed their search. Yi Beixuan and Li Cheng prepared to join them personally. Brother Yi, Uncle Li, we found another secret chamber. Yi Beixuan and Li Cheng, who were also searching, heard Lin Tao's call. They exchanged a glance and made their way toward him. The chamber's entrance was unremarkable, not within Su Kuan's own quarters, but built beneath an abandoned warehouse. Damn it, this Su Kuan really knows how to hide things, but nothing escapes my eyes. Lin Tao boasted proudly. Enough boasting. Open this chamber, Yi Beixuan said, giving the young man a nudge. Lin Tao wasted no time searching the warehouse until he located the mechanism entrance. He twisted it directly. Creak. A massive stone slab on the ground slowly opened. Yi Beixuan and Li Cheng jumped directly into the secret chamber. It was not large, roughly 4 or 5 zhang across. 6 or 7 luminous night pearls hung on the walls on either side. The moment the box opened, a brilliant golden radiance erupted from within the chamber. Upon seeing what lay inside, even Yi Beixuan and Li Cheng's eyes widened in astonishment. Holy shit! So much gold! What the hell did this old bastard sell his ass for all this? Lin Tao's jaw dropped in sheer shock. The box was filled to the brim with gleaming gold ingots, each one weighing a full 10 taels. Yi Beixuan picked up a gold ingot. He had to admit its texture was exceptionally fine, even better than the touch of the most delicate woman. Beixuan, look. Li Cheng's expression suddenly shifted. He brought the bottom of a gold ingot before Yi Beixuan. Engraved on it were the words Dali Pure Gold. Official silver. Yi Beixuan drew a sharp breath. Without needing further instruction, Lin Tao had already opened the remaining 4 chests. There was no need to guess. They were all filled with gold. Each chest holds roughly 5,000 taels of gold, so that's 20,000 taels in total. Lin Tao was stunned into speechlessness. 20,000 taels of gold was equivalent to 2 million taels of silver. Such an astronomical figure. Not even in his wildest dreams would he dare to imagine it. Li Cheng's face was also filled with shock. He knew Su Kuan had considerable wealth, but this was simply too much. I've always heard that the salt transport office has been mismanaged in recent years, with profits far lower than before. Who would have thought? It was all embezzled into this beast's pockets. No. Yi Beixuan shook his head. Given Su Kuan's capabilities, he would never dare, nor could he possibly embezzle such a vast sum. This money should belong to those above him. Li Cheng was startled. You mean, that person in the Ministry of Revenue? Yi Beixuan did not deny it. Now he understood why Su Kuan had been so hastily silenced the moment he entered prison. That man knew far too many secrets. No one dared let him live. The mere sight of this gold was enough to shake the imperial court, prompting even the highest authorities to personally interrogate Su Kuan. If he uttered even half a word, it would spell disaster for many. Yi Beixuan said, Uncle Li, let's take this gold back first. We'll need to be extra cautious for a while. Li Cheng nodded gravely. Originally arresting Su Kuan was nothing significant. After all, he was only a 5th-rank official with little impact. Dead or alive, it mattered little. But they never expected to uncover such immense wealth in Su Kuan's residence. It was enough to prove that Su Kuan was far more important to those people than they had imagined. Naturally, they had cut off the income stream of those individuals, and there was a high chance they would not let them go. Uncle Li, brother, what are you talking about? Only Lin Tao remained utterly bewildered. They had uncovered so much gold. Shouldn't they be celebrating? Why did the two of them look so grim? Yi Beixuan said, it's nothing. We were just praising your great achievement. Really? Lin Tao was delighted. Really? Li Cheng also nodded. That's wonderful. Lin Tao grinned foolishly. Well, see, fooling a simpleton really works. He ordered the embroidered uniform guard laborers to lift the chests. Li Cheng recorded all the gold from the chests. This raid was successfully concluded. Of course, apart from this gold of the openly visible 10,000 plus taels of silver, Li Cheng recorded only 1/3. The rest was distributed among the brothers. Every embroidered uniform guard wore a beaming smile. They were quite satisfied with this haul. Subsequently, the group sealed Su's residence, carried the gold, and escorted Su Kuan's family away. All of this was observed by a spy outside the residence. The spy, seeing the embroidered uniform guard depart, melted into the marketplace. Back at the Northern Pacification Office, Li Cheng, Yi Beixuan, and 4 other small flag officers under Li Cheng went to the 1,000 Household Hall to report. The raid mission had been ordered by the 1,000 Household Commander, so there was no need to report to Yangshan. Beixuan, this is your first time meeting the 1,000 Household. Be respectful. Outside the 1,000 Household Hall, Li Cheng reminded Yi Beixuan. The 1,000 Household Commander was far above the 100 Household. He was a true high-ranking officer in the embroidered uniform guard. Each 1,000 Household could independently establish his own hall, manage all his subordinates, and even promotions were solely decided by the 1,000 Household. His power was terrifying. In the embroidered uniform guard, offending 100 Household might still leave a way out. But offending 1,000 Household meant certain death, without even knowing how. Yi Beixuan nodded. He entered the 1,000 Household Hall. There he saw a middle-aged man seated in the center of the hall, sporting a full beard and wearing a blue flying fish robe. Even though he was simply sitting, his aura was imposing, exuding authority without anger. This man was none other than Lu Fengping, the 1,000 Household Commander of their hall. Greetings, Lord 1,000 Household. Yi Beixuan and the others bowed in unison. Lu Fengping nodded. How did the raid go? Reporting to you, my lord, we discovered a total of 20,000 taels of gold and 5,000 taels of silver at Su Kuan's residence, and a number of paintings and antiques. Li Cheng reported faithfully. Lu Fengping's eyes widened. How much gold? Clearly, even he was stunned by the figure. After all, in the capital, a single tael of silver could support a family of several for half a month. 20,000 taels of gold could sustain 1,000,000 households for a month. The number was wildly exaggerated. 20,000 taels. All in these chests, Li Cheng replied. Lu Fengping sprang from his seat and strode quickly to the chests. He pushed one open. After verifying the contents, he cursed the treacherous thief. Returning to his seat, he said to Li Cheng and Yi Beixuan, you have handled this case excellently, uncovering such a corrupt official. This is a great merit, and I will report it truthfully to my superiors. Li Cheng and Yi Beixuan, along with the other 4, immediately clasped their fists. Thank you, Lord 1,000 Household. Lu Fengping nodded slightly. With official matters concluded, his expression softened, and his gaze fell on Yi Beixuan with a hint of a smile. You are Yi Hai's son, aren't you? Your father was a veteran under my command, and he served with great merit over the years. Though he has passed, you have not brought shame to his name. You are a fine man. I heard that you made the greatest contribution this time, and even slew a second-level Xiantian cat demon. Yi Beixuan replied with neither arrogance nor humility, yes, my lord. Excellent. To possess such strength at your age shows remarkable talent. Cultivate diligently. I have high hopes for you. Thank you, my lord. You may go. After speaking, Lu Fengping waved his hand dismissively. Your subordinate takes leave. They exited the 1,000 household hall. The 4 small flag officers who had merely been bystanders all looked at Yi Beixuan with envy. They knew that after this, Yi Beixuan was destined for a meteoric rise. He was no longer on the same path as them. Let us congratulate Lord Yi in advance on his great merit, though the reward had not yet been announced. With this single merit and Yi Beixuan's cultivation level, promotion to captain was absolutely imminent. Perhaps this merit alone was already sufficient. Calling him Lord now was a way to build a closer relationship. Yi Beixuan smiled. You are too kind. Then Lord Yi and Captain Li can continue your conversation. We'll take our leave first. These 4 were perceptive men. After offering their congratulations, they promptly departed. After the 4 banner leaders disappeared, Li Cheng looked at Yi Beixuan. It seems that the Qinhu commander is unaware of the dragon god cult affairs. Yangshan must have concealed it. Yi Beixuan was not surprised. Although the Qinhu commander held great power, he oversaw many centurion stations and would not spare a thought for a 5th-rank official. Moreover, when they arrested the suspects, they had not openly announced their specific identities as assassins. For Yangshan, concealing it would not be difficult. In any case, the case is closed. Uncle Li, let's return. Near the end of the shift, the rewards for Yi Beixuan and Li Cheng were personally delivered by Centurion Yangshan. Li Cheng was promoted to acting centurion with a reward of 500 taels of silver. Yi Beixuan was also promoted to acting centurion with 300 taels of silver, granted a Earth-grade low-rank martial art, and allowed to choose freely from the treasure vault. Other banner leaders received 100 taels of silver, 3 minor merits, and the embroidered uniform guards received 50 taels and 2 minor merits. Congratulations to both of you. After delivering the order, Yangshan clasped his hands to Li Cheng and Yi Beixuan. Li Cheng's potential was exhausted. At most, he would rise from acting centurion to centurion. But his expression toward Yi Beixuan was complex. Within that complexity, Yi Beixuan sensed an unusual emotion. Thank you, centurion. Yangshan grunted and turned away. No one noticed the murderous intent lurking in his eyes. I underestimated this brat, but you've offended someone you shouldn't have. Go join your dead father. As Yangshan's figure vanished, the other 2 embroidered uniform guard banner commanders, Zheng Zibu and Yi Liang, quickly approached. Lord Yi, congratulations. Yi Beixuan had hardly interacted with these 2 before, but this time their expressions were unusually respectful and flattering. Li Cheng laughed heartily. No need to be so polite. I owe this honor to Beixuan. How about this tonight, Beixuan, and I will treat everyone to a feast. You must all come. Yi Beixuan nodded with a smile. As soon as he agreed, the 2 banner commanders immediately assented. They cared little about Li Cheng. At most, he was half a rank above them, with Yangshan above them all. But Yi Beixuan was different. He would surely become a centurion soon, and a Chiliarch was almost certain. Building a connection with him was a coveted opportunity. After setting the time, Yi Beixuan and Li Cheng went to the uniform distribution area to receive a set of flying fish robes and an embroidered spring blade appropriate for an acting centurion. The quality was naturally superior to that of a banner leader. After changing into the new attire and taking his token, Yi Beixuan headed straight for the treasure vault, curious about the place. This was one of the few places in the entire Northern Pacification Office that was completely closed to the public. Except for those above the rank of Chiliarch, others could only enter with a special reward. The treasure vault had 13 floors, the tallest building in the Pacification Office. It housed centuries of martial arts manuals, secret techniques, and divine weapons acquired by the embroidered uniform guard through raid and confiscation. Arriving at the entrance, Yi Beixuan showed his token to the guard and announced his name. He stepped inside. The moment he entered, his expression turned serious as 6 or 7 terrifying auras locked onto him, each at least at the Grandmaster level, especially the old man not far ahead. He appeared to be in his 60s or 70s, but Yi Beixuan could not guess his exact age. The pressure emanating from this old man was almost unprecedented. A Grandmaster, and not just an ordinary one, or else he would not have felt such pressure. The old man also appraised Yi Beixuan. A promising young man. You must be the newly promoted acting centurion here to claim your reward. The Earth-grade low-rank martial arts are on the 6th floor of the Scripture Pavilion. You have the time it takes to burn 2 incense sticks to choose. Do not wander elsewhere. Yi Beixuan clasped his fists. Understood. He ascended to the 6th floor. The collection of martial arts there was not vast, only a few hundred volumes. After flipping through a couple, Yi Beixuan grew disappointed. These earth-grade techniques were far inferior to the ones he practiced. I'll just find a blade art to practice for now. He had no shortage of internal arts lightness skills or palm techniques. The only thing he lacked was a blade art. He would make do with an earth-grade technique until the system granted him a new blade art. He then found a martial art called the demon-slashing blade art. It consisted of 9 moves of a fierce and powerful style, well suited for Yi Beixuan. With the immense strength granted by his maxed-out golden bell shield and iron shirt, he could unleash this technique at a level comparable to earth-grade mid-rank. He copied the scroll and saw that it was already time to end the shift. Without delay, he headed toward the pacification office gate. At the gate, Li Cheng, the 2 banner commanders Lin Tao, and others were already waiting. "Brother Yi, congratulations on your promotion," Lin Tao exclaimed excitedly, as if overjoyed for himself. "Stop flattering me. Today Uncle Li is treating us. Don't try to fleece me." Yi Beixuan laughed and scolded, naturally more casual with Lin Tao than with others. Lin Tao perked up. "Uncle Li, where are we going? You're a centurion now. At least a Jinyiwei gaily painted pleasure boat would suit your status." Li Cheng laughed heartily. "You little rascal really know how to take advantage. Fine, then it's the Jinyiwei gaily painted pleasure boat." Yi Beixuan had heard of the Jinyiwei River many times, but this was his first time setting foot on it. As night fell, the pleasure boats lit up like a dragon swimming, a magnificent sight. On the way, Lin Tao chattered on, telling Yi Beixuan that the Jinyiwei pleasure boats boasted 12 courtesans, whose fame resounded throughout the Great Li dynasty, causing countless wealthy men to fall at their feet. Each as bewitching as a 1,000-year-old fox spirit. "Have you seen them?" Yi Beixuan grew curious as Lin Tao, with his limited vocabulary, had managed to string together several idioms. Lin Tao's face fell. "No, I've only heard about them." Yi Beixuan. "Then why the hell are you bragging?" Sensing Yi Beixuan's doubtful gaze, Lin Tao desperately tried to prove himself. "Brother Yi, you have to believe me. My judgment is absolutely spot on." Yi Beixuan's remaining hope completely died. The group was not heading to those pleasure boats with renowned courtesans. The prices were simply outrageous. Even though Li Cheng was a zongqi and had saved quite a bit of wealth over the years, he could hardly afford such establishments. Their destination bore the name Tutang Pavilion. The name was delightfully vulgar, and when one frequented such houses, vulgarity was precisely the desired effect. As soon as they stepped inside, a matron in her 40s with heavy makeup hurried forward, her smile dripping with flattery. "Welcome, distinguished gentlemen, please come in." The Tutang Pavilion was not yet crowded, for this hour hardly constituted the prime time for such indulgences. The madam sensed that Li Cheng was footing the bill today and became all the more accommodating. This old fox looked nothing like his usual self from his days on duty at the Jinfu Sea. His face was lit up like a blooming wild chrysanthemum. "Bring us the finest seat." His movements were smooth and practiced, and all of it could be summarized in a single word: impressive. Upon hearing this, the madam's smile grew even wider. "Very well, sir. Might I ask what sort you prefer? We have everything to suit every taste." Yi Beixuan's eyes widened. It was simply his first time at such an establishment, and he had not anticipated so many options. But the others remained unfazed. Even Lin Tao, who was roughly his age, showed not the slightest surprise. Rather, they seemed utterly delighted. They were all seasoned veterans of the underworld, these men. Yi Beixuan silently marveled at the breadth of his own ignorance. "Brother Yi, what is your preference?" "I think that madam still has considerable charm. What say you?" Lin Tao winked at Yi Beixuan. Yi Beixuan. "Holy crap, man, you're truly starving. Your tastes are remarkably bold." While the two were chatting, Li Cheng had already concluded his arrangements with the madam and slipped in a banknote worth 100 taels of silver. The madam's seductive smile nearly engulfed Li Cheng's hand. Before long, row after row of young women filed in. Seeing these maidens, Yi Beixuan had to admit the madam was not exaggerating. These girls were indeed stunning in every way. They ranged from plump to slender, with every variety of beauty represented. No wonder this establishment could operate even in the imperial capital. They far surpassed those internet-famous beauties from his past life. Li Cheng selected a girl who appeared to be in her early 20s, and then it was Yi Beixuan's turn. Yi Beixuan scanned the maidens before him, his heart pounding with anticipation and a flicker of nervous excitement. This was hardly blameworthy. Anyone experiencing such a place for the first time would feel the same. Yet the maidens, upon seeing Yi Beixuan, also had light in their eyes. For all their experience among men in this boudoir, they rarely encountered someone like Yi Beixuan. In terms of looks alone, there might have been peers, but combined with his physique and bearing, he was simply flawless. In the end, Yi Beixuan chose a maiden roughly his own age, dressed in a crimson gown whose beauty was equally pleasing. The others' selections were equally conventional. Only Lin Tao darted back and forth among the women, thoroughly dissatisfied. Until finally his eyes gleamed with excitement upon spotting a woman whose age could only be estimated at over 30. That one. With the most crucial matter settled, everyone was thoroughly satisfied. They drank wine, listened to music, and enjoyed the attentive service of youthful beauties beside them. Beixuan sighed. What had he been living before some ascetic existence? This was truly where a man ought to be. He must make this a regular haunt. Capital City, Zhuke Ward. As the street closest to the imperial city, the defenses here were nothing short of absolute. Every mansion along Zhuke Street belonged to the towering nobility of Dali, and among them resided the Marquis of Pingnan's estate. As the founding Marquis of Dali and deeply favored by the Emperor, the Marquis of Pingnan's residence was vast in scope. Pavilions and terraces, carved railings, and jade thresholds adorned the grounds. Even in the dead of night, the Marquis mansion burned bright with lantern light. Groups of armored household soldiers patrolled its grounds. At this very moment, within the central courtyard of the Marquis residence, in a guest chamber, a middle-aged man draped in luxurious brocade radiating opulence raised a teacup and took a delicate sip while listening to a servant-like figure below deliver his report. Eldest young master, the silencing of Su Kuan has been carried out exactly as you ordered. Only one person in this mansion could be addressed as the eldest young master, Xiao Mingzhi, the eldest son of the Marquis of Pingnan and Vice Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, a high-ranking official of the second rank. Currently, the Marquis hardly managed household affairs, leaving most matters to Xiao Mingzhi's discretion. Upon hearing this report, Xiao Mingzhi nodded, his expression grim. Useless fools. After investing so much effort in training him, I never imagined he would fall to some lowly Jinyiwei Beixuan. Not only were this campaign's military funds entirely seized, but the Longshan cult was also exposed. His death is well deserved. Xiao Mingzhi's heart bled. Those 20,000 taels of gold were all his. Otherwise, how would Su Kuan have dared to embezzle such a colossal sum? But now it had all been confiscated by the Jinyiwei and submitted upstream. There was nothing he could do about it. Calm yourself, eldest young master. That Beixuan will not see tomorrow. According to intelligence provided by Yangshan within the Jinyiwei, they will be at the Qinhe pleasure boat tonight. The lord of the Qinyan Hall has already dispatched assassins to retrieve those two heads. Xiao Mingzhi narrowed his eyes. This is not enough. Go see the lord of the Qinyan Hall again and order him to release the corpse demon once more. Kill that Jinyiwei officer Yangshan along with every member of his 100 household unit. We must ensure every soul present that night is silenced. Our plan cannot be leaked under any circumstances. The steward nodded. Yes. Qinhe pleasure boat. They drank from nightfall until the moon was high in the third watch. Li Shan and the others were utterly drunk, their bodies burning with fire, and had already gone to quench their flames. Even Lin Tao, that lad, followed them out. Before leaving, he didn't forget to shoot Beixuan a glance implying that his spear technique had reached perfection, and if he didn't believe it, they could compare whose skill was superior. In response to Lin Tao's provocation, Beixuan replied with an international friendly gesture telling him to get lost. The entire private room was left with only Beixuan. Master, the night is deep, let us also go to rest. The red-dressed maid serving beside Beixuan was somewhat anxious. Being chosen by Beixuan today, her girlfriends were all envious. She had never encountered such a distinguished young master. She sat down entirely beside Beixuan, hearing the maiden's call. Beixuan, however, had no interest in that. The woman before him was fine, but drinking and flirting was acceptable. Anything else was out of the question. He did not enjoy having any kindred spirits. No need, I'm not available today. Having said that, Beixuan resolutely rose and left, leaving only the red-dressed girl with a resentful expression. Inconvenient. Are you on your period too? He walked out of the pleasure boat. It was now past 3 in the morning. The lights of the boat were also extinguished. Beixuan leaned against the railing at the bow, watching the bright moon fall upon the water ripples undulating, a gentle breeze blowing. Large plump fish circled around the boat. In the distance, the sound of a zither could be heard. Suddenly, Beixuan's brows furrowed. Swoosh! The sound of something cutting through the air came. Without a second thought, Beixuan moved his fingers. Spirit finger. The next moment, a sharp arrow glinting with cold light appeared between his two fingers. Beixuan's expression turned cold. Seeking death. He flicked his hand. Whoosh! The arrow shot back toward its origin with an even more terrifying speed, directly exploding into a corner of the boat. In that corner, a dark figure grunted, turned around, and fled. This was clearly an ambush. However, Beixuan was bold because of his superb skills. He had just broken through to the Xiantian realm and was worrying about having no one to test his strength. And now they came. At his current level, as long as it wasn't a Grandmaster level attack, he was not afraid at all. Even if it were a Grandmaster, escaping would be a breeze for him. Executing lightness skill, he followed the black-clad man to a forest on the bank of the Qin River. Upon reaching this place, Beixuan's figure suddenly accelerated. With lightning speed, he stepped right behind the black-clad man. Then he pointed a finger at the black-clad man's head. Bang! This man was only at the early Xiantian realm, naturally unable to withstand this spirit finger. His head exploded instantly. He was deader than dead. Beixuan paid no heed, only scanning his surroundings. The night wind rustled the leaves, producing a soft sound. A killing aura spread out. Beixuan said, "Come out." Shua. As his words fell, three figures had already assumed a triangular formation surrounding Beixuan. One of them even had faint protective chi swirling around him. Late Xiantian. Beixuan looked at the three. One late Xiantian, two mid Xiantian. Are you from the Dragon God sect? The leading late Xiantian expert said coldly, "Good eyesight, but you'll be a dead man soon." Attack. He waved his hand. The other two mid Xiantian black-clad men had already charged in. These two were using a combined saber technique. It was quite exquisite and extremely lethal. Even an ordinary late Xiantian master would not dare to clash head-on with them. But Beixuan neither dodged nor avoided. He activated the nine-yang divine art to drive the spirit finger. Pure yang qi erupted. Clang. Two sounds of metal clashing rang out. The two black-robed men's sabers landed an inch from Beixuan's chest. But no matter how hard they exerted force, their blades could not advance a single inch. It was because Beixuan's slender fingers clamped firmly onto the blades. Your strength is mediocre. Beixuan moved his fingers. With a loud crack, the two refined steel blades snapped instantly. The two black-robed men saw the situation was dire and wanted to retreat immediately, but it was too late. Beixuan grabbed the two broken blade tips and flung them. The blade edges flew like thunderbolts. The two black-robed men reacted quickly. They swung their broken sabers, trying to block the incoming blade tips. But with Beixuan's strength, it was impossible for them to stop them. With a thud, the blade tips pierced into the chests of the two black-robed men, punching a bloody hole. They screamed once and fell to the ground lifeless. Two consecutive system notification sounds chimed. In just an instant, two mid-Xiantian experts were killed like weeds. The remaining late Xiantian black-clad man's pupils contracted sharply. He clearly hadn't expected Beixuan to be so powerful. From just that one strike, he could see that Beixuan's strength was definitely above late Xiantian, and stronger than him. An 18-year-old Xiantian was already monstrous enough. If he were an 18-year-old late Xiantian, even he dared not imagine it. Go. I must report to the Hall Master. We grossly underestimated this kid. With such strength at this age, we must kill him at all costs. Otherwise, if he grows up, he will definitely be a great menace to our holy sect. The black-robed killer thought, and with a flicker of his figure, he prepared to flee. Trying to leave, Beixuan revealed a cold smile. Although he was unarmed, his strongest combat skill was palm techniques. With just a beginning gesture, a soaring golden light spread out, directly locking onto the late Xiantian expert. This is palm force. Peerless Xiantian. The moment he was locked on, the black-robed assassin was almost scared out of his wits. In the world, martial artists, regardless of the weapon they cultivate, can wield it as if it were an extension of their own arm once they reach a certain level. The next step is subtle manipulation. It allows one to fully unleash the power of the weapon. After subtle manipulation comes the unity of man and weapon. However, this level is already extremely difficult. Even ordinary grandmasters cannot achieve it. For example, take two people who both use the saber with similar cultivation techniques and martial skills. If one has reached the unity of man and weapon in saber control, while the other is only at the subtle manipulation level, the battle will be without suspense. The subtle manipulation level might not even withstand 10 moves of the unity level. After the unity of man and weapon, one completely enters another level force. That is the ultimate realm of mastering a weapon. Anyone who wants to reach this level must comprehend a heaven-grade martial skill to perfection. Only then can they invoke the grand force of heaven and earth to fight. But cultivating a heaven-grade martial skill to perfection is extremely difficult. Even late grandmaster level may not be able to do it. If a Xiantian master comprehends force, then that Xiantian is absolutely invincible within the Xiantian realm. He is called a peerless Xiantian. Although Beixuan uses palm force, its essence is no different from saber force or sword force. It's just that he uses his palm as his weapon. As a Xiantian, his perception of force is extremely sensitive. Although he had never seen palm force before, but once he had felt a similar sharp aura from a grandmaster of the sword. Unexpectedly today, he saw it again from a Xiantian. Beixuan paid no mind to the words of the black-clad assassin. He struck. The 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms, Jinyiwei. An awe-inspiring palm force vast as the heavens crashed toward the black-clad assassin like an avalanche. Roar. A golden dragon burst through the void. Bang. Under a single palm strike, the black-robed grandmaster's body erupted, dissolving into a swirling mist of blood that scattered upon the wind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have earned 100 idol points. Within Beixuan's mind, the system's voice resonated. 100 idol points. Not bad. Palm force. Beixuan recalled those words from the black-clad assassin. During his earlier execution of the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms, he had indeed felt something utterly different from anything he had experienced before. That must be the so-called Palm Force. Yi Beixuan's gaze shifted to the 3 corpses lying before him. He casually lifted the robe of one of the black-clad figures. As expected, a dragon-shaped emblem, without claws, was revealed beneath. The Dragon God sect really dares to flaunt themselves, even sending post-nascent soul assassins to the capital. Looks like they've set their sights on me now. But fortunately their assessment of my strength is entirely wrong. And in the capital, deploying a grandmaster to act must be impossible. Then I fear nothing. With the system at his side, his pace of power growth would far exceed anyone's imagination. Before long, not only would he be able to kill grandmasters, even supreme grandmasters would fall to his hand. As long as one's strength was formidable enough, who cared about this Dragon God sect? If they dared to come, he would chop them all down. With that thought, Yi Beixuan stopped pondering further and began looting the 3 bodies. After all, scavenging the spoils was a habit that could not be ignored. The gains turned out to be surprisingly generous. He found no less than 5,000 taels of silver notes, enough to make Yi Beixuan's eyes gleam. This haul far exceeded what those yellow demons had yielded. Besides the silver, the most delightful discovery came from 2 secret manuals found upon the 3 bodies. One was a martial art named 9 Lives Sword, a lower-grade Earth-class technique worn by the black-robed Grandmaster. If practiced to its pinnacle, all 9 sword strikes unleashed simultaneously, capable of slaying any formidable foe. Pity he happened to encounter a monster like Yi Beixuan and never even drew his blade before being annihilated. The other manual was a blade technique called Chain Blade, practiced by those 2 pre-nascent soul mid-stage assassins. Though this blade technique was merely upper-grade heaven class, it could be combined with others. A maximum of 5 practitioners could form a unit. Together their combined strength could rival ordinary lower-grade Earth-class blade techniques. Although I have no use for these 2 techniques, I can sell them for a considerable sum. Given their rank, they're worth at least 10,000 taels. Yi Beixuan was in good spirits. He had originally assumed the Dragon God sect would be a major headache. Now it seemed they were nothing more than walking money bags. After finishing the loot, Yi Beixuan incinerated the 3 corpses into ash, then wiped away all traces of the fight. He left no clues behind. Just as he was about to head back, a voice suddenly rang out. Beixuan. Yi Beixuan paused and turned toward the sound. He saw Li Cheng stumbling toward him, a deep wound gashing his arm that exposed bone. Clearly he too had just survived a vicious battle. Uncle Li, were you targeted by the Dragon God sect as well? Yi Beixuan looked at Li Cheng. Li Cheng gave a bitter smile. Yes, fortunately, they didn't consider me a priority. Most of their forces were directed at you, which is how I barely escaped and managed to kill that assassin myself. Are you alright? Yi Beixuan shook his head. All dealt with. But I'm puzzled. How did these assassins know our exact location so precisely? If they had ambushed us at home, that might be understandable. But tonight neither of us returned home, and yet they still found us at this pleasure boat so quickly. Li Cheng froze for a moment and instantly grasped Yi Beixuan's meaning. Those Dragon God sect assassins, however skilled in covert arts, absolutely could not have gathered such detailed intelligence within such a short time frame. They even knew the itinerary. To be precise, the decision to come to this pleasure boat for wine and company had only been made after their official duties ended. Not more than a few hours had passed. For these assassins to pinpoint their exact location with such specificity, that pointed to only one conclusion. You mean, there's a mole? But those officers, the squadron leaders and squad commanders, who came to drink with us tonight, were with us the entire evening. They wouldn't have had the chance to pass information, would they? Li Cheng frowned. Not them. It's someone within the 100 household office, Yi Beixuan stated firmly. At his cultivation level, no Jinyiwei could pull such schemes right under his nose. They were out drinking and few knew of it. Only those invited within the 100 household office would have been aware. Li Cheng's expression darkened. Tonight among those I invited, everyone showed up except Captain Yangshan. Could it be Yangshan? Yangshan again. Though not yet confirmed based on his previous discoveries, Yangshan was indeed the most likely suspect. Considering this, Yi Beixuan felt the moment had arrived. Uncle Li, I'll be straight with you. Over the past few days I've sensed Yangshan harboring ill will toward me. I'm certain I haven't offended him. Could it be that my father had a feud with him? Li Cheng was taken aback, startled by the question. He did not answer immediately, as if struggling to find the right words. Seeing Li Cheng's reaction, Yi Beixuan's suspicion only grew stronger. Finally, Li Cheng sighed heavily. Since you want to know, I will not conceal it from you. Indeed, Yangshan once served as a squadron leader under your father. On one occasion, while handling a case, he killed many innocent people, and your father reprimanded him severely. Moreover, your father's death was suspicious. Huh? Yi Beixuan frowned. His late father's death was connected to Yangshan. That was something he had never anticipated. Uncle Li, please tell me everything. Li Cheng pulled out a flask of wine and tossed it to Yi Beixuan. He took a swig himself before beginning to speak in a measured tone. Through Li Cheng's account, Yi Beixuan finally pieced together what had truly happened. 10 days prior, the Jinfu office received a report of village 50 li outside the capital had suddenly been struck by a plague. An entire village's inhabitants had become terrified of sunlight and developed an insatiable craving for raw flesh and blood, devouring all the cattle and livestock alive, bones and all. After consuming flesh, these people grew immensely powerful, posing a severe threat to neighboring villages. They desperately requested reinforcements from the Jinyiwei. At the time, Commander Lu Fengping issued the order. He had originally assigned another 100 household officer Lu Zhen to investigate, but Lieutenant Lu happened to fall ill unexpectedly. So the mission fell to Yi Hai. Without a second thought, Yi Hai led his Jinyiwei troops to handle the matter. By the time they arrived at the village, dusk was already falling. Yi Hai intended to set up camp and enter the mountain village the following morning. But that very night, the watchman stationed nearby, a squadron leader named Yang Shan, suddenly sent out an attack signal. And the signal's location was inside the village. Though Yi Hai did not particularly like Yang Shan, he was still his subordinate, and he could not simply abandon him to his fate. Entering the village at night was far too dangerous, and after a full day's travel his Jinyiwei were exhausted. So Yi Hai simply led Yang Shan, whose father, the fallen squadron leader, was among the wounded, along with 3 other squad commanders to provide support. Rescue Yang Shan and return. But that one mission, Yi Hai never came back. According to Yang Shan's subsequent account, he claimed that Yi Hai had noticed something peculiar within the village and wanted to investigate further, so he ordered the injured to return to camp first. The other Jinyiwei, though puzzled, did not dwell on it, assuming it was simply a last-minute change of plans. But at midnight, the Jinyiwei camp was suddenly attacked. The entire contingent suffered heavy casualties and barely escaped back alive. Speaking of this, Li Cheng couldn't help but sigh. But this was the fate of a Jinyiwei. Unless one possessed exceptional strength, casualties among low-ranking members like them were all too common. After that, the Jinfu division was enraged. Captain Lu personally led his men to surround and massacre that village, slaughtering every last soul within its borders. But they never found your father's remains, nor could they locate the mastermind behind that village. Inside, there were only some corpse demons infected with the plague. Corpse demons in modern terms were simply zombies. My father risked everything to save Yang Shan. Yes. Li Cheng nodded. Although your father's death seemed suspicious, no one had evidence, so the matter had to be dropped. The ancient era fell far short of his previous life. When someone died without a body, there was no way to investigate. Fine, I understand. Yi Beixuan did not press further. Evidence. That was something the Jinyiwei needed, not him. Even though he had transmigrated, Yi Hai was still his adoptive father in this body. If Yi Hai had died in battle, he would have had nothing more to say. But now that this had happened, Yang Shan had to die. He would find an opportunity to slit his throat. A killing intent flashed through Yi Beixuan's eyes. However, he concealed it well. Returning to the painted boat, with Li Cheng, Yi Beixuan sat cross-legged in the middle of the room and gazed at his system panel. Host Yi Beixuan. Age 18. Realm 3rd layer of innate. Auto-cultivation techniques 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms max level, Lingbo micro steps max level, Golden Bell shield and Iron Cloth shirt max level 9, Yang divine skill 5th layer, Spirit connection finger small achievement, demon slaying blade technique. Auto-cultivation points 300. These points, which had originally been completely depleted, now had an extra 300 replenished. These auto-cultivation points aren't quite enough to practice anything else. Forget it, I'll just upgrade the demon-slaying blade technique to perfection first. Yi Beixuan thought for a moment, then made up his mind. System start auto-cultivating the demon-slaying blade technique. On the 3rd day of auto-cultivation with your talent, practicing the demon-slaying blade technique was far too easy. In merely 3 days you had already entered the realm. On the 31st day of auto-cultivation, through your relentless practice, you had grown increasingly proficient with the demon-slaying blade technique and successfully broke through to the mastery level. On the 78th day of auto-cultivation, by chance you fell into a moment of sudden enlightenment while practicing the demon-slaying blade technique. Upon awakening, you discovered your technique had skipped the small achievement stage and advanced directly to the great achievement phase. On the 145th day of auto-cultivation, through your day-after-day efforts, the demon-slaying blade technique fulfilled its promise and reached perfection. Hearing these words, a faint smile appeared on Yi Beixuan's face. After opening the Ren and Du meridians, his natural aptitude was truly formidable. In just over 140 days, he had mastered a heaven-grade martial art to perfection. But this enlightenment was interesting. It directly bypassed the small achievement stage, saving him considerable effort. Just as Yi Beixuan was about to terminate the auto-cultivation, suddenly, a new notification appeared on the auto-cultivation page. On the 280th day of auto-cultivation, after continuously using the perfection-level demon-slaying blade technique, you suddenly realize that the technique might still be capable of further breakthrough. However, your time has run out. You have recorded this insight and will await the next auto-cultivation session. Ding! This auto-cultivation session has ended. Your insights are being transmitted. Please wait. Boom! Within Yi Beixuan's mind, a flood of memories and insights swept through like a tidal wave. His comprehension of the demon-slaying blade technique continued to deepen. He sat cross-legged on his bed, continuously absorbing and refining them. After nearly half a chens, the traditional 2-hour period, he finally completed the absorption of all his insights. Yi Beixuan grabbed the embroidered spring blade beside him, and his figure flickered. He emerged directly from the room, his lingbo micro steps allowing him to tread upon the rippling waters of the Qin River. Landing gracefully upon a bamboo pole, he drew his blade. With just a single grip, an aura of natural harmony surged outward in all directions. The long blade swept through the air. Yi Beixuan's entire figure danced and shifted continuously. The perfected demon-slaying blade technique flowed from his every movement. Almost there. Still not quite. As he continued his blade work, Yi Beixuan sensed something missing from the weapon in his hand. He pondered intently. The surrounding water waves split, then fell again. Watching the waves converge and scatter, Yi Beixuan's eyes suddenly lit up. This is it. His blade moved even faster. His entire being became completely immersed in the demon-slaying blade technique. He lost count of how many times he had swung. Crack! Within his heart it seemed as though some barrier had been shattered. And in that very instant, clang, the entire world seemed to ring with the cry of a blade. It was as though a peerless treasure blade had been drawn from its scabbard. An invisible blade, chi pierced the vast sky, coalescing into a dark blade silhouette. Fierce and awe-inspiring, its blade intent dominated the heavens. Merely glimpsing it caused one's eyes to sting. Northern Garrison Division. Treasure Vault. The old man who guarded the gate during daylight hours now lay within the pavilion. Beside him a wine gourd floated in midair, continuously pouring liquor into his mouth. The old man's face showed clear signs of intoxication. He looked rather content. But just then he suddenly seemed to sense something. His entire expression shifted slightly. The next instant, his figure vanished into thin air. He appeared directly atop the treasure vault beneath the vast starry sky. The old man gazed in one direction. A trace of surprise appeared on his face. What formidable blade chi! Which Grandmaster has comprehended blade intent? It seems the capital has gained another top-tier Grandmaster. Six Gates Headquarters. A middle-aged man was addressing 4 young constables nearby. At the moment that pitch-black long blade appeared, the middle-aged man raised his eyebrows. Blade intent. The 4 constables nearby froze upon hearing this, then their eyes widened in shock. Master, you're saying someone comprehended blade intent? The middle-aged man nodded slightly. Indeed, but matters of this caliber are beyond your concern. You are my 6 Gates gifted hunters of the younger generation, and all of you must rank among the top of the prodigy list. Currently 3 names appear on the Jinyiwei's roster. I refuse to let the 6 Gates fall behind. Yes, Master. That night, throughout the entire capital, numerous factions turned their gaze toward the heavens. Some were astonished, others filled with trepidation, and a few remained utterly indifferent. Regarding all that transpired outside, Yi Beixuan naturally knew nothing. Ding! Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the transformation stage with the demon-slaying blade technique. Ding! Congratulations, host, on comprehending blade intent from the demon-slaying blade technique. 2 system notifications echoed in succession within his mind, rousing Yi Beixuan from his cultivation. When he opened his eyes, he was struck by how everything had changed. He could clearly perceive that an extremely sharp aura emanated from his very being. Transformation stage. Blade intent. I've broken through. Yi Beixuan's entire face lit up with joy. The realm of perfection, or the so-called union of heaven and humanity. To attain such a state. Unless those top-tier prodigies or ancient heaven-touching monsters who occasionally experienced an epiphany crafted an entirely new martial art. Otherwise, it was virtually impossible to cultivate any martial art to the realm of perfection. He never expected such a profound harvest after his current cultivation cycle reached completion. Furthermore, he had directly comprehended blade intent. Blade intent was absolutely far more arduous than the realm of perfection blade technique. It signified refining a weapon to its absolute zenith. This time was purely a matter of fortuitous convergence. He had already undergone an epiphany during his meditation. Moreover, he had gleaned fresh insights from mastering the demon-slaying blade technique. Upon the conclusion of his cultivation, all these insights flooded his mind in a sudden deluge. Only then could Yi Beixuan seize the moment to achieve a qualitative breakthrough in his blade Dao. With blade intent comprehended the potency of any blade technique I wield henceforth will increase by more than tenfold. Beixuan was in exceptionally high spirits. With blade intent at his disposal, his overall combat prowess had surged dramatically. It would hardly be an exaggeration to hail him as a grandmaster of the blade Dao. Previously, Beixuan was merely considered invincible within the pre-heaven realm. Now he was fully capable of slaying an ordinary grandmaster. Excellent. In a few days I'll use Yangshan's head to temper my blade. A killing intent flickered in Beixuan's eyes. Vengeance should never be postponed. Even without irrefutable proof, Yangshan must die. Better to strike preemptively than to let him escape. The following dawn everyone assembled with an unspoken understanding. Together they departed from the painted pleasure boat. Returning to the 100 household office of the Northern Garrison Command, Household Master Yangshan was already present. Upon witnessing Beixuan and Li Cheng stride in chatting and laughing, Yangshan's entire demeanor stiffened. He couldn't help but cast a few lingering glances at Beixuan and Li Cheng. Under ordinary circumstances such a gesture might have passed unnoticed. Yet neither detail escaped Beixuan and Li Cheng. The two exchanged a silent glance. They were already 80% certain in their hearts. Yangshan was undoubtedly entangled in last night's assassination attempt. This lent Beixuan yet another compelling reason to ensure Yangshan's demise. But 100 household was not so easily slain, particularly since Yangshan seemed to have sensed danger, remaining completely dormant these past days and performing night watch duties at the embroidered uniform guard headquarters every evening. 3 days elapsed, yet Beixuan still failed to find an opening. These 3 days were extraordinarily tranquil. Even the dragon god cult had ceased dispatching assassins. Over those 3 days he had also accumulated 3 years of cultivation, leaving his realm mere breaths away from a breakthrough. That day, while Beixuan was in his quarters joking with Lin Tao, an embroidered uniform guard operative strode swiftly through the door and handed him a case dossier. Household Master Yi, a new case requires your personal attention. Hearing this, Lin Tao instantly brightened. Finally a mission. Thanks to his previous merits, he had been appointed as a newly promoted standard officer by Thousand Household Lu Fengping the day prior, and had since taken over Beixuan's post. Beixuan accepted the dossier and shot him a good-natured rebuke. Though slaying Yangshan was his recent objective, official duties still demanded fulfillment. However, after a mere glance at the contents, Beixuan's smile gradually vanished. The incident occurred in a village on the outskirts of the capital. A month ago, the villagers had suddenly been struck by a collective dream. They dreamed of a deity named Yinshan Tudi who claimed to have attained the Tao and recently wished to wed, requiring the village to offer a maiden to him in 3 days' time. The family that surrendered the woman would not only receive 20 taels of gold, but their entire village would also come under the protection of Yinshan Tudi, ensuring favorable weather and bountiful harvests. Upon waking, the villagers not only failed to resist, but half convinced actually handed over a certain family's daughter. That very night the maiden was whisked away by a wedding procession beating gongs and drums. Moreover, 20 taels of gold were indeed found awaiting in the bride's home. Witnessing this, the villagers at the time lost their minds entirely. 20 taels of gold. That was an astronomical fortune. Families with daughters bitterly lamented why it hadn't been their own daughters who were given away. What followed was even more grotesque. Those villagers actually began praying of their own volition, hoping to offer additional daughters, and beseeching the earth god to grant them favor. The following day they received the reply they desired. In the dream, the married maiden adorned in gold and silver, her face radiant with joy. She said the earth god, moved by grace, had granted their plea. Henceforth, every 3 days a maiden could be wedded to the temple to enjoy divine blessings. Once these words spread, every villager scrambled to surrender their daughters. This continued for over a month, resulting in no fewer than 8 maidens being sacrificed. Every family had received their gold, and everyone was overwhelmingly elated. No one cared about the fate of the married-off maidens, though in their hearts they all understood they were most likely dead. It wasn't until 2 days ago when the time for the next wedding fell upon them. What should have been a final heartbreaking parting. Ironically, the family chosen that time was actually the one whose father had petitioned for the opportunity. However, the maiden's mother would rather die than consent. She ultimately escaped the village, but perished on her journey to the capital to report the crimes. It was only when a constable discovered the woman's corpse that the matter was finally forwarded to the embroidered uniform guard. After finishing the dossier, Beixuan's expression turned terrifyingly grim. As a man of the modern era, he had never imagined such a genuinely superstitious and backward village could truly exist, sacrificing living humans to indulge a deity's whims. A truly astonishing revelation. Moreover, this so-called Yinshan Tudi was of course no mere celestial being. Who knew what demon or monster had taken its form? Brother Yi, what's wrong? Seeing the expression on Beixuan's face, Lin Tao also grew serious. Yi Beixuan handed the case file to Lin Tao. After reading it, Lin Tao immediately burst into curses. Beasts. This entire village is full of beasts. And those fathers of the young girls. How could people like them deserve to have daughters? Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering a system mission. Kill the Yinshan Earth God. Mission complete. Reward obtained. 10 years of cultivation. Little Li's flying dagger. Within Yi Beixuan's mind, the system's notification voice had already rung out. Little Li's flying dagger. Upon hearing the name, Yi Beixuan's eyes lit up. Little Li's flying dagger. Never missing its mark, striking true every time. Another top-tier martial art. Shaking off his thoughts, Yi Beixuan spoke directly. Lin Tao, mobilize your unit and relay the order to Wu Sun's unit as well. Assemble at the Bailu office in 10 minutes. Yes. Lin Tao replied immediately. This case would not be difficult. With acting 100 household, Yi Beixuan leading personally, it would be easily resolved, requiring few men. 10 minutes later. Watching the 20 men assemble, Yi Beixuan raised his hand. Let's move. Immediately, over 20 Jinyiwei officers set forth toward their destination. Though the village was only in the suburbs of the capital, it still required 2 hours of travel. By the time Yi Beixuan and his men spotted it, dusk was already falling. Outside the village, several Yamen runners from the Jingxing County office were waiting. Upon seeing Yi Beixuan and his party, they hastily paid their respects. Greetings, Officer Yi. Yi Beixuan waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formality. Lead us into the village first. Yes, my lord, please follow me. A leading runner stepped forward from the group and guided Yi Beixuan toward the village. The village was modest in size, comprising no more than 100 households. All the villagers had already gathered at the ancestral hall in the center. Before Yi Beixuan even approached, he could hear the villagers' noisy cacophony. Zhou Laosi, look at the mess your wife has caused. She's dead and she's brought officials upon us. Exactly. If you've angered the Earth God and brought disaster upon our village, can you bear the responsibility? I told you long ago to tie your wife up, but you wouldn't listen. Now that trouble has come, let's see what you'll do. That's right. Our village was just starting to prosper, but your family's cursed star blocked our path. When your daughter marries in and the gold comes, we expect our share. The chaotic cacophony made Yi Beixuan's brows furrow. Beside him, Lin Tao could barely contain his fury. Damn it. These ignorant fools still don't think they've done anything wrong. Where's the village head? Get over here now. Lin Tao's commanding shout, amplified with inner energy, echoed throughout half the village. The quarreling villagers, startled by the sudden outburst, immediately fell silent. They hastily turned toward the source and spotted a group of Jinyiwei officers in their distinctive fishscale armor, swords drawn and advancing toward them. At their front rode a man on a tall horse. The moment the villagers caught sight of these figures, they instinctively lowered their heads, panic flashing across their faces. Even villagers on the outskirts knew well the infamous reputation of the Jinyiwei, a group of killers who showed no mercy. From among the villagers, a tall, lean man in his 40s hurried toward Yi Beixuan and his companions. His face broke into a sycophantic smile as he immediately knelt and kowtowed before Yi Beixuan. I am Huang Baojin, the village head, here paying respects to the honorable Jinyiwei officers. Yi Beixuan gave a slight nod. Rise and speak. Yes, my lord. Huang Baojin finally got to his feet. Whose wife has died? At Yi Beixuan's question, Huang Baojin gestured behind him, his tone shifting as he addressed the villagers. Zhou Laosi. Come here quickly, my lord is calling you. Shortly after, a gloomy-looking man also knelt and bowed before Yi Beixuan. My lord, take me to see your wife's body. This? My lord. My wife, she. Zhou Laosi hesitated. Beside him, the village head Huang Baojin offered a strange smile. My lord, you are of noble status. Let not a corpse offend your eyes. Yi Beixuan grew angry at their cowardice. How could their minds be so flawed? This was merely a demon's doing. If they had reported it properly, there would have been no deaths at all. Those young girls would not have perished. These people were so greedy for wealth that instead of resisting, they exploited the situation for profit, leading to this tragedy. Even now, they were still making excuses. I told you to lead the way. Cut the nonsense, or I'll have your heads. Yi Beixuan's voice was cold, killing intent radiating from his eyes. The words made Huang Baojin and the villagers shudder with fear. They fell silent immediately. My lord, calm your anger, please follow me. Following Huang Baojin, Yi Beixuan and his men arrived at Zhou Laosi's home. Zhou Laosi's household was quite modest, just 2 crude rooms and a small courtyard. In the courtyard lay a corpse covered with white cloth. Yi Beixuan dismounted and stepped into the courtyard. Using his sword scabbard, he lifted the white cloth. He saw a woman with an attractive face, her eyes wide open, her body covered in fresh wounds. This was naturally Zhou Laosi's wife, the same woman who had died on her way to the capital to report the matter. As a Jinyiwei officer, Yi Beixuan could tell at a glance that the injuries were inflicted by whips or similar implements. This meant the beautiful woman's death was largely caused by these wounds. Who did this? Yi Beixuan asked coldly, looking up. The villagers were speechless, wanting to defend themselves, but daunted by Yi Beixuan's fearsome reputation. Not a single one dared to speak. Zhou Laosi glanced desperately at Huang Baojin, but Huang Baojin turned away. Only then did he speak. My lord. It was my wife. She wouldn't obey. I beat her. Oh, you beat her. Yi Beixuan's expression darkened instantly. You dare to administer punishment without authorization. Thud. Zhou Laosi fell to his knees once more, begging for mercy. My lord, I wouldn't dare. It was my wife who refused to let our daughter marry the earth god, defying the will of the divine. I had no choice but to strike her. Witnessing the man's cowardice, Lin Tao lost his temper and kicked him down. Don't mention gods to me. Use your brain. What deity would demand the sacrifice of a daughter? To everyone's surprise, Lin Tao's words immediately provoked the villagers who had previously kept silent. My lord, if the gods hear you speak, thus they will punish you. That's right. My lord, you cannot slander the divine. We are sending our daughters to prosper, not sacrifice them. Silence. Yi Beixuan frowned and shouted in a low voice. The sound was so resonant it hurt their ears. Whoa! At that moment, from within Zhou Laosi's house, a strange sound suddenly arose. Upon hearing this sound, Zhou Laosi and the other villagers exchanged uneasy glances. Without waiting for Yi Beixuan's command, Lin Tao led 2 Jinyiwei guards and rushed forward, kicking open the door before pausing in stunned silence. Sir, someone is inside. Hearing this, Yi Beixuan stepped into the room. The moment he crossed the threshold, he understood why Lin Tao and the others were frozen. Because standing not far from him was a bound young woman, a girl of extraordinary beauty, tied and helpless. Despite Yi Beixuan having frequented pleasure boats these past days where every courtesan was striking, none could compare to the maiden before him. She needed no powder or rouge to rival the most beautiful women. Yet now, like weeping pear blossoms in rain, tears continuously streamed down her face. Yi Beixuan walked over, drew his blade, and severed the ropes binding the young woman. She rushed out of the room and immediately spotted a corpse lying in the courtyard. She fell to her knees with a thud. Mother! The young woman cried out in agony, tears gushing like a spring, desperately caressing the woman's cold cheek. The scene caused many Jinyiwei guards to clench their fists. Though they were hardened killers accustomed to taking lives without hesitation, even they felt a shiver at such ordinary human grief. Zhou Laosi moved to help the girl up, but a single glance from Lin Tao stopped him. Sir, we also discovered this inside. A Jinyiwei member emerged quickly carrying 2 gold ingots. The moment the gold came into view, greed flashed in every villager's eyes. Even Zhou Laosi forgot himself. Sir, that's my gold. Clearly in his eyes, gold surpassed all things, far more precious than his dead wife and daughter. These 2 gold ingots would secure him a comfortable life for decades to come, enough to take several more wives. Compared to that, his wife and children meant nothing. Gold? Who told you this is gold? Yi Beixuan sneered coldly. The instant he saw the gold ingots, he sensed a trace of demonic aura. This demonic energy wrapped around the gold ingots, deceiving ordinary eyes. But it could not deceive him. At these words, all the surrounding villagers were dumbfounded. Especially 8 households whose expressions turned pale. Sir, please don't jest. We may be common folk, but we know gold when we see it. One household blurted out. Yi Beixuan said nothing further. His 2 slender fingers extended and grasped one of the gold ingots. He squeezed. Crash! The gold ingot split in 2. Inside, it was merely stone, coated only with a thin layer of gold leaf on the surface. Witnessing this, every villager stood nearly catatonic. Zhou Laosi collapsed beside the split ingot, shaking his head frantically. No! Impossible! This is my gold. My gold! Zhou Laosi, do you know what crime the Dali laws prescribe for hoarding counterfeit currency? Seize him. Yi Beixuan paid no mind to Zhou Laosi's cries and merely waved his hand. Instantly, a Jinyiwei guard kicked Zhou Laosi down and restrained him firmly. Zhou Laosi, as if possessed, cared for nothing else but clutched the gold to his chest. Yi Beixuan found the scene bitterly amusing. Corrupt officials pocketed 20,000 taels of gold at will, while these common folk sold their own flesh and blood for 1,000th of that sum. What a world! None of them were any better. Yi Beixuan swept his gaze across the villagers. You cannot distinguish right from wrong, consumed by greed. Knowing the earth deity was a demon in disguise, you ignored it and offered your own daughters to feed the monster, costing 9 lives. Even a tiger would not devour its own cubs. Are you truly worse than beasts? The villagers lowered their heads one by one. Did they not know that the earth deity was no god? They knew all too well. Yet they still did not care. As long as there was money, what was the harm in offering a daughter? Daughters could be born again, but once gold was gone, it was truly gone. Brother Yi, how should we deal with these villagers? Lin Tao asked softly in Yi Beixuan's ear. This question caught Yi Beixuan slightly off guard. How to deal with them? By nature, Yi Beixuan would have simply executed these subhuman creatures with one stroke. But he could not. The Dali laws forbade it, for the law does not punish the multitude. This was a truth that held across any era. Take away the 8 households that offered their daughters along with the village chief. Wait until we deal with the demon, then mete out punishment. Ultimately, Beixuan gave the order. He could not punish all of them, but he still had the authority to arrest these men. The mere charge of hoarding counterfeit currency was enough to warrant execution. For a moment the villagers erupted in chaos, yet no one dared to resist. To clash with the Jinyiwei was to commit treason. They could be killed on the spot without recourse. As for the arrest, Beixuan paid them no further mind. His purpose in coming here remained unchanged, to deal with that so-called earth deity. The problem was that the wretched creature's movements were unpredictable and its lair was unknown. Aimless searching would not work. If they spooked the serpent and let it escape, that was the last thing Beixuan desired. Brother Yi, I have a plan. Lin Tao suddenly spoke. Oh. Beixuan glanced at Lin Tao skeptically. This fellow had learned to devise strategies. Go on. Lin Tao said confidently. This earth deity is taking a bride tonight. Why not turn fiction into reality? Let that girl play the role of the bride, and we'll follow the wedding procession straight to the fellow's lair and capture him in one sweep. After finishing, he grinned proudly. What do you think, Brother Yi? How's my strategy? Beixuan glanced at the young woman not far away. Though she had stopped weeping, she remained in a daze. Her body was extremely frail. If this woman were exposed to the demonic aura once more, she might very well perish. He pondered for a moment. There's no need for such trouble. Since you proposed this plan, you will be the one playing the bride tonight. Me. The smile gradually faded from Lin Tao's face. Brother Yi. Lin Tao wanted to protest further. Beixuan patted his shoulder. It's settled. You'll receive the first credit when this is done. Upon hearing first credit, Lin Tao's face lit up with joy once more. It's a promise. If I don't enter the tiger's den, who will? Today I, Lin Tao, shall disguise myself as a woman. Beixuan. Damn it, this guy was still the easiest to fool. Where on earth had he learned such nonsensical sayings from? What had the tiger ever done to him? With the plan finalized, Beixuan immediately sent someone to prepare a woman's wedding dress. He also had the room decorated accordingly. Then he walked over to the young girl and handed her 10 taels of silver. Go and bury your mother properly. The young girl looked up at Beixuan. Her slender, haggard appearance was heartbreakingly pitiful. Without a word, she took the silver and ran out. Beixuan did not interfere further. He was no self-proclaimed saint. Giving the silver was enough to ease his conscience. Time flew, and before he knew it, midnight had arrived. All the Jinyiwei guards had concealed themselves nearby, leaving only Beixuan and Lin Tao in the entire courtyard. Lin Tao, dressed in a bright red wedding gown, was admiring himself in a bronze mirror. Brother Yi, don't I look quite fetching in women's clothes? Beixuan felt a wave of nausea, but suppressed it. He simply could not understand how this man who had been perfectly fine moments ago had suddenly become so vain. Had somehow stumbled upon some hidden preference. But just imagining Lin Tao showing up to the Jinfu in a woman's outfit made Beixuan shake his head rapidly. It would be far too painful to witness. Riding toward danger is not advisable. A low breath. In the span of a single exchanged word, a chilling wind swept past from not far outside the courtyard. They've arrived. Beixuan's gaze sharpened. He gazed into the distance. The once clear night sky had somehow grown veiled in a thin layer of mist through which a group of shadowy figures began to emerge. These figures were uniformly dressed in red bridal attire, beating gongs and drums, carrying a sedan chair as they slowly approached. As they drew nearer, it became apparent that each face bore a sickly blue-green pallor. These were clearly no living souls. The auspicious hour has arrived. Please escort Lady Zhou into the sedan. Standing outside the courtyard, a woman dressed as a matchmaker in her mid-40s shrieked in a piercing voice. Beixuan helped Lin Tao step out. The matchmaker eyed them both with visible confusion. Where are the others? Beixuan smiled. The other villagers drank a few cups too many during the evening feast and have since gone home to sleep. The matchmaker nodded, yet she immediately raised another objection. That doesn't seem right. I've seen Lady Zhou before. She never looked like this. Clearly suspicious by nature, Beixuan followed her gaze toward Lin Tao. Still quite jarring to behold. Beixuan sighed silently, but he had no choice but to explain. My younger sister simply hasn't worn makeup before, that's all. Besides, would Lord Earth God really dislike it? Hearing this, the matchmaker pondered for a moment, then offered a flattering smile. You're right. Let's go then. Beixuan helped Lin Tao into the sedan chair, then addressed the matchmaker. Madam, as you can see, I have only this one younger sister. As she marries today, might I accompany her? I'd also like to ask Lord Earth God for a cup of wine as a blessing. Rather than refuse such a request, the matchmaker scrutinized him from head to toe with the calculating hunger of a venomous serpent. Beixuan felt a chill run down his spine. Bloody hell. Could this old hag actually have eyes for him? He'd be the first one he dispatches once they part. Only after thoroughly sizing him up did the matchmaker finally nod with satisfaction. If you insist on following, then come along. Lift the sedan. Beixuan trailed behind the sedan chair as it carried them out of the village heading northwest. Soon enough, they entered a dense forest thick with darkness. What an overwhelming demonic aura, Beixuan noted, raising an eyebrow as he scanned his surroundings without a trace of fear. After another 20 minutes or so, the sedan chair came to rest beside an ancient mansion. The estate was teeming with shadowy figures, their laughter and chatter filling the air. Crimson lanterns hung from every eave, making the scene appear festive and joyous. But these were nothing but illusions, unable to deceive Beixuan's eyes. To his gaze, it was simply a mass grave strewn with unmarked mounds. Every shadowy figure was merely a demon from this ancient forest wearing false appearances. This so-called mansion was in truth a crumbling temple dedicated to the Earth God. Lord Earth God, the bride has arrived. The matchmaker called out reverently toward the ruins. Creak, the temple doors swung wide open. A demonic wind swept through the clearing. The next moment, a young man dressed in wedding garments stepped out from within. At first glance, he was quite handsome. But Beixuan immediately saw through the illusion to the being's true form. A towering monstrosity, roughly 10 feet tall, rotund, and grotesque. Its body appeared human, yet it bore the swollen snout of a wild boar. Jutting from its mouth were rows of massive tusks. A wild boar demon. And this creature had already reached the late stage of innate foundation. Just one step away from achieving full human transformation. The boar demon adjusted its wedding robes, flashing a smile as it approached the sedan chair. It lifted the curtain and extended a hand. Wife, let's descend. From within the sedan, Lin Tao was helped down by the boar demon. The creature scrutinized Lin Tao's frame, and upon seeing his face, his eyes gleamed with hungry anticipation, drool nearly spilling from his jaws. Clearly quite pleased with what it saw. You're breathtaking, my love, the demon purred. Lin Tao modulated his voice into a practiced falsetto. I'm glad you find me pleasing, my husband. That single line nearly made Beixuan retch again. Unexpected that the lad could play the part so convincingly. One could only wonder how he'd fare when faced with the boar demon's true form. The boar demon laughed uproariously, running its clawed fingers over Lin Tao's hand, then suddenly paused. My dear wife, why are your hands so rough? Lin Tao froze, then quickly replied, I've spent my life doing farm work. Rough hands are only natural. The boar demon nodded, then frowned. Wife, why do you have an Adam's apple? Beixuan couldn't hold back anymore and burst out laughing. This wife of yours not only has an Adam's apple, she might be stronger than you. Silence fell over the entire clearing in an instant. The boar demon stood frozen, still holding Lin Tao's hand, eyes widening in shock. With its limited intellect, it took several seconds to comprehend the meaning behind the words. Too stunned to even register Beixuan's presence, it yanked away the veil covering Lin Tao's face. After a closer inspection, its entire body shuddered. This was a man. The mere thought of having caressed a man moments before turned the boar demon's face a sickly green. Who are you? Lin Tao rolled his eyes and dropped the act entirely. I'm your damn father. Having found the den, there was no need to continue pretending. Beixuan spoke casually. Boar demon, you've been caught. Impersonating a deity and devouring living people. Your crimes are confirmed. Come with me to the Jinyiwei dungeon. Jinyiwei. Upon hearing this, every demon present paled. Even the boar demon showed a flicker of fear, clearly familiar with the reputation of the Jinyiwei. The Jinyiwei oversaw all under heaven, arresting corrupt officials above, hunting demons and monsters below. They were the chief enforcers of the Dali dynasty. This was precisely why it had posed as a deity and dangled gold promises rather than simply descending upon the village to feed on living flesh. It feared provoking the Jinyiwei. It had planned to devour a few more girls before abandoning this place and finding new prey. Never expecting these individuals to arrive so swiftly. Still, it possessed genuine sentience and stood on the verge of transformation, so it quickly composed itself after the initial shock. The boar demon emitted a low growl. You two dare to arrest me. Today I'll devour both of you. A spiked iron mace materialized in its grasp as it swung toward Beixuan. It could sense that Beixuan's cultivation significantly surpassed the others. If it could subdue him, there might still be a chance. Beixuan snorted. Though this boar demon had reached the late stage of innate foundation, its fighting lacked any real discipline or martial technique. Its combat prowess among late-stage, innate foundation cultivators was absolutely abysmal. There was no way it could match him. Beixuan deemed even a formal technique unnecessary. He simply raised his hand. Cultivation energy surged from his body. Boom! The spiked mace met his palm, sending tremors through the surrounding earth. The boar demon was absolutely horrified at the sight before it. It knew its own strength well, yet this human. How could they block it so effortlessly? Kill! A thunderous shout rang out from the outskirts of the mass grave. The Jinyiwei had arrived as well. Beixuan glared at the boar demon. I am done playing with you. Since you refuse to surrender, I shall simply chop off your head. With those words spoken, his palms surged with power. The golden bell iron shirt technique was activated. His hand gripping the spiky iron club exerted sudden force, yanking the boar demon closer in one decisive pull. His other hand swelled with true energy as the 18 dragon-subduing palms struck down upon it. A thunderous crash. The boar demon was blasted away, crashing heavily onto the ground. Its true form manifested. A massive boar several zhang in size was exposed to the open air. Its eyes brimmed with terror. Beixuan's strength far exceeded its own. It was no match at all. Flee. The boar demon made its choice in an instant. It scattered its hooves and bolted. Your hide is quite thick. You didn't die from that. Beixuan was momentarily surprised. Had that palm strike landed on a living person, it would have been enough to burst them apart. Yet this boar demon suffered nothing more than being forced back to its true form. But Beixuan would naturally never let it escape. He activated the wave-treading step technique. The embroidered spring sword at his waist was already drawn. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the boar demon. Demon-slaying sword, art, demon extermination form. Whoosh. Beixuan wielded the blade with both hands, cleaving down upon the boar demon's skull. Blade lights slashed through the heavens, stirring cold glints, endless, sword, chi surging. In an instant it split through the demonic aura surrounding the creature. The boar demon's pupils contracted sharply. Spare me. Chi. It had not even finished speaking. Its pig head had already rolled away from its body. The massive torso promptly collapsed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 100 idle cultivation points. Inside Beixuan's mind, the system voice echoed. Beixuan did not sheath his blade. Instead, he charged straight toward the boar demon's subordinates and began slaughtering them. These minor demons had never been matches for the Jinyiwei soldiers, and they had been slaughtered in disarray. Now, with their leader dead before their eyes, they possessed even less will to resist. They cursed their parents for not giving them 2 extra legs. Unfortunately, their speed meant absolutely nothing to Beixuan. Amidst the crisscrossing blade lights, each minor demon was cleaved in 2. Some were roe deer, others hedgehogs. And the matchmaker who had come to welcome the bride turned out to be a 10-foot patterned python. For that old creature, Beixuan dealt several extra strikes. The ambush lasted the time it takes for 1 incense stick to burn. Nearly all the demonic creatures were slain on the spot, with only 1 or 2 minor demons escaping to unknown destinations. The ancient residents nearby, freed from the demonic aura's illusion, reverted to its usual dilapidated temple appearance. Yet within the temple lay the skeletal remains of 8 young women. An obvious clue that these had been the girls married off earlier. Captain Baihu, all the demonic creature corpses have been collected. No brothers were lost in this battle. Only 5 suffered minor injuries. A few minutes later, Lin Tao and another squad leader Wu Sun approached swiftly to report to Beixuan. Beixuan was highly satisfied with this. Thus the case was concluded. You did well. I shall file my report tomorrow. Your merits will not go unrewarded. Though this was not considered a major case, every contribution counted. Thank you, my lord. Let us depart. First return to the village, apprehend those 8 households, then head back to the town magistrate's office. Since the demonic plague has been resolved, there is no need to remain. With a wave of Beixuan's hand, some carried away the boar demon's corpse, and everyone departed swiftly. Upon reaching the village, the villagers came rushing out. They too had been awaiting results. Upon seeing Beixuan and the others carrying back a boar several zhang in size, each of them wore complex expressions. Whether they felt joy or sorrow was unclear. As for what those villagers were thinking, Beixuan naturally did not care. They were a bunch of greed-soaked wretches. Had it not been for the law, he would have killed them long ago. With those households and the village head in custody, Beixuan and the others headed straight out of the village. The bright moon hung overhead, illuminating all things. They had barely reached the village entrance when Beixuan reined in his horse and raised his sword-like eyebrows, gazing ahead down the road. Under the moonlight, a young woman's slender figure knelt in the center of the path, her eyes glistening with tears. Thank you, my lord, for avenging my mother. After speaking, the young woman bowed her head 3 times before Beixuan, each thud heavy and resonant. This was indeed Huang Laoxi's daughter. Yet as for her father, she had not spared him a single glance from beginning to end. Beixuan sighed and tossed another 10 taels of silver to her from his sleeve. I can do little more to help you. I hope you will find a suitable husband in the future. This young woman was perhaps 16 or 17 years old, roughly the age of a high school student in his previous life. But now, with her mother dead and her father facing imprisonment, she would have to live the rest of her days alone. Though the Great Li dynasty was not currently in chaos, in such a feudal regime a woman still found it exceedingly difficult to survive. Yet the young woman cupped the silver in her palms and shook her head. Yaoer does not want the silver. My lord has avenged my mother. I am willing to serve as your servant in repayment. Yi Beixuan was rendered completely speechless by those words. Serve as my servant in repayment. That is quite the proposition. But I do not need a servant anyway. I have no fields to tend. Yi Beixuan frowned, just about to refuse when Lin Tao spoke softly beside him. Brother, you just take her in. Is it not just you living at home? Having her as a maid to make the bed and cook would be useful. Otherwise she will likely not survive until tonight. Even Lin Tao could perceive that this young woman had resolved to die. How could Yi Beixuan fail to notice? It was simply that he had grown accustomed to living alone and had never entertained the thought of taking on a maid. Prompted by Lin Tao's words, Yi Beixuan hesitated. After all, he now held at least a 6th-rank official position. It would be improper to have no servants at home. He nodded. Very well then. You may follow me. The young woman could no longer restrain herself. Tears streamed down her face as she bowed 3 more times before Yi Beixuan. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Yi Beixuan said nothing further. Riding his horse to the young woman's side, he extended his hand. Mount up. I shall take you home. The young woman did not hesitate. She grasped his hand and sprang onto the horseback. Let us depart. Returning to the Beixuan fusee, he finished all the follow-up procedures. It was already the dead of night. Yi Beixuan parted ways with Lin Tao, and the others mounted his horse again and headed home with his newly acquired maidservant. The night breeze stirred the slender girl's hair in front of the horse, emitting a faint, pleasant fragrance. Your name is Huang Yao. Yi Beixuan was for the first time in such close proximity to a woman outside a brothel, and he felt a bit awkward. Upon hearing Yi Beixuan's words, the girl's voice was timid but resolute. I will no longer be named Huang. You saved me, master. You may call me whatever you wish. Quite a character. Then I'll call you Yaoer. And don't keep calling me master. Just call me young master. That's how it always goes in TV dramas. Yes, young master. Yaoer was obedient, her voice pleasant. 10 taels of silver for a maidservant was a good deal. Returning home, he pushed open the door. Under Yaoer's attentive service, Yi Beixuan washed his feet and comfortably climbed into bed. Yaoer, don't fuss anymore. Go rest. I have to report for duty at the Jinyiwei every day and won't be back for lunch. Take these silver notes and buy some demon beast meat tomorrow to build up your strength. He was generous with his maidservant, directly tossing out 300 tael notes. Yaoer stared at the notes, slightly stunned. Young master. This is too much. Aren't you afraid I'll run off with the money? Yi Beixuan was amused by her expression. Still, 300 taels was enough to buy her several lifetimes in her previous circumstances. But to Yi Beixuan it was just the cost of a few rounds of drinks, a stark gap between rich and poor. Running off would be best. But if you stay, fatten yourself up a bit. I don't like overly skinny women. Yaoer obediently took the silver. Young master, what time do you finish your duties each day? I'll prepare dinner. Well, what time? It depends on when I finish my visits to the brothels. He had been staying on the painted boats for days and hadn't been home. Yi Beixuan thought for a moment. Don't worry about me. Just eat your fill. We don't have many rules in this household. Yaoer keenly sensed something odd about the young master, but couldn't pinpoint it. Since Yi Beixuan had spoken, she could only comply. All right, young master. I'll go rest now. Go ahead. Yi Beixuan waved his hand, and Yaoer quietly withdrew from the room, closing the door behind her. Watching the girl leave, he let out a soft sigh. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the system mission. Kill the Yinshan Earth God. Mission completed. Rewards obtained. Little Li's flying dagger. 10 years of cultivation. The system's prompt tone sounded in Yi Beixuan's mind. 10 years of pure cultivation essence transformed into inner energy surging within his body. The 9 Yang divine art began to circulate, refining the power of this cultivation. In the span of an incense stick's burn, all the inner energy converted into true qi, entering Yi Beixuan's dantian. His realm advanced, directly breaking through to the middle stage of the Xiantian 4th layer. The memories of Little Li's flying dagger also appeared in Yi Beixuan's mind. With a flying dagger in hand, he could slay any formidable enemy. He looked at his system panel. Host Yi Beixuan, age 18, realm, Xiantian 4th layer, middle. Sword intent, 1st layer, idle techniques, 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms max, graceful steps, on rippling waves max, golden bell shield, and iron cloth shirt max, 9 Yang divine art, 5th layer, mystic finger of insight, minor success, demon slaying blade, art mastery. Little Li's flying dagger, idle points 590. After the battle, where he killed the wild boar demon, the idle points had increased to 590. It seemed plentiful, but for Yi Beixuan it was far from enough. His 9 Yang divine art, mystic finger of insight, and the newly acquired Little Li's flying dagger were all not yet perfected. To master these 3 techniques, he would need at least several thousand idol points. I'll allocate half of the idol points to Nine Yang Divine Art, and half to Little Li's Flying Dagger. Yi Beixuan pondered and made his decision. The Nine Yang Divine Art was the foundation of everything. Without sufficient cultivation to support it, any martial skill was but a reflection in the mirror or a flower in the moonlight, fragile and vulnerable. System idle 290 points on Nine Yang Divine Art. Idle day 58. Your Nine Yang Divine Art steadily ascends, breaking through to the middle stage of the 5th layer. Idle day 172. Through your relentless cultivation, your understanding of the Nine Yang Divine Art deepens, and it breaks through to the late stage of the 5th layer. Idle day 288. After arduous training, the Nine Yang Divine Art reaches the peak of the 5th layer, only 1 step away from the 6th layer. But your idle points are insufficient. Look forward to your next idle session. Ding! This idle session ends. Transmitting insights, please wait. Accompanied by the system's prompt, Yi Beixuan felt his Nine Yang Divine Art begin to circulate on its own. The true energy within his body began to boil. A familiar sensation of realm advancement surged. In that instant, his cultivation broke through to the Xiantian 5th layer. And it didn't stop there. Xiantian 5th layer middle. Xiantian 5th layer late. Bam! Xiantian 6th layer. Half an hour later, Yi Beixuan opened his eyes. His true energy burst forth, reaching the pinnacle of intensity. His cultivation had advanced to the late stage of the Xiantian 6th layer. His overall strength was now dozens of times greater than when he was at the Xiantian 3rd layer. With his current cultivation, even without using blade intent, he could slay an ordinary Grandmaster-level powerhouse. If he unleashed his full power, he could even contend with a Grandmaster of the 3rd or 4th layer. The system activated all remaining idle points to practice the Little Li Flying Sword. Yi Beixuan pressed on with determination. On the 23rd day of idling, as you cultivated the Little Li Flying Sword day and night, your comprehension of this martial art had reached the beginner's level. On the 102nd day of idling, through your continuous cultivation, you had become increasingly proficient in the Little Li Flying Sword, breaking through to the mastery level on this day. On the 213th day of idling, while cultivating the Little Li Flying Sword, you fell into a state of sudden enlightenment. When you awakened, you discovered that your mastery of the Little Li Flying Sword had reached the mid-stage of successful application. On the 292nd day of idling, the final day of your automated cultivation, unfortunately, you failed to break through to the great success stage of the Little Li Flying Sword, remaining at the peak of the successful application stage. This idling session has concluded. Comprehension is being transmitted. Please wait. As the system's comprehension transmission occurred, a sharp gleam erupted from Yi Beixuan's eyes. Though the Little Li Flying Sword had only reached the pinnacle of the successfully achieved stage, it was more than sufficient for him. His 6 senses had been heightened to an extraordinary degree, and the greatest trial of the Little Li Flying Sword lay in one's eyesight. It happened to be his forte. Combined together now, whenever Yi Beixuan's mind moved, he could send the flying sword to any location he desired. Yi Beixuan even felt he could slightly control the trajectory of the flying sword. It was terrifyingly powerful. A flying sword shot from his hand could slay even an ordinary Grandmaster with a single strike. Excellent. With the Little Li Flying Sword, I can now launch attacks from a distance. Yi Beixuan was quite pleased. Having circulated his full set of cultivation techniques, once more he felt a touch of fatigue and sank into a deep sleep. The next day, Yi Beixuan, who had just collected his reward, was awakened by a knock at the door. Who is it? Yi Beixuan was still somewhat groggy. He heard Yaoer's clear voice from outside the door. Young master, it's time for your morning duty. Yi Beixuan then remembered that there was a maid in his residence. He glanced at the time. It was indeed about right. At this moment, Yaoer also entered, carrying a basin of freshly drawn clean water. After setting down the basin of water, she ran to the clothes rack and fetched the garments Yi Beixuan was to wear today. Young master, let me assist you in changing. Looking at Yaoer. What this girl is wearing today? Isn't this my clothing? Perhaps sensing Yi Beixuan's gaze, Yaoer said somewhat embarrassedly, young master. I only have one set of clothes washed last night and still not dry. So I wore yours first. Yi Beixuan patted his head. He indeed had no women's clothing at home. Very well. Go to town today and buy yourself a few sets. Remember to buy expensive ones. Your young master is after all a 100 household officer of the Jinyiwei. A maid in the household cannot dress too shabbily. Yi Beixuan said directly. Yaoer's eyes reddened. Thank you, young master. Yi Beixuan pursed his lips. Already moved? Damn it, ancient women are so easy to deceive. Back in his past life, those precious fairies might not even look at clothes you bought for them. With Yaoer's assistance, Yi Beixuan heartily consumed a bowl of meat porridge. Only then did he depart for Beixuan Fuzi. Upon completing the morning roll call, he reported to Yang Shan the wild boar demon's head he had brought back the night before. Yang Shan said little, cast a profound glance at Yi Beixuan, and then issued the rewards. Since it was a minor case with little difficulty, the only exceptional factor was that the wild boar demon's strength had reached the innate stage. Every Jinyiwei participant received 50 taels of silver, and the squad officers earned 1 meritorious record. As for Yi Beixuan, he was also awarded 100 taels of silver. Better than nothing. He had earned enough for a night of drinking and revelry. But Lin Tao was quite excited. Brother Yi, if I earn 1 more major merit, can I be promoted to chief squad officer? He never would have dreamed in his wildest fantasies that he could earn meritorious deeds so swiftly with his current strength, which had not yet reached the postnatal stage. It was not inferior to that of many veteran squad officers. Of course, he had a clear understanding of his situation. The reason he could earn merits was entirely due to clinging to Yi Beixuan's coattails. Otherwise, he would likely still be scrambling at the lowest rung. Yi Beixuan dealt him a dose of reality. There are no strength requirements for a squad officer, but a chief squad officer must be at least at the peak of the postnatal stage. Struck by those words, Lin Tao awoke from his reverie and immediately knelt before Yi Beixuan. Godfather, you must help me. I, Lin Tao, have no grand ambitions. I merely wish to succeed my father as chief squad officer. Watching Lin Tao, who knelt without hesitation and clung to his coattails, Yi Beixuan's mouth twitched. You really have no shame whatsoever. But then again, for his adopted son, a father should help when he can. He pondered for a moment. How about this? Once you break through to the postnatal stage, I will help you select an internal martial art of, at least, the earth-grade supreme quality. The moment those words left his mouth, Lin Tao's eyes nearly popped out of his head. An earth-grade supreme internal martial art. Father Yi, could I have heard you correctly? This level of internal martial art. This was at the pinnacle across the entire Dali. Only surpassed by heaven-grade internal martial arts. As for the position of 1,000 household officer, that would not take long either. A 1,000 household officer had the authority to establish branches within the Jinyiwei capable of independently forming a 1,000 household hall. At most, it would take some effort to acquire one. Of course, Yi Beixuan had deeper plans. Given his cultivation progress, becoming a 100 household officer was only a matter of time. Cultivating a trusted 100 household officer was quite necessary. Through their time together, he found that this fellow Lin Tao was quite decent. Simple-minded, loyal, and worth investing in. Seeing Yi Beixuan nod, Lin Tao was on the verge of tears. Godfather, from now on you are my real father. You treat me so well. Could it be that you have your eye on my mother? My mother actually looks quite beautiful, not inferior to your newly acquired maid. Shall I introduce you? Yi Beixuan. Huh, what was going on? Why was this kid's train of thought so refreshingly unconventional? I just want to take on a subordinate, and you actually want me to be your real father. But, not inferior to Yaoer in looks. Yi Beixuan quickly shook his head, crushing the dangerous thought. Get lost. After getting off work, Yi Beixuan did not go to the pleasure quarters today. The primary reason was that Li Cheng's wife had grown increasingly discontent with him refusing to come home each night. She had personally intercepted him at his workplace. Li Cheng had no choice but to tuck his tail and return home with his wife. Watching Li Cheng thoroughly dominated by Aunt Li, Yi Beixuan felt a pang of sympathy. He secretly vowed to focus solely on romantic dalliances from now on and postpone marriage entirely. Upon returning home, his young maid Yaoer sat alone in the courtyard. She appeared lost in thought. What are you pondering? Yi Beixuan approached and spoke. Yaoer started, her body tensing instinctively as her eyes widened. Only upon recognizing Yi Beixuan did she relax. She hastily bowed to him. My lord, you have returned. Yi Beixuan's eyes brightened. This girl was no longer wearing his old clothes. She had donned a pale yellow floral dress. A plain hairpin adorned her forehead, the cheapest kind available. Perhaps due to poor nutrition in her childhood, Yaoer stood only about 5'3". Her oval face carried the timidity of youth. Yi Beixuan then turned his gaze to the clothesline. As expected, 2 additional garments hung there. Sensing Yi Beixuan's eyes upon her clothes, the young maid quickly explained, My lord, I bought 3 sets. So they can be rotated for washing. Yi Beixuan chuckled wryly, realizing she feared he would scold her for wasteful spending. Go buy 3 more tomorrow, but in different styles. Otherwise, this young master will grow weary of seeing the same ones. Yi Beixuan waved his hand grandly. As for that plain hairpin of yours, it is too dull and unattractive. Buy 3 more tomorrow. No, 5. Also purchase 5 pairs of earrings and other accessories. All these items together would likely cost no more than 20 or 30 taels of silver. Spending such a modest sum to please his own eyes was an unbeatable bargain. Yaoer's eyes widened. My lord, what does a mere maid need with so many things? It is such a waste. Yi Beixuan declared generously. I have ample wealth and am in high spirits. If I say by you by. Observing Yi Beixuan's demeanor, Yaoer bit her lip. Yaoer, thanks you, my lord. The following days, Yi Beixuan's life returned to tranquility. There were neither cases nor assassination attempts from the Dragon God cult. Each day he remained at the garrison office, boasting with that brat Lin Tao. However, he had not visited the pleasure quarters in recent days, claiming he needed to cultivate rigorously to break through to the postnatal realm soon. This left Yi Beixuan, Li Cheng, and their trio perpetually incomplete. And on nights without pleasure quarters visits, life was plain and unadorned. He could only enjoy Yaoer massaging his back and incidentally washing his feet. Though life was peaceful and serene, Yi Beixuan had not forgotten his true purpose. Kill Yangshan. He had been awaiting the right opportunity these past days. Finally, on the fourth night, Yangshan finished his duties and did not stand night watch at the embroidered uniform guard. Instead, he went straight home. Yi Beixuan felt the timing had ripened. He would assassinate him tonight. That evening, Lin Tao unusually did not return home to cultivate, but instead sought out Yi Beixuan and Li Cheng, heading to a painted boat for wine. Yi Beixuan naturally agreed, without hesitation. This time Lin Tao was treating. He spared no expense, requesting the most beautiful courtesan. At the dinner table, Lin Tao grinned proudly at Yi Beixuan. Brother Yi, I have already reached the 8th layer of meridian condensation. In just a few days I shall break through to the postnatal realm. Quite impressive speed. Yi Beixuan was somewhat surprised. Naturally, I invested heavily. I obtained a 5th-rate vitality pill from my mother, one she brought as part of her dowry back then. Lin Tao said proudly. Little Tao, if it is your mother's possession, why claim you invested heavily? Li Cheng was puzzled. Lin Tao grew somewhat embarrassed. That vitality pill was something I stole, and when my mother discovered it, she beat me thoroughly and drew blood from my nose. Your heavy investment involved that kind of blood. Both Yi Beixuan and Li Cheng's lips twitched simultaneously. This lad possessed a certain talent for language. The banquet brought joy to all present. It was evident that Lin Tao had been suppressing himself these past few days. He drank deeply and devoured meat heartily. Midway through, Yi Beixuan excuses himself and slipped away from the table. This was precisely his purpose tonight. Melting silently into the darkness, Yi Beixuan circulated his true essence and took a step. Executing the step of subtle ways, his entire body resembled an arrow released from a drawn bowstring. He sped toward a single direction. It was now close to midnight. With the speed of Yi Beixuan's step of subtle waves, naturally no one could possibly detect him. In merely a moment's time, he had already appeared outside Yangshan's residence, a place that would require over half an hour on horseback to reach. Yangshan's home, though not particularly large, was certainly valuable. Yi Beixuan quietly leaped onto the roof beam. A flying dagger already materialized in his hand. Originally, he had intended to deliver a single lethal strike, but unexpectedly, even at this hour, the lamp in Yangshan's chamber was still lit. Yi Beixuan raised his eyebrows. Had he not yet retired at such an hour? He lifted the roof tiles to peer inside. The scene within the room caught Yi Beixuan off guard. It was not what he had imagined. Instead, Yangshan was respectfully speaking to a middle-aged man dressed like a steward, a bitter expression on his face. Sir, I can sense that Yi Beixuan has developed a murderous intent toward me. He must have learned from Li Cheng about the assassination of his father. You must save me. The steward-like middle-aged man snorted coldly. Yangshan, you already botched the assassination last time. The higher-ups are very displeased. Although it wasn't entirely your fault, the higher-ups are furious, and I can't do anything about it. Now I'm giving you a chance to redeem yourself. If you handle it well, your crisis will naturally be resolved. Upon hearing this, Yangshan immediately knelt. Sir, please speak. I will not disappoint you. The steward finally spoke. Those 2 Jinyiwei under your command must die. The higher-ups have ordered the release of the corpse demon again. This time your 100-man squad will be sent to eliminate it. Do you understand what to do? Yangshan was stunned at first, then overjoyed. With the corpse demon making a move, that brat is doomed. He cupped his fists toward the steward again. Rest assured, sir. Leave everything to me. I will make sure he dies a miserable death, just like his father. This time you must succeed. Failure is not an option. Otherwise I won't be able to protect you. You're on your own. After saying this, the steward stood up and left. I see you off, sir. A few minutes later, Yangshan finally rose to his feet, a venomous expression creeping onto his face. Damn brat. I don't know how you escaped the assassination last time. But even if you were lucky enough to keep your life, you must die this time. It just so happens that your father died at the hands of the corpse demon. You two can be reunited. He had indeed been living in fear these past few days, especially after the assassination, terrified that Yi Beixuan would come for him. So he hadn't even dared to stay at home, taking refuge in the Jinyiwei barracks. The base in Fusi was filled with countless experts, and no matter how bold Yi Beixuan was, he wouldn't dare to kill him there. Today he had only left the Jinyiwei to meet the steward. No, I need to go back quickly. Yangshan thought this and hurried to leave. Only by returning to the Beixuan Fusi could he feel safe, though it was only temporary. Once the corpse demon mission was assigned and Yi Beixuan was eliminated, he could rest easy. But then, at that very moment, whoosh! A faint sound of something cutting through the air echoed in the room. Upon hearing it, Yangshan's expression changed drastically. As a centurion of the Jinyiwei, he had an instinctive reaction to danger. In his peripheral vision, he caught sight of a small flying knife hurtling toward him at an extreme speed. He wanted to dodge, but to his horror he found he couldn't. The knife was too fast. Clang! The flying knife struck Yangshan's chest without deviation. Yet no blood spurted, instead a metallic clash rang out. The knife was deflected, but the immense force carried by the knife sent Yangshan flying. He crashed heavily onto the ground. Cough, cough. Yangshan coughed in pain, lowering his head to look at his chest. His outer robe was torn, but beneath it lay a layer of precious armor. This treasure was his most prized possession, a mystic rank low-grade armor. If not for this item blocking the flying knife's attack, that strike would have been enough to pierce his heart. Who goes there? Ignoring the pain, Yangshan became fully alert. Yangshan, as a member of the Jinyiwei, you collude with the Dragon God sect and frame your colleagues. You have quite the nerve. A calm voice sounded. Yangshan shuddered. Who? The next moment a figure flickered and appeared before him. Upon seeing the figure, Yangshan's eyes widened in shock. Yi Beixuan. Speak of the devil and he appears. This brat had found his home so quickly. But he quickly composed himself, his face darkening. Centurion Yi, you break into my home in the dead of night and assault an official. That is a capital offense. Yi Beixuan couldn't help but sneer at this. Yangshan, stop pretending. I heard every word of your conversation just now. Do you think you have a way out? With things having come to this point, Yangshan was no fool. He knew he would not escape this night alive. His expression turned icy, and he let out a cold laugh. So what if you heard? Your father was a fool who deserved to die. But you daring to come alone to my Centurion mansion. Do you really think that breaking through to Xiantian makes you invincible? Perfect. I'll send you to meet your father right now. With a swoosh he moved, instantly drawing the embroidered spring blade from the weapon rack. His entire body brimmed with true essence as he swung the blade down at Yi Beixuan. Xiantian's sixth layer. This sudden attack, Yangshan was confident that even a fellow Xiantian sixth layer expert would be wounded or even killed by this strike. But to Yi Beixuan this was nothing impressive. His current strength was enough to rival an ordinary grandmaster. Clang! Yi Beixuan extended two fingers, and the embroidered spring blade let out a dull sound against his fingertips. The next moment, Yi Beixuan struck Yangshan's chest with a palm. Bang! Yangshan was sent flying, crashing heavily into the wall. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Yangshan's eyes bulged like brass bells, his pupils contracting sharply as he stared at Yi Beixuan in utter disbelief. How is this possible? How can you be so strong? His scalp tingled. He had guessed that Yi Beixuan was capable of dealing with late Xiantian experts. But after seeing the flying knife, he had felt somewhat relieved, thinking Yi Beixuan had relied on his flying knife technique to escape the Dragon God sect's assassination last time. But now in a single exchange he was severely wounded by a palm strike. This brat's palm technique was even more formidable than his flying knives. There are many things you haven't imagined. Tell me, how shall I make you suffer for the murder of my father? Yi Beixuan slowly walked toward Yangshan, each step seeming to land on Yangshan's heart, driving him to the brink of terror. At the same time he released his true essence, sealing off the room. Instantly the entire chamber became an impenetrable vault, with no sound able to escape. Yangshan was now completely panicked. Through his recent dealings, he had come to know that Yi Beixuan was a man of few words, but ruthless actions. He fell to his knees with a thud. Centurion Yi, spare me, spare me. Your father's death has nothing to do with me. It was your father who uncovered some information about the Dragon God sect. That's why they had to kill him. It really isn't my fault. I can tell you who killed your father. Go take your revenge on him. Someone else. Yi Beixuan frowned. Please spare. Yangshan's words were cut short. Yi Beixuan formed a sword finger and directly struck Yangshan's Tanzhong and Guanyu acupoints. The acupoint sealing technique of Lingxi finger was no ordinary art. It allowed complete control over the transmission of internal energy into the targeted person's body. A powerful surge of true yuan instantly penetrated Yangshan's frame. It surged and crashed continuously within his body. Agonizing pain struck and Yangshan's face contorted wildly, veins bulging on his forehead. Cold sweat poured like a waterfall as his screams echoed throughout the room. He prided himself on being a tough man who could endure physical torment, but such a method was utterly unprecedented. Yi Beixuan's expression darkened as he barked, "Speak, or I have all the time in the world to play with you." Yangshan was nearly driven mad with agony. Upon hearing Yi Beixuan's question, he forced through the excruciating pain and gasped. It was Lu Zhen. Lu Zhen belongs to the Dragon God sect. Not just him, Nearly every sub-prefect has a dragon god sect spy operating under their command. Beixuan was taken aback. He had vastly underestimated the dragon god sect. No wonder it was an organization that openly defied the great Li imperial court, yet survived for hundreds of years. They had infiltrated the embroidered uniform guard, not just anywhere, but within every sub-prefect's unit. If this were exposed, not even the guard itself would believe it. The recruitment channels for the embroidered uniform guard were either hereditary or required ancestors spanning multiple generations of law-abiding citizens. Such strict vetting, yet the infiltration was so severe. It was likely that the Great Li bureaucracy harbored even more. Even that Marquis of Pingnan might well be among them. Do you know the names of those individuals? I don't know. I only overheard Lucian mention it once. I'm merely a peripheral observer of the Dragon God sect. I truly have no other knowledge. Useless. Beixuan waited until he finished speaking. He gave Yangshan no chance to utter another word and delivered a single palm strike that sent him straight to his death. Ding. Congratulations, host, for earning 80 idle points. Within Beixuan's mind, the system's chime resounded. He then shattered Yangshan's corpse into fragments. He turned and departed without looking back. A sub-prefect had died. Though serious, without a body to examine, there would be no trail to follow. Besides, he had a witness, so suspicion would not fall upon him. Lucian, the Dragon God sect. Beixuan murmured those two names. Previously, he had wished to avoid provoking the Dragon God sect, but now everything had changed. Returning to the painted pleasure boat, Beixuan feigned drunkenness and rejoined the drinking table. Lin Tao and Li Cheng harbored no suspicions whatsoever. What seemed like a long back and forth was merely a small fraction of an afternoon. They had already consumed considerable wine. Their sense of time was no longer keen. Moreover, both men were now thoroughly captivated. Otherwise than by Beixuan's absence, they would have long since retired to sleep. Another incense stick of carousing passed. Li Cheng and Lin Tao could no longer restrain themselves. Beixuan did not linger in the pleasure boat and rose to depart. At this hour, the painted boat was at its liveliest. Brilliant lanterns lit the night, songs and dances ascended, and all who passed wore rich silks and finery, a scene akin to an age of prosperity. But it was all mere appearance. Beixuan deliberately avoided using inner energy to dispel the wine vapor, nor did he rush home. Instead, he intentionally wandered the streets surrounding the pleasure boat for several laps. Passing a stall overflowing with jewelry, Beixuan gazed at the dazzling array of jade hairpins and earrings, his mind stirring slightly. Last time when he had asked that little girl Yaoer to buy more jewelry, she had still chosen the cheapest items. This greatly displeased Beixuan. As his personal maid, how could she carry inferior goods? It diminished his prestige when they went out. Yet the girl had grown up in poverty. Even when he gave her money, she dared not purchase fine items. Now that he had encountered this stall, he resolved to buy at least 2 pairs. The jewelry would be worn by that girl, but the pleasure derived would be his own. Oh, young master, are you buying jade hairpins for your sweetheart? All my pieces here are the latest fashion in the capital. Your young lady will surely adore them. The stall's proprietress was a beautiful woman in her early 30s. Those who set up stalls in this area were mostly former girls from the pleasure boat, who, having grown somewhat older, now supported themselves independently. Beixuan glanced casually. Bring me 2 pairs each of your best-selling hairpins and earrings. He knew nothing of selecting women's accessories, but this proprietress was undoubtedly a connoisseur with impeccable taste. Upon hearing Beixuan ask neither the price nor haggle, the proprietress recognized a generous customer, her smile deepening. Very well, young master. She promptly began packing his purchases. 30 taels of silver in total. Beixuan paid without objection, took the package, and departed. The proprietress, beaming at the silver in her hand, watched his retreating figure with delight. Her face showed a mix of admiration and envy. Such handsome looks and a wealthy young master. None knows which fortunate girl will land such a fine match. Strolling leisurely back home, he pushed open the door. Beixuan had assumed his young maid would already be asleep within. To his surprise, what met his eyes was Yaoer, dozing in the pavilion of the courtyard. She had likely bathed only recently and wore but a simple wrapper. Perhaps she had heard the sound. Yaoer startled awake. Upon seeing Beixuan, delight bloomed across her face. Master, you've returned. Have you eaten? There's still food in the kitchen. I'll fetch it for you. Saying this, the girl was about to rise toward the kitchen. No need to fuss, I've already eaten. Beixuan smiled and pinched her cheek. Through their days together, their relationship had long shed the initial awkwardness. Now, save for overly intimate contact, they were thoroughly familiar. Oh, Yaoer offered no resistance. Compared to when she first arrived, her face had gained a pleasing softness. Beixuan was quite satisfied. He withdrew the jewelry he had purchased earlier and handed it to Yaoer. Take a look. Do you like them? Yaoer blinked in mild astonishment. When she unwrapped the silk cloth and beheld the hairpin and earrings within her slender frame, trembled slightly. Master, these are for me. Yaoer's eyes widened in disbelief. Yi Beixuan smiled without answering, plucking out a hairpin. Lower your head. I'll place it for you. Yaoer seemed at a loss, yet dared not refuse, so she obediently lowered her head. Only after Yi Beixuan fastened it did she lift her gaze. Yi Beixuan studied her carefully and felt very pleased. Yaoer, ordinarily plain-faced, suddenly acquired an air of delicate grace with the jade hairpin adorning her. That money had been well spent. Master, do I look nice? Yaoer asked in a soft voice. Very pretty. I chose them myself. Of course they suit you. Yi Beixuan praised himself with a single line, and Yaoer's eyes grew faintly reddened. Master, you treat me so well. Enough of this. Let's sleep. Let the little girl return to her room to rest. Yi Beixuan quietly pushed open an empty room. In the center of the room stood 2 spirit tablets. They belonged to the parents he had never met in this life. He took 3 sticks of sandalwood and bowed before the tablets. Father, although we never met, I am your son in this life, and I will avenge your enemies. Yangshan is dead. I will not let Lu Jin off either. As for the Dragon God sect, I will do my utmost. As long as I live, I will eradicate them completely. After finishing these words, he returned to his room to sleep. In the following days, as Yi Beixuan had anticipated, Yangshan's sudden death caused a stir within the Jinyiwei office. Yet it was hardly a matter of great consequence. Moreover, since not even a corpse could be found, Jinyiwei Lu Fengping merely followed protocol by ordering an investigation. During this time, Yi Beixuan, Li Cheng, and others were summoned for questioning, and they answered truthfully. They did not arouse Lu Fengping's suspicion. Only Li Cheng seemed to have guessed something, but he wisely pretended to know nothing. As for Lin Tao, let us not speak of him. His mind was practically non-existent. After several days of searching the Jinfu, Si found no clues. Instead, they uncovered intelligence regarding Yangshan's communications with an unknown man in black. Yi Beixuan did not know the specifics, but he was 80% certain it was connected to the Dragon God sect. Jinyiwei Lu Fengping was furious and ultimately shelved the case, leaving it unresolved. No one else objected, for Yi Beixuan's strength and talent were evident. He had also solved several major cases. Who would be foolish enough to offend such a prodigy of the innate realm? On the contrary, many Baihu eagerly sought to befriend him. In just a few days, he had become acquainted with over a dozen of them. They were essentially currying favor in advance, all convinced that Yi Beixuan would surely become a future Jinyiwei. 5 days later. On this day, after receiving his monthly stipend, Yi Beixuan, clad in the Imperial Guard's Baihu's flying fish robe, set out from home to report for duty at the North Jinfu Sea. On the way, familiar neighbors who caught sight of his attire smiled. Beixuan promoted again. Look at your clothes, just like your father's. Have you become a Baihu too? Yi Beixuan's father in this life, though a member of the Imperial Guards, had been a kind man who never oppressed the common folk and often helped them. Thus the neighbors were not afraid of Yi Beixuan. Yi Beixuan smiled and nodded. Yes, thanks to the higher-ups' recognition. Hearing this, the neighbors gave him a thumbs up. Father and son both Baihu. Truly remarkable. Yi Beixuan accepted their praise graciously. He arrived at the Baihu office, clocked in as usual, and before he could rest, a guardsman rushed in from outside. Baihu Yi, the Jinyiwei summons you urgently. Without hesitation, Yi Beixuan followed the guardsman to the Jinyiwei hall. When he arrived, he saw 6 or 7 Baihu already waiting inside. Brother Yi, you're here too. Most of them greeted him with smiles. Among them was Lu Jin, who had been the first among these Baihu to show Yi Beixuan goodwill. If Yi Beixuan hadn't learned the truth from Yangshan beforehand, he would have been fooled by this old fox. But now was not the time to show his hand. He returned their greetings with a cupped fist. After waiting 4 or 5 minutes, all 14 Baihu of the Jinyiwei hall had assembled. Only then did Lu Fengping emerge from the back courtyard. After the formalities, Lu Fengping picked up a stack of case files from the table. Take a look. Yi Beixuan and the others each received a copy. The moment he saw the file, his body stiffened and a flicker of light passed through his eyes. It had finally come. The case file described a village within the jurisdiction of Ping'an County, 100 li from the capital, which had been struck by a plague 7 days ago. All the villagers had turned into corpse demons. The county magistrate of Ping'an had ordered the 6 gates and the local Imperial Guards branch to suppress them, but they had suffered a disastrous defeat. They had specifically requested aid from the Jinfu Sea. According to the magistrate, the source of these corpse demons appears to be the original corpse spirit from the village I personally eradicated a month ago. Thus the case has been assigned to my office. Lu Fengping's voice was cold and laced with anger. That corpse demon killed one of my Baihu and dozens of our brothers. It must be captured. He called for volunteers, but none of the Baihu stepped forward. The previous campaign against the corpse demons had encountered only low-level ones, but the source corpse spirit had never been found. That creature had killed a Baihu. Its strength was undoubtedly terrifying, and any engagement could be life-threatening. Moreover, the Baihu covertly glanced at Yi Beixuan. They all knew that the fallen Baihu was Yi Beixuan's father. Surely this new Baihu would accept the mission. Ding! Congratulations, host. System mission triggered. Eradicate the corpse demons. Mission completion. Reward 1 style Divine Blade / 10 years of cultivation. Mission failure penalty none. The system's prompt sounded in Yi Beixuan's mind. Divine Blade / Hearing that name, Yi Beixuan's heart leaped with joy. This was a top-tier blade technique. Since the mission had been triggered, there was no reason to hesitate. Yi Beixuan stepped forward. Xianhu, I am willing to go. Lu Fengping showed no surprise. But at that moment Lu Zhen unexpectedly volunteered as well. Sir, this corpse demon case was originally under my Baihu's jurisdiction, and it cost Brother Yi his life. I wish to accompany Baihu Yi as his deputy and eradicate this scourge completely. His words were righteous, but Yi Beixuan sneered inwardly. You want to eliminate the corpse demon. You're aiming to eliminate me, aren't you? But that was fine. If this man was willing to come along, it would be the perfect opportunity to act. Lu Fengping glanced at both of them and slowly nodded. Very well. This time you two will lead your subordinates to Ping'an County. The magistrate there will cooperate with you in eradicating the corpse demons. Yes. The group withdrew from the hall. Outside, Lu Zhen smiled at Yi Beixuan. Brother Yi, let's cooperate well this time and slay all the corpse demons. Returning to the 100 House office, Li Cheng and Lin Tao immediately came to greet them. Beixuan, has something happened? Yi Beixuan recounted the mission regarding the corpse demon. After listening, Li Cheng furrowed his brow and said to Yi Beixuan, this case seems to be targeting you specifically. Although Li Cheng was unaware of the connection between the corpse demon and the dragon god cult. But as a veteran Jinyiwei with years of experience, he keenly sensed something amiss. Everything was too coincidental, so meticulously calculated as if orchestrated deliberately. Yi Beixuan merely smiled. It's nothing. They're plotting against me, and I've been waiting for this very opportunity to sweep them all away at once. Witnessing such unwavering confidence in Yi Beixuan, Li Cheng wisely held his tongue. There was no time to waste. Yi Beixuan immediately summoned all the men under his command and led them out of the 100 House office. Before the Northern Secret Service Bureau, Lu Zhen emerged with his own subordinates. The combined strength of both 100 House offices amounted to over 200 Jinyiwei guards marching in full force toward Ping'an County. Once outside the city gates, mounted on horseback, Lu Zhen seemed in high spirits. Brother Yi, that corpse demon is dangerous. You must be careful. With so many troops at our disposal, eliminating this corpse demon should be effortless. You truly have the mind of a seasoned warrior, Brother Yi. Meanwhile, as Yi Beixuan and his men were departing the city beyond the capital's walls in a remote mountain estate, a figure cloaked in black knelt upon the ground. He faced an elderly man leisurely fishing by the lake. The old man stroked his beard, gazing at the water's surface. It's biting. A gentle smile crossed his face as he lifted the rod. With a swift motion, he drew the line taut and hoisted a magnificent plump carp from the water. Only after the elder had carefully removed the fish did the kneeling figure finally speak. Reporting to Hall, Master Lu Zhen has sent word. They have already departed. Hearing this, the elder's eyes narrowed slightly, and he gave a modest nod. I see. Have them proceed with the arrangements. Yes, Hall Master. Meanwhile, at the Vermilion Bird District, inside the Ping'an Marquis Manor, the middle-aged steward addressed the 3 burly middle-aged men beside him. The young master has sustained you the 3 tigers of Lingnan for far too long. It is time you repaid him. All the intelligence on that Jinyiwei 100 House officer is contained within. Proceed to Wang Family Village outside Ping'an County. If the boy perishes there, return immediately. Should he emerge alive, bring forth the Godslayer crossbow and deliver his head to the young master. The 3 men, known as the 3 Tigers of Lingnan, exchanged grim smiles. Fear not, sir. We shall complete the Marquis's mission without fail. Watching the trio vanish into the distance, the steward hurried back to the central guest chamber of the manor. Their Vice Minister of Revenue, Xiao Mingzhi, was already waiting, accompanied by a young master in his early 20s. The young nobleman held a folding fan, his features handsome enough though clad in ornate shoe embroidery robes. His complexion carried an unhealthy pallor, and his eyes lacked the sharpness of youth, instead carrying a hazy, drunken look. He was clearly a young man whose vitality had been drained by indulgence in wine and women. Upon entering, the steward respectfully reported to Xiao Mingzhi, Young master, everything has been arranged exactly as you commanded. Xiao Mingzhi lifted a cup of tea, took a sip, and nodded approvingly. Well done. Beside him, the young nobleman fanned himself lazily and raised an eyebrow. Father, a mere 100 House officer of the Jinyiwei, is but an insignificant ant. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths and dispatch experts like the 3 Tigers of Lingnan? Couldn't my elder brother simply cripple him outright? At these words, Xiao Mingzhi smiled faintly, while the steward quickly interposed on his master's behalf. Young master, this is precisely where the old master's brilliance lies. This Jinyiwei 100 house officer possesses extraordinary talent. Despite being merely 18 years old, he managed to counterkill the assassins sent by the dragon god cult. Though he poses no threat to us at present, now that we are already enemies, we must strike decisively before he gains greater power and influence. If we fail to eliminate him completely, now he may one day become an obstacle we cannot overcome. Xiao Mingzhi nodded. One must apply full force even against the smallest foe. That is the way of a true statesman. Furthermore, your elder brother has great plans ahead. Trivial matters such as this must not interfere with the larger design. Though still dismissive, the young master did not press the matter further. After all, it was his own father speaking. He merely stretched and declared, "Very well. I shall leave you to your affairs. I'm off to the painted boat to listen to music." Watching his son depart, Xiao Mingzhi felt a pang of worry. Though he had many concubines, this was his only legitimate heir, born into wealth and privilege, yet lacking ambition. Yet this son excelled neither in scholarship nor martial arts. Never mind, Xiao Mingzhi murmured to himself. All will be handled by me. As long as this plan succeeds, being a ruler of a prosperous age will be enough. 100 li is neither particularly close nor especially far. By mid-afternoon, Yi Beixuan and Lu Zhen had already arrived at Pingyang County with their Jinyiwei retinue. Outside the county town, the magistrate of Pingyang had been waiting. The moment he caught sight of Yi Beixuan and Lu Zhen, he hastily bowed. Lord Yi, Lord Lu, I am most grateful you could arrive. Pingyang County was classified as a first-rank county, and its magistrate held the 6th official rank, identical to Yi Beixuan and Lu Zhen's standing. However, as members of the Jinyiwei, they outranked local officials by 1 degree. This was why the Pingyang magistrate addressed them as Lord. Yi Beixuan nodded and inquired, "Magistrate Zhou, what is the current situation regarding the corpse demon?" Hearing this, Magistrate Zhou's face darkened with distress. "The situation is dire. This plague of corpse monsters is far more severe than we anticipated. In the villages attacked, not a single soul survived. All the villagers have been infected. Our county government, the 6 gates, and the Jinyiwei branch joined forces to suppress the outbreak, yet suffered heavy casualties in the process. Fortunately, troops dispatched from neighboring counties were able to quarantine the village and prevent the epidemic from spreading further." With this, Magistrate Zhou glanced at the darkening sky. "My lords, it is already late this evening. I implore you to rest at the county office tonight, and tomorrow I shall personally guide you to the scene." But Yi Beixuan immediately shook his head. "No need. Night is precisely when the corpse demon grows most active. This is the perfect opportunity to eradicate it. Simply lead the way." Lu Zhen, standing beside Yi Beixuan, also spoke up. "Indeed, Magistrate Zhou, we have been ordered by the 1,000 household commander to resolve this matter swiftly, that we may return and report our success as soon as possible." Upon hearing this, Magistrate Zhou no longer objected. "Very well. My lords, please follow me." The moonlight, clear as water, bathed the forest and mountains. Led by Magistrate Zhou, the group galloped on horseback for nearly half an hour until the sky grew completely dark. They finally arrived at a village at the foot of the mountain. Before even approaching the settlement, Yi Beixuan keenly detected a heavy scent of blood in the air. Even the atmosphere instantly turned grim and murderous. "My lords, we have arrived," said Magistrate Zhou, pointing at the tents ahead, addressing Yi Beixuan and Lu Zhen. "Dismount." Yi Beixuan raised his hand. Instantly, all the Jinyiwei leaped down from their horses. "Magistrate Zhou, you and your men may return now. Leave this place to us." After speaking, Yi Beixuan turned to Lu Zhen. "Brother Lu, let's go." Lu Zhen grinned. "Such impatience by Huyi. Very well." Passing the military camp, Yi Beixuan and the others strode swiftly toward the village ahead. In their sight, a faint mist shrouded the area. It was like a ghostly realm, eerily silent and terrifying. The village named Wangjia Village was a large settlement with over 1,000 residents, far bigger than the one where Yi Beixuan had exterminated the boar demon a few days ago. According to Magistrate Zhou, all 1,000+ people had turned into corpse demons. That was an absolutely terrifying number. Yet Yi Beixuan felt exhilarated. Over 1,000 corpse demons. How many idol points would that yield? Baihu, be careful. Something is off about this village. It's far too quiet. As they fully entered the village, Li Cheng warned Yi Beixuan. Yi Beixuan nodded. Though he had complete confidence in his own strength, he was not arrogant. Logically, corpse demons were mindless. In a village with over 1,000 of them, they should have been attacked the moment they entered. But now they were already deep inside the village, yet not a single corpse demon was in sight. This was clearly abnormal. However, just as Li Cheng's words faded, a roar suddenly erupted from the previously silent village. The next moment, every house began to tremble. Figures burst out from the rooms, leaping toward the Jinyiwei to attack. In an instant, 6 or 7 Jinyiwei caught off guard were seized by those figures, who bit their necks fiercely, eliciting screams. Only then did Yi Beixuan clearly see the appearance of those dark silhouettes. They were all villagers from the settlement, but their eyes were bloodshot and their strength was immense like oxen. When a Jinyiwei's steel blade struck them, sparks flew. Their corpse demons form a formation. Their weak point is the head. Lu Zhan, his true essence blazing, swung his blade and cleaved a corpse demon charging at him in two, then roared out orders. Several corpse demons howled and rushed toward Yi Beixuan. Yi Beixuan swung his blade backhand, shredding the heads of those corpse demons. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 30 idol points. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 30 idol points. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 30 idol points. The system's prompts echoed in Yi Beixuan's mind, but the number of corpse demons was overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, they had surrounded all the Jinyiwei. Besides the villagers, Yi Beixuan was astonished to find that many of the livestock in the village had also turned into corpse demons. These animal corpse demons were even harder to deal with than ordinary living humans. Not only were they stronger, but their defenses were also superior. Even though the Jinyiwei had formed battle formations, they were momentarily at a disadvantage. Yi Beixuan wielded his embroidered spring blade, unleashing the power of Xiantian true essence and executing the demon-slaying blade technique. The blade cut through the air, taking off the heads of corpse demons one after another. In just a few breaths, more than a dozen corpse demons were slain. Excellent skills, brother, Yi praised Lu Zhan, who had also killed over a dozen, taking a moment to compliment Yi Beixuan. Judging by the depth of Yi Beixuan's true essence, he had already reached the mid-Xiantian stage. Moreover, his blade technique was ferocious, fiercer than even some veteran Jinyiwei. When it came to killing these corpse demons, one could hardly tell that he was merely an 18-year-old youth. Brother Lu flatters me, said Yi Beixuan with a smile, slashing down another corpse demon. Roar. While the two were speaking, another roar erupted from deep within the village. At the sound, the corpse demon's aura of malice intensified, and they charged at the Jinyiwei, without regard for their own lives. Not good. These corpse demons are being controlled by the source corpse fiend. We must eliminate that source first. Lu Zhan's expression changed. Brother Yi. Lu Zhan was about to say more when Yi Beixuan interrupted him. Brother Lu, no need to elaborate. I understand. Lu Zhan laughed heartily. Good. Baihu Yi truly has courage. All those ranked Zongqi and above break out with me and surround the source of this corpse fiend. Hold these corpse demons back. Li Cheng suddenly tugged at Yi Beixuan. Beixuan. At this moment, even the slowest perception would have realized that Lu Zhan seemed deliberately to lure Yi Beixuan alone into the deepest part of the village. Yi Beixuan smiled at Li Cheng. Uncle Li, rest assured, not a single one of them will survive. With that, he too activated his lightness skill. He stepped forward and departed. Accompanying him were Li Cheng, two of his own Zongqi, Chen Liang and Zheng Zibu, as well as 2 men from Lu Zhan's Baihu station. All of them were Xiantian experts, killing ordinary corpse demons as easily as chopping melons and vegetables. In just a few minutes, the group broke through the encirclement of corpse demons. The deeper they went, the thicker the mist became. Fortunately, everyone was skilled enough to dismiss the fog. Still, they remained vigilant, as an extremely dangerous intuition kept washing over them. At last, they halted before an ancestral hall in the village. The source of that danger emanated from within this hall. Roar. Another howl suddenly resounded. Bang. The ancestral hall exploded. In the next moment, a man in black robes and a monstrous creature, over a zhang tall with a green face and fangs, burst out from the hall. The monster seemed to be clad in a layer of bronze armor, exuding an aura of extreme terror. In an instant, it blocked everyone's escape. At the sight of this man and demon, all the Jinyiwei's faces turned pale. This is a bronze-armored corpse. The bronze-armored corpse is a type of corpse demon. Named for its bronze-like luster across the body, it possesses immense strength and is impervious to blades and spears. Moreover, it carries deadly poison, certain death upon contact. Its power rivals that of a newly broken-through Grandmaster. They had never imagined that the source of this village's calamity would be a bronze-armored corpse. And it was being controlled by someone. Just as everyone was stunned, suddenly Lu Zhan, who had been standing at the front, swung his blade. He struck Chen Liang and Zheng Zibu, Yi Beixuan's Zongqi, with his sword. Caught off guard, the two didn't even let out a groan. They died beyond recovery. The sudden upheaval startled nearly everyone, leaving even the 2 Zongqi under Lu Zhan's command completely stunned. Li Cheng's expression darkened as he instantly raised his blade toward Lu Zhan. Though he had suspected this case was deliberately targeted at Yi Beixuan, he never expected that it would be Lu Xun himself, 100-man commander of the embroidered uniform guard, who struck first. Lord Lu, what are you? Right beside Lu Xun, his two subordinated Zhongqi stood dumbfounded. Lu Xun watched them as they wiped blood from their blade edges, then spoke in a calm tone. You are my confidants. I will give you a chance to survive. When the time comes, I will severely injure them, and you will kill Yi Beixuan, then permanently join our dragon god cult. These words sent shockwaves through the scene. All three of them widened their eyes in disbelief. Li Cheng's pupils contracted sharply. At this point, how could they still fail to understand? Lu Xun, you are one of the dragon god cult. That corpse demon was intentionally released by you all along. Including last time, it was you. Li Cheng pointed at Lu Xun with a trembling voice, finally comprehending the entire plot. Lu Xun ignored him entirely, his gaze fixed instead on Yi Beixuan, who remained as calm as still water. Brother Yi, you seem unfazed at all. Yi Beixuan glanced at him and smiled. What is there to be surprised about facing such corpses as yourselves, eh? Huh. Lu Xun paused, genuinely surprised. He had never expected that even at this moment Yi Beixuan could still speak with such composure. But he soon burst into loud laughter. Brother Yi, truly bold indeed. But I wonder if your strength matches the hardness of your tongue. Guardian, strike now. As soon as his words fell, the robed figure abruptly produced a bell from behind his back. The bell trembled. The bronze-armored corpse demon beside him had its eyes turn crimson in an instant. Go! With a single gesture, the corpse demon roared, its body erupting in bronze radiance as a foul wind surged forward, and it pounced directly at Yi Beixuan. Yi Beixuan's 9 young divine arts spiraled into full operation, channeling all his cultivation power into his palm. With a fierce downward strike, his palm moved like a soaring dragon. A corpse demon, merely comparable to a newly broken-through grandmaster, was hardly worth his attention. Seeing Yi Beixuan's move, Li Cheng's face underwent a dramatic shift, and he hastily called out. Careful! This corpse demon's flesh is peerless, and it is poisonous. The corpse demon's greatest strength lay in its body. Even an ordinary corpse demon could tear apart tigers and leopards with its bare hands. And this one in front of them, attempting to clash palms with such a creature as standard grandmaster, would certainly not withstand it. Lu Xun also noticed that Yi Beixuan was not using his blade techniques, but instead striking with his palm. A faint sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. Foolish, yet in the very next instant, Yi Beixuan's formidable primordial essence exploded forth, condensing into a golden dragon. This palm strike was bar his blade intent, the peak of his current power. The palm came down like thunder. The golden dragon roared, piercing through the corpse demon's aura in a split second, and landed squarely on its chest. That so-called blade and spear-proof corpse demon flesh. It was like tattered cloth. The overwhelming palm force tore straight through. Its entire body burst apart and collapsed dead beyond any doubt. One palm strike. Instant kill. Ding. Congratulations, host, on earning 120 idle points. Within Yi Beixuan's mind, the system notification sounded. Silence. The entire atmosphere fell into deathly stillness. The smile on Lu Xun's face had not yet faded, and everything had already come to an end. You comprehended palm intent. It was still the robed figure who reacted first. With his innate peak cultivation, combined with the bronze-armored corpse demon he controlled, he could challenge even an early-stage grandmaster. Easily dispatching ordinary innate cultivators was why the Dragon God cult had assigned him to this mission. They had already overestimated Yi Beixuan as much as possible. After all, last time during the assassination attempt, one of the participants was an innate late-stage cultivator who still failed. They believed Yi Beixuan might possess strength comparable to an innate late-stage expert. But no one had anticipated this situation unfolding before their eyes. One palm to kill a corpse demon. How immense must his internal energy be? Combined forces, Lu Xun finally reacted, making a swift decision in an instant. Yi Beixuan was no longer an enemy he could handle alone. His innate peak primordial essence was released without reservation. The two wasted no further words. The robed figure also drew a long blade from his back. Kill! With a thunderous shout, they simultaneously charged at Yi Beixuan. Two blade edges interwove, forming an impenetrable web intent on crushing Yi Beixuan trapped within. At that moment, Yi Beixuan likewise drew his embroidered uniform blade. Whoosh! One blade strike descended. Boom! An explosive sound erupted from between the three figures. Lu Xun and the robed figure's hands trembled violently. In that collision, they felt an unimaginable surge of force crash upon them, shaking them so severely their grip on their blades faltered. Use our ultimate techniques. Both Lu Xun and the robed figure were seasoned innates. Their combat experience far surpassed that of mere assassins who would flee immediately upon a failed strike. Good. The robed figure nodded. In the next instant, the two moved in unison again. blade splits mountains and rivers. Lu Zhan roared a terrifying blade aura slicing through the air toward Yi Beixuan. The other robed figure similarly unleashed his trump card. Playing with blades before me, you are not worthy. Yi Beixuan, observing both attacks, remained utterly unperturbed. The embroidered uniform blade in his hand finally moved. In only a flash, a cold radiance appeared. It was as though the entire world rang with the sound of a blade, and Lu Zhan's and the robed figure's long blades, upon sensing this terrifying pressure, began to tremble faintly, as if submitting in reverence. Their previously majestic blade techniques lost more than half their power instantaneously. Blade intent released. There were no more blades beneath heaven. Wah! What is happening? The two could not comprehend what was occurring, yet their eyes were filled with terror and dread. Their very eyeballs ached as though pierced by blade light. Yi Beixuan struck. A simple horizontal thrust. Lu Zhan's and the robed figure's attacks were instantly shattered. Then his figure flickered and his long blade swept. Shwick! Two crimson trails appeared upon the necks of Lu Zhan and the robed figure. An endless storm of blade intent devoured their vitality. Watching Yi Beixuan halt his blade, Lu Zhan's gaze went blank, and he slowly spoke, so fast a blade. Having finished those words, their heads rolled away. Their bodies collapsed to the ground, devoid of any remaining life. Ding! Congratulations, host, on earning 100 idol points. Ding! Congratulations, host, on earning 100 idol points. Two crisp notification sounds rang out, thoroughly awakening the others. The two Zongqi who had followed Lu Zhan widened their eyes in terror, collapsing onto the ground in fright. Yi Beixuan, you actually murdered your fellow colleagues. What audacity! One of the Zongqi pointed at Yi Beixuan, his voice trembling, but his words had barely left his mouth before he saw Yi Beixuan stamp his foot. With a whoosh, he vanished from sight. A slender hand grew ever larger in the Zongqi's line of vision, pressing down directly toward his skull, that seemingly ordinary palm. The moment it touched his head, it unleashed an unimaginable force. Boom! The Zongqi's head burst open. Blood sprayed in all directions. Vast primordial essence erupted from his body, reducing his entire frame to a mist of blood. Kill this man. Yi Beixuan clapped his hands. LV Zhan is a spy of the Dragon God sect, colluding with the Dragon God sect, an unpardonable crime. In a short span of time, first LV Zhan's identity was exposed, then Yi Beixuan slew him, and subsequently killed another banner commander. Turn after turn, Li Cheng was utterly stunned at a loss. But Li Cheng understood immediately. Without the slightest hesitation, he drew his blade and thrust it through the last banner commander under LV Zhan's command. Murdering a fellow officer was a capital offense. Yet that was only if the embroidered uniform guard could uncover the truth. He was a seasoned veteran of the guard, well-versed in worldly affairs. He placed complete trust in Yi Beixuan. Since Yi Beixuan wanted to kill, he would naturally follow suit. Otherwise, standing by idly without any action would immediately create a rift between him and Yi Beixuan. Such was the harsh reality. To share guilt together was true bond forged through life and death trials. Moreover, Yi Beixuan had even bequeathed to him the supreme internal art, the 9-yang divine skill. Would it not be inhuman to remain indifferent? Having cleanly dispatched everyone, Yi Beixuan also scrounged several thousand taels of silver from their bodies. He handed half to Li Cheng. Having slain together, they naturally shared the spoils. Li Cheng smiled faintly and accepted the silver. Beixuan, your strength truly astonishes me. From the very beginning, when Yi Beixuan entered the embroidered uniform guard and served as a minor banner officer under him, Li Cheng's care for Yi Beixuan was merely due to Yi Beixuan's convenient father. Later, as they handled cases together and caroused together, their relationship grew closer. By now, with Yi Beixuan becoming a centurion, Li Cheng had thoroughly latched onto Yi Beixuan's coattails. Naturally, the stronger Yi Beixuan became, the more benefits Li Cheng reaped. Yi Beixuan shrugged. No choice. These bastards forced me. If I didn't train hard, I'd be the one dead. Uncle Li, let's go. We'll annihilate these corpse fiends and return to report. Without the control of the source corpse, those ordinary corpse fiends were a rabble in the eyes of the embroidered uniform guard. In the end, at the cost of 23 dead and over a dozen wounded, they annihilated all these corpse fiends. Of course, the high casualties were due to the sudden ambush at the start. Otherwise, with the guard's strength, a mere 7 or 8 deaths would have sufficed to wipe out the corpse fiends. Then Yi Beixuan threw out the bodies of LV Zhan, the source corpse fiend, and the black-robed man of the Dragon God sect. He addressed the embroidered uniform guard under LV Zhan. LV Zhan, the rebel, was a spy of the Dragon God sect. These 2 consecutive corpse fiend incidents were all perpetrated by this rebel and the Dragon God sect. Now this centurion has slain him. Upon seeing LV Zhan's corpse, all the embroidered uniform guards were startled. Yet they harbored no suspicion toward Yi Beixuan's account. After all, Yi Beixuan and LV Zhan had no grievances. He would never kill without cause. Moreover, the matter of the Dragon God sect was no joke. With solid evidence, now they naturally entertained no other thoughts. After collecting the corpses of their fallen comrades, since it was already night, they set up camp on the spot, planning to return to the capital the next day. Having a simple dinner with Li Chung Lin Tao and the others, Yi Beixuan returned to his tent. As soon as he sat cross-legged, the system's prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the system task. Annihilate the corpse fiends. Task completed. Reward obtained 1 style divine blade / 10 years of cultivation. Boom! In Yi Beixuan's Dantian Sea of Qi, the 10 years of cultivation began to release. Yet as Yi Beixuan's realm rose, the required cultivation became immense. In his mind, the martial arts outline for the 1 style divine blade / also appeared. In a small building, listening to the spring rain overnight, when the divine blade emerges, the world is shocked. Though the divine blade / consisted of only 1 move, the variations and power of this blade art were beyond anyone's imagination. This single stroke contained all the changes and essence of blade techniques. The blade technique, stance, timing, and force applied at the moment of execution were all precisely calculated. It could unleash the ultimate power. When the divine blade emerged, the target was doomed to die. Truly terrifying. Such a blade art is undoubtedly the pinnacle of mortal skill. Silently comprehending the variations and power of the divine blade / Yi Beixuan could not help but marvel. Compared to the divine blade / the demon-slaying blade technique he had learned was garbage. At the same time, Yi Beixuan realized, before reaching perfection, the divine blade / needed to be used with the crescent moon blade to unleash its full might. But once perfected, any blade could push the divine blade / to its extreme. Yi Beixuan looked at his system panel. Host Yi Beixuan, age 18, realm 7th layer of innate AFK skills 18, Dragon-Subduing Palms max, languid steps max, golden bell, cover iron cloth, shirt max, 9 yang divine skill 5th layer spirit, finger minor success, demon slaying blade technique max, 1 style, divine blade / AFK. Points 2180. The AFK points had returned to 4 digits, and even exceeded 2,000. This pleased Yi Beixuan. He loved such large-scale missions. Each harvest was several times that of ordinary tasks. With these 2,000 AFK points, it was time to enhance his strength. Yi Beixuan did not hesitate. System begin AFK training for the 1 style divine blade / On the 42nd day of AFK training, after continuous cultivation, you finally comprehended the method of using the divine blade / reaching the entry level. On the 167th day of AFK training, through your relentless practice day and night, the divine blade / grew increasingly mature, successfully advancing to proficiency. On the 356th day of AFK training, your insight into the divine blade / once again deepened, stepping into minor success. On the 610th day of AFK training, with an accidental opportunity, you combined blade intent with the divine blade / causing it to break through again, reaching major success. On the 923rd day of AFK training, you had never before trained for so long. Through your unremitting efforts, you finally cultivated the divine blade / to perfection. At the same time, your blade intent was tempered, reaching the 2nd level of blade intent. This AFK training ends. Transferring comprehension, please wait. As the final system prompt sounded, countless memories of the 1 style divine blade / began to surge into Yi Beixuan's mind. Everything could be slain. After a full hour had passed, Yi Beixuan slowly opened his eyes. His entire being exuded an undeniable sharpness, like a peerless blade ready to be unsheathed at any moment. This was the result of his blade intent being further tempered. I didn't expect to gain such an unexpected harvest from cultivating this divine blade strike. Blade intent has actually broken through to the 2nd level. Now with the divine blade strike, I can slay those grandmasters below the 5th level who have not mastered an artistic conception. A glint of sharp light flashed across Yi Beixuan's eyes. Artistic conception. It was the ultimate realm of any weapon. This was not only a manifestation of combat power, but also a reflection of the path one had chosen. Artistic conception was divided into 9 levels. Each level was a world apart. It was said that at the pinnacle of the 9th level, one could shatter the void with martial arts. Of course, all this was still far beyond Yi Beixuan's reach. He continued to look at his remaining AFK points. Cultivating the divine blade strike had consumed over 900 points. This was enough to demonstrate the terror of the divine blade. It was even higher than divine techniques like the wave-treading step. Yi Beixuan estimated that this divine blade strike had probably reached the top grade of the heaven tier, or even the supreme grade of the heaven tier. Beyond that were true divine martial arts. Only terrestrial celestial beings could master techniques of that level. Let me cultivate the 9-yang divine art next. System AFK cultivate the 9-yang divine art. Day 58 of AFK your 9-yang divine art steadily climbs, gradually advancing toward the 6th layer. Day 190 of AFK through your continuous cultivation, your understanding of the 9-yang divine art deepens, and the 9-yang divine art breaks through to the 6th layer. Day 380 of AFK the abundant true essence continuously circulates through the meridians in your body, bringing you some pressure. Your cultivation base has advanced too quickly, and the power within you is already overloaded. Day 463 of AFK the 9-yang divine art has entered the late 6th layer, but your meridians can no longer bear the burden. You urgently need a technique to strengthen your physique and meridians. This cultivation session is automatically terminated. AFK ended transmitting insights, please wait. This sudden turn of events caught Yi Beixuan somewhat off guard. He had originally planned to pour all his AFK points into the 9-yang divine art. That way he might have directly broken through to the Grandmaster realm in one go. But unexpectedly, it only increased the 9-yang divine art from the late 5th layer to the peak of the 6th layer. Even so, his cultivation base soared like a rocket. He directly broke through from the 7th level of the Xiantian realm all the way to the peak of the 9th level of the Xiantian realm. The true essence within him surged violently. The force made Yi Beixuan's meridians ache. After he finished regulating his breath, Yi Beixuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. Truly one cannot become a fat man in one bite. Yi Beixuan smiled wryly, knowing exactly where the problem lay. The true essence was too overbearing. Within this single short day, he had broken through from the 6th level of Xiantian to the 9th level of Xiantian, and his body could not keep up with the growth of true essence. Naturally, a problem arose. How many ordinary late-stage Xiantian experts could take years or even decades to make further progress? Even the most exceptional prodigies needed at least several months or even longer to break through. This was a gradual process. One had to let the 8 extraordinary meridians in the body fully withstand the power of true essence so that breakthroughs would not cause any damage. Like Yi Beixuan breaking through 3 levels in just a few hours. Even a direct infusion of power could not be this fast. If I wait for the meridians to adapt, it will take at least several months or even longer. That's too long. Yi Beixuan frowned. If anyone else heard his words, they would surely pick up a shoe sole and slap him hard across the mouth. Too much humble bragging. But Yi Beixuan genuinely felt it was too long. Before he might have been able to take it slow and cultivate leisurely. But now he had already killed several experts of the Dragon God sect in succession. Even if the Dragon God sect found it hard to believe, they should have realized that his strength was not as simple as they imagined. Given the enmity between them, the Dragon God sect would absolutely not allow him to grow. They would surely nip him in the bud. With his current cultivation, he had no pressure fighting against grandmasters of the 6th or 7th level. But if it was a peak grandmaster, or even a great grandmaster, then it would be dangerous. So he had to become stronger at a speed that no one could anticipate. I need to find a technique that can strengthen the physique and meridians. Yi Beixuan muttered to himself. But such techniques were not easy to find. He wondered if the brocade guard's treasury had one. However, the treasury was not easy to access. Forget it, I'll ask Uncle Li tomorrow. He's an old hand, maybe he knows a place to buy techniques. Yi Beixuan pondered for a moment. Just as he was about to cultivate other martial techniques, suddenly his expression turned icy cold. Damn it! Don't they know when to stop? In that instant, his keen senses detected a trace of killing intent rapidly approaching him. Rip! The entire tent was torn apart. The commotion instantly woke all the brocade guards. What's happening? Everyone turned their gaze toward the central army tent where Yi Beixuan was. They saw Yi Beixuan holding a blade in one hand while in midair. A huge arrow several zhang in size, and resembling a giant pillar carrying the power to shatter 10,000 Jun, tore through the night sky and sped straight toward Yi Beixuan. It's the god-slaying giant crossbow. The moment they saw the arrow, Li Cheng and Lin Tao's faces changed drastically. What? This is the god-slaying crossbow. The other brocade guards also shrank their pupils sharply at the name. In this world where martial arts could reach the divine, ordinary arrows were useless against martial artists. Therefore, all bows and arrows used in the military had power far exceeding the ancient dynasties Yi Beixuan knew of, truly comparable to large-caliber bullets. And this god-slaying crossbow was said to be capable of slaying gods. It was the most lethal weapon in the Dali army. It was usually only used when attacking cities. Each arrow cost at least 1,000 gold pieces made from the bones of top-grade demon beasts. Only Xiantian cultivators could operate the god-slaying crossbow. Once hit, even a late-stage grandmaster would be severely injured. God-slaying giant crossbow. Yi Beixuan also heard the shouts below. A cold smile appeared on his face. His blade intent surged explosively, and he drew his embroidered spring blade. Clang! With the sound of a blade's cry, Beixuan's long blade erupted with extreme blade chi. Divine Blade Strike. This strike fell directly sealing off all the vital energy of the god-slaying giant crossbow arrow. It was an absolutely perfect strike. Blade light burst forth and collided with the god-slaying giant crossbow arrow. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded from midair, rattling eardrums. Li Cheng and the others subconsciously closed their eyes, but then their faces changed drastically. Beixuan had actually directly clashed with the god-slaying giant crossbow. What the hell? The power of the god-slaying giant crossbow was enough to severely injure an ordinary mid-stage grandmaster. But before they could react, they saw Beixuan's figure turn into a streak of light speeding toward the direction from which the god-slaying crossbow had been shot. And that arrow claimed to be able to slay gods was split cleanly in two, falling helplessly from midair. What? What kind of blade art is this? Li Cheng and the others below were utterly dumbfounded. A single strike cleaving the Godslayer crossbow. Such formidable power. Even an ordinary grandmaster could not accomplish that. Li Cheng swallowed hard, gulping down his saliva. First, stabilize the troops. This matter must never be leaked. Just tell the men below that we saw wrong. Lin Tao reacted belatedly and nodded hurriedly. Yes. He also understood that if this got out, the uproar would be immense. A centurion possessing the power to confront the Godslayer crossbow head-on. This was no longer shock, but sheer terror. North of Beixuan's encampment, on a hillside, three men in black robes watched the Godslayer crossbow strike its target. A smile simultaneously crept across their faces. If you ask me, the Marquis worries too much. With our strength, killing this mere Jinyiwei centurion would be a trivial task. And yet he insisted we bring the Godslayer crossbow. Under this crossbow, the brat is probably reduced to dust. All three were at ease. They did not even spare another glance, preparing to pack up and return to report. In their eyes, struck by the Godslayer crossbow, even if Beixuan had 10 lives, it would not be enough. However, just then, the three men's expressions abruptly changed. They sensed a supremely sharp aura hurtling toward them. Not good. The three hastily retreated. Before they could see anyone, a blade came flying straight at them. Bang! Blade energy swept forth, blasting a massive crater several zhang around. Before the three middle-aged men could recover, a handsome young man clad in the Jinyiwei's flying fish robe had already appeared in their sight. Upon seeing the trio, Beixuan spoke coldly. So who do we have here? The three wanted fugitives, the Lingnan three demons. These three had committed heinous crimes in Lingnan, killing over 100 civilians in half a year. They had also committed dozens of rape cases, calling themselves the Lingnan three tigers. They were also known as the Lingnan three demons. Later, after murdering the daughter of the Lingnan prefect, they were pursued by the Jinyiwei and the 6 gates stationed in Lingnan. Since then, they had vanished without a trace. Their names still hung on the Jinyiwei's wanted list. Unexpectedly, they encountered them here. You were hit by the Godslayer crossbow. How can you still be alive? The Lingnan three tigers were even more astonished than Beixuan. Blinking frantically, they stared at the apparition of Beixuan in disbelief. Who sent you? Beixuan did not answer. He merely swept his cold gaze over the three. They were clearly not in league with the Dragon God sect, and they could carry a massive weapon like the Godslayer crossbow. They must have a military background. Beixuan ran through his experiences of the past few days. Pingnan Marquis Mansions, Xiaomingzhi. Beixuan finally locked onto a target. He had not directly provoked that fellow, but according to Li Cheng, the main culprit of the cat demon case, Su Kuan, was the man of that vice minister of revenue. The Pingnan Marquis rose to prominence through military merit. By this generation, he commanded 200,000 heavy troops. Only the Pingnan Marquis mansion possessed the Godslayer crossbow. Last time, when he killed Yang Shan, he had seen that steward, who was from the Pingnan Marquis mansion. Hey boy, though, I don't know what trick you used to evade the Godslayer crossbow. Since you've come to us willingly, we brothers won't be polite. After the initial shock, the Lingnan three tigers had calmed down. Sneering, they directly drew the weapons from their backs. All three were adept at hammer techniques. They wielded a pair of gold-melting iron hammers following the path of overwhelming force. Although their cultivation was only at the 3rd level of Grandmaster, their innate strength allowed them to contend with ordinary mid-stage Grandmasters. When they fought together, they claimed to be invincible among Grandmasters capable of battling the prodigies on the Heavenly Pride list. Of course, that was their own boast. Nevertheless, the fact that they could escape after killing the Lingnan prefect's daughter showed their extraordinary skills. Kill! The three roared in unison, swung their gilded hammers, and smashed them down toward Beixuan. Crimson true essence surged, and faint tiger and leopard roars emanated. This was also the Lingnan three tigers' signature technique, reputed to be an earth-grade martial art, the tiger and leopard thunder sound hammer. The hammer shadows descended through the air, shaking the air itself. Let me see how strong your force really is. Yi Beixuan did not dodge or evade. His max-level golden bell cover and iron cloth shirt instantly enveloped his entire body, as an ultimate physical cultivation technique. After reaching max level, Yi Beixuan's own strength had already reached tens of thousands of June. Hope it. He swung his blade down, meeting the three iron hammers head-on. Bang! A thunderous explosion. The Lingnan three tigers' expressions changed drastically. Their bodies were sent flying backward. Such immense force. The three coughed up blood. Their arms went numb. I thought you had some real skill. Today I'll take your heads back for the bounty. Yi Beixuan sneered contemptuously. The combined strength of these three was only about that of a 5th or 6th level grandmaster, and they called themselves invincible among grandmasters. Hu San, who you escape. I'll hold him off. The leading man of the Lingnan three tigers instantly assessed the situation. Yi Beixuan's strength far surpassed theirs, using a blade to directly meet their hammers and injuring them with a single blow. This level of power was definitely that of a late-stage grandmaster. No, big brother. We'll go together or not at all. The other two tigers shook their heads in unison. None of you are leaving. Yi Beixuan had no time to listen to their brotherly sentiments. He swung his embroidered spring blade. A blade light radiating a terrifying aura tore through the air. With just the initial motion, it was as if thousands of blade shadows overlapped. But their speed was naturally no match for the swiftness of Yi Beixuan's blade. With a light tap of his toe, he instantly appeared behind the three. Swoosh! The blade light cut through the darkness. In that instant, the Lingnan three tigers' figures froze in place. Blood gushed from their necks like a spring. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining 140 idle points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining 140 idle points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining 140 idle points. Yi Beixuan sheathed his blade. The three bodies then fell to the ground. He walked over to the corpses of the Lingnan three tigers and searched them thoroughly. He unexpectedly obtained over 10,000 taels of silver, and also that tiger and leopard thunder sound hammer manual. This was a pleasant surprise. And in the pocket of the Lingnan three tigers leader, Yi Beixuan found a token. On it was inscribed the character Marquis. It really is that old bastard. The Dragon God sect is too well hidden to find easily, but your Pingnan Marquis mansion is right there. Just wait. A murderous gleam flashed in Yi Beixuan's eyes. Being assassinated time and again. Even he was angered. Especially tonight. The power of that Godslayer crossbow was truly terrifying. It definitely had the strength to severely wound an ordinary late-stage grandmaster. If he hadn't broken through several realms in one night and learned the divine blade slash, he might have found it difficult to withstand the Godslayer crossbow unscathed. As for those who sought to kill him, he naturally would not let them off. Yi Beixuan was no fool who charged recklessly. That son of the Pingnan Marquis held the position of Vice Minister of Revenue, a high-ranking official of the second rank in the imperial court. To assassinate him would be nothing short of fanciful delusion. Within the Pingnan Marquis estate, there were no fewer than 10 grandmasters alone. Rumor had it that the 4th-generation Pingnan Marquis was still alive. Decades ago, his cultivation had already reached the peak of the grandmaster stage, and he had once been ranked on the Earth list. It was estimated that he had now broken through into the heavenly harmony realm. He was the pillar that held the Pingnan Marquis estate together. With Yi Beixuan's current strength, opposing the Pingnan Marquis family was still far beyond his reach. But that Xiaomingzhi had quite a few offspring. One of his illegitimate sons served as a commander in the Northern Garrison Command. You assassinate my father, and I'll kill your son. He could not tolerate such an insult in the slightest. Yi Beixuan severed the heads of the three tigers of Lingnan, turned on his heel, and left, returning to the newly erected tent. He dismissed the others, keeping only Li Cheng and Lin Tao. Yi Beixuan tossed the heads of the three tigers of Lingnan onto the ground. These are the three demons of Lingnan. Upon seeing the three heads, Lin Tao gasped in shock. Li Cheng's pupils contracted. Beixuan, were all three of these killed by you? Yi Beixuan nodded. Indeed. The god-slaying crossbow that ambushed me just now was fired by those three. At these words, Li Cheng drew in a sharp breath. These three tigers of Lingnan were all renowned grandmaster-level experts, and they wielded god-slaying crossbows. Yet they had been slain by Yi Beixuan. Then, do you know who wanted to assassinate you? Was it someone from the Dragon God cult? Li Cheng asked. Not entirely sure. Yi Beixuan replied, this time not answering truthfully. He feared frightening them. No matter how powerful the Dragon God cult was, they dared not act so brazenly. But that Vice Minister of Revenue from the Pingnan Marquis estate was a different matter entirely. At such a rank, crushing ordinary Jinyiwei like them would be easier than relieving himself. Enough, Uncle Li. You two should also go back and rest. Li Cheng and the other nodded, saying no more. Alone, Yi Beixuan sat in meditation within the military tent. His expression was grim. 2 groups of enemies had come after him in one night. It tightened the nerves that had loosened upon receiving the system. The Dragon God cult was manageable after all. They were an organization that could not show their faces in daylight. No matter their strength, they couldn't send top experts to the imperial capital. But that from the Pingnan Marquis estate was different. In terms of official rank and family background, that Vice Minister of Revenue was undoubtedly among the elite of Dali. Originally, when investigating the Demon Cat case, Yi Beixuan had kept this Vice Minister of Revenue in his sights. But the man hadn't made a move for many days, almost convincing Yi Beixuan he was off his guard. He had assumed the Vice Minister would merely leverage the Dragon God cult's power against him, never personally involving himself. Who would have guessed that when he struck he would come with such ferocity? Power. I need stronger power. Yi Beixuan harbored no fear. Since conflicts had arisen, he would face them head-on. System Initiate AFK training for Xiao Li's Flying Dagger. Having slain 3 Grandmasters, he had accumulated over 400 AFK points. Time to put them to use. AFK Day 31. Due to your intense craving for power, your cultivation has been exceptionally diligent. Xiao Li's Flying Dagger has broken through to the perfected stage. AFK Day 158. Through your continuous cultivation, your mastery over Xiao Li's Flying Dagger has grown increasingly proficient. It has advanced to the late perfected stage. AFK Day 314. On this day, you have finally achieved complete mastery over the art of Xiao Li's Flying Dagger, cultivating it to perfection. This AFK session has concluded. Enlightenment is being transmitted. Please wait. As the notification sound faded, Yi Beixuan had finally cultivated Xiao Li's Flying Dagger to perfection. A dagger at the perfected level was naturally far superior to when it was merely at the small achievement stage. Now that his dagger was drawn, even experts like the 3 Tigers of Langnan would be unable to withstand it. Alas, the daggers Yi Beixuan currently wielded were merely forged at any ordinary blacksmith shop. They didn't even qualify as divine weapons. Though Xiao Li's Flying Dagger as a martial art placed no requirements on the dagger's material, the gap between a top-tier dagger and an ordinary one was still considerable. For instance, when he ambushed Yang Shan previously, that strike from Yi Beixuan was sufficient to pierce through him. But because Yang Shan wore treasure armor, the flying dagger was deflected. Had he possessed a top-tier dagger, it would have been enormously effective at breaking through a martial artist's body, enveloping true energy or piercing armor. I must acquire several stronger daggers. Yi Beixuan muttered to himself, glancing at his final martial art that hadn't reached max level. System. Initiate another AFK cycle for Spiritual Insight Finger. This was the confidence that came with wealth and resources. With AFK points available, wasn't it foolish not to use them to elevate his strength as much as possible? AFK Day 19, your Spiritual Insight Finger, through continuous cultivation, has broken through to the late small achievement stage. AFK Day 105. On this day, while practicing Spiritual Insight Finger, you experienced a sudden revelation and caught 36 leaves between your fingers. Spiritual Insight Finger has broken through perfected stage. AFK Day 462. Your use of Spiritual Insight Finger has become nearly instinctive. Beneath your Spiritual Insight Finger, no hidden weapon in the world can harm you in the slightest, and you have finally cultivated it to perfection. This AFK session has concluded. Enlightenment is being transmitted. Please wait. A vast tide of memories surged into Yi Beixuan's mind. His state of mind underwent subtle changes as well. It seemed he no longer needed to open his eyes to perceive everything around him. This was the manifestation of Spiritual Insight Finger at perfection. Lu Xiaofeng had relied on this extraordinary technique to navigate the Jianghu in days past, catching any divine weapon the world had to offer, and his current realm was no inferior to Lu Xiaofeng's. Any sword or blade that could be grasped between his 2 fingers posed no threat to him whatsoever. Of course, heavy weapons like hammers were excluded. No amount of flexibility in his fingers could manage those. I wonder which is more powerful, my Xiao Li's Flying Dagger or Spiritual Insight Finger. Yi Beixuan suddenly considered the characteristics of these 2 martial arts. Xiao Li's Flying Dagger was renowned for never missing its mark, while Spiritual Insight Finger could intercept any weapon in the world. If Xiao Li's Flying Dagger were launched against Spiritual Insight Finger, it was impossible to say which would prevail. Unfortunately, he was the only one in this world who could master both extraordinary techniques simultaneously. He had cultivated all his martial arts to their maximum level, though this didn't result in an overly dramatic boost to his combat power. Yet it made his martial arts more well-rounded. No matter the circumstances, he possessed stronger means for both killing and self-preservation. Collectively, his foundation had been substantially enhanced. Having completed these tasks, Yi Beixuan did not delay any further. He went asleep. The next day, At noon, Yi Beixuan led his team back to the Northern Surveillance Bureau. Brother Yi, back so soon. As they entered the 1,000-household hall, a familiar centurion spotted them and greeted him with surprise. The mission to eradicate the corpse demon had only been issued the day before. Yet by noon the following day, Yi Beixuan had already returned with his men. And judging by the expressions of the brocade guards under his command, the case had been successfully resolved. Indeed, Yi Beixuan replied with a smile. And where is Brother Lu? Didn't he go out of the city with you? Another centurion sensed something amiss. Among the returning team, only Yi Beixuan and Li Cheng were familiar faces. All of Lu Zhen's centurions and above had vanished without a trace. Hearing the question, Yi Beixuan sighed. That villain Lu Zhen was a spy for the Dragon God sect. He colluded with the corpse demon, intending to annihilate us all. He even struck down several banner commanders by surprise before I finally slew him. The moment these words were spoken, every centurion's pupils contracted sharply. They were all stunned, their mouths agape. A Dragon God sect spy, colluding with a corpse demon, and all killed by Yi Beixuan. Each piece of information struck the hearts of everyone like a hammer. They knew Lu Zhen's strength well. He was a veteran centurion of the Brocade Guard with cultivation nearly at the pinnacle of Xiantian. Though they had never seen a corpse demon, they knew it possessed the power to slay a centurion. Such a combination was killed by Yi Beixuan. For a moment the centurions were utterly speechless. When Yi Beixuan first became a centurion, they had only admired his potential. But in terms of actual strength, he was certainly inferior to them. Yet how much time had passed? Yi Beixuan had already grown to this level. After bidding farewell to the centurions, Yi Beixuan stepped into the 1,000-household hall. Chiliarch Lu Fengping was already waiting. Sir, the mission to eradicate the corpse demon is complete. I am here to report. In this operation, we killed 1,134 ordinary corpse demons, 1 bronze armor corpse demon, and 2 traitors of the Dragon God sect. Yi Beixuan reported the results straightforwardly. Lu Fengping seemed to have already learned some information. He nodded with a smile. Well done, Centurion Yi. You have achieved another great merit. To be able to slay the bronze armor corpse demon and that traitor Lu Zhen shows that your strength has improved considerably recently. Lu Fengping only praised Yi Beixuan's strength, paying no heed to Lu Zhen's affiliation with the Dragon God sect. It was understandable. Lu Fengping was among the top Kiliarchs with cultivation reaching the great grandmaster level. A small fry like Lu Zhen from the Dragon God sect was beneath his notice. Perhaps even Su Kuan had caused him more surprise. You flatter me, sir. On my way back, I also made an unexpected gain. Yi Beixuan spoke again. Oh. Lu Fengping raised an eyebrow. What gain? Yi Beixuan produced a bundle from behind him. In an instant, 3 severed heads appeared before everyone's eyes. The Lingnan 3 demons. Upon seeing the heads, Lu Fengping's face showed shock for the first time. He rose from his seat and stepped down. After confirming the heads, he looked at Yi Beixuan with a complex expression. You killed them. Yi Beixuan answered truthfully, yes. They attacked me last night, and I killed them in self-defense. It took several seconds for Lu Fengping to regain his composure. Good. Good. Very good. You have handled this assignment excellently. I will report this to the higher authorities. The rewards will be decided by them. Lu Fengping uttered several praises. This was an appreciation he had not shown even when he learned that Yi Beixuan had killed Lu Zhen and the bronze armor corpse demon. Lu Zhen and the bronze armor corpse demon were at most barely capable of matching a grandmaster. Some prodigies could slay a grandmaster at the Xiantian realm. It was not impossible. He himself had achieved that feat in his youth. But the Lingnan 3 demons were different. Though they were nothing in his eyes, that did not mean they were weak. On the contrary, these 3 had earned their fearsome reputation with genuine skill. They were comparable to some Kiliarchs of the Brocade Guard in provincial cities. When they fought together, they were even stronger than those Kiliarchs. Even though the Brocade Guard in the capital had higher standards for Kiliarchs, some of the lowest-ranked Kiliarchs were at this level. Yi Beixuan's ability to slay them meant his strength was already on par with an ordinary Chiliarch. What did the Northern Surveillance Bureau value most? Merits. Seniority. All nonsense. Strength was the foundation. Why did squad leaders, banner commanders, and even centurions often die? But Kiliarchs rarely changed. Because the requirement for a Kiliarch's strength was far more stringent than that of a centurion. A centurion was at most at the Xiantian peak, and most were only at the mid-Xiantian level. But a Chiliarch required at least the late Grandmaster realm. The entire Northern Surveillance Bureau had only about 30-odd Kiliarchs. There were 400 to 500 centurions. As for banner commanders and squad leaders, they were countless. The numbers spoke for themselves. So when Yi Beixuan had previously solved cases like the cat demon incident and killed the Xiantian cat demon, Lu Fengping had paid no attention. Even if Yi Beixuan reached Xiantian at 18, it would take at least a decade or more to reach the Grandmaster peak. Let alone the great Grandmaster level. He might never break through in his entire life. But now Yi Beixuan had slain the Lingnan 3 tigers who were comparable to late grandmasters. Such talent meant that even Lu Fengping had to treat him as an equal. Thank you, sir. Yi Beixuan clasped his fists toward Lu Fengping. He also sensed the change in Lu Fengping's attitude. Strength was indeed a valuable asset. In this world where martial arts reigned supreme, the stronger one was the higher one's status. Even if one broke through to the great grandmaster level and reached the legendary heavenly man realm, even the imperial family would show respect. And those ancient monsters who surpassed the heavenly man could even influence the throne. Lu Fengping nodded with a smile. After your shift today, I'll approve a 3-day leave. Consider it a vacation. Go. I take my leave. Yi Beixuan clasped his fists and departed. After Yi Beixuan left, Lu Fengping quickly made his way out of the 1,000 household hall, heading toward the true center of the Northern Surveillance Bureau, the governor's office. The entire Northern Surveillance Bureau covered a vast area comparable to a small town in his past life. Normally, each 1,000 household hall was stationed in a different part of the bureau. Except for major cases, there was little interaction between the halls. Only Kiliarchs had the privilege to enter the governor's office. That was where the true commander of the Northern Surveillance Bureau, the Surveillance Commissioner, resided. Each Surveillance Commissioner oversaw 12,000 household halls. Apart from a few who were the Emperor's confidants, the rest were direct members of various noble families. The Surveillance Commissioner in charge of Lu Fengping's hall was named Zhou Sheng, the first Surveillance Commissioner of the Northern Bureau. He belonged to no family, having risen from the personal guard of the current Emperor Xuanhe. Commissioner Lu Fengping requests an audience. Enter. A resonant voice echoed from within the Jinfu Yamen. Lu Fengping entered respectfully. The entire Jinfu Yamen was remarkably spacious, covering hundreds of square meters, with a row of weapon racks being the most striking feature. They were filled with various weapons accompanied by sharp claws and dry bones nearby. Each item bore the name of its owner. Any veteran wanderer could instantly recognize that nearly all these weapon owners were notorious, wanted criminals whose infamy had spread throughout Dali over the past few decades. Not only humans, but also demonic ghosts and fiendish demons. For a martial artist to leave their weapons here, it naturally meant their owner had already perished. At the center of the Yamen sat a middle-aged man with a beard around 40 years old. He wore a purple flying fish garment radiating noble grandeur. Upon seeing him, Lu Fengping quickly clasped his fists in salute. Lu Fengping pays respects to Lord Zenfushi. Fengping, why have you come to my Jinfu Yamen instead of staying at your own Qianhu Hall? Hearing this, Zhou Sheng paused his work and smiled at him. Their relationship was quite close. Lu Fengping had been personally promoted by Zhou Sheng and served as one of his trusted confidants. Lu Fengping did not conceal anything. My Lord Abahu under my command has solved the corpse demon case. That corpse demon case is connected to the dragon god cult. Upon hearing this, Zhou Sheng frowned slightly and sniffed coldly. The dragon god cult, those vermin from the sewers again. But after saying that, he did not bring it up further. For ordinary people, the dragon god cult was a taboo. But for someone of his level, it did not matter much. Although the dragon god cult had long vanished from the eyes of commoners. Yet as the Zenfushi of the embroidered uniform guards, he occasionally still received information about the dragon god cult. However, the upper echelons of the dragon god cult had long gone into hiding, and even those at the Tangzhou level had not been seen for many years. Those who emerged were merely small fry, not worth wasting any energy on. If someone above the Tangzhou level appeared, that might be worth his attention. Anything else? Zhou Sheng knew Lu Fengping would not come for such a trivial matter. This Bahu was on his way back when he encountered an assassination attempt by the 3 demons of Lingnan, and he killed them all. The 3 demons of Lingnan. A Bahu's cultivation could kill them. That's impressive. Your Qianhu Hall has gained another capable commander. Zhou Sheng nodded slightly. Lu Fengping continued, my lord. That Bahu is only 18 years old this year. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Sheng's previously indifferent eyes suddenly widened. Even the guards around them were all shocked. 18 years old. Lu Fengping, are you certain? Zhou Sheng's tone grew more grave. The slaying of the 3 demons of Ling and did not interest him greatly. But achieving this at such an age, even he was taken aback. My lord, how dare I lie to you? This Bahu is named Yi Beixuan. His father Yi Hai is a veteran under my command, and also holds the rank of Bahu. Lu Fengping then reported Yi Beixuan's full background. Only after hearing everything did Zhou Sheng reveal a smile. Excellent, excellent. A clean background. It seems my Zenfuguan is indeed gaining a prodigy. Given his talent, he will likely enter the youth prodigy rankings soon. He would become our 4th young prodigy in the embroidered uniform guards. This is a joyful occasion for us. Let's see if those from the 6 gates still dare to claim we embroidered uniform guards lack successors. Lu Fengping also smiled. Indeed, the 6 gates have always used their 4 prodigies to look down upon us. Once that lad Yi Beixuan enters the youth prodigy rankings, let's see what they'll say then. Speaking of which, he paused. However, my lord, those prodigies all have inheritances, some even direct disciples of heavenly beings. Yi Beixuan has always been unknown, yet suddenly he's risen to prominence. Could there be some opportunity behind this? Before he could finish, Zhou Xing interrupted. I know what you're thinking. There's certainly some opportunity involved, but it doesn't matter. As long as he's not a dragon god cult spy, don't dig deeper. Yes. Lu Fengping immediately nodded. Then how should we reward him? Zhou Xing pondered for a moment. First, promote him to Vice Qianhu. When he makes a name for himself on the youth prodigy rankings, then promote him to Qianhu. Lu Fengping was astonished. Isn't that a bit too fast? This lad has only been in the embroidered uniform guards for barely a month. For ordinary embroidered uniform guards, advancing was already extremely difficult. Even the lowest ranking Xiaoqi Guan was not easy to obtain, and the step from Bahu to Qianhu was even more of a threshold. Ordinary Bahus could never hope to advance in their entire lives, unless they were sent down to the provinces as a Qianhu. But provincial Qianhas could never compare to those in the capital. Naturally, very few wanted to go. Yet Yi Beixuan had been in the embroidered uniform guards for only 1 month, and he was leaping directly from Xiaoqi Guan to Vice Qianhu. This rate of promotion was somewhat too exaggerated. Zhou Xing, however, laughed. This is nothing. Can prodigies be treated like ordinary people? The youth prodigy rankings cover all the young prodigies across the human nations. There are only 300 spots. Our Dali court can only produce about 20-something names on it. This number is far too small. The emperor is already quite dissatisfied. Giving a prodigy a Qianhu position is hardly excessive. Lu Fengping also nodded. Yes, I understand, my lord. I'll distribute the rewards shortly. Having completed his report, Yi Beixuan returned to his Bahu office. Li Cheng and Lin Tao hurried over. Li Cheng asked, Beixuan, how did it go? Yi Beixuan replied with a smile. Everything has already been submitted. However, Lord Qianhu said he needs to consult the higher-ups before deciding on the rewards. This time's merit is considerable, and everyone shares in it. Consulting the higher-ups. Upon hearing this, Li Cheng was greatly delighted. The reward that Lord Qianhu cannot decide on must exceed his authority. Beixuan, perhaps this time you'll advance further, opening your own hall and establishing your office, becoming the new Qianhu of our embroidered uniform guards. Holy shit, brother Yi, your promotion is going too fast. Lin Tao also opened his mouth wide, filled with intense excitement. In the embroidered uniform guards, only Qianhas belonged to the true upper echelons. Only Qianhas could open halls and maintain their own separate investigative facilities. They could appoint their own subordinates, Bahus and Zonkis, with even the Zenfushi unlikely to interfere. The difference in treatment between Qianhu and Bahu was like heaven and earth. And if Yi Beixuan could become a Qianhu, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous blessing for both of them. Future promotions would depend entirely on a single word from Yi Beixuan, who wouldn't be happy about gaining rank and wealth. Yi Beixuan waved his hand and smiled. It's still too early to talk about that. However, Lord Qianhu has granted me 3 days of leave. Tonight I'll treat you all. We've never been to the painted boat, where the 12 floral beauties reside. Let's go and enjoy the view tonight. With a grand wave of his hand, Yi Beixuan thought, having achieved such great merit, he naturally deserved to celebrate properly. Within a single day, Yi Beixuan's slaughter of the 3 tigers of Lingnan spread throughout the entire Northern Pacification Office. All were utterly astounded by this young company commander who had recently risen to prominence. In the afternoon, Lu Fengping personally appeared outside the company headquarters with a written decree. Yi Beixuan and his men all came out to greet him. By order of the commissioner company commander, Yi has distinguished himself in eradicating corpse fiends and slaying the 3 demons of Lingnan. He is promoted to deputy battalion commander, awarded 1,000 taels of silver, and upon his name appearing on the prodigy roll, he shall be promoted to full battalion commander. All other squadron leaders receive 2 major merits and 500 taels, platoon leaders receive 1 major merit and 300 taels, embroidered uniform guard members receive 3 minor merits and 100 taels. We thank the commissioner and the battalion commander. Yi Beixuan clasped his fists in gratitude. Lu Fengping smiled and patted Yi Beixuan on the shoulder. Congratulations, Commander Yi. The commissioner holds you in high regard. Cultivate diligently, enter the prodigy roll soon, and bring glory to the embroidered uniform guard. Yes. After Lu Fengping left, the other company commanders in the battalion headquarters arrived. Upon hearing the news, their eyes brimming with envy. Congratulations on your promotion, Commander Yi. From now on, we hope you will look after us. Although it was only a deputy battalion commander, the title was used without the deputy prefix. For once one reached this rank, promotion to full battalion commander was only a matter of time. Even Lu Fengping had addressed Yi Beixuan as commander. Indeed. I hear you are still unmarried, Commander. My daughter, though not yet of age, is said to be a rare beauty. Might I have the honor of proposing a match? Someone flattered openly. At these words, the others seemed to have an epiphany. Their eyes lit up. right? They had almost forgotten. This commander was only 18. The perfect age for marriage. Company Commander Lu, your daughter is only 13, hasn't even lost all her baby teeth, and you call her a rare beauty. Are you not ashamed? Commander, I have no daughter, but my wife's cousin is 14 this year. Truly stunning. Why not take a look? Commander, I also have a niece 15 this year, of marriageable age. I dare not hope for her to be your principal wife, but even a concubine would be an honor. Looking at the enthusiastic company commanders playing matchmaker, Yi Beixuan's mouth twitched. 13, 14, 15. Damn, weren't they all just little kids? Although the Dali Empire allowed girls to marry at 13, Yi Beixuan could not bring himself to accept it. No matter how beautiful they might be at that age, they had nothing to offer. Far better was his own maid Yao. He politely declined the eager company commanders, invited them to dine together in the evening, and thus sent them off. Li Cheng then came over. Beixuan, those company commanders are right. You should settle down. Now that you've been promoted to battalion commander, you are more than worthy of a daughter from an official family. Is there any young lady you have taken a fancy to? Uncle Li will go and deliver the betrothal letter for you. At 18, one was considered a bachelor past the prime age in Dali. The greatest unfilial act is to have no descendants. Even the imperial family married early to continue the bloodline. Yi Beixuan's mouth twitched again as he quickly waved his hand. Uncle Li, I appreciate your kindness, but I have been busy with cultivation and do not know any young ladies. Wait a little longer. Let me first make it onto the prodigy roll. Over this period, Yi Beixuan had learned something about the prodigy roll. It was issued by a faction called the Thousand Machine Valley. Legend had it that the valley had been passed down for over 1,000 years, its exact origins lost to time, and it was one of the longest-standing sects in the martial world. Even dynastic changes could not affect it in the slightest. Moreover, each generation's valley master possessed unfathomable abilities, said to be able to deduce the celestial mechanism and observe the rise and fall of the martial world. Nothing in the martial world escaped the knowledge of the Thousand Machine Valley. Besides the prodigy roll, there were other rankings, 4 main ones in total. The prodigy roll, the earth roll, the heaven roll, and the divine roll. In addition to the main rolls, there were subsidiary ones, such as the 100 Blossoms roll and the divine weapons roll. The prodigy roll ranked the 300 young prodigies under 30 across all human lands, including Dali. The earth roll was for grandmasters, and the heaven roll for those beyond grandmaster, the celestial beings. As for the divine roll, Yi Beixuan did not know the specifics. It was said that only upon being listed did a golden radiance manifest. It was exceedingly mysterious. Moreover, these rolls were connected to the fortune of the world. Whoever was listed could increase the fortune of their faction. Currently, the Dali officialdom had 27 people on the prodigy roll, the lowest number since the dynasty's founding. This vexed the reigning emperor greatly. The embroidered uniform guard the 6 gates, even the Eastern Depot and various local governments were all doing their utmost to cultivate rising talents, hoping to add more names to the prodigy roll and extend the dynasty's fate. The last prodigy on the current prodigy roll had a record of fighting an ordinary grandmaster to a draw. That was nothing to Yi Beixuan. Given more time, he could do the same. And that time would not be long. Alright. Seeing Yi Beixuan's resolve, Li Cheng did not press further. The prodigy roll was indeed a major affair. Once Yi Beixuan set foot on it, his status and position would soar again. As a martial artist, who could resist the temptation of fame under heaven? Before such glory, personal matters were trivial. By the way, Uncle Li, do you know where I can buy martial arts manuals in the capital? Yi Beixuan suddenly asked. What he urgently needed now was a martial art that could strengthen his meridians and physique. With such a technique, his 9-yang divine art could continue to advance. Manuals. Li Cheng looked at Yi Beixuan with surprise. Though he did not know what kind of manual Yi Beixuan needed, he still thought, and replied. For ordinary martial arts in the capital, you can buy them at the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, but those are only common yellow grade and profound grade ones. If you want earth grade or above, only the Ghost Market in the east of the city has them. Ghost Market. Yi Beixuan was unfamiliar with this place. After asking Li Cheng for more details, he was not in a hurry. He had 3 days of leave. He had looted over 10,000 taels from Lu Zhun and the 3 tigers of Lingnan. Tonight he would enjoy himself first. With money one must spend it. Zhuke Market. The Pingnan Marquis Manor. Xiao Mingzhi, Vice Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, wore an unbearably dark expression. News of Yi Beixuan's return to the city had been shared with no one withheld. He had received the intelligence the moment it arrived. Beside him, the middle-aged butler knelt upon the floor, his body trembling. Young master, the 3 demons of Lingnan, those 3 useless failures, were unable to slay a mere Jinyiwei captain. This servant acknowledges his dereliction of duty. I beg young master to forgive me. Fear flickered across the butler's face. Though his young master generally appeared gentle and refined, embodying the demeanor of a proper Confucian scholar, none knew better than he how ruthless the young master could be when provoked. The reason he had risen to the position of Vice Minister of Revenue before reaching 40 was not solely due to family connections. He had truly carved his path through the bloody corridors of officialdom. Though the current emperor was advanced in years and rarely held court, his discernment of character was unmatched throughout the realm. That Xiao Mingzhi had been appointed to such a prominent post spoke volumes of his capabilities. Xiao Mingzhi gripped a jade green tea cup in his hand, his knuckles turning white, but he soon set it down gently. He addressed the middle-aged butler in a calm tone. Rise. I arranged this matter myself. You were merely responsible for conveying messages. Their failure is my responsibility. This official underestimated that captain. A mere Jinyiwei officer managed to turn the tables and slay those 3 good-for-nothings. It truly takes me by surprise. Only then did the middle-aged butler dare to rise. He stood respectfully at the side. Young master, what should we do next? Shall we directly dispatch a Grandmaster-level expert to eliminate him? Experts at the Grandmaster level were rare indeed, yet the Marquis Manor still possessed a few such figures. With sufficient payment, they could be persuaded to act. He refused to believe that Beixuan, a mere captain, could stand against a Grandmaster. Yet Xiao Mingzhi shook his head. No. In 10 days' time it will be the Emperor's birthday. Martial law is now enforced throughout the city. Grandmaster-level experts must not be mobilized. Otherwise it would be too easy for others to seize upon this as leverage. All attention is currently focused on the Imperial Palace. A single Jinyiwei captain is not worth such a risk. Since he survived this attempt, we shall wait for the next opportunity. He is not worth excessive concern. Yes. The middle-aged butler bowed his head in acknowledgement. As Xiao Mingzhi spoke, something seemed to occur to him. He continued, Go again to the Lord of Chimyan Hall. Tell him that the envoys from the Kingdom of Yushan are approaching, and it is time for him to take action. This time success is mandatory, failure is not an option. As you command. As night fell, Beixuan, Li Cheng, Lin Tao, and a group of captains made their way with practiced ease to the Qin River painted pleasure boat. They had become regular patrons there, and were well acquainted with many of the boat madams and courtesans. Along the way, numerous madams greeted Beixuan and his companions. Yet they did not linger. Instead, they headed straight for the very center of the Qin River, where an unprecedented pleasure boat awaited. It was known as the Four Fragrance Pavilion. Among the 12 flower queens, this establishment alone claimed 4, hence its name. A truly deserving crown jewel among brothels. Damn it, I never thought Lin Tao would finally have the chance to visit the Four Fragrance Pavilion. I have heard all along that any girl here picked at random would rival the flower queens of other boats. Lin Tao could not hide his excitement. Beixuan regarded him with a hint of suspicion. But upon entering the Four Fragrance Pavilion, Beixuan had to admit that Lin Tao was telling the truth in at least one regard. The women here truly were breathtakingly beautiful. He had previously believed that the girls at the pleasure boats they had visited before were quite pleasing to the eye, but compared to this place they were worlds apart. Li Cheng and the other captains stared with their mouths agape. Beixuan nodded in agreement. No wonder the Four Fragrance Pavilion attracts countless young nobles and high-ranking officials. Those damned rich people certainly know how to enjoy themselves. In an age without entertainers, the quality of beautiful women was simply unmatched. Just as the group was immersed in their admiration, a mature madam in her 30s, still radiating charm, approached them. Gentlemen, is this your first time here? Please come right this way. The madam differed from those at previous pleasure boats. She was warm toward Beixuan and his party, yet her courtesy carried an air of dignity rather than servility. She clearly had seen grand occasions before. Beixuan, generous by nature, said, Reserve the finest seat. With 20 or 30,000 taels of silver in his pocket, plundered no less, he spent without a second thought. Excellent. Follow me then. Upon hearing this, the madam's smile brightened considerably. Regardless of which pleasure boat one visited, silver was king. Honorable Captain, this is rather extravagant, is it not? Ordinary seating will suffice for us. Witnessing Beixuan's generosity, the others were taken aback. The finest seat at the Four Fragrance Pavilion cost no less than 1,000 taels per night, 10 times the price of an ordinary pleasure boat. Even though they were all captains with substantial family wealth, they would hardly dare to spend so recklessly. No matter. Beixuan waved his hand dismissively. If one was to indulge, one might as well indulge in the finest. Just as the group was about to turn away, a voice suddenly rang out. Rongma, reserve the finest seat for our young marquis. Hearing this, the madam immediately turned around. A group of people was ascending from below the pleasure boat. At their forefront was a young nobleman in his early 20s. And the one who had spoken was undoubtedly his sycophantic companion, standing beside him. Upon seeing them, Li Cheng and the other captains simultaneously showed expressions of astonishment. Do you know them? Beixuan also noticed Li Cheng's reaction. Li Cheng nodded and whispered beside Beixuan. That man appears to be the legitimate grandson of the Pingnan Marquis, the legitimate son of Vice Minister of Revenue, Xiao Mingzhi Xiao Yuan. His elder brother Xiao Lianshan is our colonel at the Northern Garrison headquarters, and the one speaking is Wei Yang, young master of the prestigious Wei family, the legitimate son of Xiao Mingzhi. Hearing this name, Yi Beixuan's expression shifted ever so slightly. Fate indeed has a sense of humor. He had originally intended to cause trouble for his brother, but instead encountered the younger son. As Yi Beixian turned his gaze toward him, Xiao Yuan was also looking at Yi Beixian. A flash of astonishment passed through his eyes. He clearly had not expected to encounter this Jinyiwei captain here. He had studied Yi Beixuan's information thoroughly that day at his father's residence. Naturally, he recognized him at once. Does this fellow know me? Yi Beixian also sensed something amiss. The look in Xiao Yuan's eyes carried a certain dark intensity. The madam, clearly far more familiar with Xiao Yuan and his companions than with Yi Beixuan's group, waddled over to Xiao Yuan with exaggerated courtesy. Young Marquis, aren't you usually unwilling to visit on days like today? I sincerely apologize, the last finest seat has already been reserved by this gentleman over here. Yi Beixian felt the corner of his mouth twitch. How utterly predictable. But this suited him just fine. In another era, if one did not humble a few young nobles, could one truly claim to have transmigrated? Moreover, his own father had already attempted assassination against him. Indeed. Wei Yang, who had spoken first, furrowed his brows. Roma, what do you mean? The young Marquis is coming and he has to give you advance notice. At this moment, Xiao Yuan stepped out. He looked at Yi Beixian and the others with a faint air of disdain. I have doubled the price for your seats. Please find another place to sit. As he spoke, he pulled out a silver note for 2,000 taels from his robes and tossed it over. Lin Tao and Li Cheng's faces instantly darkened. Buying people off to drive them away. Was this not sheer humiliation? The other 100 household commanders exchanged glances, none daring to offend Xiao Yuan. Before the silver note could even approach, an aura erupted from Yi Beixuan, instantly shattering it. Beixuan, don't act impulsively. Li Cheng wanted to dissuade Yi Beixian. It wasn't cowardice. He simply did not know how deep the grudge between Yi Beixian and the Pingnan Marquis manor ran. Those people were all extraordinarily wealthy and powerful, among the elite. There was no need to provoke them. Yet Yi Beixian did not respond, merely casting a calm gaze toward Xiao Yuan. You should know the rule of first come, first served. Since you arrived late, perhaps you should find elsewhere. With these words spoken, the group of young masters across from him were taken aback, clearly unprepared for such boldness from this youth. Besides Xiao Yuan, his sycophant Wei Yang flew into a rage. What sort of person are you to dare tell my young master to move? Yi Beixian shot him a cold glance. I am speaking with your master. How dare a mere servant interrupt? Does your master usually control his dogs like this? Truly disgraceful. A killing intent circulated around Yi Beixian. Given his cultivation level, such a spoiled young master simply could not withstand it. Wei Yang shuddered throughout his body. Xiao Yuan's expression darkened as well. As the legitimate grandson of the Pingnan Marquis and the rightful son of the current Minister of Revenue, with the Pingnan Marquis manor's current influence, his status was no different from some illegitimate princes. It had been a long time since anyone dared to speak to him this way. Young man, this is the capital. It would be wise to keep a low profile, or you may not live to see tomorrow. Xiao Yuan tapped his folding fan, the threat unmistakable. Yi Beixian sneered coldly. Early death. Are you threatening me? Do you even know my rank or position? My father is Xiao Mingzhi, Minister of Revenue. Yi Beixuan's expression turned mocking. So what if your father is the Minister of Revenue? You are just a commoner. A commoner dares to threaten a court official. I assume you would like a visit to the Jinyiwei's imperial prison. Who had he ever feared when it came to trading barbs? Xiao Yuan's face darkened. He never expected Yi Beixian to be so audacious, to turn around and threaten him. He snorted dismissively. What enormous authority you wield. Are you not afraid of offending the Pingnan Marquis manor? You mention the Marquis manor at every turn, Yi Beixian replied. Without it, are you truly nothing but a useless nobody? I am right here. If you have the nerve to remove me, I will respect you as a man. You? What you? Was I correct? You truly are worthless. These words sent Xiao Yuan nearly exploding with rage, his face turning crimson. He had been such a dashing young noble, but now that his composure had shattered, he looked more like a clown. There were plenty of onlookers gathering around. This was precisely when the Four Fragrance Pavilion grew liveliest. Many patrons turned their attention here with keen interest, their faces adorned with playful amusement. Several courtesans from the painted boats leaned out from their upstairs chambers to watch the spectacle. Oh my, who would have guessed this young marquis could end up so humiliated? Indeed he. The young master across looks so handsome, so captivating. I heard he is 1,000 household officer in the Jinyiwei. So young and already 1,000 household. Truly impressive. Stop dreaming. I can't believe you are not tempted. Look how your eyes were glued to him. A group of young women whispered secretly. Though their voices remained quiet, nearly everyone present practiced martial arts. especially Xiao Yuan, who despite his dissolute nature possessed innate cultivation. He could naturally hear those whispered words. This utterly enraged him. You are asking to die. Someone disable him. Even in his fury, Xiao Yuan retained some measure of rationality. His innate cultivation was entirely built through pills, so he understood he could not possibly match Yi Beixuan. Behind Xiao Yuan, a burly man charged forward. His aura flared as he drew his saber and slashed toward Yi Beixuan. A grandmaster. Upon seeing the giant mini attendee's pupils constricted, a grandmaster-level warrior was a top-tier expert anywhere capable of securing a 5th or 6th rank military position. Yet here he was reduced to mere bodyguard duty. The Pingnan Marquis manner was truly formidable. Yi Beixuan felt somewhat disappointed. The young master had shown wisdom by not charging in himself. Assaulting a court official, that carries an added charge. Yi Beixuan showed no mercy, striking with lightning speed. His palm descended in a single devastating blow. Accompanied by the faint roar of a dragon's thunderous cry, the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms. The saber shattered under the palm's power, and the Grandmaster Guard staggered backward before being sent flying. Blood gushed from his mouth and nose. His chest was caved inward. Clearly his breastbone had been crushed. He crashed into the crowd below, screams echoing everywhere. One move had completely decided the fight. Silence fell over the area. Many drew sharp breaths in shock. A Grandmaster-level expert had been crippled in a single palm strike by the young man before them. What level of power could this youth possibly possess? The idle rich youths beside Xiao Yuan stared with widened eyes. Even Xiao Yuan's pupils contracted. This was his strongest guard, possessing cultivation at the 5th level of Grandmaster. How could he be so easily defeated? Yi Beixuan turned his gaze back to Xiao Yuan and began walking toward him step by step. Xiao Yuan trembled. What do you intend to do? Yi Beixuan replied calmly. Do not be afraid, young Marquis. I am merely reminding you. If you have no other subordinates, you should leave. Hearing this, Xiao Yuan's face cycled through pale and green hues. The idle rich youths around dared not make a sound. Yi Beixuan's display of power had completely stunned everyone. They understood that any further provocation would only lead to their certain defeat. Finally, Xiao Yuan swept his sleeve. Let's go. Thus concluded the encounter. Yi Beixuan gradually resumed his usual demeanor. He gestured to the madam. Roma, why not lead the way? The madam, no ordinary woman, immediately broke into a smile. Please come in, young master. The Marquis's mansion was indeed powerful, but to run such a large establishment in the capital, the Four Fragrance Pavilion naturally had a formidable backer. Thus they cared little about who won or lost. After everyone had left, the onlookers began to whisper among themselves. This 1,000 household commander is incredibly strong. I thought he relied on his family background to become one at such a young age, but now it seems he truly has real skill. Indeed, this commander might soon become renowned in the capital, perhaps even making it onto the heavenly prodigy rankings. Yet there were also many who remained skeptical. Although this commander is powerful, he has just offended the young Marquis of the Pingnan Marquis mansion. Given the young Marquis's temper, this matter will not end peacefully. The commander's days ahead will likely be difficult. Damned Yi Beixuan. Inside a luxurious carriage beside the painted boat, Xiao Yuan's face twisted in rage, unable to suppress his fury any longer as he roared. He had suffered a tremendous loss of face this time, being publicly humiliated by a mere deputy commander of the Brocade Guard and forced to slink away in disgrace. He estimated that by the next day the news would spread throughout the capital. From then on, among the capital's young elite, he would be unable to hold his head high for a long time. As the young master of the Pingnan Marquis mansion, he had never endured such humiliation. Young Marquis Brother Lianshan serves as a 1,000 household commander in the Northern Pacification Office. That Yi Beixuan is merely a deputy commander. Let Brother Lianshan take action. He will surely teach him a lesson. Wei Yang, standing beside Xiao Yuan, said through gritted teeth. They were all part of the same circle with Xiao Yuan as their leader. His disgrace meant a loss of face for them as well. Another lackey quickly chimed in. Yes, young Marquis. Brother Lianshan follows your lead. If you give the order, he will certainly obey. His cultivation has reached the peak of Grandmaster, and he practices the Marquis's Earth-grade ultimate technique. He is surely more than a match for this Yi Beixuan. Xiao Yuan's expression darkened, his face shifting with uncertainty. Good. Tomorrow I will go find Xiao Lianshan. Though Xiao Lianshan was older than him, he was merely a concubine's son, easily commanded. Commander, I suddenly recall urgent matters at home. I fear I cannot accompany you for the evening. Please forgive me. No sooner had they settled in the Four Fragrance Pavilion than 100 household commander declared, his face flushed. Yi Beixuan, seemingly expecting this, waved his hand nonchalantly. Then go quickly. If anyone else has matters to attend to, you may leave as well. At these words, all the 100 household commanders promptly found excuses and hurried away with awkward expressions, leaving only Yi Beixuan, Li Cheng, and Lin Tao in the room. Cowards! Watching them leave, Li Cheng and Lin Tao could not help but curse. Yi Beixuan merely smiled. Look on the bright side. I have openly offended the young Marquis of the Pingnan Marquis Mansion. They are mere 100 household commanders of the Brocade Guard. They cannot bear the Marquis's retaliation. They were fair-weather friends at best. The Pingnan Marquis Mansion, a top-tier noble house, could have them disappear with a single word. Since Yi Beixuan had so thoroughly offended the young Marquis, these men naturally dared not stay. Li Cheng nodded, then asked curiously, "But Beixuan, why did you provoke Xiao Yuan? That's not like you." On ordinary days, Yi Beixuan was easygoing, seemingly harmless. Only when facing enemies did he show ruthlessness, yet he never actively sought trouble. Since they had just met Xiao Yuan, Yi Beixuan's peculiar behavior puzzled Li Cheng. Lin Tao was also curious. Yi Beixuan glanced at them and said, "Since we are all close, I'll be frank. The assassination attempt by the 3 demons of Lingnan was not unrelated to Xiao Mingzhi of the Pingnan Marquis Mansion." On hearing this, Li Cheng's eyes widened as a thought struck him. Is it because of the Su Kuan case? Xiao Mingzhi is in such a hurry to silence him. Could he really be connected to the Dragon God sect? I'm not sure. Yi Beixuan shook his head. Enough, Uncle Li. Since we're here, let's put aside these messy thoughts. Let's drink. The ladies will be here soon. He did not want Li Cheng and Lin Tao involved in this matter. Their strength was far insufficient, and they would only be a liability if not face mortal danger. Seeing Yi Beixuan's attitude, Li Cheng said no more. Raising his cup, he smiled. Then let us toast to your promotion, Beixuan. They had drunk half the night away. The courtesan beside them suddenly spoke. Gentleman, Miss Jinyiwei of the 4 Fragrance Pavilion is about to appear. Li Cheng and Lin Tao, already tipsy, jolted awake with renewed interest. Miss Jinyiwei, whose full name was Lu Qingwu, was one of the 4 Fragrance Pavilion's 4 flower queens. She was peerless in both song and dance, especially skilled in sword dancing. She had once captivated the realm with a sword dance atop a palm-sized jade bowl. She ranked 39th on the 100 Flowers list, which also comprised 300 beauties. She was the second highest ranked among the 12 flower queens. Yi Beixuan was intrigued. After all, what was a visit to a pleasure house without seeing a flower queen? Suddenly, all the lights on the painted boat went out. Then a few lanterns appeared on the stage at the center of the boat. Moments later, before the crowd could react, a woman in a flowing celestial dress descended from midair. Her long jet-black hair cascaded down, ethereal as a heavenly maiden. Indeed, the flower queen was extraordinarily beautiful. Even Yi Beixuan, who had seen many courtesans, was struck by her charm. Yes, struck. Her exquisitely delicate oval face was veiled by a light silk. Her eyes seemed to hold a pool of clear water, lively and limpid. And her figure swayed like a tender willow in the wind, soft and boneless. Since Yi Beixuan's reincarnation, only his own little maid could compare to this Lu Qingwu. But while Yaoer was no less beautiful, she was too youthful and naive. Lu Qingwu was a true mature woman. Unfortunately, tonight the flower queen would not perform a sword dance, only a simple dance. With Lu Qingwu's appearance, the atmosphere on the boat reached its peak. Many shouted her name. Watching the lively scene, Yi Beixuan could not help but shake his head. It reminded him of the sensation of a celestial maiden idol in his past life. If only she could dance to Gokura Kijodo with that figure, he mused, appreciating the performance. If even Yi Beixuan, who had seen countless beauties in his past life, was so affected, it was even more true for these ancients who, though well-fed, had little experience. Li Cheng and Lin Tao watched with flushed faces, their ardor immense, drinking incessantly to cool down. But to little effect. The more they drank, the hotter they grew. Yi Beixuan guessed that within a few minutes the two would head to the next room to cool off. And indeed, within 3 to 5 minutes after the Flower Queen's exit, they departed together to the adjacent chamber. They were done for. The maid serving beside Yi Beixuan saw that he showed no reaction and chuckled softly. "You truly have excellent self-control, my lord. Is Lady Qingwu not beautiful?" Yi Beixuan nodded and replied honestly, "Graceful as a startled swan, flowing like a swimming dragon." Indeed, she is a rare beauty. Graceful as a startled swan, flowing like a swimming dragon. The maid murmured these words under her breath, her eyes suddenly brightening. "I never expected that a man of your high status as a Jinyiwei 1000 household commander would possess such literary talent. Just 8 characters, and they surpass all the poems our sister courtesans have received this year. Those poems combined can't compare to these few words." Yi Beixuan's lips twitched slightly. These courtesans from the pleasure boats were indeed just as the rumors described. So fond of those whimsical poems. "My lord, do you have any more? If you could compose a complete piece, perhaps Lady Qingwu would let you into her chambers. To enter meant gaining access to her private quarters. These courtesans sold only their art, not their bodies. They would only allow someone into their chambers if they personally chose him." Yi Beixuan spread his hands. "That's all I have. I copied this from someone else. It's too long I can't remember it all. In his past life, he had been a poor student who could manage memorizing simple verses like, while the sun is still high in the sky, farmers toil in the fields. But classical Chinese prose like this was simply killing him. He had only learned the ode to the goddess of the Luo River while chatting with an online girlfriend back then. The maid wore an expression of deep regret. Stepping out of the pleasure boats area, it was now the hour of the rat, the dead of night, when those who worked in shadow came forth. Beixuan had already donned a black robe he'd prepared beforehand. Executing the Lingbo Weibu technique, he headed toward a certain destination. And the purpose of this journey was the ghost market. Having learned what he needed from Li Cheng earlier, it was only natural he go see for himself. He might as well sell off those manuals he'd acquired previously. Those manuals were trash to him anyway. Keeping them would just take up space. Better to exchange them for silver. The ghost market was located beneath a mountain range on the eastern side of the capital. By day this place was indistinguishable from anywhere else. It only truly came alive at night. The people who came and went at the ghost market were of all sorts. There were not only homeless merchants doing business after dark, but also martial artists, assassins, and wanted criminals. Of course, there were no shortage of high-ranking officials and wealthy magnates either. There were even demons wearing human skins or possessing spirits. It was the most thoroughly mixed gathering imaginable. Here one could almost buy anything desired. Martial arts manuals, divine weapons and sharp blades, spirit pills, and miraculous medicines. Even the bloody sacrifices and artifacts needed by fierce ghosts and great demons. As long as you could pay the price, you could buy it all. The ghost market had no laws, no rules. Only strength and money mattered. After traveling for half an hour, Beixuan spotted a mist-shrouded peak in the distance. This was where the ghost market was held. However, there was a specific entrance. One could only reach this place either being led by an elder or stumbling upon it by chance. Seems like some kind of Chiman formation. Beixuan stepped into the mist. Despite his cultivation reaching the peak of the innate stage, he actually felt his 5 senses somewhat suppressed. This was his first time coming to the ghost market, and without an elder to guide him, he had no idea where the entrance was, a miscalculation on his part. Wandering in this mist for fully 4 or 5 minutes, Beixuan hadn't seen so much as another figure. Am I trapped? Beixuan furrowed his brows. He stopped in place and looked around. Beyond the continuous dense fog, there was nothing else. At this point, not only was finding the ghost market entrance impossible, escaping was equally difficult. Unless he waited until daylight when the fog dissipated and the formation vanished, he wouldn't be able to discern his direction. Beixuan sneered. I refuse to believe that a mere outer Chiman formation could stop me. Boom! From Beixuan's body. An unprecedented sword intent erupted. Though he carried no weapon, he used his own hands as a blade. Sever. With that cry, boundless sword intent exploded, raining down upon the mist like a reversed Milky Way. That single strike cleaved the rolling waves of fog entirely in two. This sight startled many figures making their way through the mist toward the ghost market. Numerous onlookers gazed at the descending blade light and muttered to themselves. Such formidable sword intent. Could this be a supreme grandmaster appearing? Beixuan now glanced toward a certain direction. There it is. The instant his sword intent cleaved through the thick mist, he spotted where the fog was surging forth. Sure enough, that was the entrance to the ghost market. After walking only a few hundred meters, Beixuan began spotting figures within the mist. Once Beixuan noticed these people, they naturally noticed him as well. Ordinarily, those heading to the ghost market maintained a tacit understanding, not to disturb one another. Even if they caught sight of each other, they would look away immediately. After all, this wasn't exactly a respectable place. Everyone wore black clothes covering their faces, conducting clandestine business. Gawking around would only invite trouble. Yet upon seeing Beixuan, nearly everyone froze in surprise. Their gazes lingered on him far longer than on anyone else, making Beixuan wonder if something was wrong with his face. Just as he was about to look back, those eyes quickly darted away as if afraid of being noticed. What's going on? I used my sword intent just now. Surely no one detected it. Beixuan felt puzzled. Beixuan was certain that there had been no one else around him just moments ago. Yet every one of those heading to the ghost market seemed to recognize him. Hey old Lu, didn't you say everyone coming to the ghost market must have a token? How come that person doesn't have one? Suddenly a soft female voice reached Beixuan's ears. Beixuan followed the sound and looked over. He saw diagonally behind him 2 figures in black robes walking together. One of them, walking ahead, also had no token, while the other stayed half a step behind. As soon as she finished speaking, the black-robed figure behind her quickly tugged at the woman in front, seemingly reminding her to speak less. But when he saw Beixuan's eyes turn toward them, the black-robed figure shuddered all over and hastily bowed to Beixuan. Forgive me, senior. My young master meant no offense. Please do not take it to heart. Beixuan. Young master. Do you take me for a fool? That person speaking was clearly a woman. However, Beixuan was somewhat bewildered by the black-robed figure's attitude. I just glanced at you. Why are you so frightened? I'm not going to eat you. Moreover, from the slight burst of vigorous chi emanating from the black-robed figure's movements, he was at least a grandmaster. How cowardly. But Beixuan didn't pay much attention. He merely nodded slightly and continued forward until he completely disappeared into the mist. Only then did the bowing black-robed figure rise as if relieved and complain to the person beside him, Princess. Didn't we agree before coming? We were supposed to speak less. Look, you've forgotten again. Fortunately, that senior was good-natured and didn't hold it against us, or else we would have been in trouble. The girl addressed as Princess stuck out her tongue. I just forgot, okay. But oldly, you're way too timid. How do you know he's a senior? He might be about the same age as me. The man sighed helplessly. Princess, didn't you see that he had no token at his waist, yet he could precisely find the entrance to the ghost market? This ghost market is an arcane formation personally laid by that venerable one. Even an ordinary grandmaster would get lost here. Only a grandmaster and a top-tier one at that could ignore the operation of the formation. You sensed that blade intent just now, didn't you? It's 99% likely from this very person. Far beyond what this servant can match. So powerfully. The girl blinked. Alright, I understand. Let's hurry up. It's the Empress Mother's birthday soon, and I hope this ghost market can offer me something satisfactory. Passing by that master and servant pair, Beixuan had already reached the entrance of the ghost market. It was a long cave, and he walked for about a minute. Beixuan's view suddenly opened up. Ahead, pavilions and towers emerged one after another, shrouded in hazy mist, creating a uniquely charming scene. The hour was already late, and it was the busiest time in the ghost market. The roads beneath the entire mountain were teeming with figures. Had he not walked and here himself outside, no one would have imagined that such a gathering of living people could be hidden in the belly of a mountain. It was only in such a high martial world that great supernatural powers could carve out such a place. The deeper he went, the more figures came and went. The vast majority were martial artists wielding various weapons. However, Beixuan also detected some auras distinctly different from those of living beings. Without guessing, he knew they must be demonic creatures and ghostly beings. In the ghost market, there was an unwritten rule: no one was allowed to fight. Beixuan didn't know who had said it, but it was very effective. Intending to broaden his horizons, he was in no hurry to sell his manuals. Instead, he strolled around the ghost market. After spending more than half an hour, he got a general idea of the market. The entire ghost market was roughly divided into 3 zones. The largest in area were the pavilions and towers. Each building housed a shop. They were also the most powerful entities in the entire ghost market, and no one dared to provoke them. Actually, it was not surprising. After all, those who could afford to open a shop in the ghost market naturally possessed power beyond the imagination of ordinary lone cultivators. The business they conducted was also the most profitable. Things like martial arts manuals, divine weapons, miraculous pills. As long as you had them, you could come and negotiate. The other faction was located at the very edge of the market, where the fewest people went. However, there Beixuan keenly sensed a strong killing intent. He reckoned it must be the indispensable underworld backdoor of every ghost market. These backdoors primarily dealt in intelligence, and also engaged in fencing stolen goods and assassination. As long as you could pay the price, they would even take on the assassination of officials. Lastly were the individual vendors. They were the most numerous, but occupied the smallest area, covering a wide variety of goods. After figuring out the layout of the ghost market, Beixuan stepped into the first zone. Finally, he stopped before a 3-story pavilion in the center of the first zone. The pavilion was quite imposing, covering a vast area. Above it hung a plaque bearing 2 bold calligraphic characters, Martial Pavilion. Naming it after martial arts, one could see the confidence of this establishment. Inside the Martial Pavilion, there were not many people. Those who could trade here were naturally all individuals of extraordinary wealth. Greetings, esteemed guest. I am an attendant of the Martial Pavilion. May I ask your esteemed name? Yang Shan. Beixuan casually gave a name. So it's Boss Yang. I've heard so much about you. May I ask if Boss Yang has come to buy or sell? The attendant's attitude was humble and enthusiastic, but not obsequious. From this alone, one could see the profound heritage of the Martial Pavilion. I have a few manuals I'd like to sell. Manuals? The attendant's eyes lit up. May I ask what grade they are? Manuals were a versatile commodity. As long as they were of a certain grade, their prices were substantial, and the profit margins were large. Mystic grade and Earth grade. Huh. Upon hearing this, the attendant's pupils suddenly contracted. Mystic grade was nothing special, but an Earth grade manual was absolutely a treasure. A single Earth grade manual could serve as the treasure of an average mid-tier sect. Even many Grandmaster lone cultivators might not possess martial arts of the Earth grade level. Even if they had one, they would keep it hidden. Who would have thought? Someone intended to sell it. Such a deal, even their Martial Pavilion encountered only a few times a month. Boss Yang, please follow me to the third floor. A treasure of this level requires our manager's appraisal. The attendant made a gesture of invitation. The second floor was considerably smaller than the first, with only a handful of patrons scattered about. Yet here Beixuan was surprised to spot a familiar face. It was the pair of master and servant he had encountered at the entrance of the ghost market. Without the veil of mist, Beixuan could now see a pair of eyes. Eyes of extraordinary beauty, in no way inferior to Lu Qingwu's. The young woman also noticed Beixuan, and with a slight start they had already passed each other. Beixuan ascended the stairs to the third floor. The third floor held no merchandise, only individual private rooms. The attendant led Beixuan into one of these rooms. Two maidservants whose alluring figures rivaled those of any noble lady promptly and attentively served tea. Master Yang, please wait a moment. I shall fetch our proprietor. Having said this, the attendant withdrew from the room. Sipping his tea, after about a few minutes, Beixuan saw a portly middle-aged man enter the room with a smile, clasping his hands in greeting. I am Wang Youcai, the proprietor of this humble establishment. Greetings to this esteemed master. Beixuan returned the courtesy with a cupped fist salute. After the usual pleasantries, Wang Youcai got straight to the point. I hear Master Yang wishes to sell some secret manuals. Beixuan nodded and produced the spoils of his recent days. There were 3 manuals in total. One was the Tiger Leopard Thunder Hammer art of the 3 demons of Lingnan, and the other 2 were the life-seizing 9 swords and the chain blade used by the assassin who had attacked him on the pleasure boat. Wang Youcai picked up the manuals, and with a single glance his eyes widened abruptly. Tiger Leopard Thunder Hammer. This is the hammer art practiced by the 3 tigers of Lingnan. Being the steward of the martial pavilion, Wang Youcai was a man of extensive knowledge. There were probably few in the entire capital with sharper eyes than his. With just one look he recognized the origin of the manual. Beixuan raised an eyebrow. What is doing business at your martial pavilion requires such a thorough inquiry? Are you taking these manuals, or not? Wang Youcai, realizing his impropriety, quickly replied, I'll take them. Of course I will. According to the rules of the ghost market, when goods are sold, the origin is not questioned. Whether you looted them or found them by the roadside, only the goods matter, not the person. After roughly flipping through the 3 manuals, Wang Youcai drew a deep breath. 1 Earth Grade Upper Tier Hammer Art, 1 Earth Grade Lower Tier Sword Art, and 1 Mystic Grade Upper Tier Combined Blade Art. All are rare treasures. For these 3 my humble shop can offer 80,000 taels for the hammer art, 30,000 for the sword art, and 10,000 for the blade art, totaling 120,000 taels. What does Master Yang think? Beixuan gave a slight smile. He picked up the manuals and turned to leave. Master Yang, please stay. Seeing Beixuan rise, Wang Youcai hurriedly stopped him. Proprietor Wang, your offer is not quite honest. Beixuan shot Wang Youcai a glance. Although he himself didn't know the exact value of these manuals, Beixuan was well aware of the tricks of the trade. The first price quoted was nothing but hot air. Wang Youcai showed no embarrassment, simply putting on a pained expression. Master Yang, you flatter me. The truth is this hammer art is not widely practiced, so it's harder to sell. How about this? I'll add 30,000 taels, making it 150,000. 180,000 taels, and I need an Earth Grade Lower Tier Body Tempering Manual, and a set of Earth Grade Lower Tier Flying Daggers. You can deduct the cost directly from this sum. Beixuan was straightforward. This was the real reason for his visit. An Earth Grade Lower Tier Body Tempering technique would suffice for his current cultivation. When the system later dropped to top tier 1, he could replace it without any regret over the silver. The flying daggers were of course to be used with the little leaf flying dagger technique. Wang Youcai pondered for a few seconds, then nodded. Fine, I Wang shall also make Master Yang's acquaintance. If you have more treasures in the future, please don't forget my humble shop. Beixuan smiled. Certainly. Then Wang Youcai produced a catalog and flipped to a page. Master Yang, my martial pavilion has 19 Earth Grade Lower Tier Body Tempering Manuals. They're all here. Take a look. Beixuan pointed at a technique. I'll take this Yin-Yang Body Tempering Art. This manual was priced at 70,000 taels of silver, double the cost of the life-seizing 9 swords, which was also Earth Grade Lower Tier. Next, Beixuan selected a set of flying daggers named Falling Moon. There were 9 daggers in total, each 3 inches and 7 fun in length, exactly what Beixuan needed. Money exchanged hands for goods. In less than 10 minutes, Beixuan strode out of the martial pavilion with his treasures and 80,000 taels of silver notes. Sifong Tower. Lu Qingwu, who had just displayed her dancing skills in the tower, was now soaking in hot water strewn with flower petals. Beside the tub stood the young woman who had earlier attended to Yi Beixuan. Lu Qingwu smiled. Didn't you take a fancy to that brocade guard Chiliarch today and wanted to make him your guest? Why are you out so soon? The young woman grew angry at the mention of it. He didn't fancy me, did he? He drank his wine and threw me out. Lu Qingwu couldn't help but laugh. It seems this Chiliarch does not appreciate beauty. How interesting. What a pity he's a mere martial man. Otherwise I'd like to meet the one who had the heart to drive our little sister out. The young woman gave a petulant hum, but then something occurred to her. Sister, that Chiliarch is no mere martial man. When you danced he even gave an 8-word critique. Oh, do tell. Let me hear what kind of critique this brocade guard Chiliarch could produce. The young woman grabbed a nearby brush. She swiftly wrote delicate characters on a piece of paper, then handed it to Lu Qingwu. Here, this is it. Lu Qingwu's brows slightly furrowed, but with a single glance her gaze instantly froze. Graceful as a startled swan, lithe as a swimming dragon. These few words seemed to conjure the image of a peerless beauty dancing gracefully. In her years at the Sifeng Tower, Lu Qingwu had witnessed countless self-proclaimed talented scholars writing poems for her, some of whom were outstanding figures in the literary world. Yet even those poems combined could not compare to the impact of these 8 words. With a splash, Lu Qingwu rose. Where is that Chiliarch? I'm going to find him. The young woman quickly stopped her. Sister, he's already left. Yi Beixuan was naturally unaware that the few words he casually copied had given a slight shock to the ancient courtesan. Nor was it surprising, for that Xiao Chao was indeed extraordinarily talented. In truth, Yi Beixuan himself disdained copying such things. Of course, the main reason was that he still did not understand the infatuation these courtesans had for poetry. As a martial artist, he could not appreciate such refined elegance. He would rather have 2 secret manuals. If he had known this would work, Yi Beixuan would not have wasted his silver. He would have copied the entire 300 Tang poems. Having purchased the secret manuals and weapons he desired, Yi Beixuan was in a good mood. He wandered until the end of the Cho hour before concluding his visit to the Ghost Market. The Ghost Market had only one entrance, but as many as 3 exits leading to different directions. He casually chose one. He walked straight out, and outside was a desolate mountain. After slightly discerning the direction, Yi Beixuan headed home. But no sooner had he gone a short distance. He heard the sounds of fighting not far away, accompanied by the sneers of men. Fighting was prohibited within the Ghost Market, but outside murder and robbery were all too common. Almost every day a few corpses were found in the vicinity. Yi Beixuan's figure flickered, leaped onto a tree, and glanced in that direction. He saw a group of 5 men standing in different positions surrounding 2 others. All escape routes were blocked. Among the 2, the leader was a middle-aged man of 40 or 50 with a beardless face. One of his arms hung limp, clearly broken, and he had several wounds on his body. The other person was a young girl. Is it her? The moment Yi Beixuan saw the woman, he recognized her. It was the pair of mistress and servant he had encountered twice before. What a coincidence. How dare you? Do you know who is behind me? The middle-aged man spoke with a strange tone. A eunuch? The other 5 men's faces changed at the sound. In Dali, those who could become eunuchs and appear as a servant. Even a fool would know these were royal people. Damn. Are we this unlucky? Boss, what do we do? It seems we've run into someone from the palace. The 5 men all showed fear on their faces. They were originally a band of bandits from the Mabe region, known as the Flying Sky Bandits. With their Grandmaster-level strength, they were quite famous in Mabe. But by chance they offended a Grandmaster-level existence. To escape the pursuit, they were forced to hide their identities and flee to the capital. They had been living near the Ghost Market, making a living by ambushing and killing easy prey. Today, as usual, they had chosen their target in the Ghost Market. They were ready to make a move, but they never expected to run into someone from the palace. Even as bandits, they feared the imperial family to the extreme. Such a colossus, not to mention them, even top grandmasters would not dare provoke. The leader of the 5 was a scar-faced man. The scar-faced man's expression turned grim as well, and he was momentarily indecisive. Few wretches dare to rob this princess. You don't know what's good for you. The girl who was being protected behind immediately started to speak, but was quickly stopped by the eunuch. Yi Beixuan shook his head slightly. This little girl was truly naive to the point of foolishness. If she hadn't spoken, the bandits might have been intimidated by the royal status, and perhaps given her a 50-50 chance of survival. But once she spoke, it meant certain death. The eunuch also understood this and forced a smile. Gentlemen, our princess is immature. How about this? We can give you all the money we have, and we swear we will never retaliate. Can you spare our lives? Eunuch, you are a smart man. Do you even believe that yourself? The scar-faced man seemed to have made up his mind, and said to his companions, finish this quickly. Kill them clean up, and we leave. We can't stay in Dali anymore. Let's head beyond the pass to the demon territory. Assassinating the current princess. Once the Dali royal family knew it would be a relentless pursuit to the death. Even if they fled to other kingdoms, those places would not risk offending the Dali imperial family for their sake. The most likely outcome would be to capture them and trade them for benefits with Dali. Only the demon lands offered a glimmer of hope. The other four also understood this, and though they cursed inwardly, they nodded in unison. Kill. The scar-faced man struck first, slashing a sword toward the eunuch's arm. Trying to send a signal. Dream on. At this attack, the other four also rushed to strike. The eunuch was only at the 3rd level of Grandmaster, while the strongest among the Flying Sky Bandits, the scar-faced man, was already at the 4th level. The other four were all about the same level as the eunuch. Just one blow had already heavily wounded him. With this combined strike, there was absolutely no chance of survival. Just at this critical moment. Swish swish. From the distant air came several faint sounds of something cutting through the air, rapidly approaching the 5. These Flying Sky Bandits were all seasoned veterans of the martial world, having seen countless scenes. On hearing this sound, their expressions changed. Not good. Hidden weapons. They growled and had to restrain their attacks to deal with the sudden situation. These hidden weapons were naturally Beixuan's flying knives. It wasn't that he was meddling, but if a princess died right under his nose, even if he wasn't involved, if it were discovered that he was nearby but did not rescue, it would still be a capital crime. There was no need to put himself in danger because of a few ant-like grandmasters. The little leaf flying dagger at the perfect level combined with the earth-grade weapon made the speed of the flying daggers almost terrifying. In an instant, they were already before the Flying Sky Bandits. With a splash, 2 of the lowest Cultivation Bandits didn't even have time to react. Their throats were pierced through by the flying daggers. Among the remaining 3, one managed to block the flying dagger with his weapon, but the weapon was instantly shattered under the earth-grade flying dagger. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the 5 were dead. The remaining 2 Flying Sky Bandits' eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Beixuan, however, gave them no chance to catch their breath. With the Lingbo Weibu step, his figure moved like a ghost, landing directly in front of the eunuch. He struck a palm toward the leading scar-faced man. Flying dragon in the sky. Beixuan showed no mercy. True essence circulated. A golden dragon surged out, its roar rumbling, and instantly pierced through the scar-faced man's chest. Bang! The scar-faced man's body exploded. Run! In that gap, the last Flying Sky Bandit finally reacted. He turned and fled. Beixuan raised his eyebrows slightly. He used his finger as a blade. Divine blade slash. He struck down with a blade. Blade chi spread, condensing into a blade light several zhang long. Swish. The blade light enveloped that man. The remaining Flying Sky Bandit, like mud, was directly blasted apart. From start to finish, in just a few seconds, all 5 Grandmasters were annihilated. When Beixuan withdrew his finger, the middle-aged eunuch and the princess finally awakened from their stupor. Such a familiar scent. The princess suddenly exclaimed with delight. Wow, it's you, the hero. Beixuan thought. How the hell did she recognize me? Hearing the princess's words, the middle-aged eunuch immediately reacted and bowed deeply to Beixuan. Thank you. Thank you for saving my life, senior. May I ask your esteemed name? I will surely repay you someday. Beixuan shook his head. No need. With that, he turned and left. Repay my ass. If it weren't for your powerful father, I wouldn't have even glanced back, even if you were buried in the ground tonight. The royal family was the supreme power in Dali. Without absolute strength, Beixuan wanted nothing to do with them. Hey, hero. Before the girl could finish her second sentence, Beixuan's figure had vanished. Princess, don't look anymore. The senior has left. The middle-aged eunuch quickly reminded her. What senior? Don't call him that. I can smell that he carries no trace of age. He must be young. I never expected to be rescued by a hero. According to the books, doesn't that mean I have to offer myself in marriage? The girl's eyes sparkled with stars. The middle-aged eunuch looked at his princess with a hint of helplessness. But he was used to it. As the only legitimate daughter of the current emperor, she had never known the ways of the world, nor did she need to. A bit naive. Adorably clueless as expected. Princess, you mustn't speak recklessly. You don't even know who he is. It's fine. I've memorized his scent. As long as we meet again, I'll find him. Please just don't leave the palace anymore. Beixuan regarded the whole hero saves beauty incident as mere happenstance. He spent a quarter of an hour returning to his doorstep. The moment he stopped, Beixuan sensed that his courtyard gate had been opened. His expression changed drastically. No way. He pushed open the gate. The courtyard was empty, but he breathed a sigh of relief. There was no scent of blood nor Yaoer's body. The girl must not be in danger. Standing in the center of the courtyard, Beixuan said coldly, "Come out." As his voice fell, a black-robed figure wearing a bronze mask appeared before him. Beixuan looked at the man with some confusion. What? Only one this time. Are you from the Dragon God sect or the Pingnan Marquis estate? These guys weren't following the usual script. Why show up instead of attacking directly? The black-robed man cupped his hands. Forgive the late-night intrusion, Lord Yi. Yi Beixuan finally understood. It seemed these forces had given up on brute force and were trying a softer approach. He said impatiently, spit it out. Once you're done you can wait to die. The black-robed man chuckled unperturbed. Lord Yi bears great hostility toward me. I admit our previous assassination attempts were rude. This time I come with sincerity. My sacred sect recognizes your potential, Lord Yi. If you join us you may name your price, money, wealth, women, power. Tomorrow my sect will deliver 10,000 taels of gold, 2 heaven-grade manuals, and you will be granted the position of a branch leader. 10,000 taels of gold. That was 1,000,000 silver taels plus heaven-grade manuals. The offer was indeed generous. Yi Beixuan was tempted, but only for a moment. Though the wealth was vast, joining the Dragon God sect would brand him a rebel. Only a fool would oppose the current imperial court. Yi Beixuan knew all too well how terrifying the court was. Even if Dali's current strength couldn't match its founding glory, it still suppressed the countless sects and powerful demons within its borders. No matter how formidable the Dragon God sect seemed, it was utterly vulnerable before the Dali court. At most capable of causing some chaos like a cockroach crawling in the sewers. Bribing a government official. You rebels are bold indeed. Yi Beixuan's stance was clear. Lord Yi, think carefully. The black-robed man frowned, raising his voice. The current emperor of Dali hasn't held court for over a decade. On the surface the kingdom appears stable, but inside it's already rotten. My sacred sect will soon replace it. Surrendering now is your best option. Otherwise offending my sect leaves you no way out. A genius like you shouldn't die young. Threatening me. Yi Beixuan's eyes turned cold, murderous aura spreading. He struck the black-robed man with a palm. The man was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Yi Beixuan raised an eyebrow. Not a body of flesh and blood. His palm had felt as if it struck air. That was definitely not the sensation of a living person. The masked man stared at Yi Beixuan. Since you're so obstinate, await our sect's pursuit. Hope you live long enough to see my sect overthrow Dali. With that the black robe burst apart, and a lifelike paper figure fluttered down. Yi Beixuan dismissed the man's threat. They were already locked in a death feud. What did another threat matter? He walked to where the man had exploded, picked up the paper figure, and examined it closely. It was covered in dense talismans with a spot of crimson at its brow. Quite an interesting technique. Using a paper figure as a vessel, infusing a drop of blood essence to create a clone. It was the first time Yi Beixuan had seen such sorcery, but after a glance he casually tucked it into his sleeve. If ghosts and monsters could exist, a clone seemed reasonable. Perhaps there were even true immortal cultivation sects in the martial world. Yi Beixuan withdrew, his gaze flickered, and appeared outside his maidservant Yaoer's door. Seeing the girl sleeping soundly inside, he was finally at ease. Though he didn't treat Yaoer as a servant, but as a close friend. In a feudal dynasty, a maidservant was essentially a slave with no status. Even if the emperor ordered a family's extermination, it had nothing to do with a maid. The Dragon God sect might want to kill him, but they wouldn't bother with a servant. Still, someone sneaking into his home put Yi Beixuan on alert. This was the second time. The yellow demons had ambushed him here before. Though the capital was heavily guarded, his home was in an ordinary district. Most residents were commoners, so security was sparse. I need to move, Yi Beixuan mused. He would soon be promoted to Jinyiwei Qianhu, and living in such a common area didn't suit his status. He still had plenty of silver left, enough to buy a more luxurious mansion closer to the Northern Guard Command, which would be both comfortable and safer. With money, why not treat himself well? Yi Beixuan had made up his mind. He returned to his bed, quickly washed up, and eagerly opened the secret manual he had purchased that day, the Yin-Yang body tempering art. He quickly flipped through it and grasped the cultivation method of the Yin-Yang body tempering art. This technique draws upon the essence of the moon and the purple chi of dawn to temper the body. This process condenses the flesh and meridians. While the difficulty isn't high, it is time-consuming. One can only practice for a few hours each day. Moreover, it depends on the weather. On cloudy or rainy days when the sun and moon are obscured, practice must be suspended. However, none of this posed any problem for Yi Beixuan. As long as he had enough idle points, any technique could be maxed out in one go. He looked at his system panel. Host Yi Beixuan. Age 18. Realm 1st Heaven 9th layer. Sword Intent 2nd layer. Idle Cultivation Methods 9 Yang Divine Art 6th layer. Yin-Yang Body Tempering Art. Idle Combat Skills Dragon-Subduing 18 Palms Max Level. Cloud Treading Steps Max Level. Golden Bell Iron Shirt Max Level. Spiritual Resonance Finger Minor Achievement Demon Slaying Blade Technique Perfection 1 Form Divine Sword / Max Level. Idle Points 1,410. Over 1,400 idle points remained. Enough to squander freely. System Start Idling the Yin-Yang Body Tempering Art. On the 5th day of idling, your cultivation has led to a clear understanding, and the Yin-Yang Body Tempering Art naturally progresses to the beginner level. On the 74th day of idling, your yin-yang body tempering art steadily ascends, and your mastery of this technique grows increasingly proficient, reaching the advanced stage. On the 197th day of idling, after your relentless cultivation, the yin-yang body tempering art successfully breaks through to the minor achievement level. On the 346th day of idling, while drawing in the purple qi at dawn, you perceived a trace of profound mystery within the yin-yang body tempering art. Seizing this insight, you cultivated it to the mid-stage of major achievement and couldn't help but marvel at your own genius. On the 480th day of idling, building upon that previous insight, your cultivation of the yin-yang body tempering art proceeds smoothly and rapidly, and on this day, you successfully achieve complete mastery. The system's notification sounds continuously echoed in Yi Beixuan's mind. He gazed at his remaining idle points deep in thought. Should he continue idling to push the yin-yang body tempering art directly to the perfection level? The last time, the demon-slaying blade technique had brought him a wonderful surprise, becoming his first manual to break through to perfection. And the benefits it brought were tremendous, allowing him to directly comprehend sword intent. If he could cultivate this yin-yang body tempering art to the perfection level, perhaps he would have some unexpected gains. With this thought in mind, Yi Beixuan spoke directly. System, start idling the yin-yang body tempering art to perfection. As Yi Beixuan's voice fell, the technique that was about to stop idling began displaying subtitles once more. On the 630th day of idling, after reaching completion with the yin-yang body tempering art, you desire to make further breakthroughs beyond this perfection. Through continuous contemplation of its profound principles, the technique naturally advances to the late stage of completion, even with minimal active cultivation. On the 712th day of idling, through your relentless cultivation, the yin-yang body tempering art has reached the peak of completion. For over 10 days, however, you've made no progress whatsoever, prompting you to ponder the next higher level of this technique. On the 758th day of idling, after your customary absorption of morning purple qi, you suddenly fall into deep contemplation. Within your mind, the transformations of the yin-yang body tempering art continue to revolve, and you seem to have grasped something crucial. On the 800th day of idling, you finally break through to the perfection level of the yin-yang body tempering art. This round of idling is complete. Sensing transfer in progress, please wait. After 800 days of idling, Yi Beixuan's yin-yang body tempering art successfully broke through to the perfection level. Boom. In his mind, countless insights about the yin-yang body tempering art flooded into his consciousness. At this moment, his realm fully reached the level of the great power who created this divine ability. Although the yin-yang body tempering art was merely an earth-grade technique, its creator was at least at the level above Grandmaster. His physical body's meridians underwent a furious transformation, receiving unprecedented enhancement. Every inch of flesh and bone was undergoing changes. After more than an hour, Yi Beixuan finally opened his eyes again, absorbing all the insights. At this moment, he felt as if his entire body had changed. His entire physical body seemed to be glowing. He gently clenched his fist. Bang! The sound of an air burst echoed throughout the entire atmosphere, crushing air with bare hands. This was the ultimate embodiment of physical body reinforcement. The previous Golden Bell iron shirt was about refining bones and tempering skin. It merely condensed Yi Beixuan's physical defense to the absolute limit. And this yin-yang body tempering art had conducted an unprecedented reinforcement of his entire body's meridians, qi, strength, and flesh. His overall power had increased by at least tens of times. With his current state, using his bare hands without any martial technique, he could explode any first heaven realm martial artist. It was like having an invincible physical body. Yi Beixuan thought for a moment, then directly extended his finger and lightly traced his arm. A wound opened up. Before the blood could even seep out, Yi Beixuan could feel the wound itching. Within just a few breaths' time, the wound from earlier had completely vanished without a trace. Yi Beixuan was quite satisfied with this change. Although the perfection level of yin-yang body tempering art didn't significantly boost his combat power, it greatly enhanced his survival ability and foundation. His realm remained at the 9th layer of first heaven, but the true yuan within his body had reached a terrifying 100,000 strands. An increase of 18,000 strands compared to before. Don't underestimate these merely 18,000 strands. This meant Yi Beixuan had completely reached the limit of the first heaven realm. Each layer possessed 10,000 strands of true yuan, cycling endlessly, generating life continuously. Relying solely on this terrifying regenerative ability, he could absolutely drag down 3 or 4 of his previous selves. One step stronger, every step stronger. Only with a solid foundation can one achieve true invincibility at the same realm. Now there were 610 idle points remaining. There was naturally no need to keep them. He could feel that the obstacles he previously encountered when cultivating the Nine-Yang Divine Art had completely disappeared. Breaking through to Grandmaster was today. System idle all points on the Nine-Yang Divine Art. On the 37th day of idling through your unremitting efforts, the Nine-Yang Divine Art has successfully broken through to the 7th layer, and a trace of pure Yang Qi begins to form within your body. On the 340th day of idling with your continuous cultivation, your Nine-Yang Divine Art has reached the mid-stage of the 7th layer. As you advance further, you also sense that the difficulty of improving the Nine-Yang Divine Art increases. On the 599th day of idling, your comprehension of the Nine-Yang Divine Art has deepened, breaking through to the later stage of the 7th layer. Ding! Detected that remaining idle points cannot break through the Nine-Yang Divine Art. This idling session ends. Sensing transfer in progress, please wait. After spending 269 idle points, the Nine-Yang Divine Art successfully broke through from the peak of the 6th layer to the later stage of the 7th layer. And at this moment, Beixuan's cultivation began to increase. The true yuan within his body was compressed furiously, transforming into pure Yang Qi wind. First Heaven refines true yuan while Grandmasters cultivate Qi aura. A single emission of Qi aura can kill invisibly. Beixuan's expression was solemn as he uttered, "With my peerless talent and unmatched brilliance, Grandmaster breakthrough." Boom! In an instant, Beixuan's inner energy burst forth from his dantian. Above his head, a vortex of spiritual energy materialized, churning the sky and clouds. It gradually took the shape of a long blade. Only those who had comprehended the artistic conception at the innate realm could manifest celestial phenomena during breakthrough. Only such beings could be named after their weapon when breaking through to the Grandmaster realm. For example, Sword Grandmaster, Spear Grandmaster, and Beixuan's Blade Grandmaster. Meanwhile, at the top of the Star Observation Pavilion in the Star Observation Department of the Greatly Capital, a woman in white gauze suddenly opened her eyes. In her beautiful eyes it seemed as if a bright moon was hidden. Her gaze pierced through the pavilion and glanced in one direction. Then in her hand appeared something like a celestial astrolabe. On that astrolabe, a long blade shape slowly gathered. A newly promoted Blade Grandmaster in the capital. No being able to make the astrolabe's blade intent so rich. This is at least a Grandmaster who broke through with second-level blade intent. The woman's originally calm eyes seemed to ripple with autumn water. Which hidden supreme blade genius is this? Comprehending second-level blade intent at the innate realm. It seems a true blade master will emerge in the future. Outside Greatly, in a secluded unknown valley. The valley was surrounded by clouds and mist with lofty mountains flowing water, birdsong, and floral fragrance like a paradise on earth. In a quiet corner of the valley stood several exquisite pavilions like celestial palaces. In the center of these pavilions, inside a room hung with a plaque reading, "Where to seek the heavenly secrets. All in my palm." Strange, the fate of Greatly has already declined. Why is a martial energy vein being born? Could it be that the Greatly court has produced some remarkable figure? Of all this, Beixuan was naturally unaware. On his body infinite energy flowed, and the original 100,000 true yuan in his dantian began to rapidly contract, condensing into streams of inner energy gathering in his dantian. An ordinary Grandmaster at initial breakthrough could at most condense 1,000 streams. But Beixuan's accumulation at the innate realm had reached 10 times that of an ordinary innate. Therefore, when converting true yuan into inner energy, it was far more than an ordinary Grandmaster. In the blink of an eye, thousands of inner energy streams had already appeared. The inner energy within Beixuan's body continued to increase. In one breath, he condensed 35,000 streams before stopping. His realm accordingly ascended to the 3rd level of Grandmaster. One step away from breaking through to mid-Grandmaster. Beixuan looked at his panel. Host Beixuan, age 18, realm Grandmaster level 3. Blade intent 2nd level, AFK cultivation technique, Nine-Yang Divine Art 7th layer, late stage, Yin-Yang body tempering, Art transcendence, AFK martial skills, 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms max level, luring step max level, golden bell cover, iron shirt max level, spirit finger max level, demon slaying blade, Art transcendence, 1 style divine blade, slash max level, little leaf flying dagger max level, AFK points. 21. Attributes unprecedentedly luxurious. Even the transcendence level martial arts had increased to 2. Now to what extent Beixuan's overall strength had increased, even he himself was not entirely clear. From innate 9 levels to Grandmaster 3 levels, the increase was at least 100-fold. Beixuan felt that he could now slay an ordinary peak Grandmaster. He even thought that if he unleashed his blade intent, he could contend with the latter 50 prodigies of the prodigy ranking. However, this was just his own speculation. After all, he had never seen the so-called prodigy ranking geniuses. But to stand out from so many human nations and become one of the 300 strongest young grandmasters, they must not be too weak. Of course, they are only the strongest among the young generation of grandmasters, but far from the limit of grandmaster. Back to square one. No matter how many AFK points, it's never enough. Beixuan looked at the remaining 2-digit AFK points and shook his head slightly. If I had enough AFK points to directly AFK the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms and the 1-style Divine Blade Slash to Transcendence, my strength would probably increase significantly. It's even possible that Blade Intent could be tempered to reach 3rd-level Blade Intent. Of course, now he could only fantasize. As could be seen from the previous breakthrough of demon-slaying blade art and yin-yang body tempering art to transcendence. To cultivate a technique from perfection to the realm of unity of heaven and man, almost equivalent to the time of cultivating the technique from start to finish. And although the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms and 1-style Divine Blade Slash are powerful, the AFK points required are enormous. He could only take it slowly. After doing all this, the sky outside was already bright. It seemed nearly noon. Beixuan pushed the door and walked out stretching. "Young master, you're awake." A crisp and pleasant voice sounded in Beixuan's ear. Beixuan looked closely and saw his little maid Yaoer busy in the kitchen. Clearly a top beauty, no less than the daughters of great families, yet she could bustle about in the kitchen smoke. It was really a unique contrast. "Young master, please wait a moment. After I finish lunch, I'll fetch water for you to wash your face." Beixuan waved his hand. "I'll wash myself." Damn, the life of these ancient nobles is really luxurious. They don't even have to shake themselves when peeing. It's corrupting me. He fetched a basin of clean water, washed his face, and used a pig bristle dipped in salt to scrub his teeth. Lunch was then brought up. "Young master, did you get hurt on this mission?" Sitting next to Beixuan, Yaoer asked with concern. "No, it's very hard to hurt your young master." Beixuan boasted a bit. Yaoer was then relieved, a shallow dimple appearing on her face, looking very cute. At first, she was willing to be Beixuan's maid purely out of gratitude. But as time passed, Beixuan never treated her like the landlords in the village treated their servants. This made her heart completely belong to Beixuan. Being Beixuan's maid was definitely her most correct choice. The two chatted idly. When they were almost done eating, Beixuan noticed that the girl seemed to have something on her mind. "What's wrong? What are you thinking about?" Hearing Beixuan's words, Yaoer gently bit her lip. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke. "Young master, tomorrow is my mother's 7th day after her death. I want to go back to the village to pay my respects to her. Once a servant to leave the residence without permission, one must obtain the master's consent." Beixuan couldn't help but laugh. "Just this matter? Why hesitate?" Having said that, he took out a 100-tael banknote from his bosom and handed it to Yaoer. "Go to the market in the afternoon to buy some necessities. I'll go to the Jinyiwei and select 2 female officers to accompany you back." As a Baihu of the Jinyiwei and an imperial official, he naturally could not personally accompany a maidservant back to the village. That would be against propriety. Even when on leave, he had to be on standby at all times as matters might arise in the Jinyiwei. He could only dispatch others to accompany her. Yaoer's face showed gratitude, and she was about to kneel to Beixuan. Beixuan pinched her slightly chubby cheek and said, "Didn't I already tell you? There aren't so many rules here." Yaoer hurriedly stopped. After lunch, Beixuan did not delay. He went to the Beixuan office and personally selected 2 female officers. These female officers were all of the leisure rank in the Jinyiwei, naturally within Beixuan's authority to dispatch. In the afternoon, Yaoer, accompanied by the female officers, left the capital. Beixuan looked at the empty courtyard and felt a bit bored, so he decided to continue that evening to find Li Cheng and Lin Tao to go visit brothels. Just as he thought of this, knock, 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 the sound of knocking came. It was impatient, accompanied by muttering curses, though the voice was very faint. If not for Beixuan's enhanced 6 senses, he wouldn't have been able to hear clearly. "Li Cheng, you bastard. You haven't come home any night these days. I've long suspected you. You must have been going to the brothels to seduce some vixen. If Beixuan doesn't testify for you today, I'll chop you up." Beixuan. "Holy shit. What's going on?" "Uncle Li went to play. And Aunt Li found out." "And Aunt Li? Is she too vicious?" "Although Uncle Li is old, you can't just chop him up. No mercy at all." Beixuan's expression turned strange. But as one of the iron triangle of brothel goers, he had to help. When you're out in the world, more brothel buddies means more roads. "Who is it?" Beixuan called out. The cursing outside immediately stopped. "Beixuan, it's me, your aunt." Beixuan quickly opened the door. He saw Aunt Li looking at him with a smile, while Li Cheng was desperately trying to signal him with his eyes. Beixuan smiled and said, "Uncle Li, Aunt Li, what brings you here? Please come in, come in." Aunt Li waved her hand. and said amiably, Beixuan, don't be so polite. It's only been a few days, and you've become even more handsome. Aunt Li hasn't studied much, so her speech is a bit rough. Li Qing coughed. Nonsense. Beixuan is now a Qianhu 2 ranks above me. Show some respect. Aunt Li hurriedly tried to apologize. Yi Beixuan stopped her, then asked knowingly, Aunt Li, did you have something to see me about? Hearing this, Aunt Li first glared at Li Cheng, then smiled, and said, Yes, your uncle said you've been busy with official duties lately. So I brought you some chicken soup to nourish your body. Yi Beixuan laughed inwardly. Aunt Li, though uneducated, was very shrewd. She wanted to inquire about Li Cheng's situation, but didn't say it directly. Instead, she asked if he was busy. Li Cheng was sweating with anxiety, afraid that Yi Beixuan might say something wrong. Otherwise, his old hide might not be safe. Fortunately, Yi Beixuan saved him. Indeed, I've just taken up my post in the Jinyiwei and been promoted to Qianhu. There are many things I'm not quite familiar with, and I'm grateful to Uncle Li for accompanying me to work overtime these days. I was just planning to visit and thank him in person in a few days. Upon hearing this, Li Cheng breathed a long sigh of relief. Only then did he dare to straighten his back and put on a straight face. Few womenfolk worry about nothing all day. Beixuan and I are both wholeheartedly devoted to public service, working until midnight every day. How dare you suspect me? Places like brothels, even dogs wouldn't go there. Scolded Aunt Li was not angry. Instead, her smile grew even warmer. She trusted Yi Beixuan deeply. She believed that handsome men never lie. So that's how it is. Beixuan is so young and already a Qianhu. His future is boundless. It's right to be busy. Then I won't disturb you two from handling official matters. Old Li, when you're free, bring Beixuan home for a meal. With that, she handed a food box to Yi Beixuan. Here, this is chicken soup I personally made. Drink it while it's hot. Yi Beixuan took the soup and thanked her. Only then did Aunt Li leave contentedly. Watching her disappearing figure, Li Cheng patted his chest. Beixuan, great kindness needs no words of thanks. Yi Beixuan said, Uncle Li, gratitude should be shown with sincerity. Li Cheng immediately stood up and nodded vigorously. Come on tonight at Sifang Tower, it's my treat. We'll continue working overtime. Yi Beixuan gladly agreed, down the chicken soup Aunt Li had brought in one go, and with full energy followed Uncle Li to visit the brothels. Outside the Qinha Huafang, Lin Tao, another member of the brothel trio, also arrived cheerfully for the gathering. As soon as they met, he said excitedly, Brother, Yi, Uncle Li, why so early today? Feeling in the mood. Li Cheng laughed and cursed him to scram. Lin Tao didn't mind at all. Tao, you seem a bit off today, Yi Beixuan said, curiously glancing at Lin Tao. This kid had been in a state of excitement ever since they met, and although his outfit today was still as terrible as ever, it was clearly tidied up. Yi Beixuan keenly sensed a whiff of the stench of love. This was simply a betrayal of their old whoremonger brotherhood. Hearing this, Lin Tao's slightly dark face flushed a little. Just from that micro-expression, Yi Beixuan became even more certain of his guess. Huh, we're all brothel-goers together. How dare you play at love? You bastard, I have to ruin it. Brother Yi, I think I've fallen in love. Lin Tao blurted out wild words as soon as he opened his mouth. Yi Beixuan sneered coldly. Did you drink too much horse piss last night? Not sober yet. Brother Yi, I'm serious. I chatted a lot with Xiao Xiao last night. I feel she really understands me. How does she understand you? Lin Tao thought of something and smiled shyly, but immediately shook his head. Brother Yi, can you not be so vulgar? We have true love. Xiao Xiao said that the moment she saw me, she felt I was different, and she thinks I'm her destined Prince Charming. She also said she wants to be with me forever, and from now on Xiao Xiao will only receive me as a client. Fucking tea. So even in ancient times there were such old green teas. Do you believe it? Yi Beixuan had always thought Lin Tao was not very bright, but it seemed he had guessed wrong. Lin Tao hadn't actually got the whole thing going in the first place. Of course I believe it. Lin Tao patted his chest with conviction. Brother Yi, I've decided. When it comes to finding a girl, only Xiao Xiao will catch my eye. No other woman can possibly impress me. At that moment, Li Cheng suddenly pointed toward a street beside the painted boat. Tao, take a look. Is that your Xiao Xiao? Hearing this, Lin Tao followed his direction and looked over. Indeed, there was a young married woman wearing a purple silk dress strolling along the street with a dandy gentleman. Her lips were like honey, making the young master laugh heartily. If you listened closely, you could hear fragments of their conversation. My lord, once I save enough money, I'll be able to support you for the provincial examination. When you succeed, you must come marry me. The young master nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Xiao Xiao. This year, I will definitely succeed on the golden list. Lin Tao stood there in stunned disbelief. His innocent love shattered before his very eyes. Yi Beixuan nearly laughed himself into a fit, wiping tears from his eyes as he patted his friend on the shoulder. Brother, come back to Gotham with me. Batman says you won't be beaten anymore. Lin Tao wandered off, utterly defeated. Seeing his younger brother so despondent only made Yi Beixuan laugh even harder. He then drove Lin Tao all the way to Sifang Lu. Stepping aboard the familiar painted boat, the madam's face immediately lit up with a welcoming smile upon seeing Yi Beixuan and his two companions. These were, after all, big spenders. Young master, shall we have the same ladies as last night? Yi Beixuan immediately shook his head. No, bring someone new. Booking the same women twice over would simply be wasting money. Money should be spent wisely. Listening to the melodies and enjoying the attentions of the beauties beside him, Yi Beixuan felt extraordinarily pleased. Now possessing over 100,000 taels of silver, he was contemplating whether to invite a top courtesan to resolve his current predicament. Behind Sifang Lu, in Lu Qingwu's chamber, a young maid rushed in hastily from the previous day, panting heavily. Lady Lu, that mill inspector you took a fancy to yesterday, he's back again. Lu Qingwu broke into a radiant smile and adjusted her appearance as though she had been waiting for this very moment. She lazily massaged her slender waist, moving with the grace of an orange cat. Go tell Madame Rome, I'll perform the sword dance tonight. The maid blinked in surprise, then a look of delight bloomed across her face. The sword dance. That was Lu Qingwu's signature masterpiece. Hee, that mill inspector is truly blessed with such fortune. I'm going right now. Moments later, excited shouts rang out throughout Sifang Lu. Have you heard? Tonight the top courtesan Lu will perform the sword dance. It will truly be worth the trip to witness Lady Lu's sword dance. How few nobles and lords get such privilege. Exactly. Since being crowned the top courtesan, she had only performed the sword dance twice before, both during the Lantern Festival when the entire city celebrated. No one expected her to perform tonight of all days. Seasoned patrons of Sifang Lu gossiped incessantly, their faces glowing with unhidden excitement. In the past, securing even an ordinary seat to watch Lady Lu's sword dance could fetch 1,000 taels. Premium seating could command 10,000. Now for merely a tenth of that price one could feast their eyes. A natural cause for jubilation. Yi Beixuan, seated in his private room, overheard these murmurs. A sword dance. Yi Beixuan found it quite intriguing. Last night, this courtesan's dancing had already been peerless, and now she had such a remarkable talent. Truly no one who held the title of top courtesan was without merit. Beside Yi Beixuan, both Li Cheng and Lin Tao's eyes gleamed with excitement. What a worthwhile outing. To witness the courtesan's signature skill is truly a rare opportunity. Meanwhile, the young lady of Sifang Lu attending to them covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Gentlemen, it is not just you. We rarely get to see Lady Qingwu dance either. Rumor has it she took a liking to a certain young master yesterday, and tonight's sword dance is meant for him. Hearing this, both Li Cheng and Lin Tao became so envious they were speechless. Just as the three were chatting, a cry suddenly rang out. Lady Lu is here. The exclamation instantly drew every eye toward the platform. Yi Beixuan also turned his gaze and saw a graceful figure emerging slowly from below. Barefoot, dressed in crimson silk, a 3-foot broadsword held delicately in hand. Her almost flawless face was revealed to all for the very first time. Compared to her earlier gentleness today, she carried an added air of chivalric spirit. The spectators of Sifang Lu stared with rapt attention, their eyes barely blinking. All held their breath, transfixed by the figure in red. After reaching the stage, Lu Qingwu offered a gentle smile and stepped onto a jade pedestal. Immediately, a piercing, solemn melody filled the air. The crimson silhouette spun her broadsword blade light, cascading like rain. In that instant, as the long sword swept through the air, Yi Beixuan's pupils narrowed slightly. Sword intent. He actually sensed the sword intent emanating from the courtesan wielding a sword in her dance. Moreover, this sword intent was no less impressive than his own blade intent, ranked at least 2 degrees above. However, this courtesan possessed relatively little cultivation, so the sword intent was quite faint. Even ordinary grandmasters, let alone supreme grandmasters, might not have detected it. Only those who had comprehended the artistic conception like him could perceive it. Without cultivation, yet wielding 2 levels of sword intent. Truly defy the heavens. The performance concluded. All the onlookers fell into a deep trance, unable to snap out of it for a long while. After finishing her sword dance, Lu Qingwu did not depart immediately, but instead gazed into the 4-fragrance pavilion. Holy crap, Miss Lu hasn't left. The rumor is actually true. She has a sweetheart. Seeing this scene, all the audience understood. They all perked up, holding their heads high and chests puffed out, hoping to catch a single glance from Lu Qingwu. Once Lu Qingwu's eyes swept past the private room where Yi Beixuan sat. Her gaze lingered for a moment, a faint smile graced her lips, and she turned to leave. The very next moment, a maid hurried into the private room, speaking with a bright smile. Lady Qingwu invites Lord Yi of room No. 3 to share tea. Li Chengda. Lin Tao. What the hell? Could this actually work? Yi Beixuan laughed heartily and turned to leave. From that final lingering glance, he had already realized this girl was looking right at him. In fact, Yi Beixuan had guessed nearly everything. It was very likely the effect caused by his offhand recitation of the ode to the goddess of the Luo River the night before. If he had known that reciting poetry carried such formidable sway, why would he have wasted a single copper coin visiting brothels over the past while? A tremendous loss. Following the maid, Beixuan navigated through winding paths until reaching a quiet courtyard behind the pleasure boats of the Four Fragrance Pavilion. Situated right beside the Qin River, the scenery was exceptionally delightful. Inside the room, Beixuan encountered the courtesan Lu once again. Previously separated by distance, he had been unable to study her features closely, but now up close her beauty was truly extraordinary. This humble one is Lu Qingwu paying respects to Lord Yi. Lu Qingwu's voice rang clear as a golden aureole. Beixuan returned the gesture with a fist salute. Beixuan pays respects to Miss Lu. Noticing Beixuan's awkward demeanor, Lu Qingwu could not help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Might this be your first time here, my lord? That is correct. Beixuan nodded honestly. Hearing this, Lu Qingwu smiled. You are quite an earnest gentleman. Thereafter the two engaged in casual conversation, trading words freely. They discussed matters broad and wide. This courtesan Lu, befitting her reputation as topmost of her kind, possessed truly remarkable erudition, surpassing even some well-read scholars in breadth of knowledge. For 3 consecutive days, Beixuan spent his nights indulging in wine at the Four Fragrance Pavilion. When he awoke on the 3rd morning, he felt unusually fatigued. This was unprecedented in all the years he had practiced martial arts. The first time he had ever experienced such a condition. As expected, he would absolutely never return to such a place again. My lord, shall you come again tomorrow? From nearby, Lu Qingwu asked Beixuan. Moreover, through these days of companionship, this courtesan had genuinely grown fond of Beixuan. In both appearance and innate talent, Beixuan undeniably ranked among the absolute elite. Upon hearing Lu Qingwu's question, his previous resolve immediately dissolved. He nodded firmly. I will come. Satisfied, Lu Qingwu replied, then I shall wait for you here. Hearing this, Beixuan's spirits surged with vigor. It is a promise. Returning to the Jinfu Sea after completing the roll call and collecting a year's cultivation, Beixuan found himself with nothing to do. His subordinates had all gone on patrol, leaving only him, Li Cheng, and Lin Tao to hang out together. Lin Tao couldn't help but tease the energetic Beixuan. Brother, Yi has been blessed lately. Beixuan waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing much, just a slight effort. It's been several nights since we last met, Brother Lin. Shall we continue at the Sifang Pavilion tonight? Lin Tao proposed. Beixuan declined the invitation. No thanks, Qingwu is waiting for me to come back. Upon hearing this, Lin Tao was immediately shocked. Brother, you don't be foolish. Are you not even going to your favorite pleasure boat anymore? A man shouldn't hang himself on one tree. Although courtesan Lu is exceptional, you should experience different scenery. Alright then, after we finish drinking I'll go find Qingwu. That hurts, bro. You're making me feel like a stranger. A cold voice suddenly cut off their conversation. A deputy thousand household of the Jinyiwei, thinking only of drinking with courtesans during duty hours. Someone like you, do you deserve to serve in our Jinyiwei? Beixuan turned around to see a Jinyiwei thousand household roughly 24 or 25 years old, wearing a thousand households flying fish robe, walking toward him. Behind him followed several hundred households. The young thousand household was arrogant, his gaze toward Beixuan filled with mockery and disdain. Upon seeing this person, Li Cheng immediately frowned. Beixuan, someone's looking for trouble. This is Xiao Lianshan from the Pingnan Marquis Mansion. So it's him. Beixuan suddenly perked up. He had planned to make things difficult for this kid before, but he is after all a thousand household of the Jinyiwei, with a status different from 100 household. If he were killed for no reason, it would definitely cause an uproar in the Jinyiwei. Moreover, he is the son of a vice minister of revenue. Even if he's only a concubine's son, it would surely disturb someone at the level of the commander. So after much deliberation, Beixuan decided to wait for the right moment to kill him. But who would have thought that he hadn't gone looking for trouble, yet the other came looking for him first? No need to guess. He must be here because that day he humiliated the legitimate son of that vice minister of revenue in front of the Sifang Pavilion. That young brat recruited Xiao Lianshan to teach him a lesson. Xiao Lianshan does have some real skill. According to what Beixuan knows, he has already broken through to the 8th level of Grandmaster at such a young age. His overall strength is quite formidable, said to be only slightly inferior to the genius ranked last on the Heaven's Chosen list. Therefore, even as a concubine's son, he is highly regarded by the Pingnan Marquis. In daily life, he is extremely arrogant, looking down on everyone except the geniuses on the Heaven's Chosen list. What? If I'm chatting with my own brothers, and therefore unfit to serve in the Jinyiwei, then when you abandon your post during duty hours and go to another thousand households hall, shouldn't you be thrown straight into the imperial prison? Beixuan spoke calmly without a trace of fear. If he were still 100 household before, he might have been forced to address him as thousand household lord. But now he is also a deputy 1,000 household. Give him face, and he's a 1,000 household. I'll refuse him, and he's nothing. As fellow 1,000 households, even if one is deputy, there is no hierarchy. Only strength speaks. Seeing Yi Beixuan dare to refute him in public, Xiao Lianshan's expression immediately darkened. You who got lucky through sheer dumb fortune having served in the Jinyiwei for barely a month. You really think becoming a deputy 1,000 household gives you the right to act arrogantly before me? See me, and still no salute. How did Lu Fengping raise someone so lacking in decorum? Yi Beixuan crossed his arms and replied coolly, then let your men pay their respects to this 1,000 household first. If you want to show off in front of me, then show me your strength. Very well. Xiao Lianshan seemed to have been waiting for Yi Beixuan to say exactly this. Since you don't know the rules, this 1,000 household will properly teach you. The demon-infested cave battle, no matter life or death. I wonder if you dare. Of course, if you're afraid of dying, this officer won't force you. Kneel and kowtow 3 times to me, and we'll let this matter pass. Xiao Lianshan had absolute confidence in his own strength. Especially these recent days, his practiced blade technique had made another breakthrough. He felt that even those geniuses ranked at the bottom of the Heaven's Chosen list, he could fight them. Dealing with Yi Beixuan would be a piece of cake. Even if this kid killed the so-called 3 tigers of Lingnan and became famous throughout the entire Jinyiwei, so what? In his hands, he absolutely wouldn't last 3 moves. Demon-infested cave. Li Cheng and Lin Tao's expressions simultaneously changed. They also understood Xiao Lianshan's purpose. It was probably to force Yi Beixuan into a battle. This demon-infested cave is the only place within the Northern Guard Division where one can fight to the death no matter the outcome. Its purpose is to prevent Jinyiwei members who have sworn mortal hatred from secretly plotting against each other and causing greater losses to the organization. Ding. Congratulations, host, for triggering a system mission. Take revenge without delay. Kill Xiao Lianshan. Mission complete. Reward 1 small return pill. Tianshan folding plum technique. The system's voice resonated within Yi Beixuan's mind. Yi Beixuan laughed out loud then. Someone was actually rushing to meet their demise. Fine, then the demon-infested cave it is. Li Cheng wanted to say something, but Yi Beixuan stopped him. Xiao Lianshan, however, burst into hearty laughter, glaring at Yi Beixuan with malicious eyes. Good kid, I'll give you credit for having guts. Meet me in 1 incense sticks time. I'll be waiting. After speaking, he turned and left, giving Yi Beixuan not the slightest chance to back out. Only after Xiao Lianshan departed did Li Cheng speak up. Beixuan, this Xiao Lianshan is a grandmaster at the 8th level expert, his strength second only to those on the Heaven's Chosen list. But Yi Beixuan was completely unconcerned. Second only to the Heaven's Chosen list. Setting aside whether that was exaggerated with his current Grandmaster 3rd level combat power, even those ranked at the bottom of the list were absolutely no match for him. Uncle Li, don't worry, I still have some confidence. Watching Yi Beixuan's expressionless face, Li Cheng gave him a deep look. Through their interactions over this period, he also knew that Yi Beixuan was never a rash person. Either he wouldn't act, but if he did, he would definitely be someone with absolute certainty. Since he said so naturally, he had absolute confidence in himself. Although Li Cheng didn't know where this confidence came from. The matter of 1,000 household Xiao Lianshan and the currently most prominent deputy 1,000 household Yi Beixuan's challenge. Within just half an incense stick's time, it swept through the entire Northern Guard Division. Almost everyone was so shocked they couldn't close their mouths. The only thought in everyone's minds was, how reckless was this deputy 1,000 household to dare challenge Xiao Lianshan? He might even break through to the Grandmaster realm before long, leaping to become a top-tier Qianhu. In a few more years, he would be fully qualified for the position of Jinyiwei's Infushi. Such a figure of renown was not only famous within the Beixuan, but even throughout the entire Jinyiwei. And Yi Beixuan, though he had been riding the wave of attention for the past half-month, was ultimately just a young man who had risen to fame only in these last 2 weeks. He was merely a Fu Qianhu, at most at the early master realm. Even if he was only 18 years old, and might be even more prodigious than Xiao Lianshan, he still could not compare to the latter at this moment. How could these two so utterly different have agreed to a duel? Let's go see. This Yi Beixuan truly doesn't know his limits. A promising young talent with a boundless future seems about to be cut short. One Jinyiwei after another hurried toward the Jinma cave. In the Qianhu Hall, Lu Fengping listened to his attendants report, a flash of anger coloring his face. That Xiao Lianshan dares to swagger into my territory and throw his weight around. Does he think he can act arrogantly in my domain just because he has a powerful father? A Qianhu without so much as a greeting had come to his turf and challenged his subordinate Fu Qianhu. This was an utter disregard for him. Others might fear Xiao Lianshan, but Lu Fengping was not intimidated. The Pingnan Ho's mansion might be powerful, and Xiao Mingzhi, the legitimate son of the Pingnan Ho, was a favorite of the current emperor. But behind Lu Fengping stood Zhenfushi Zhou Sheng, who was also deeply trusted by his majesty. More importantly, he had confidence in his own strength. Back when he was at the Master Realm, he had ranked 286th on the Tianjiao list. Though it was a bottom-tier position, it still spoke volumes about his talent. Now he had reached the late Grandmaster stage. Given some time, even the Earth list was not beyond his reach. He naturally held no regard for a concubine son of the Pingnan Ho's mansion. "Qianhu, should we intervene?" the attendant asked Lu Fengping. Within the Beixuan Fusi, aside from the three Zhenfushi, only Lu Fengping and a few other top Qianhu had the authority to stop such a duel. Yi Beixuan had been cultivating for too short a time, and no one thought he could stand against Xiao Lianshan. Lu Fengping pondered briefly, then shook his head slightly. And they were all officials holding positions in the Beixuan Fusi. Even some Xiaoqi officers couldn't squeeze in. The lowest rank present was Zongqi. There were also hundreds of Baihu. In the best viewing area, Yi Beixuan even spotted Qianhu Lu Fengping and around 20 other Qianhu seated in the same row. Such a spectacle startled even Yi Beixuan. Was the entire Beixuan Fusi Jinyiwei here? Look, that's Qianhu Wang Tian. He's the only one in our Beixuan Fusi Jinyiwei on the Tianjiao list, ranked 277th, even higher than Qianhu Lu Fengping was back then. I didn't expect him to come watch. Doesn't he rarely show up at the Zen Fusi? A commotion stirred among the crowd. All eyes turned to a young man in his early 20s sitting in the Qianhu section. An old hand among the Jinyiwei remarked, "You must be new here." Qianhu Wang Tian is a close friend of Qianhu Xiao and has long been part of the Pingnan Ho's faction. He's probably here to bolster Zhao's presence. So that's the connection. Fu Qianhu Yi has really stepped on a landmine this time. It's a pity. He's young and already has the strength to slay the Lingnan Three Tigers. If given more time, he might not be inferior to Qianhu Wang. I hope this defeat doesn't crush Fu Qianhu Yi's spirit. The Jinyiwei buzzed with discussion. Yi Beixuan also cast a glance at Wang Tian. He was well aware of Wang Tian's reputation. He was the only Tianjiao list genius in the Beixuan Fusi, and one of the few Qianhu who used a sword instead of a blade. But his reputation was far from good, arrogant to the extreme, and a sycophant to those in power. Originally a slave of the lowest class, he had stumbled upon a sword technique and displayed astonishing talent. Once his cultivation reached a certain level, he killed the master of the household. Later a Baihu in the Zenfusi took a liking to him and adopted him as a foster son. That Baihu later died under mysterious circumstances, and some suspected Wang Tian was the murderer. His motive was supposedly to seize the opportunity to join the Jinyiwei, but again there was no evidence. Wang Tian got his wish. Since he had already reached the Master Realm by then, he directly took over the deceased Baihu's position. From there he soared to become a renowned Qianhu in the Jinyiwei and ascended the Tianjiao list. Wang Tian's gaze also fell on him. When he noticed, Yi Beixuan, the corner of his mouth curled upward with ineffable arrogance. Yi Beixuan showed no reaction. Such a smug expression could only be properly dealt with by a slap from a Shu soul. Anything less would be unsatisfying. A stick of incense as time passed in a flash. Xiao Lianshan entered the Jinma cave as promised. The cave was built from special materials and reinforced with multiple layers of formations. It could withstand full force attacks from grandmasters. Originally used to imprison demons, it had gradually evolved into a venue for Jinyiwei death duels. Both of you please sign the life-death contract. A Qianhu brought a contract to Yi Beixuan and Xiao Lianshan. Without even looking, Xiao Lianshan signed his name. In his mind, he could not possibly lose. This was just a formality. After signing, he taunted Yi Beixuan. "Kid, if you back down now and count out to me a few times, you might still get to live." Yi Beixuan paid him no heed. He took the brush and swiftly wrote his name. The Qianhu took the contract and left. Lu Fengping then stood up. Enter the Jinma cave. The duel ends only when one side kneels and admits defeat. Otherwise, life and death are at stake. Begin. With Lu Fengping's words, Xiao Lianshan's aura erupted. The power of the 8th level of master. He drew his embroidered spring blade, letting out a crisp ring. With a cold gleam, he slashed downward at Yi Beixuan. Facing this strike, Yi Beixuan remained completely calm, not even drawing his blade. He decided to test his newly cultivated yin-yang body tempering art. His entire body radiated light, and protective energies swirled around him. He raised his fist and punched. Bang! A deafening blast erupted from the point of impact. Yi Beixuan stood unmoved, easily repelling Xiao Lianshan. Such formidable strength. You're walking the path of overwhelming force, overcoming technique. Xiao Lianshan staggered back, a flicker of surprise on his face. This kind of fighting style required innate divine power. This fighting style could only be employed by those blessed with innate divine strength. Most such individuals were burly and robust, yet Yi Beixuan was lean and wiry. He had truly never anticipated that Yi Beixuan would possess such formidable strength. Hence, through rashness, he had suffered a minor setback. Weak. You are truly too weak. Yi Beixuan shook his head. He had merely employed 7/10 of his strength, yet effortlessly repelled Xiao Lianshan. It even made Yi Beixuan question whether this fellow truly possessed capabilities approaching that of the heavenly prodigy list. You? Xiao Lianshan's face flushed crimson, both anger and frustration overwhelming him. This has only just begun. What is there to boast about? His long sword swung in his hand as he charged toward Yi Beixuan, blade energy erupting. This time he had cast aside any thought of underestimating his opponent. As the two long blades collided, Xiao Lianshan suddenly discovered his sword technique being completely suppressed by Yi Beixuan. Before Yi Beixuan's blade, all his formidable cultivation proved useless, leaving him nowhere to apply his strength. Each time he attempted to strike, Yi Beixuan seemed capable of perceiving the flaws within his sword technique. With ease, these vulnerabilities could be exploited and broken open. What is happening? This. Captain Zhao's blade. Why does it feel so feeble, as though its strength has been exhausted against soft flesh? Below, many of the current guard observers stood somewhat dazed. Their lowest rank among them was that of brigade commanders, with numerous hundred household officers present, as well, though their cultivation realms likely fell short of the two combatants upon the stage. Yet they still possessed the most fundamental discernment. They had initially believed this contest would see Xiao Lianshan achieve an overwhelming victory with ease. After all, the disparity between the two was truly immense. For Yi Beixuan to withstand 3 or 5 rounds would already be considered remarkable. Yet nobody could have foreseen what transpired. The scene unfolding before them on stage was astonishing. Xiao Lianshan's blade being completely suppressed by Yi Beixuan. This Captain Ye's comprehension of swordsmanship far surpasses that of Captain Xiao. He must be approaching the realm of blade momentum. A captain seated in the foremost position remarked with admiration. Ordinary current guard 100 household officers and brigade commanders would fail to perceive the significance. Yet these men discerned it at a single glance. Xiao Lianshan's cultivation was indeed profound, but he happened to face Yi Beixuan, who wielded the blade. This resulted in his sword technique being entirely suppressed, preventing him from unleashing even 6 or 7/10 of his full strength. Not merely his grasp of sword technique. Have you not observed that this Captain Ye's vital energy appears comparable to that of ordinary Grandmaster-level experts in their later stages? Another captain voiced his agreement. Rather intriguing. The other captains nodded enthusiastically, watching with keen interest. Gentlemen, this is merely the beginning. My brother Xiao has yet to employ even half of his true abilities. Wang Tian suddenly spoke from his seat to one side. He displayed no trace of concern whatsoever, with an air of complete confidence. Upon hearing these words, all the other captains were momentarily stunned. As expected, they watched as Xiao Lianshan's figure was driven backward from the stage upon impact. Yet the aura emanating from his body surged violently. Xiao Lianshan's expression turned icily cold. Young man, today I shall reveal my true strength to you. His words had barely finished echoing. A sky-filling blood mist began manifesting upon the blade's surface. Blood Fiend Sword Art. Earth Rank Supreme Sword Technique. This martial art did not originate from the current guard, but rather served as a secret manual of the Pingmen Marquis Manor. Its destructive power proved utterly terrifying. When wielded, it could channel the practitioner's entire vital energy and blood essence into the sword technique, thereby unleashing force comparable to even ordinary heaven-rank lower-grade martial arts. It was precisely through mastery of this Blood Fiend Sword Art at its peak that Xiao Lianshan, upon reaching the 7th realm of Grandmaster, had slain 4 great demons of the 9th Grandmaster realm and shot to fame in a single stroke. Though those great demons were merely ordinary specimens, such an achievement remained sufficiently formidable. Now his cultivation had further advanced beyond the 8th Grandmaster realm, rendering him even more powerful than before. Some had already begun questioning whether he possessed the caliber to enter the heavenly prodigy list. However, since that battle, Xiao Lianshan had refrained from accepting any missions, which explained his absence from the rankings. This is the Blood Fiend Sword Art at its perfection. Has Captain Xiao broken through again? At this moment, within the demon-suppressing cave's viewing seats, a certain captain exclaimed in alarm. The gazes of the other current guard captains likewise grew grave. achieving perfection in even a single Earth-rank supreme martial art, a feat none of them, despite many now being in their 40s or 50s, had ever accomplished. Seated nearby, Wang Tian lifted his teacup, took a sip, and smiled. Given the current power of my brother Lianshan's perfected blood fiend sword art, he should be on the verge of entering the heavenly prodigy list. He has consistently concealed his abilities all along, seeking nothing less than to stun the world with a single display, waiting until he breaks through to the peak of the 9th Grandmaster realm before directly thrusting himself onto the heavenly prodigy list. That this Yi Beixuan gets to witness brother Lianshan's blood fiend sword constitutes a blessed fortune indeed. Within 3 moves his death is certain. This conviction stemmed not merely from faith in Xiao Lianshan, but from supreme confidence in his own discernment. As a prodigy gracing the heavenly prodigy list himself, albeit positioned near its tail, all grandmasters beneath the heavens, save those who shared his prodigious status, appeared as little more than ants in his eyes. Even ordinary great grandmasters he regarded with utter disdain, dismissing them as mere mediocrities. As for Yi Beixuan, he had never once deigned to grant him a second glance from beginning to end. Had it not been for his close bond with Xiao Lianshan, he would never have deigned to appear here. Lu Fengping raised his eyebrows slightly, yet remained silent. Though he possessed limited knowledge of Yi Beixuan, he harbored the sense that the latter's true capabilities might yet deliver an unexpected delight. Within the demon-suppressing cave, Xiao Lianshan unleashed a ferocious bellow, blood fiend sword art. Blood pierces the firmament. Die. The vital essence throughout his entire body quaked with frenzied intensity. All of it fused into this single blade. In that instant, sword light erupted. Crimson blood surged like a fountain, enveloping half of the demon-suppressing cave. This represented an utterly terrifying strike. It stood as Xiao Lianshan's most pinnacle strike. He remained confident that beneath this perfected sword technique no grandmaster whatsoever could hope to withstand it. Even against a great grandmaster he could engage in single combat. Trifling tricks. You dare display such inadequacy before me. Yet across from him, Yi Beixuan also moved. Demon-slaying sword technique. The blade followed his hand's movement. In but a single instant, an unfathomable aura suddenly erupted from Yi Beixuan's sword. Though the demon-slaying sword technique occupied merely the Earth-rank lower-grade tier, Yi Beixuan had instead comprehended this blade art to its utmost transformation state. The transformation state represented heaven-human unity, possessing the power to transmute the rotten into the miraculous. One could confidently assert that this demon-slaying sword technique wielded by Yi Beixuan could unleash effects comparable to ordinary heaven-rank methods. Moreover, within this blade art, Yi Beixuan had infused a thread of sword intent, multiplying the demon-slaying sword technique's power by dozens of times once more. Blade momentum, and at least mid-stage or beyond. After sensing this invincible sharpness before the other captains could yet react, Wang Tian abruptly rose from his seat. For the first time, an expression of extreme shock manifested upon his face. Comprehending momentum. This could be described as the threshold for the heavenly prodigy list. All prodigies who stepped onto the heavenly prodigy list must necessarily have mastered momentum. It was as if he had comprehended sword momentum, even if only at the entry level. Yet Wang Tian never imagined that this Yi Beixuan, whom he had always looked down upon, had also mastered momentum. And his realm was even higher than mine. This is actually blade momentum. Damn. Many Qianhu widened their eyes. They naturally knew what comprehending momentum signified. Xiao Lianshan, who had been brimming with confidence, felt his pupils contract violently upon sensing this aura. An extremely dangerous sensation erupted from the depths of his heart. Not good. Facing Yi Beixuan's blade technique, he felt as if he had become a mere leaf boat adrift on the vast ocean. He himself was also a blade user, yet beneath that blade's radiance, he dared not harbor any thought of resistance. His instinct told him that he absolutely could not block this strike. If he forcibly resisted, he would definitely die. Wang Tian, save me. At that moment, disregarding all face, Xiao Lianshan directly sought help. His complexion was livid. But there was no other way. At the Grandmaster level, one's perception of danger was extremely acute. Yi Beixuan, stop. A fierce shout erupted from the Qianhu's seats. Immediately Wang Tian's figure shot out from among them with the speed of thunder. Countless sword shadows converged, as if the entire heaven and earth were swept by sword chi. The still stunned crowd snapped back to reality in an instant, their hair standing on end. Wang Tianzhao has made his move. Upon seeing the boundless sword chi, a wave of exclamations arose. Although Wang Tian's cultivation was also at the 8th level Grandmaster, his peak achievement was slaying a heavily wounded 1st level Great Grandmaster. The gap between a Grandmaster and a Great Grandmaster was like a chasm. Yet, even wounded, he could cut down such an opponent, which spoke volumes. Although still at the Grandmaster realm, Wang Tian had long been regarded as a great Grandmaster within the Jinyiwei. Many had not expected Xiao Lianshan to be so shameless as to call for help while battling Yi Beixuan. Qianhu Lu Fengping frowned, but made no move. His gaze was fixed solely on Yi Beixuan. As the highest cultivator present, he faintly sensed that Yi Beixuan seemed not to have exerted his full power. Yi Beixuan naturally detected this aura. A cold smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Perfect, I've long detested this poser. He shifted his blade's edge, releasing his full aura, and directly pulled Wang Tian into the range of his blade's radiance. This sudden change caught Wang Tian off guard. He had displayed his sword momentum to intimidate Yi Beixuan, not actually intending to fight, hoping to make him back down. Yet he never expected this fellow to be so audacious, daring to strike at both him and Xiao Lianshan simultaneously. You seek death. Anger flickered across Wang Tian's face. Was this not a blatant insult? As a prodigy on the Tianjiao list, he was above everyone else, not only in the Jinyiwei, but throughout the entire Dali. Ever since he had revealed his strength, no one had dared to provoke him like this. This man must die, and it would also be a favor to Xiao Lianshan. Xiaming's sword art. With that thought, Wang Tian's sword chi surged, carrying boundless killing intent, striking toward Yi Beixuan. The Xiaming sword art was his signature move. That great grandmaster had died under this very move. Xiao Lianshan also took a breath, but his face had twisted with extreme malice like a ferocious demon. Yi Beixuan die. Blood sea, burning heaven. A sword and a blade like a heavenly net sealed off all of Yi Beixuan's avenues of escape. This terrifying killing move seemed capable of suppressing everything. This combined attack left many Qianhu clicking their tongues in amazement. Such power was probably no less than that of a newly advanced great grandmaster. Yet Yi Beixuan remained unchanged from start to finish. His blade technique did not alter. But in the next moment, a soaring blade intent cascaded down like a river of stars. It shattered Wang Tian's sword momentum with irresistible force. The sword hum that had arisen from his momentum collapsed in an instant. I'll send you both to the afterlife. Clang. Yi Beixuan's blade, as if imbued with life, broke through Wang Tian and Xiao Lianshan's moves. Then the blade's radiance flickered. Boundless blade intent was unleashed. A single slash descended. Boom! Countless dust clouds surged within Jinma Cave. The shockwave spread, and many Zhongqi and Baihu felt a sweetness in their throats. Each of them let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Yet even so, no one could bear to look away. In just a few seconds, the dust settled. Everyone saw Yi Beixuan still in his Feiyu robe, standing in place, his cape fluttering behind him like a celestial being. Wang Tian, however, was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the ground, his life hanging in the balance. Xiao Lianshan clutched his neck, blood gushing from his throat. The once arrogant man now wore an expression of disbelief and terror, feeling his life ebb away bit by bit. Clang! The blade in his hand fell to the ground. He looked at Yi Beixuan and murmured, "Such a fast blade." With that, his eyes widened, and he collapsed to the ground. From beginning to end, he had never anticipated that he would lose, let alone die. He had intended to make a stunning debut on the Tianjiao list by using Yi Beixuan as a stepping stone. He had finally revealed all of his strength. Yet, even together with Wang Tian, they could not withstand a single strike from Yi Beixuan. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the system mission Revenge without delay. Slay Xiao Lianshan. Mission complete. Reward obtained: Minor Rejuvenation Pill X1 Tianshan Plum Breaking Hand. The Minor Rejuvenation Pill is a pill that enhances cultivation. A one pill is said to increase cultivation by 10 years, though this cultivation is ordinary, not the pure cultivation rewarded by Yi Beixuan's system. It was not the pure cultivation rewarded by Yi Beixuan's system, but it was still good. This single pill was enough to allow him to step into the mid-grandmaster stage. As for the martial art Tianshan Plum Breaking Hand, it was an unpassed secret of the Xiaoyao sect, and its level reached the heavenly middle grade, no less than the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms. However, Yi Beixuan currently had no AFK points, so he would set it aside for now. Silence. The entire vicinity of Jinma Cave fell into absolute stillness. Everyone's expressions were frozen on their faces. They had never expected this battle to end so quickly until Xiao Lianshan's body hit the ground. The dull thud resounded like a great bell, shocking every heart. Many Baihu gaped in astonishment, and even the Qianhu were wide-eyed. From beginning to end, Yi Beixuan had only struck once, but that one strike was earth-shattering. With one slash, he killed Xiao Lianshan, who already possessed Tianjiao list-level strength, and left Wang Tian ranked 277th, in a state between life and death. If those two were prodigies, then Yi Beixuan was a monster. An absolute monster. Blade intent. This is blade intent. At this moment, a Qianhu finally reacted, his eyes nearly popping out in shock. Blade intent. that was in existence on a level higher than momentum. It was also the dream of every cultivator to comprehend. This was the true pinnacle of a certain domain. Throughout the entire Dali, among the younger generation grandmasters who had mastered momentum could still be found, but those who had comprehended intent could be counted on one's fingers. Across all nations there were only a few dozen such individuals. These people were undoubtedly among the top 50 on the Tianjiao list. In other words, as long as Yi Beixuan broke through to the late grandmaster stage, he would at least have the strength of the top 50 on the Tianjiao list. The other Jinyiwei, Baihu, and Zongqi also awoke, their faces all brimming with barely concealed excitement. Holy cow! I'm not dreaming, am I? I actually witnessed the birth of a new prodigy, one who has comprehended blade intent. Isn't that right? And Qianhu Yi is still so young. Several years younger than Wang Tian. Now that he has grasped blade intent, given some time for his cultivation to break through, he might even be able to break into the top 50 of the Tianjiao ranking. Yes, it's been nearly 100 years since anyone from our Jinyiwei entered the top 50 of the Tianjiao ranking. The best we've managed is just over 50th place. Not to mention the Jinyiwei, even in the entire Great Li Court, only the one known as Leng Yue, the most talented of the 4 young divine captains of the 6 Fan School, has the potential to challenge the top 50 of the Tianjiao ranking. That alone delighted His Majesty, who personally bestowed commendations. Indeed, the young talents nurtured by our court can hardly compare to the heirs of the top sects. Those are the most exceptional prodigies, carefully selected by their sects, nurtured with the full resources of the entire school. Far more advantageous than we are. There are only 5 days left until the next update of the Tianjiao ranking, which occurs every 3 months. I wonder if Qianhu Yi will make it onto the list this time. He'll definitely make it. He defeated Wang Tian head-on, but his ranking this time probably won't be very high. A cacophony of voices rose outside the demon suppression cave, tinged with barely suppressed shock and excitement. For a moment, no one paid any attention to the fate of Xiao Lianshan or Wang Tian. The impact of blade intent on these people was simply too great. In their eyes, given enough time for Yi Beixuan to advance his cultivation, a spot in the top 50 of the Tianjiao ranking was all but secured. But exactly which rank he would reach, no one could say. This was far superior to Wang Tian, who was merely a prodigy at the bottom of the list. Although the Jinyiwei currently had 3 members on the Tianjiao, ranking the highest ranked among them had only just squeezed into the top 200. The gap with Yi Beixuan was not a small one. On the observation platform, Lu Fengping abruptly stood up. His figure flickered and he appeared directly beside Yi Beixuan, asking urgently, "When did you comprehend blade intent?" Yi Beixuan, questioned by his direct superior, could not tell the truth, but he still answered. "It was the night I killed the 3 tigers of Lingnan. At that time my strength was insufficient, and I only broke through amidst the brink of life and death." He had only used the first level of blade intent just now. If Lu Fengping knew that his blade intent had already reached the second level, it would probably frighten the Qianhu to death. Lu Fengping nodded with satisfaction, his eyes showing a bit more appreciation. "Excellent. There is great terror and great opportunity in life and death. Your breakthrough proves your profound fortune. Come follow me to see the Zenfushi." Having said that, Lu Fengping ordered a nearby Qianhu to collect Xiao Lianshan's corpse and send Wang Tian for treatment, then led Yi Beixuan away. Although Xiao Lianshan's status was not ordinary within the Jinyiwei, once a life and death contract was signed, the rules of the Jinyiwei had to be followed. No one could intervene, and death was simply death. As for Wang Tian, though he was saved after his unauthorized attack, his cultivation was completely crippled, and he was immediately expelled from the Jinyiwei. Given his previous personality, once he lost his status, the enemies he had made would likely not let him live long. The much-anticipated duel between the Qianhis ended anticlimactically with Yi Beixuan's single slash. Yet no one felt any disappointment. They knew that in no time at all the rankings on the Tianjiao ranking would change, and perhaps it would be a top 50 position. The ranks at the bottom 100 of the Tianjiao ranking often changed, but the top 50 had remained unchanged for over a year. Even when a previous prodigy broke through to Great Grandmaster, the next in line automatically took the vacated spot. No one had been able to shake their positions for a long time. But today a new supreme prodigy was born. Even though Yi Beixuan's cultivation was still insufficient, no one doubted the pace of his breakthrough. For a monstrous talent, raising one's realm was not difficult, and this battle spread through the Jinyiwei like a thunderclap. Not only the northern town palace, but also the eastern, southern, and western town palaces received the news simultaneously, causing a considerable stir. It was said that the other 2 prodigies of the Jinyiwei, as if struck by a blow, immediately entered seclusion. Afterwards, the entire capital was shaken. An 18-year-old comprehending blade intent. This was a true prodigy. Many began to call Yi Beixuan the Divine Blade. In no time, the name Divine Blade, Yi Beixuan, spread throughout the entire capital. Everyone eagerly awaited the day 5 days later when the Tianjiao ranking would be updated. They also wanted to see just where this divine blade would rank. The headquarters of the Six-Fan School. For young people held the latest intelligence in their hands, their expressions varied. One of them, a young man with a scar on his face, put down the report and laughed. Interesting. Divine Blade, Beixuan, only 18 years old, has comprehended blade intent. His talent is even stronger than junior sister Lung's. She only fully mastered artistic conception last year. Another man nodded. His hands were like eagle's talons. Indeed very strong. With this blade intent, his strength may not match ours now, but once he breaks through to the late Grandmaster stage, only junior sister Lung can surpass him. The young lady addressed as junior sister Lung stretched lazily, her graceful curves fully visible. Yet the other two men and one woman did not even spare a second glance. They all knew that although this junior sister appeared delicate and possessed unparalleled beauty, ranking high on the 100 Flowers list, when it came to fighting, none of the three of them could defeat her. Although she was only 20 years old and had only reached the 7th level of Grandmaster, she had also mastered artistic conception. In the last Tianjiao ranking, she nearly broke into the top 100. She was ranked 127th. However, at the time of the last Tianjiao ranking release, this junior sister was only at the 6th level of Grandmaster. Now that she had stepped into the 7th level, her ranking would definitely rise further. Perhaps this time she could break into the top 100 of the Tianjiao ranking. Junior sister Lung's eyes sparkled with curiosity. After I finish the mission for the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, I'll go see this so-called divine blade. I wonder if his blade or my sword is faster. The Northern Town Palace. The headquarters of the town garrison. Beixuan, after serving as a Jinyiwei for so long, was visiting this place for the first time. In front of the town garrison gates, Lu Fengping said to Beixuan, "When the Zenfushi questions you later, just tell the truth." Beixuan nodded. Yes, the Zenfushi was a top-ranking figure in the Jinyiwei. There were only 3 in the entire Northern Town Palace, and the one Lu Fengping referred to was known as the first Zenfushi of the Northern Town Palace. His strength had long reached the late Great Grandmaster stage. Zenfushi Lu Fengping requests an audience. Lu Fengping's voice rang out. Enter. Just 2 words, yet they made Beixuan's heart tighten. Even before seeing the man, he felt a powerful pressure. It was not directed at him, but the aura emanating from the Zenfushi alone made him sense danger. Truly the number 1 of the Northern Town Palace. His strength was indeed formidable. Following Lu Fengping into the town government office, Beixuan finally met the garrison commander Zhou Sheng. This man was unremarkable in appearance, hardly standing out, likely to go unnoticed in a crowd. Yet the purple flying fish robe he wore was exceptionally conspicuous. Zhou Sheng looked at Beixuan and the others, a smile on his face, evidently already aware that Beixuan had mastered the blade intent. As the commander, his reach was vast. He had no need to be present at the scene, for someone would deliver the latest intelligence to him. Subordinate Lu Fengping, Beixuan, pay respects to the commander. Zhou Sheng nodded slightly. Rise. After the two straightened up, Zhou Sheng's gaze fell upon Beixuan, and he smiled. Vice Commander Yi is truly a prodigy. To comprehend blade intent at 18. Your talent is enough to make you the foremost among the current generation of our greatly court. You surpass even that girl from the Six-Fan Bureau, and you have brought great pride to the Imperial Guard. Faced with Zhou Sheng's praise, Beixuan cupped his hands with neither humility nor arrogance. Subordinate came upon it, by chance you flatter me, Commander. Zhou Sheng chuckled at Beixuan's modesty, sensing the young man was showing off, yet he had no proof. Very well, no need to be self-deprecating. This battle may have made you famous overnight throughout the Imperial Guard, but this time you have stirred up no small trouble. Beixuan knew exactly what Zhou Sheng referred to. He had killed Xiao Lianshan, who, though only a concubine-born son of Xiao Mingzhi, had signed a life-and-death contract with him. But Xiao Mingzhi would never let him off. With his son dead, Xiao Mingzhi was likely furious beyond reason. Yet Beixuan did not care if his enmity with Xiao Mingzhi had long been irreconcilable. Perhaps in Xiao Mingzhi's eyes, his earlier attempt on Beixuan's life was trivial. But for Beixuan, not wiping out his entire family would be a disservice to himself. Beixuan said innocently, "Commander, I was forced to fight back. Xiao Lianshan was unsportsmanlike. He joined forces with Wang Tian to attack me. If I hadn't retaliated, I would be the one dead." Zhou Sheng nodded. I understand, and so does Xiao Mingzhi. But understanding is one thing, his son is still dead. Zhou Sheng pondered for a moment and continued to Beixuan. I will report today's matter to His Majesty. With your talent and my standing, His Majesty will surely order Xiao Mingzhi not to retaliate against you. The only thing you need to watch out for is his covert actions. So for the time being, you should stay in the Northern Bastille. He wouldn't dare send men to attack you here. These words revealed Zhou Sheng's extreme favoritism toward Beixuan. In the Imperial Guard, everything was decided by strength. Yi Beixuan's talent and aptitude were enough for Zhou Sheng to extend such protection even at the cost of clashing with Xiao Mingzhi. If it were an ordinary vice commander who had killed Xiao Lianshan, he would not even bother to ask. Yi Beixuan, however, shook his head with a smile. Commander, I appreciate your kindness, but as long as His Majesty does not hold me accountable, I have no fear of underhanded schemes. Upon hearing this, Zhou Sheng cast a meaningful glance at Yi Beixuan and inwardly applauded. Truly a prodigy who had comprehended blade intent. Such courage and boldness were far beyond what an ordinary youth could match. For who was Xiao Mingzhi? He was the legitimate eldest son of the current Marquis Pingnan. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he would succeed his father's position in a few years and become the new Marquis. The Marquis Pingnan's mansion commanded 200,000 troops, and his elder sister was the emperor's consort. Such influence could command wind and rain even in the imperial court. Not just a youth, but even a high-ranking official of the second or third rank who had served for years would lose sleep at night if he incurred the wrath of the Marquis Pingnan. Yet Yi Beixuan claimed he was unafraid. Truly a young man full of spirit, proud and unyielding. This was exactly the kind of talent the Imperial Guard needed most. If everyone were as wily as old foxes, the Imperial Guard would soon decay. Zhou Sheng said no more. Since that's the case, you must be extra cautious on your own. However, the higher your talent and the greater your fame, the safer you will be. Even Xiao Mingzhi does not dare to touch you. Now there happens to be a fine opportunity to earn merit. Do you dare to take it? Finally a mission. Yi Beixuan's spirits lifted. These past few days visiting the pleasure houses every day had left him bored out of his wits. Especially that girl Lu Qingwu, who was like a vixen. She latched onto people and drained them. He needed to cool her off for a few days, or he might become addicted. Please speak, Commander. Yi Beixuan cupped his hands. Zhou Sheng spoke directly. 3 days from now is the Empress's birthday. All other countries have sent envoys bearing gifts to celebrate her. But the envoy from Yushan Kingdom encountered trouble at Fire Ghost Mountain. The entire envoy party except for one deputy envoy who was escorted to safety was annihilated. Even the precious tribute, the Millennium Ghostwood, vanished. According to the deputy envoy, the raiders were the Ghost King entrenched on Fire Ghost Mountain. His Majesty is in a rage, ordering the 6th Fan Bureau and the Imperial Guard to recover the tribute and eradicate Fire Ghost Mountain before the Empress's birthday. The 6th Fan Bureau has already dispatched the divine arrestor Lung Yu. If you take this mission, it will be a chance to show your face before His Majesty. Originally, this was the task Xiao Mingzhi had secured for Xiao Lianshan in this morning's court. Now that he's dead, I intend to give it to you. The Empress's birthday. Yi Beixuan had not paid attention to such matters. But he did know about Yushan Kingdom and the Ghostwood. Yushan Kingdom was a small state southwest of Great Zhou, its territory no larger than a few commanderies of Great Li, yet it was still an independent realm. Their envoy sent to congratulate the Empress had to be treated with state rights. As for the Millennium Ghostwood, it was a supreme treasure, a yin-aligned object that could nourish a woman's skin and preserve her youth forever. Now such a major incident had occurred. A state envoy murdered, the tribute vanished. This was undoubtedly a grave case. But at the same time, it was a golden opportunity to earn great merit. The target was already identified. All that was needed was to lead troops to wipe them out. No mental effort required. No wonder Xiao Mingzhi had fought for this mission for Xiao Lianshan. It would have been another great achievement for the Xiao family. But now it fell into his lap for nothing. Ding! Congratulations, host. A system mission triggered. Eradicate Fire Ghost Mountain. Mission completion. Reward: Snow Drinking Saber, Dragon Elephant Vajra Art, 10 years of cultivation. Mission failure, penalty none. In Yi Beixuan's mind, the system's prompt sounded. Snow Drinking Saber and Dragon Elephant Vajra Art. Yi Beixuan smiled inwardly. This time he would gain immensely. Subordinate will surely complete the mission. Good. You have half a day to prepare. This afternoon, take half of the troops under your command and set out. Yes. Bowing to Zhou Sheng, Yi Beixuan turned and left. The government office now held only Lu Fengping and Zhou Sheng. Only then did Lu Fengping speak. Commander, do you intend to groom this young man? He had remained silent until now, but his mind was as clear as a mirror. This recovery mission is a monumental achievement personally decreed by His Majesty, surpassing the combined merit of all assignments within the Jinyiwei. Because earning merit in the Jinyiwei only results in recorded commendations, and promotion remains under the commander's discretion. However, to have the opportunity to appear before His Majesty and assist the Empress in retrieving her birthday gift on such a grand occasion as her birthday celebration. Not only would it earn His Majesty's favor, but it would also curry favor with the Empress. Coupled with Yi Beixuan's innate talent, it would be impossible for him not to rise to prominence. Perhaps this is the very opportunity for him to soar to the heavens. Not just to become a mere 1,000 commander, but eventually the new commander of the Jinyiwei. After a few more years, it might even be possible for him to become the true head of the Jinyiwei. Zhou Xing laughed. Indeed, it's rare to see such a promising seedling, and one not from the ranks of official nobility, worthy of nurturing. In him, I can see the true essence of youth. However, this mission is not as simple as it appears on the surface. It will be a small test for him. At these words, Lu Feng was startled, then seemed to realize something. Commander, could it be that behind this? There is the shadow of the Dragon God sect. Zhou Xing nodded. 80%. Otherwise, even if the Fire Ghost Mountain Ghost King grew bold, he wouldn't dare to touch the tribute. I just don't know what these vermin are scheming. Enough, let's watch and wait. For now, the security within the city is the top priority. A few days ago, the Grand Princess sneaked out and nearly suffered an assassination attempt. His Majesty scolded both the Jinyiwei and the Six Gates severely. Fortunately, the Grand Princess was unharmed. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. In the coming days, we must not allow any further mishaps. Yes. Leaving the commander's office, Beixuan felt the impact of his battle on the way back. Along the way, every Jinyiwei he encountered, regardless of rank, even 1,000 commanders, treated him with utmost respect, even a hint of ingratiation. Beixuan naturally understood the reason, but he did not act arrogantly. He remained courteous to the 1,000 commanders and 100 commanders alike. It seems my earlier guess was wrong. The prodigies on the Tianjiao ranking aren't as formidable as I imagined. Beixuan recalled his battles with Xiao Lianshan and Wang Tian. Initially, he thought that even with his full strength, he would barely reach the level of the Tianjiao ranking. But unexpectedly, he only needed to use the first level of blade intent to slay Wang Tian. This gave him a new understanding of his own strength. In truth, it was not surprising. Although his cultivation was only at the 3rd level of Grandmaster, his body possessed absurdly powerful techniques and attributes. Even among Grandmasters, let alone the great Grandmaster level, few could rival him. Human energy is limited. Mastering any martial technique to perfection is already remarkable. But for Beixuan, with enough hang-up points, it would take just one night. With my current full power, I can probably enter the top 200 of the Tianjiao ranking. After taking the small rejuvenation pill and breaking through to the middle Grandmaster stage, my strength will improve further. Beixuan murmured to himself. Beixuan. Upon returning to his 100 commander office, Lin Tao and Li Cheng immediately greeted him, their faces brimming with excitement. Even the ordinary Jinyiwei looked at Beixuan with changed gazes. Previously they had been respectful, but now their eyes burned with fervor. Though they were not qualified to watch the battle between Beixuan and Xiao Lianshan in the Demon Suppression Cave, the news had spread quickly. Their commander had single-handedly defeated 2 opponents, slaying Xiao Lianshan with 1 blade and gravely wounding Wang Tian, a 1,000 commander on the Tianjiao ranking, who remained unconscious. Even as ordinary Jinyiwei with limited potential, they knew of the Tianjiao ranking, and as martial artists paid close attention to it. It was the ranking that gathered all the prodigies of humanity. Now rumors outside held that their 1,000 commander would surely enter the top 50 of the Tianjiao ranking in the future, and at present, he could already claim the title of invincible among grandmasters. Even Wang Tian could kill a heavily injured great grandmaster of the 1st level. Their commander would be even stronger. Serving under such a young prodigy made other Jinyiwei envious. The commander is mighty. A thunderous shout erupted from the ranks of the Jinyiwei. Beixuan smiled and waved his hand. We are all brothers. Let's stay humble. His words drew a burst of laughter. When the commotion subsided, Beixuan relayed the commander's assignment and told everyone to prepare. He instructed Li Cheng and Lin Tao to notify the other 100 commanders. They did not dare to delay and promptly set off. Beixuan went straight to his own 100 commander office, sat cross-legged on the bed, and took out the small rejuvenation pill rewarded by the system. The moment he held it, a rich fragrance of the pill reached his nose, causing his spirit to tremble involuntarily and his chi to stir restlessly. What a treasure, truly a product of the system. Beixuan's eyes lit up. He had always read about characters in martial arts novels loving to consume pills. Now it was his turn to try. Without hesitation, he swallowed the small rejuvenation pill in one gulp. As the pill entered his mouth, he chewed it. Crunchy, a bit like a peanut. No sooner had he spoken than a torrent erupted from the pill, surging through his throat into his dantian. A terrifying surge of energy exploded within Beixuan's body, instantly turning his face as red as a monkey's backside. Damn, it's fierce. I like it. Beixuan took a deep breath and began to circulate the 9-yang divine art at full speed, refining the pill's power through his meridians. His limbs, bones, and 8 extraordinary meridians had long been opened, so the process was swift. As time passed, Beixuan's realm began to climb. In just the time it takes to burn an incense stick, a crack sounded in his mind. The breakthrough. Grandmaster 4th level. The middle Grandmaster stage. Yet the pill's energy was not exhausted, and his cultivation continued to increase. After nearly half an hour, Beixuan fully absorbed the small rejuvenation pill's power. He opened his eyes again. A gleam of light flashed. Beixuan looked at his system panel. Host Yi Beixuan. Age 18. Realm Grandmaster 5th level mid-blade intent 2nd level. Hang-up techniques, 9 Yang Divine Art 7th layer late stage Yin Yang Body Tempering Art Perfect. Hang-up martial skills 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms Max Ripple Steps Max Golden Bell and Iron Shirt Max 1 Finger of Understanding Max Demon Slaying Blade Art Perfect 1 Style Divine Blade / Max Little Leaf Flying Dagger Max. Hang-up points 21. His cultivation had already reached the mid-stage of the 5th realm of Zongshi. His overall strength had increased by at least dozens of times. If he were to face Wang Tian and Xiao Lianshan, he estimated he wouldn't even need to use his blade intent. He could have slain both of them. A single Xiaowan pill managed to elevate me by 2 realms. Indeed, consuming pills is truly the supreme path. Yi Beixuan was quite satisfied with this breakthrough. However, he soon furrowed his brows. Because he realized that the gangxi increased from these 2 realms of cultivation was not the 10,000 strands of the Zongshi limit. Each realm only added about 8,000. It seems the realms advanced by consuming pills are somewhat unstable. At least half a month will be needed to firmly consolidate the foundation. However, if the system could provide some pure cultivation essence to supplement it, it would not be a serious concern. Yi Beixuan assessed his situation. Not a major concern. Only then did he rise from the bed. He glanced at the time. There was still over an hour before departure. After a moment's thought, he mounted his horse and headed to Sifang Pavilion, intending to inform Lu Qingwu that he would not be returning for dinner. It hardly mattered whether he mentioned it on ordinary days, but the main issue was that he had only just promised her that morning he would come back. Changing his mind so quickly, without personally explaining, would be rather indefensible. After all, she was his first woman. Yi Beixuan quite liked her. Upon arriving at Sifang Pavilion, Lu Qingwu had just woken up. She was only draped in a sheer gown. Lu Qingwu looked at Yi Beixuan, who had returned after leaving, and a trace of surprise appeared on her face, but she nestled into his embrace like a devoted bird. "My lord, why have you returned so soon? Were you missing me? I received a mission from above and need to depart for 2 or 3 days." Yi Beixuan spoke the straightforward truth. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingwu was taken aback. Yet she remained sensible and made no complaints. She merely reminded him to be careful and to send word when he returned safely. Yi Beixuan acknowledged this, then turned and departed. Having finished his midday meal at the Northern Imperial Guard headquarters, all the Jinyiwei had already assembled. A full 7 squadrons of 100 each, totaling over 1,000 guards. The sight was truly impressive. Yi Beixuan nodded in satisfaction, mounted his horse, and waved his hand. "Depart." At his command, over 1,000 Jinyiwei marched in magnificent procession toward Fire Demon Mountain. His itinerary was conspicuous rather than concealed, departing the city with great fanfare. With Yi Beixuan's keen perception, he naturally understood that this case was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. Though Millenniumine Soulwood was precious and highly effective against demonic entities, the Demon King of Fire Demon Mountain would hardly be so foolish as to oppose the Dali Imperial Court for the sake of a treasure and face their pursuit. Behind this matter lay numerous hidden secrets. Otherwise, they would not have dispatched personnel from both the Jinyiwei and Lushan men simultaneously, especially since the Lushan men had sent out a youthful divine detective. As expected, shortly after Yi Beixuan departed in such an ostentatious manner, figures within the Jinyiwei swiftly disappeared. Zhuke Ward, the Pingmen Marquis Manor. All the servants trembled with fear, daring not make any sound. Nearly everyone could hear the furious roar of Xiao Mingzhi, Vice Minister of Revenue. Within the main hall, devastation reigned. Numerous precious porcelain pieces and calligraphy paintings lay torn to shreds. The Vice Minister of Revenue, dressed in splendid robes, had lost his former composure and strategic calm. He now resembled an enraged lion. "This is too intolerable. Truly too intolerable. He killed my son, yet demands I surrender the great merit bestowed by the Emperor to the very murderer of my child. Unless this grievance is avenged, I shall never consider myself a man." By Xiao Mingzhi's side, Xiao Yuan's expression grew increasingly complex, filled with bewilderment, fear, and an intense hatred. Xiao Lianshan's relentless pursuit of Yi Beixuan stemmed entirely from what Xiao Yuan had reported. Though he harbored little affection for this elder brother, his death meant nothing to him. He felt no sorrow. Yet it was intolerable that Yi Beixuan had humiliated him repeatedly. Moreover, Yi Beixuan had exposed strength comparable to that of a heaven's chosen one, a reality Xiao Yuan found completely unacceptable. Now the entire young master circle of the capital was mocking him. Even many who had once shown him utmost respect now shifted their attitude, viewing him as a mere facade, unable to handle so much as a lowly guard of the Imperial Guard. How could Xiao Yuan, accustomed since childhood to comfort and luxury, ever tolerate such indignity? In truth, the higher Yi Beixuan rose, the greater the mockery he would face. "Father, we must kill this young man. For elder brother's sake." Xiao Yuan snarled fiercely at Xiao Mingzhi. Gathering his fury, Xiao Mingzhi drew a deep breath, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Do not worry, he shall never return alive. The original reason for sending Lianshan on this mission was merely to facilitate the Dragon God cult's plans, now that Lianshan has perished. This young man must die alongside him. The Dragon God cult. Xiao Yuan's expression shifted slightly, a hint of anticipation crossing his face as something clicked into place. Father, has the Dragon God cult begun their move? Xiao Mingzhi gave a slight nod. Indeed. Should this grand scheme succeed, both you and I shall advance further. Neither the Emperor nor those guards will ever foresee what the Dragon God cult has plotted this time. Just wait. Not only that Jinyiwei's aunt, but Zhou Sheng as well. Both of you shall perish. Xiao Yuan's gaze flickered. Father, I shall take my leave then. Go ahead. Upon leaving the Marquis Manor, Xiao Yuan boarded a carriage. Within the carriage sat 3 young men, all lackeys who had previously accompanied Xiao Yuan to Sifang Pavilion. Among them was Wei Yang. Though they served as subordinates to Xiao Yuan, each hailed from prominent families in the capital. Young Marquis, what's the plan? The 3 waited expectantly for his instructions. Xiao Yuan spoke. My father has decreed that Yi Beixuan must die this time. However, their true target does not lie with that Yi Beixuan. They harbor different designs. That young man possesses formidable strength. To be safe, we shall proceed as originally planned. Each contributing 100,000 taels, and you 3 must recruit 3 peak master-level experts from your respective clans. I shall personally summon Uncle Hu to strike. With his Grand Master cultivation and mastery of sword intent combined with 3 peak masters, even if Yi Beixuan grows stronger, he shall find no escape. This time I will torture him to his limits and personally slaughter that wretch. Xiao Yuan's voice dripped with venom. Agreed. Wei Yang nodded in assent. Although Yi Beixuan had defeated top-tier grandmasters like Wang Tian and Xiao Lianshan had indicated that he was nearly invincible among grandmasters. But he was only among the younger generation. The grandmaster realm had trapped countless experts. Many people spent their entire lives stuck at this level. Whether in foundation or strength, they were not inferior to Wang Tian, who was at the bottom of the Heaven's Pride list. However, because their age exceeded the requirements of the Heaven's Pride list, they were not ranked. What they dispatched were exactly such figures, 3 grandmasters not inferior to Wang Tian, plus 1 grandmaster-level expert. With such force they believed Yi Beixuan could not escape. Then they discussed the details, and went their separate ways to prepare. Perhaps even Yi Beixuan himself could not imagine that these pampered young masters from the families would unite against him. At that time, leading the Jinyiwei troops after a long journey, he finally arrived at Fire Ghost Mountain by noon the next day. Regarding Fire Ghost Mountain, Yi Beixuan had made a general understanding along the way. This mountain was not originally named so. Moreover, at its foot several hundred years ago during the previous dynasty there once was a county town which, backed by the mountains, was easy to defend and difficult to attack. This caused the Dali dynasty considerable trouble. Later the commanding general, after breaching the city, ordered 3 days of unrestricted slaughter. They massacred the entire county town, turning the moat water crimson red. Such a massacre was almost unbelievable in times of peace, but it was common during dynastic transitions. However, on the last day of the slaughter that night, a sudden gale arose and blood rain fell from the sky. A thunderbolt struck the city, igniting a great fire that completely engulfed the town, burning both the city and all the corpses to ashes. From then on, Fire Ghost Mountain became a ghastly realm of ghosts. Often passers-by would see hundreds of ghosts marching at night and spectral soldiers borrowing the path. Legend has it that the resentment of the slaughtered townspeople soared to the heavens, condensing into a ghost king who gathered troops and appointed generals here. Moreover, whenever the Ghost King appeared, it was always accompanied by ghostly flames, hence the name Fire Ghost King. Even the mountain was renamed Fire Ghost Mountain. It was only later, when the Dali Empire unified the land, that Fire Ghost Mountain finally settled down. Ghosts. Yi Beixuan found it rather curious. He was not afraid. In his previous life, he had watched plenty of ghost movies. He had even encountered monsters and zombies, so how could he be afraid of ghosts? People's fear of ghosts stemmed from the fact that ordinary people were uncertain whether ghosts truly existed and did not know how to kill them. If ghosts had a health bar, those nerds from his previous life would probably come up with all sorts of new tricks. Moreover, according to Li Cheng's account, ghosts were actually the product of a martial artist's soul being too strong and refusing to disperse. Aside from being more eerie, killing them was not much harder than killing a person. One only needed to scatter their soul to completely vanquish them. After another half a stick of incense's journey, the sky was filled with crimson clouds. Clouds stretched in patches, shrouding Fire Ghost Mountain, casting a red glow over the entire forest. A faint mist also drifted through the woods. This mist was different from ordinary water vapor, extremely cold and sinister, adding to the eerie atmosphere of Fire Ghost Mountain. At that moment, hundreds of troops appeared ahead. All of them were dressed in the uniforms of the Six Doors Bureau, already waiting here. Beixuan, that is Leng Yue, the foremost of the 4 young divine captains in the Six Doors Bureau. She is also one who has comprehended intent and ranks 127th on the Heaven's Pride list. Li Cheng pointed to a young girl not far away dressed in the black uniform of the Six Doors Bureau and introduced her to Yi Beixian. Yi Beixian was surprised, but not because of Leng Yu's strength. He had already known some things beforehand. The reason for his surprise was that the girl before him was simply too beautiful. She was not tall, only about 1.6 meters, with a baby-faced and voluptuous figure, completely non-threatening, with a pitiable appearance. But who could have imagined that such a beauty was the foremost of the 4 young divine captains of the Six Doors Bureau, and also a prodigy ranked within the top 150 on the Heaven's Pride list? This appearance is too deceptive for enemies. Yi Beixuan's expression turned strange. Ahem, Beixuan, I forgot to tell you, Captain Long is also ranked on the 100 Flowers list, not far behind your lover. She is also known as the Jade Countenance Divine Captain. Hearing Li Cheng's explanation, Yi Beixian understood. Truly versatile, so many rankings, even more than some entrepreneurs in my previous life. Moreover, from Leng Yue, he actually sensed a hint of threat, though not strong. But it was enough to show the terror of her strength. Are you Divine Blade Yi Beixian? The one who killed Xiao Lianshan? Leng Yu's beautiful eyes also looked at him. Divine Blade. Yi Beixuan's mouth twitched. They really gave him a nickname. But why did this nickname sound so Jinyiwei? He cupped his fists and said, indeed, the Jade Countenance Divine Captain's reputation is thunderous. Flattery is free anyway. Leng Yu smiled radiantly. That smile left the Six Doors constables unaffected, but it stunned many Jinyiwei. You flatter me, thousand household Yi. I also admire your methods in handling cases in the Jinyiwei. For this encirclement of Fire Ghost Mountain, I hope to see your Divine Blade. Likewise. May I ask about the situation at Fire Ghost Mountain? Yi Beixian directly inquired. Upon hearing this, Leng Yu nodded. The Ghost King of Fire Ghost Mountain is said to be no weaker than an ordinary Grandmaster with 800 ghost soldiers under his command, entrenched in a temple deep in the mountains. With our forces we can eradicate them. However, the tricky part is that ghosts are experts at hiding. We must strike with a single fatal blow, leaving no chance for escape. Otherwise, if it escapes, it will be troublesome to capture later. Yi Beixian looked at Leng Yu's confident demeanor. She showed no fear, even facing a Ghost King comparable to a Grandmaster. Being ranked within the top 150 on the Heaven's Pride list, and having comprehended sword intent, this girl's strength was probably not inferior to an ordinary Grandmaster. Alright, in that case, let's make a fire and cook. After the meal, we'll enter the mountain tonight. Yi Beixian also nodded. They had lost a day on the road, and the return journey would take another day. The superiors had given only 3 days, meaning they had at most 12 hours to eliminate the Ghost King. Time was tight. Leng Yu had no objection either. Man is iron, food is steel, one must eat well to have strength. Half an hour later, everyone assembled again. At the command of Yi Beixian and Leng Yue, they headed deep into Fire Ghost Mountain. Moonlight scattered around. The surroundings were silent, and occasionally eerie white bones could be seen. Some were animal, some human, and some from monsters. It was extremely creepy. Ghostly shadows flickered in the woods. If an ordinary person saw this, they would have already collapsed in fright. But for the Jinyiwei and Six Doors Bureau people, it was nothing. They had killed more people. Ghosts might not be fiercer than them. On the contrary, those ghosts, upon seeing this group from afar, all hurriedly retreated, fearing being targeted. Yi Beixian and the others paid no attention to such minor ghosts. These were just lonely souls with little attack power, born from the obsessions of the dead. Not worth the effort. As they went deeper into Fire Ghost Mountain, they could feel the temperature dropping. This was due to the overwhelming ghostly aura. After walking for about an hour, Yi Beixian and the others fully entered the heart of Fire Ghost Mountain. It was a vast, enormous graveyard. Looking around, there were dense tombs everywhere. It was undoubtedly the site of the former massacred county town. Whoosh! Suddenly a fierce wind swept across the sky and earth. The wind carried thick fog. In just a few breaths, the mist descended, enveloping everyone. Here they come. Form ranks. Yi Beixian and Leng Yu simultaneously shouted in low voices. The warriors of the embroidered uniform guard and the Six Doors Bureau reacted in the shortest possible time. 10 men formed a squad, and 100 formed a great formation. Just as their movements concluded, the clatter of hooves arose from within the thick fog, accompanied by the dull clanking of armor. Within the mist, countless figures abruptly appeared, surrounding them from all directions. The sound of war drums rose, piercing and capable of unsettling the mind, as if an immense fire blazed in the haze. Yi Beixuan's gaze was like lightning piercing into the depths of the fog as he shouted, "Fire Ghost King, your crimes have been exposed. Surrender without resistance, and return with me to the capital to atone for your sins. This shout carried Yi Beixuan's formidable inner energy of protective qi mixed with a hint of blade intent, as if thousands of sword shadows fell spreading into the thick fog. For an instant the drumming ceased. Such profound protective qi, Leng Yu couldn't help but admire beside Yi Beixian. That inner energy was even more potent than her own. As her words fell, a strange cackle echoed. The next moment, from the depths of the ghostly mist, a wisp of ghost fire materialized. Within the ghost fire, a hazy specter exuded terrifying ghostly energy, surging toward them with overwhelming force. A mere child, you speak boldly. On my territory you dare to utter such arrogant words. A grandmaster. This fire ghost king has broken through. At the moment she sensed the aura. Leng Yu's delicate face subtly changed, yet she remained unflustered. Though the fire ghost king's strength was greater than anticipated with her, and Yi Beixuan's combined combat prowess, it was enough to subdue him. Fire Ghost King, you dare to plunder the envoy's tribute. Do you know your crime? Leng Yu spoke coldly. The Fire Ghost King's form finally revealed itself to all. It was a bloated 10-foot-tall fiend with flames constantly burning upon its body, ceaselessly corroding its flesh. Its face was utterly disfigured, only 2 orbs of ghost fire flickering in its eye sockets. It looked at Yi Beixian and Leng Yu, licking its lips. Leng Yu of the 6 Doors Bureau, 1,000 household of the embroidered uniform guard. Quite a grand entourage. But I have been waiting here for a long time. The vital blood of 2 prodigies from the Heavenly Pride list along with the Millennium Netherwood will be enough to propel my cultivation to soaring heights. It was utterly confident, showing no regard for Yi Beixian and Leng Yu. They exchanged a glance, and Yi Beixian smiled. It seems this creature thinks it has us in its grasp. Leng Yu drew her sword, her killing intent palpable. Then let's send it to the Western Paradise. With a sharp cry, her 6 Doors Bureau constables unsheathed their weapons in unison. They charged into the mist toward the ghost soldiers. Leng Yu said to Yi Beixuan, Lord 1,000 household, I'll handle the Ghost King. Please lead the troops to slay the ghost soldiers and finish this quickly. With that she transformed into a streak of light, her sword swinging. Sword aura swept across the heavens like the sharpest radiance in the world, charging toward the Fire Ghost King. The sword intent swept forth, snapping towering trees in its path. This aura alone was far stronger than the combined might of Xiao Lianshan and Wang Tian. The Fire Ghost King was unafraid, cackling as it unleashed a torrent of ghostly energy, a petty trick. Watch me slay you first. Their figures collided, sword aura and ghostly energy intertwining and clashing. For a time they were locked in stalemate. Yi Beixuan's lips twitched. This woman appeared delicate and gentle, but she fought with such ferocity. Facing a Grandmaster-level Ghost King, she had charged in without a second thought. No wonder she had earned such a reputation in the vast 6 Doors Bureau. Her strength and boldness were far beyond the average person. But this was perfect. With Leng Yu occupying the Fire Ghost King, he could freely harvest the ghost soldiers. He slew demons not for submission, but for idle points. Idle points were what he truly needed. For him, the quality of demons mattered, not quantity was everything. With so many ghost soldiers, this wave was going to be a jackpot. Yi Beixuan's eyes lit up, waving to the embroidered uniform guard behind him, charge. Then he activated his Lingbo microstep. His figure moved like a phantom, plunging into the ranks of ghost soldiers. These soldiers were formidable, nearly all of the acquired realm. They also knew formation tactics. Though only 800 strong, they fought fiercely against the 6 Doors Bureau and the embroidered uniform guard, locked in a stalemate. From time to time, experts from both sides were killed. But once Yi Beixian joined, everything changed. Wherever his embroidered spring saber passed, his protective qi pulsed, shattering ghost soldiers who had no chance to resist, their forms shattered by the qi. Evil spirits had no physical form. Upon death, they dissolved into green smoke. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 40 idle points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 40 idle points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 40 idle points. In Yi Beixuan's mind, the system's notifications densely appeared. Yi Beixuan's heart thrilled with immense pleasure. It had been days since he enjoyed such a surge. It seemed he should slaughter more often. This sound was second only to being in Lu Qingwu's bed. Within moments, dozens of ghost soldiers were slain by Yi Beixian. The distant Fire Ghost King witnessed this, its spectral face enraged as it shouted coldly, "Will you not strike now? When else?" As soon as the words fell, 2 piercing sounds sliced through the air, making every hair on Yi Beixuan's body stand on end. The hidden weapons were precise and vicious, perfectly timed to catch him in the gap of withdrawing his saber. This was the keen instinct of only the most elite assassins. But Yi Beixuan's skills were beyond ordinary. The hidden weapons were fast, yet his fingers were faster. Lingxi finger. He flicked his fingers. 2 specially crafted darts were caught between his fingers. Without a glance, Beixuan flicked them back toward the direction they came from. The two assassins reacted swiftly, blocking the darts, then turned and fled, trying to escape. A cold glint flashed across Beixuan's face. He knew their goal was to lure him away, but Beixuan was unafraid. His figure flickered and vanished. The crimson moonlight was shrouded in mist, the mountain pitch black. Two figures moved through the forest with exquisite lightness, skills covering 6 or 7 zhang, with each leap making no sound at all. They were undoubtedly top-tier experts. Yet these two experts were fleeing for their lives, cursing their own lightness skills for not being perfected, because a streak of light was closely pursuing them. Each stride covered over 10 zhang speed, pushed to the extreme. With that light speed, it could easily catch them, but it deliberately maintained a steady pace, never allowing the two in front to break free no matter how desperately they fled. In the blink of an eye, they covered 4 or 5 li. With 2 whooshes, the two figures finally halted in a dense forest. Beixuan followed right behind them. "Why don't you run?" Beixuan's gaze grew even colder as he looked at the two figures. They sneered. "Chief Guard Yi, you're quite bold. Knowing full well we were luring you, yet you still dared to follow." Beixuan scoffed. "A bunch of vermin crawling in the gutters. I knew this mission wouldn't be without your traces. Come out, all of you." As his voice faded, rustling sounds ceaselessly arose from the dense forest around him, the noise of figures darting through the woods. With leaves falling, over a dozen silhouettes suddenly appeared around Beixuan, sealing off all his escape routes. The moment he saw those figures, Beixuan was momentarily stunned. Their faces were all too familiar, especially one man and one woman. The woman was delicate, the man had sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. They were none other than himself and Lung Yu. The resemblance was uncanny, not only in appearance, but also in aura and physique. Had he not been standing right there, Beixuan would have thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. His expression darkened as a name surfaced in his mind. To achieve such a level of disguise, this must be the work of the 13th Hall Master of the Dragon God sect, the Thousand-Faced Hall Master. Over the past period, he had extensively investigated the Dragon God sect within the Embroidered Uniform Guard, and had come across descriptions of the Thousand-Faced Hall Master. The Thousand-Faced Hall Master was resourceful and cunning, especially skilled in disguise. He practiced a unique art of transformation that could turn anyone into any desired appearance. Even the closest of kin could not recognize them. And it was this very Thousand-Faced Hall Master who had come to recruit him that day, and whom he had beaten to a pulp. Chief Guard Yi has keen eyes. No wonder the Thousand-Faced Hall Master specifically ordered the two of us to deal with you together. You'll die a worthy death. From behind the group of figures, 2 more emerged. One tall and completely white, the other short and entirely black. Their auras were overwhelming, and with every movement, immense power seemed to coalesce. Peak Grandmasters. Yet their aura was even stronger than Wang Tiandu's by a significant margin. Without Beixuan asking, the tall man spoke. "I am Xia and the White Rakshasa, ranked 34th among the 72 protectors of the Dragon God sect. This is my younger brother Xia Ling, the Black Rakshasa, ranked 35th. The White and Black Rakshasas were only mid-tier among the protectors, but they were twin brothers who shared a telepathic bond. Together they could match some great grandmasters at the first level, not far behind the Fire Ghost King." Yet Beixuan sneered. "It seems your Thousand-Faced Hall Master is nothing special, sending only 2 protectors to their deaths." Hearing this, Xia and Xia Ling were first stunned, then enraged. "A mere chief guard of the Embroidered Uniform Guard. Do you really think comprehending blade intent makes you invincible? Today we'll show you that there's always a sky beyond the sky. Your strength is nothing to us." Boom! 2 overwhelming auras erupted from the brothers. Xia embarked at the Dragon God sect disciples disguised as Beixuan and his companions. "Go assist the Fire Ghost King in killing all those imperial dogs." "Yes." The Dragon God sect disciples clasped their fists and one by one used their movement techniques to head toward Lung Yu's battlefield. Meanwhile, Xia and Xia Ling moved as well. Simultaneously, they struck out with a palm, their true essence surging and converging into a massive palm imprint that descended from the sky, crushing down upon Beixuan. The palm technique was extremely cold and sinister. Precisely the Dark Nether Demon Palm, one of the Dragon God sect's Earth-grade top-tier martial arts. Once struck, even an ordinary Great Grandmaster would be invaded by the cold energy and suffer excruciating pain. For a Grandmaster, it was impossible to withstand such palm force. Palm techniques. Let me show you what real palms are. Beixuan moved as well, his terrifying protective chi surging out, like a tidal wave, transforming into a golden dragon that roared furiously and clashed against Xia and Xia Ling's Dark Nether Demon Palm. Roar! This palm strike drew almost all of Beixuan's power. The golden dragon's roar resounded in all directions. Boom! A violent tremor erupted between their palms with endless true essence scattering, carving a crater over 10 zhang wide in the ground. Yi Beixuan's figure slightly wavered. He felt a bone-chilling force trying to burrow into his palm, but under the 9 yang divine art, it only took a slight circulation to repel the cold energy. As a pure yang technique of the innate level, the 9 yang divine art could counter any cold yin technique. Opposite him, Xian and Xieling remained completely unmoved. This did not mean Yi Beixuan was at a disadvantage. Rather, the vast majority of his strength lay in his blade. Since comprehending blade intent, he had barely practiced palm techniques. Though the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms was immensely powerful, he had not grasped its artistic conception. Moreover, he was only at the 5th level of Grandmaster, while facing great Grandmaster-level experts who were skilled in palm techniques, Xian and Xieling. Being slightly inferior was only natural. I'll need to strengthen my palm technique practice, Yi Beixuan thought undeterred. Xian and Xieling, however, were stunned, their eyes nearly popping out. In the Dragon God Sect's intelligence, all they knew was that Yi Beixuan was proficient in the blade. His palm skills were never mentioned. Yet just now, using his weakness against their strength, he had emerged unscathed. They themselves had cultivated an Earth-grade top-tier martial art to perfection. Their earlier strike would have severely injured even an ordinary great grandmaster. Yet they hadn't even forced Yi Beixuan to draw his blade. Furthermore, their palm force had no effect on him. Fine. We underestimated you. Who knew, Chief Guard? Yi was not only a master of the blade, but also unmatched in palm techniques. Yi Beixuan raised an eyebrow. Don't flatter yourselves. My palm is far inferior to my blade. Hearing this, Xia and Xieling were utterly humiliated. How dare you? Do you think a little praise makes you invincible? Draw your blade. Today you die. The two exchanged a glance, suddenly clasped hands, and struck again. Their auras completely merged, and the violent energy surged even more. Dark Nether Demon Palm, Final Form Dark Nether Sky Breaker. Rumble. With this palm, sand and stones flew, terrifying sonic booms echoed, and demonic chi chilled the air. Facing this attack, Yi Beixuan decided not to toy with them any longer. Relying solely on palm techniques to defeat 2 peak grandmasters even stronger than Wang Tiandu was indeed overconfident. No matter how extraordinary he was, that was impossible. He drew the embroidered uniform blade from his waist. Since you want to see my blade, I'll grant your wish. Demon-slaying blade art. Yi Beixuan's clear voice rang out. A blade hum pierced the eardrums, and infinite blade intent the moment it appeared shredded the surrounding demonic chi. With just the opening stance, he displayed the full prowess of a pinnacle blade master. Xian and Xieling's expressions changed drastically. This blade brought them far greater pressure than the palm technique he had used earlier. This was blade intent, and not the kind newly comprehended. Damn it! Break! Retreat was not an option, though only the blade and palm would clash. The blade light and palm imprint collided. Boom! A violent explosion like thunder. All trees within several dozen zhang were snapped in half by the shockwave. The power was terrifying. Xian and Xieling coughed up a mouthful of blood, their bodies flying backward and crashing heavily into an ancient tree. The tree shook violently. The two were in a frenzied state, their bodies covered in countless tiny blade wounds that oozed blood. Their internal organs were churning violently. In the dust, they stared in horror ahead as a figure in brocade robes slowly approached, blade in hand. How is this possible? How can you be so powerful? Both were stunned, speechless, having just unleashed the strongest attack of their lives. They had even used the final form of the profound Nether Demon Palm, yet still they lost. Lost miserably. That blade intent had shattered them with irresistible force. It's not that I am strong, but that you are too weak, Yi Beixuan said calmly. The strength of these black and white fiends was indeed mediocre, though their reputations sounded fierce. They claimed that together they could rival a first-stage grandmaster, but in Yi Beixuan's eyes that was nonsense. Their confidence stemmed from the insidious nature of their palm strikes, which could even catch a grandmaster off guard. If it were someone like Wang Tian, even 10 or 8 of him would be no match for these two. But Yi Beixuan was their natural counter. The insidiousness of the profound Nether Demon Palm could not breach the defense of the 9 Yang Divine Art. Thus their combined strength was at most that of an ordinary grandmaster. No threat to him at all. As Yi Beixuan drew closer, Xian and Xieling's hearts trembled. They knew this mission had failed. They were no match for Yi Beixuan in a single exchange. They could only flee first, relay the intelligence here, and adjust their plans. Go! Their minds were in sync. Without a word, they gritted their teeth and turned to flee. The remaining inner energy frantically poured into their legs. Run! Yi Beixuan sneered. His gaze suddenly sharpened, his entire being seeming to transform into a peerless divine blade. His lips parted lightly as he uttered a few words, one style divine blade slash. The blade light was supremely perfect, dazzling like a galaxy. Swish! Xian and Xieling felt a slight chill at their necks. Their fleeing bodies halted instantly. They slowly turned to look at Yi Beixuan behind them, their eyes filled with terror and shock. So perfect a blade technique. The blade fell. Two heads tumbled. Gulu. They rolled to Yi Beixuan's feet. Yi Beixuan looked at their death-stricken, unwilling expressions, then crushed the heads under his foot. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have earned 180 idol points. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have earned 180 idol points. The system's voice rang in Yi Beixuan's mind. Not bad, not bad. Quite a generous amount. Yi Beixuan searched the bodies of the black and white fiends. He only found a few thousand silver taels, no secret manuals. This disappointed him somewhat. Worthless. Without another glance, Yi Beixuan sped back the way he came. Meanwhile, on Leng Yu's battlefield, the sword in her hand swung continuously. The strands of hair at her temples were tousled by the fierce wind, yet it did not affect her in the slightest. Her swordsmanship was flawless, unleashing terrifying power. Coupled with her sword intent, even though Fire Ghost King had already broken through to Grandmaster, he still did not gain much advantage. Fire Ghost King, surrender now. Your minions will soon be annihilated. Leng Yu shouted in a low, crisp voice. Because of Yi Beixuan's earlier slaughter, the ranks of the ghost soldiers had already fallen into disarray. They were being slaughtered by the experts of the Six Gates and the embroidered uniform guard. Now more than half were dead or wounded. Fire Ghost King's face twisted in fury, his ghostly aura soaring as he ignited blazing ghost flames and continuously charged at Leng Yu. Surrender. Captain Leng, it's still unknown who will end up dead. Once I kill you and that kid from the embroidered uniform guard, the rest are nothing but trash. Leng Yu snorted, stubborn fool. Just then a man's voice suddenly rang out in anguish. Captain Leng, save me. The moment the voice sounded, everyone was startled, for it was far too familiar. It was Yi Beixuan's voice. Leng Yu's expression changed slightly. She looked up toward the sound and saw Yi Beixuan, severely wounded, coughing up blood. More than a dozen black-clad men were chasing him, rapidly approaching her. Leng Yu's sword aura surged, forcing Fire Ghost King back. With another sweeping slash, she blocked the black-clad attackers for Yi Beixuan. Only then did she ask with a grim expression, what happened? Who are they? Although she had never seen Yi Beixuan fully display his strength from his speed in killing the ghost soldiers earlier and his previous achievements, he was definitely not much weaker than her. Now, in just a few minutes of disappearance, he had been severely wounded. Could there be some hidden supreme expert? If that were the case, this mission would be in serious trouble. Yi Beixuan kept coughing and said weakly, These are DRA. At this point, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly struck out with a palm. Boom. Caught off guard, the strike landed directly on Leng Yu's abdomen. Humph. Leng Yu grunted and reacted in an instant, slashing down with her sword. Yi Beixuan was sent flying by her sword aura. Everything happened too fast in a flash, and Fire Ghost King seemed to have anticipated it. Seizing the opportunity, his ghost aura swelled, and he struck out rapidly, hitting Leng Yu twice in succession. Leng Yu, who had already endured a palm strike, could no longer hold on. Her entire body was sent flying, and with a wah, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face instantly turned as pale as paper. Bracing herself with her sword, she stared fixedly at Yi Beixuan. Disguise technique. Yi Beixuan sneered, his earlier appearance of severe injury long gone, not completely stupid. With that, he turned to Fire Ghost King and said respectfully, Ghost King, that embroidered uniform guard Xinhu has been stopped by our protector. He will be killed in no time. All we need is to finish off this Leng Yu, and our plan will succeed. Ha ha ha, good. Fire Ghost King was in high spirits. Now that Leng Yu was severely injured by his ghost chi, and she was already weaker than him, he could take her down soon. Moreover, these Dragon God sect members, though not at the Grandmaster level, were all at the Master level. It would be easy for them to crush those embroidered uniform guard and Six Gates constables. Leng Yu bit her red lip, lightly, her expression calm as water. Despite her injuries, she showed no fear facing Fire Ghost King and the black-robed men. You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the skill. Frost Snow Sword Art. She swung her long sword, and cold air scattered from it, condensing into tiny snowflakes as she struck first. These snowflakes were condensed from her protective chi, each possessing unimaginable power, enveloping Fire Ghost King and all the black-clad men. Sword light surged continuously, her swordsmanship ethereal as a celestial. For a moment, she did not fall into much disadvantage. However, before long, Leng Yu's aura grew weaker, and sweat beaded on her forehead. Ha ha, truly worthy of being a top prodigy, ranked within the top 150 on the prodigy list. If it were normal times, capturing you would be no easy feat. But now that you've been hit by my ghost palm, the more you mobilize your internal energy, the deeper the yin chi will corrode you. In no time, the yin chi will enter your heart meridian, and you will die. Fire Ghost King laughed heartily, continuously attacking Leng Yu. but he did not engage in a direct clash, purely wearing her down. After just a few moves, Lung Yu's swordsmanship lost its initial sharpness, and she could only passively defend. She could feel the Yin poison surging recklessly inside her. If she did not stop to regulate her breathing, she might truly die. Could this really be her end? At this moment, even she couldn't help but feel a flicker of despair. Bang! Another strike, and Lung Yu's longsword was knocked away. The Fire Ghost King slammed its ghostly palm toward Lung Yu's chest. If that blow landed, she would undoubtedly be torn apart. Just at this critical moment. Swish! A streak of light flashed within, which was intertwined a blade of radiance. The moment the Fire Ghost King sensed that blade light, its expression shifted drastically. It hastily withdrew its palm and struck toward the incoming blade. Boom! The two forces collided, erupting with a tremor. The Fire Ghost King let out a muffled groan and staggered back several steps. An embroidered spring knife was driven into the ground, standing like a celestial barrier, parting the battlefield. Who goes there? It turned toward the blade's source and saw a handsome young man, his figure like a phantom, rapidly approaching them. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before everyone. It was Yi Beixuan. You're not dead. The moment the fake Yi Beixuan saw him, his pupils contracted, as if he had seen a ghost. The other black-robed men also trembled, instinctively looking behind Yi Beixuan to see if the black and white twins were following. Yi Beixuan pulled the embroidered spring knife from the ground, wiped the dust from the blade with his sleeve, and said coldly, "Stop looking. Your protectors are already waiting for you on the road to the underworld." What a... Upon hearing this, the black-robed men's faces changed drastically. Their protector was dead. Though they were not foolish with Yi Beixuan's return and the absence of the black and white twins, it was highly likely true. But how could a martial master have killed two protectors? The Fire Ghost King's face darkened as it cursed the incompetence of its subordinates. Yet it felt no fear. Even Lung Yue, ranked 127th on the prodigy list, was no match for it. How could a newly risen Yi Beixuan pose a threat? This kid might be strong, but surely not stronger than Lung Yu. Boy, you've come at the right time. Today I'll slaughter both of you. The Fire Ghost King snorted. Attack together. Kill this brat as fast as possible. It was not careless. Having lived for centuries as a fierce ghost, it took no risks. Though the black-robed men of the Dragon God sect were mediocre in cultivation, they were still martial masters. United, they were more than enough to kill a Yi Beixuan. Those black-robed men also understood that whether the two Hall Masters were dead or not, killing Yi Beixuan was the priority. They nodded in unison, and momentarily their auras intertwined, a murderous intent enveloping Yi Beixuan. A bunch of clowns dare to act arrogant. Yi Beixuan did not dodge or evade. His entire body radiated golden light, coalescing into a golden bell that inverted over him. Golden Bell Shield. With his yin-yang body tempering art at the transcendent stage combined with the golden bell and iron shirt defense, even if he stood still, no martial master could harm him. Bang! Bang! A series of explosions spread outside Yi Beixuan's body. The golden bell stood like a mountain, unshaken despite the storm of chi energy. Then Yi Beixuan's embroidered spring knife moved, instantly executing the transcendent demon-slaying blade art. With his strength, these martial master-level black-robed men were no match for him. With every flash of blade light, a black-robed masked man was beheaded. Thud! Thud! After just 4 or 5 strikes. Only half of the dozen black-robed men remained, all terrified out of their wits. The Fire Ghost King was furious, its Grandmaster aura fully unleashed, ghostly energy surging like a torrent. "I've been waiting for you." Yi Beixuan sneered. Gripping the knife with both hands, he held nothing back. His blade intent radiated, and the chi within him converged madly. It condensed into a blade light several zhang long. Divine Blade Slash. The embroidered spring knife swung at an extremely tricky angle, and before the swing, Yi Beixuan had calculated every possibility. The Divine Blade Slash left no path to survival. The Fire Ghost King, having exhausted its moves, felt its hair stand on end in the face of that breathtaking slash. How is this possible? The Fire Ghost King's heart and liver trembled. It could not fathom how a martial master could unleash such a sword technique. No. As the blade light drew closer, the Fire Ghost King screamed in terror. Uff! A dull sound spread between them. The Fire Ghost King's voice stopped abruptly. Looking at its own body crisscrossed with countless blade wounds, its eyes were filled only with fear and regret. It regretted ever agreeing to the Dragon God sect's plunder of the envoy's tribute. You? It managed only that single word before its figure exploded with a bang. It turned into a wisp of green smoke and vanished. The Fire Ghost King. Dead. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 200 idle points. The system notification chimed again in Yi Beixuan's mind. But Yi Beixuan did not stop. He stepped into the air with the lingbo step and charged at the utterly terrified black-robed man. With a few more slashes and screams, only the two imposters disguised as him and Lung Yu remained alive. Seeing the tide had turned, the two turned to flee. But they were no match for Yi Beixuan's speed. One finger of spiritual resonance. Yi Beixuan's fingers moved like lightning, tapping the fake Yi Beixian and fake Lung Yu. The powerful finger force penetrated their bodies, striking their internal organs. Both grunted simultaneously, spat out a mouthful of blood, and fell to the ground. Their auras withered, their faces deathly pale. Woo! After landing, the corners of their mouths twitched, and Yi Beixian immediately sensed something amiss. His hand moved swiftly. Crack! He dislocated the jaw of the black-robed man, disguised as Lung Yu. The other black-robed man, wearing Yi Beixuan's face, let black blood trickle from his mouth, and fell dead. Quite ruthless. Seeing the black-robed man commit suicide, Yi Beixian shook his head. These Dragon God sect rebels were adept at training their subordinates. They would kill themselves if captured. Woo! The other glared at Yi Beixian, with hatred, making garbled noises. Keep barking, and I'll lock you in a cage with 10 male dogs. Yi Beixian had no mercy for these Dragon God sect people. They had tried to kill him repeatedly. Not slicing her up was already a sign of his conscience. The female black-robed man immediately fell silent, staring at Yi Beixian in terror. Locked with 10 male dogs. Could a human even think of such a method? Even a prisoner shouldn't be treated like this. But Yi Beixian paid no attention. He quickly cleaned up the battlefield. The ghost soldiers had already been largely killed by the Brocade Guard and the Six-Fan School. Only scattered ghost soldiers remained, and seeing the Fire Ghost King dead, they lost all will to fight. They fled in all directions. In just over a minute. With Yi Beixian slaying the last ghost soldier. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the system task. Annihilate Fire Ghost Mountain. Task completed. Rewards obtained: Snow Drinking Wild Blade Dragon Elephant Prajna Art 100 Days of Pure Cultivation. Ding. Detected that the host's current environment is unsuitable for cultivation. Snow Drinking Wild Blade and Dragon Elephant Prajna Art will be temporarily withheld. Prompt sounds kept chiming. Yi Beixian nodded. The system was indeed considerate. He was currently surrounded by onlookers, and a blade suddenly appearing in his hands would only frighten them to death. Moreover, comprehending the Dragon Elephant Prajna Art would not be achieved in half a moment, so it was indeed unsuitable to release it now. However, his cultivation base began to surge within his body. Although 100 days' worth of refined cultivation was considerable, he absorbed and refined it within merely a few breaths. And Yi Beixuan's cultivation had advanced a step further. He had reached the 6th level of Grandmaster, with only one step away from breaking through to the late stage of Grandmaster. He glanced at his system panel. Host Yi Beixian, age 18, cultivation Grandmaster 6th level, early stage blade, intense 2nd level idle techniques, 9 Yang divine skill, late stage of 7th layer, Yin Yang body tempering, arts sublimation stage, idle martial arts, 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms, max level subtle steps, on dancing waves, max level golden bell shield, and iron cloth shirt, max level spiritual finger, minor success, demon slaying blade technique. Sublimation stage 1, move divine blade slash. Max level idle points 3870. He had earned nearly 4,000 idle points in a single night. A massive windfall. Yi Beixuan's eyes lit up brilliantly. With these idle points, his realm could advance by leaps and bounds from here on. My lord. After clearing the battlefield and gathering the corpses of the fallen Jinyiwei and Lushan men, constables Li Chengzheng Zibu and the other 100 household commanders approached Yi Beixuan, each carrying a chest. My lord, the tribute from the kingdom of Yushan has all been gathered. Yi Beixian opened the chests, discovering them filled with various gold, silver, and jewels. Yet the final chest contained only a single item. It was a branch-like object radiating a dark green luminescence throughout, placed within a king green jade box. Even through the jade box, a chilling aura could be felt. Millennium Insol wood. Its value exceeded that of all the gold and jewels combined by tenfold. It was the very treasure this mission had specifically requested. After securing the item, Yi Beixian finally asked, "What are our casualties?" Reporting to my lord, in this campaign against the Fire Ghost King, our Jinyiwei suffered 89 fallen brothers, including 100 household commander, 2 general banners, with 58 severely wounded and 142 lightly injured. The Lushan men's side fares no better. Li Cheng said with a grim expression. The casualties were indeed devastating, effectively wiping out an entire 100 household formation. The Yin soldiers of Fire Ghost Mountain all possessed formidable cultivation and were adept at coordinated combat formations. Had Yi Beixian not disrupted their formation from the outset, the casualty count would likely have doubled. Yi Beixian nodded. This was the high martial world where all manner of demons and monstrosities existed. Without sufficient strength, one wouldn't even know how they died. Only when cultivation reached the level of fending off 10,000 armies alone could one ensure self-preservation. Beixuan, who had considered himself among the top experts, felt a fresh sense of caution rise within him. A mere fire ghost king paired with two guardians who were only mid-tier in the dragon god cult, while they had posed no real threat to him. They were still considerable trouble. If a terrifying existence at the 4th or 5th level of Great Grandmaster had come instead, he feared he would have been forced to flee. After settling these matters, Beixuan walked over to the Lu Shanmen's side. The two organizations operated under different systems, so he didn't need to issue orders here. But as one of the two leaders of this eradication mission, and with Lung Yu severely injured, he naturally needed to check on her. Within Lu Shanmen, a senior district-level constable had taken over Lung Yu's duties, holding status equivalent to a Jinyiwei 100 household commander. Upon seeing Beixuan approach, the old constable offered a respectful fist salute. Qianhu. Beixuan nodded. How is Constable Lung's injury? Reporting to Qianhu, adult Lung's condition is not good. She was struck by the Fire Ghost King's palm and forcibly channeled her energy against the enemy. The ghostly chi has nearly reached her heart meridian. The old constable sighed, visibly suggesting a close relationship with Lung Yu. We'll set up camp here for now and rest a day before returning tomorrow. Where is Constable Lung? I'll go see her. Hearing Beixuan's words, the old constable immediately replied, Yes, adult Lung is in the tent ahead. Please proceed, my lord. Beixuan stepped into the large tent. As expected, the moment he entered the tent, he sensed a chilling, ghostly aura emanating from within. And the source of this energy was Lung Yue, who remained in a meditative posture, healing her wounds. Her previously delicate and lovely face had turned pale, lending her an added fragility. Who's there? Lung Yu barely opened her eyes and grabbed the sword beside her. It's me, Constable Lung. Upon hearing Beixuan's voice, Lung Yu finally relaxed her grip. Thousand Household Commander, you've saved my life this time. This great kindness Lung Yu will repay. In the future, if there are any assignments, just give the order. Lung Yu's slightly feeble voice rang out. An assignment? What kind of assignment? A faint smile touched Beixuan's lips. This girl was only a bit older than himself. Back in his past life, when he was still in university, with her youthful appearance, one might believe she was a high school student. For someone who looked like this to speak such words was quite a contrast. Save those words until your injury has healed. This poison has nearly spread to your heart meridian. Without treatment, it may damage the foundation of your martial path. He immediately assessed Lung Yu's condition. Poison was extremely difficult to purge. Only techniques of supreme yang and utmost rigidity could counter it. Yet such techniques were rarely cultivated by women, and Lung Yu's obviously wasn't one of them, leaving her with virtually no means to expel this poison. Worse, the condition showed signs of deteriorating. Beixuan said, Constable Lung, if you trust me, I can help heal your wounds. Both the 9-yang divine skill and the yin-yang body tempering art he practiced possessed the ability to suppress energy. However, the method of healing was rather intimate. It required external force to penetrate one's internal organs. Should the helper harbor even a hint of ill intent, they could shatter the heart meridian in an instant. Moreover, in ancient times, the relationship between men and women was far different from today, where physical intimacy could be initiated on impulse. Any close contact was considered highly ambiguous. Furthermore, Lung Yu's injury this time was in her lower abdomen. A blush of rouge swept across Lung Yu's lovely face, but she understood her condition was no time for hesitation, and she promptly nodded. I naturally trust you, Thousand Household Commander Yi. Beixuan did not hesitate. For a veteran of such establishments, touching a lower abdomen carried no psychological burden. He immediately assumed a cross-legged position and cultivated his energy. A surge of primal pure yang energy spread from his palm, enveloping Lung Yu's lower abdomen. Lung Yu's delicate frame trembled slightly, her blush impossible to conceal. She cautiously opened her eyes and looked at Beixuan. Seeing no other intention in his expression, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. With the primal pure yang energy flowing in, the poison melted away like ice and snow encountering raging flames. The effect of clashing techniques proved greater than Beixuan had imagined. In merely the time it took for one incense stick to burn, the chi that had nearly invaded Lung Yu's heart meridian completely dissipated. Moreover, this girl had turned misfortune into fortune. There were faint signs of breakthrough emerging. Beixuan withdrew his palm. After completing a full circulation cycle, he opened his eyes. Beside him, Lung Yu had already awakened, staring at him with her beautiful eyes lost in thought. Their eyes met. Lung Yu quickly averted her gaze and thanked Beixuan. Thank you, Brother Yi. Beixuan smiled. You're welcome. The poison has been expelled. Rest for another night. Tomorrow we must return to the capital to report. I'll take my leave now. Having said that, he said no more and turned to leave the tent. Lung Yu watched Yi Beixuan's retreating figure touch her lower abdomen and felt her heart thumping wildly. As a top prodigy of the Six Gates Bureau, this was the first time she had such intimate contact with a member of the opposite sex. Moreover, this Jinyiwei Yi was undeniably handsome, even more talented than herself, and had saved her twice. This stirred some inexplicable emotions in Lung Yu's heart. At the tent entrance, many constables looked at Yi Beixuan with odd expressions. Occasionally, there were whispers and suppressed laughter baffling Yi Beixuan. What the hell? Isn't it just entering a tent? These ancient people can gossip about this. He returned to the nearby embroidered uniform guard camp. Li Chung Lin Tao and the other 100 households were also grinning at him. Yi Beixuan couldn't help but glare at them. What's with all those looks? I just helped Officer Lung treat her injury. Li Chung laughed heartily. Beixuan, how is Miss Lung's injury? He deliberately emphasized the word miss. The Yin poison is gone, as she'll be fine after 2 days of rest, Yi Beixuan replied. So what do you think of Miss Lung? Li Chung asked. She's fine. Li Chung laughed. Indeed, she's very good. Miss Lung is no less than you in talent and status. She's a rare beauty. If you nod your head when we return to the capital, Uncle Li will go to the Six Gates Bureau to ask for her hand in marriage for you. You're at the age to get married. Yi Beixuan was utterly bewildered. What the heck, proposing marriage? I went to treat her injury, not to sleep with her. His mind was reeling, but he answered, Uncle Li, Constable Lung and I just met for the first time. What's wrong with first meeting? You two were alone in a room and you treated her injury. If this gets out, it will be hard to end without marriage. Yi Beixuan looked at Li Chung, who was getting more and more absurd, and quickly waved his hand. Uncle Li, let's talk about it later. I'm not thinking about marriage right now. This old lecher is really addicted to being a matchmaker. I'll tell Aunt Li about your visits to the brothel later. After chatting for a while, everyone dispersed to their own tents to rest. After a day of travel and a fierce battle, everyone was exhausted. Soon the once noisy camp fell silent. Only the sound of rough men snoring remained. Yi Beixuan, however, did not go to sleep. When the night was deep and quiet, he quietly slipped out of the tent. Don't misunderstand, not to crawl into Lung Yu's bed, but to find a place to practice the dragon-elephant prajna art. Here the stars and moon shone brightly, making it a good place for cultivation. Just as Yi Beixuan was about to sit cross-legged in intermeditation, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded. By the mountains and rivers and nice scenery. Jinyiwei Yi knows how to choose a burial ground for himself. Yi Beixuan's gaze instantly shot toward the dense forest not far away, his eyes like lightning. Skulking and hiding, come out. As his voice fell, 4 figures slowly emerged from the dense forest. The leading middle-aged man wore coarse linen clothes and carried a long sword on his back. At first glance, he looked like the lowest-level martial artist in the Jianghu. But his eyes were as sharp as a hawk's, and his entire body was shrouded in an indescribable sword aura. Wherever he passed, the grass and trees broke off with clean cuts, as if sliced by a sharp blade. Momentum. This was a sign of mastering sword momentum. Moreover, this man was a great grandmaster. A great grandmaster who had mastered sword momentum. Beside him were 3 others. The strength of these 3 was no less than that of the previous black and white duo. Yi Beixuan automatically ignored them. But the middle-aged swordsman in coarse linen gave Yi Beixuan immense pressure. This was the first time since he started cultivating that he had sensed a threat. Yi Beixuan rested one hand on his embroidered spring blade and said coldly, People from the Pingnan Marquis Manor. The middle-aged swordsman nodded and then shook his head. I indeed come from the Pingnan Marquis Manor, but it's our young marquis who wants you dead. Xiao Yuan. Yi Beixuan raised an eyebrow. He never expected that the waste he completely looked down upon could dispatch such a high-level expert. And the other 3, I suppose they were invited by his lackeys, Yi Beixuan guessed roughly. The young masters he had offended that day all had significant backgrounds. Hey, you're quick to react. A mere deputy 1,000 household of the embroidered uniform guard dares to offend the 4 top families of the capital. You've got guts. Another middle-aged man sneered, showing no regard for Yi Beixuan. Gentlemen, cover me. Let my shadowless blade test the divine blade of this Jinyiwei Yi. As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his blade and charged at Yi Beixuan. His blade technique was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it seemed as if 6 or 7 long swords appeared in the air, flickering with blade light. Simultaneously, they slashed down at different parts of Yi Beixuan. Kill! The middle-aged man roared, intending to strike Yi Beixuan dead in one blow. Yi Beixuan watched the middle-aged man's approaching figure and shook his head slightly. In the past, when he was at the 3rd level of Grandmaster, he might have had to expend some effort to kill a Grandmaster comparable to the prodigy list. But now his cultivation had reached the 6th level of Grandmaster, and his strength had skyrocketed dozens of times. Killing him was a piece of cake. Fancy but useless. Clang. As Yi Mingxian spoke, his blade also moved. Clang. Clang. The sound of blades colliding echoed, producing a dull vibration. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on the middle-aged man's forehead, because each collision of blades made his body tremble violently. It was as if the person opposite him was not a human, but some primordial beast. Slash. Yi Beixuan let out a light shout, and his blade technique abruptly changed. Faster than the middle-aged man's shadowless blade. The middle-aged man only saw a blur. Ryup. The sound of a blade tearing through clothes, and then he felt a sharp pain in his waist. The middle-aged man's blade technique abruptly stopped. He lowered his head in disbelief to look at his lower body. A bloody gash burst open. His waist slowly fell. Without even a scream, the middle-aged man's upper body crashed to the ground, his life extinguished. At this sight, the other two, apart from the middle-aged swordsman, all narrowed their eyes. Dead. They were well aware of their companion's strength. His cultivation was truly at the peak of Grandmaster, and he had been stuck there for decades. In terms of talent, they couldn't compare to those on the so-called prodigy list. But when it came to strength, they believed themselves to be no less. But now, an expert of similar strength to them had been directly killed in one move by that young man who was only at the Grandmaster level. This young man's strength, truly terrifying. No wonder you're a prodigy who has comprehended blade intent. If you hadn't offended someone you shoot, and I really wouldn't want to kill you. He remained completely unfazed from start to finish. This was simply because his strength far surpassed what others could compare. Although Yi Beixuan's blade strike was formidable, he paid it no heed. Yi Beixuan did not reply. After slaying that Grandmaster, his blade shadow flickered again. He took the lead and swept toward the remaining three. Since today was a battle to the death, what was the point of pleasantries? What audacity! The other two cried out as they saw Yi Beixuan's movements. They seized their weapons and struck together, intending to kill Yi Beixuan on the spot. Blades and swords interweaved in a flurry of light. However, even with two Grandmasters joining forces, they were still completely suppressed by Yi Beixuan. Senior Hu Xing, please help. The two gritted their teeth and shouted to the middle-aged swordsman. The swordsman, named Hu Xing, sighed upon seeing this, then took a step forward. A soaring sword momentum surged toward Yi Beixuan. I've been waiting for you. Yi Beixuan's eyes glinted with cold light. With Hu Xing pressing down, he could not unleash his full strength. A great Grandmaster of the 1st level who had also comprehended sword momentum was no trivial matter. He could detect even the slightest flaw. Once Yi Beixuan forcibly killed those two, he would surely be struck by Hu Xing's thunderous blow. A terrifying blade aura began to emanate from Yi Beixuan's body. To contend with Hu Xing, he would need blade intent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. So this is intent. Truly profound. Hu Xing felt Yi Beixuan's blade intent, his eyes shining. He had comprehended sword momentum for many years, yet he still could not find the threshold to the level of sword intent. Now being able to spar with a blade master who had realized blade intent, even though the latter was only at the Grandmaster level, was immensely beneficial to him. Perhaps he could gain inspiration for sword intent from it. This was also the reason he had agreed to Xiao Yuan's request to personally deal with Yi Beixuan. Then let me show you the demon-slaying blade technique, the 9th form, 10,000 Demon Calamity. Yi Beixuan pushed the transcendent demon-slaying blade to its limit, unleashing his strongest move from the very start. In this technique, one could almost witness the slaughter of 10,000 demons, an utterly terrifying sight. Hu Xing did not dare to be careless. He erupted with all his power to neutralize this blade strike. The other two Grandmasters seized the opportunity, thrusting simultaneously toward Yi Beixuan's heart and Dantian. The two were determined to succeed. With Hu Xing's distraction, even if Yi Beixuan was heaven-defying, he could not withdraw his blade to resist their attack at this moment. But just as their weapons touched Yi Beixuan's body, clang, clang, two dull echoes resounded. No matter how much force they exerted, their weapons could not advance an inch. It was as if they had struck some 1,000-year-old profound iron. Yi Beixuan, however, curled his lips. His other hand suddenly lashed out. Gathering true chi, a golden dragon roared and crashed toward the two Grandmasters. Soaring dragon repentance. The dragon's roar echoed through the night sky. Amid the two's stunned expressions, their bodies were shattered by the golden dragon. Seeing this scene, Hu Xing was also stunned. Then he erupted in fury. Good lad, you dare to kill before my eyes. Soul-stealing sword. A boundless sword momentum swept down like a torrent, transforming into a venomous snake intent on tearing Yi Beixuan apart. A mere great Grandmaster who has only comprehended sword momentum. Do you truly think I, the Kiliarch, am afraid of you? Yi Beixuan sneered. With no one else interfering, he could finally unleash his full power. Hum hum hum. Yi Beixuan stood motionless, but the heavens and earth began to resonate with the trembling of blades. It was as if countless precious swords were unsheathing simultaneously. Take this strike. Yi Beixuan's voice was like that of the king of hell. An unimaginable sense of crisis exploded in Hu Xing's heart. His eyes widened as he stared at Yi Beixuan now at full power and cried out in shock, How is this possible? This is second-level blade intent. You have comprehended second-level blade intent. Second-level blade intent. Even a single level of intent had been his lifelong dream, yet he could not even touch its threshold. But this youth before him, barely 18 years old, had actually comprehended second-level blade intent. This was a level of intent that even the geniuses on the prodigy list could barely grasp. Only the monstrous talent who occupied the top of the prodigy list had cultivated intent to this level. It was precisely because of this that monstrous talent could suppress all the prodigies of his generation, making them unable to raise their heads. He never expected to encounter another unparalleled genius matching the top of the prodigy list today. If it were only first-level blade intent, he could still confidently contend and even defeat it. But second-level blade intent was absolutely beyond his ability to withstand. Damn it! Hu Xing gritted his teeth. Now that he was locked by blade intent, it was too late to flee. He could only fight it out. Kill! He roared, exhausting his lifelong martial arts, condensing them into his strongest sword strike. In this life-or-death moment, this sword even seemed to be on the verge of transforming towards sword intent. This was the pinnacle of his life, his finest sword. But unfortunately it encountered an even stronger blade. Divine blade slash. Yi Beixuan slowly uttered 3 words. Blade chi surged like a galaxy, crushing Hu Xing's sword light in a dominating manner. In a single strike their figures passed each other. The robe on Yi Beixuan's abdomen was torn open with a 30 to 40 centimeter gash, yet no blood seeped out. A line of blood appeared on Hu Xing's neck. He turned his head with difficulty, his eyes full of unwillingness. I have lost. Before his death, he seemed to recall the scene of his youth when he first learned the sword. A swordsman must possess a pure sword heart. Only with a clear conscience can one strike with unwavering resolve. His master's words echoed in his ears, but in the trials of the mortal world, he had lost his original heart. As a result, after comprehending sword momentum, he never made any further breakthroughs. Master, your disciple now understands. With these words, his body fell to the ground lifeless. To die under the divine blade slash is your honor. Yi Beixuan sheathed his blade. This battle had given him a thorough understanding of his own strength. Under second-level blade intent, he could kill any great grandmaster of the second level who had not comprehended intent. Of course, this was also based on his extraordinary cultivation techniques, especially the defense of the golden bell cover iron shirt and the yin-yang body tempering art. Otherwise, even he could not withstand Hu Xing's final sword strike. He would either die or be severely wounded. Yi Beixuan gazed toward the direction of the capital, his eyes like ice radiating a terrifying killing intent. Xiao Yuan and those lackeys of yours, just wait. Once I return to the capital, I will slaughter you first. Tonight had been the most perilous battle of his life. Even the Dragon God sect had never made him so miserable. Although he only had his robe torn, it still made Yi Beixuan extremely angry. If his defense had been slightly weaker, or if Hu Xing's sword had been a little faster, the consequences would have been disastrous. For those who sought to take his life, no matter who they were, he must kill them. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered a system quest. Slay the disciples of the 4 great clans, including Xiao Yuan. Quest completion. Reward Proud Cold 6 techniques. Each kill grants part of the Proud Cold 6 techniques moves. Suddenly the system's prompt sounded in his mind. Proud Cold 6 techniques. This was actually a top-tier martial art. Yi Beixuan's face lit up with joy. This Pingnan Marquis family was truly a gift-bearing benefactor. Xiao Lianshan had triggered a quest for him, and now Xiao Yuan had sent another one. He suppressed his murderous intent. Yi Beixuan scavenged quite a few good items from the corpses of those men. Hu Xing had little silver on him, but he possessed a top-grade earthly sword technique manual called the Soul-Stealing Sword Technique. This sword technique alone was worth at least 100,000 taels in the ghost market. As for the other 3 grandmasters, each carried a thick stack of banknotes, all starting at 10,000 taels with 10 notes per person. That added up to a full 300,000 taels. Even Yi Beixuan couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Damn, these bastards were filthy rich. But he quickly guessed the reason. This money was likely the payment those wealthy young masters had offered for his life. Now it all fell into his hands. After finishing this, Yi Beixuan sat cross-legged on the ground. System claimed the rewards. As his voice echoed within Yi Beixuan's mind, the complete martial art formulas of the Dragon Elephant Prajna art emerged. The Dragon Elephant Prajna art could be considered the supreme divine technique in the ordinary martial world, far surpassing the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms. It was the highest protective divine art of the Tantric sect. The entire Dragon Elephant Prajna art consisted of 13 levels. Each level granted the power of one dragon and one elephant. When mastered to the peak, a single wave of the hand could unleash the tremendous force of 13 dragons and 13 elephants. Before such terrifying power, any so-called golden bell or iron shirt could be shattered with a single palm strike. Moreover, ever since the Dragon Elephant Prajna art was created, no one had ever been able to cultivate it to the supreme 13th level. The reason was that this martial art was too time-consuming. Each level was twice as difficult as the previous one. To reach perfection, one needed a lifespan of 1,000 years. And in this world, who could live for a millennium? It took a full half incense stick's worth of time for Yi Beixuan to fully absorb this reward. Then with a thought from Yi Beixuan, a golden light flickered in his hand, and a long blade in its scabbard fell into his grasp. Clang! Yi Beixuan drew the blade directly. In an instant, a bone-chilling cold aura emanated from the sword body. The blade was exactly 3 feet 7 inches long, not a fraction more or less. Droplets of water in the air upon touching the blade instantly formed rolling mist. In just a few seconds, the mist condensed into white frost. What a treasure of a blade! Yi Beixuan's face lit up with delight. The snow-drinking mad blade was forged from white dew, one of the legendary 4 divine stones. The blade must drink blood whenever drawn, hence its name. Its cold could stir the 9 provinces. With such a divine weapon, Yi Beixuan's combat strength would be elevated by several tiers. If he had faced those 4 grandmasters just now with this blade, Yi Beixuan wouldn't have needed to fight hard at all. A single draw of the snow-drinking blade could sever their weapons and achieve a swift kill. Excellent. From now on, you'll follow me. One day your name will resound across Dali. Yi Beixuan fondled the blade for several minutes before sheathing the snow-drinking blade. As the blade slid into the scabbard, the surrounding chill dissipated. A good blade is no less than a fine woman to a swordsman. After claiming the rewards, Yi Beixuan looked at his system panel. Host Yi Beixuan, age 18, realm Grandmaster, 6th rank blade, intent 2nd rank, divine weapon, snow drinking mad blade, AFK, cultivation, 9 yang divine, art 7th layer, late stage, yin yang body tempering, art transcendence, dragon elephant prajna art, AFK, martial techniques, 18 dragon, subduing palms max, graceful moonwalk max, golden bell, iron shirt max, spirit finger, small success, demon slaying blade technique, transcendence, 1 stroke divine blade, / max. Mountain splitting hand, AFK points, 3870. Let's start with 2,000 points on the Dragon Elephant Prajna art to test the waters. With nearly 4,000 AFK points under his belt, Yi Beixuan naturally didn't mind. System start AFK. As his voice sounded. Day 14 of AFK. After 24 hours of uninterrupted cultivation, leveraging your perfected Golden Bell Iron Shirt Foundation, you have successfully entered the 3rd level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna art. Seeing this prompt, Yi Beixuan's heart leaped with joy. He hadn't expected the Golden Bell Iron Shirt to synergize with the Dragon Elephant Prajna art. Yet upon reflection, it made sense. The early stages of the Dragon Elephant Prajna art were not difficult. It simply involved tempering the body and building physical strength. Even those with the lowest talent could cultivate it, let alone him with his system-enhanced aptitude. And with the perfected Golden Bell Iron Shirt as a foundation. However, he figured that the 3rd level was about the limit of what the Golden Bell Iron Shirt could contribute to physical strength, since that technique was not renowned for raw power. Indeed, at the next level, Yi Beixuan began to feel some resistance. Day 148 of AFK. After prolonged tempering of your body, the Dragon Elephant Prajna art has advanced again, reaching the 4th level. Day 295 of AFK. Through relentless effort, the Dragon Elephant Prajna art breaks through to the 5th level. Day 501 of AFK. By now you have realized that the difficulty of the Dragon Elephant Prajna art may be unprecedented in your experience, yet through your diligence, it has still reached the 6th level. Day 823 of AFK. Dragon Elephant Prajna art breaks through to the 7th level. Day 1272 of AFK. Dragon Elephant Prajna art breaks through to the 8th level. Day 1725 of AFK. After prolonged hard training, your mindset begins to shift. You have achieved mastery over the Dragon Elephant Prajna art, and your realm has broken through to the 9th level. Day 1099 of AFK. Note timeline inconsistency, likely intended, as later your Dragon Elephant Prajna art has reached the late 9th level, but your AFK time is nearly exhausted, so the system automatically ends the AFK session. Ding! This AFK session has ended. Transferring comprehension, please wait. At the system's prompt, boom. Yi Beixuan felt his entire body begin to tremble violently. His entire physique underwent a drastic transformation. Simultaneously, the protective chi generated by the Dragon Elephant Prajna art erupted like a tidal wave. The Dragon Elephant Prajna art was nothing like external techniques such as the Golden Bell Iron Shirt. It was a true body-refining supreme art. The 9th level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna art granted the power of 9 dragons and 9 elephants. With such immense force, even Beixuan didn't know the exact limit. He felt as though coiled dragons lurked within his muscles. Once released, he could tear apart mountains with his bare hands. The protective chi that had originally resided only in his dantian now began to appear within his physical body. What is this? Protective chi condensing in the flesh. Could this be the true path to immortality through the body? Beixuan was stunned. He felt that the protective chi in his flesh was now greater and stronger than his internal dantian energy. It seemed that with a mere twitch he could shatter a grandmaster with his bare hands. Beixuan hurriedly looked at his attribute panel again. Host Beixuan, age 18, realm grandmaster, 6th rank blade, intent 2nd rank flesh grandmaster, 8th rank divine, weapon snow drinking mad blade AFK, cultivation 9 yang divine, art 7th layer late stage, yin yang body tempering, art transcendence, dragon elephant prajna art 9th layer late stage, AFK martial techniques, 18 dragon, subduing palms max, graceful moonwalk max, golden bell, iron shirt max, spirit finger. Great success, demon slaying blade technique. Transcendence 1 stroke divine blade / max mountain splitting hand AFK points 1871. The realm list now included a new entry flesh grandmaster, and it had reached the 8th rank, far surpassing his martial cultivation realm. This delighted Beixuan. So this was possible. Both his physical body and martial arts had achieved the grandmaster level. This was definitely not a simple case of 1 + 1 = 2. It elevated his strength considerably. Now, even without utilizing any martial techniques, he could likely break into the prodigy ranking. And if he were to employ his techniques, Beixuan felt that even Lung Yu would be no match for him. He was now sufficiently strong to enter the top 50 of the prodigy ranking, perhaps even the top 30. But this Dragon Elephant Prajna art is far too time-consuming. It took 2,000 AFK points to reach the 9th level. Beixuan shook his head. He finally understood why all martial artists in the Jianghu chose to walk only one path. Either the physical body or martial arts. Human energy was limited. One could not fully master a single path in a lifetime. If one cultivated both simultaneously, their combat prowess at the same level might be unparalleled. But they might never even break through to Xiantian in their entire life. Only a cheater like him who had a system and could cultivate infinitely with just AFK points could achieve such an abnormal level. Although he had consumed half of his AFK points, Beixuan was in a very good mood. From now on, even if someone at the same level could match his martial techniques, and even his artistic conception, he could crush them with his physical body alone. Looking at the remaining AFK points, Beixuan had no intention of keeping them. Although he had not yet cultivated the Tianshan plum breaking hand, that technique was not the main priority. Raising his realm was the true goal. The system had triggered the mission to kill Xiao Yuan and his 3 lackeys. He definitely had to go and slaughter them. The strength of these families was unimaginable, especially the Pingminho mansion. Killing an illegitimate son like Xiao Yuanshan, Xiao Mingzhi might not care since the old man had many sons. In this imperial era, illegitimate sons were worthless. But a legitimate son was different. If he killed that brat and was discovered by Xiao Mingzhi, it would be a fight to the death. Without formidable cultivation, wanting to destroy the Pingminho mansion was nothing but a pipe dream. System. AFK on the 9 Yang Divine Art. On the 103rd day of cultivation, with your relentless training, the 9 Yang Divine Art broke through to the 8th level. A torrent of pure chi surged into your meridians. On the 498th day of cultivation, you discovered that after reaching the 8th level, even with your talent, breaking through again was extremely difficult. However, after tireless bitter training, your 9 Yang Divine Art reached the middle stage of the 8th level. On the 874th day of cultivation, you accidentally seized a spark of inspiration and fell into a state of enlightenment. When you awoke again, your 9 Yang Divine Art had finally and satisfyingly broken through to the last level. On the 138th day of cultivation, with your day in and day out efforts, your 9 Yang Divine Art reached the middle stage of the 9th level. Ding. Detected that the remaining AFK points are insufficient to continue breaking through. This AFK session ends. Transferring insights, please wait. He output another 1400 AFK points. The 9 Yang Divine Art directly broke through to the last level. At this moment, Beixuan's entire skin turned red. This was because the pure yang inner energy was too abundant. The pure chi in his dantian began to condense, and his realm continuously rose. Peak of the 6th level of Grandmaster. 7th level of Grandmaster. 8th level of Grandmaster. In the end, he directly reached the peak of the 8th level of Grandmaster. Beixuan exhaled a turbid breath. It turned into a hurricane, causing the river's surface not far away to rustle and churn. The gains from this breakthrough were truly enormous. Both his martial body and martial arts had reached the 8th level of Grandmaster. Coupled with the snow-drinking mad blade, his overall strength was no less than that of a third-level Great Grandmaster. It must be known that the Great Grandmaster realm was a step-by-step heaven. The third level was even a threshold. The first 3 levels were bearable, as they were all newly broken through Great Grandmasters with shallow foundations. But martial artists beyond the middle stage of Great Grandmaster were unimaginable. Those people had stayed in the Great Grandmaster realm for over a dozen, or even decades. Although their realm hadn't improved, their foundation was unfathomably deep, far beyond what Beixuan could compare. They could even condense their martial arts into reality, forming a Dharma image. With a wave of their hand, they could gather a blade aura of tens of feet, splitting mountains and seas with ease. It could be said that every Great Grandmaster could rival 10,000 troops. Unless faced with a powerhouse of the same level or an army condensed into a battle formation, they were practically invincible. Some top prodigies on the prodigy ranking might be able to match a third-level Great Grandmaster, but no one had ever seen one contend with a fourth-level Great Grandmaster. Time to go back. The sky was already dawning. Beixuan silently returned to his tent. No one knew that not long ago a Great Grandmaster who had comprehended sword momentum had died not far from them. Morning. When all the members of the embroidered uniform guard and 6 doors awoke, Beixuan, having received his merits, walked out of the tent. Not far away, Leng Yu also came out of her tent and was looking in his direction. When she saw Beixuan, she averted her gaze for a moment, then felt it inappropriate, and greeted him. Beixuan smiled and nodded in response. The group did not delay. They escorted the female Dragon God Sect bandit captured yesterday and the corpses of the Dragon God Sect members killed yesterday, beginning their return to the capital. On the road, Leng Yu looked at the Dragon God Sect female bandit, who still wore her face, and frowned. Brother Yi, the Dragon God Sect went to such great lengths to lure us here and disguise themselves as us. This matter is probably not that simple. She had been severely injured last night, and although Beixuan helped her expel the Yin poison, she had spent the entire night recovering her energy. Naturally, if I guess correctly, those Dragon God Sect rebels intended to annihilate us here, then wear our faces to return to the capital and report. Tomorrow is the Empress's birthday. They only need to time it perfectly, send the birthday gift back, and they will inevitably be summoned by His Majesty and the Empress. The consequences then. Beixuan did not finish his words. But with Leng Yu's intelligence, she instantly understood the implication. These rebels are truly audacious. Leng Yu snorted. But this time thanks to Brother Yi. Otherwise they might have succeeded. Brother Yi being able to single-handedly kill the Fire Ghost King and the Black and White duo, you probably have the strength to enter the top 100 of the prodigy ranking. Beixuan was not impressed by Leng Yu's praise. Now that his physical body and martial arts had both reached the 8th level of Grandmaster, his strength had increased far too much. The so-called top 100 of the prodigy ranking. He could knock them all down with one hand. Perhaps now only the very top few on the prodigy ranking could match him. It's not that simple. The Black and White duo and the Fire Ghost King were just their first layer of measures. Even if we had truly fallen here, those worthless scum couldn't pose any threat to Her Majesty. At most they would create some chaos. Beixuan said calmly. The defense of the Imperial City was not something ordinary people could imagine. The Imperial family was the most dominant force in the Great Li Empire, unmatched by any other sect. The Great Grandmaster experts raised within the Imperial Palace were definitely not few. And around the Empress and the Emperor there were definitely mid to late stage Great Grandmasters guarding them closely. Even if the Black and White duo and those fellows caught them off guard, they would absolutely not be able to harm them. Leng Yu raised an eyebrow. You mean? These guys have an inside accomplice? More or less. Beixuan clasped his hands behind his head, looking carefree and leisurely. Judging from the traces of this Dragon God Sect's operation, they still have at least one commander, the 13th Hall Master among the 36, known as the Thousand-Face Hall Master. Even a mid-tier protector possesses strength comparable to an ordinary Grandmaster. Mingxian dared not even imagine the cultivation of the Thousand-Face Hall Master, but he was certain that the man was undoubtedly a being above the Grandmaster level. But this matter had absolutely nothing to do with him. He was merely a deputy Qianhu of the embroidered uniform guard. Why should he care? Whether the Emperor and Empress lived or died was none of his concern. Since no mission was triggered, only a fool would bother. With such free time, wouldn't it be better to have the courtesan Lu play the flute and zither? Another day of travel. As he saw the city walls of the capital again at night, a smile curved on Beixuan's lips. His return must have disappointed quite a few people. He showed his embroidered uniform guard medallion, and the already closed city gates were immediately reopened. After bidding farewell to Leng Yu at an intersection, Beixuan escorted the female thief back to the Northern Guard office. And as he had guessed, several figures quickly vanished into the night near the city gate after catching sight of him. The Northern Guard office was brightly lit with many people on night duty. Thousand Household Commander Lu Fengping and Commissioner Zhou Sheng had been waiting all along, not leaving the office for 2 days. After all, the mission Yi Beixuan had received this time was personally issued by Emperor Xuanhe. Time was pressing, and even Zhou Sheng dared not show any negligence. Upon returning, Yi Beixuan went straight to the commissioner's office. After announcing his arrival, Lu Fengping personally came out to greet him, a hint of joy on his face. "Brother Yi, how did the mission go?" Yi Beixuan smiled and replied, "Everything went smoothly." Lu Fengping patted him on the shoulder. "Excellent. Go inside quickly. The commissioner is waiting for you." Entering the office, he gave Zhou Sheng a brief account of the mission. Zhou Sheng nodded with satisfaction. "You did well. Tomorrow at the Empress's birthday banquet, I will personally commend you for your achievement." "Thank you, sir." Yi Beixuan cupped his fists and turned to leave. Watching Yi Beixuan's retreating figure, Lu Fengping chuckled. "Sir Jinyiwei's strength is probably even greater than we imagined. He actually killed the Fire Ghost King and the Black and White Fiends." Zhou Sheng nodded slightly. "Indeed. With these achievements, his ranking on the Heavenly Pride list is likely to break into the top 100. After saying this, Zhou Sheng turned to Lu Fengping. "Later you will personally interrogate that Dragon God Sect rebel. I will go to the palace." Although that kid, Yi didn't say it outright, his words implied that the deputy envoy of the Yushan Kingdom is definitely suspicious. "We must apprehend and interrogate him. Though he is only a deputy envoy, he represents the Yushan Kingdom, so we need His Majesty's approval." "Yes." Yi Beixuan was not concerned about Zhou Sheng's visit to the palace. Having been busy outside for 2 days, he was quite exhausted. Of course, it was not physical fatigue, but mental exhaustion. Now that the mission was done, he naturally had to reward himself. "Uncle Li, let's go to the 4 Fragrance Pavilion." Yi Beixuan returned to his own Baihu office and waved at Li Cheng and Lin Tao. As the 3 brothel-going companions, they naturally had to go together. Unexpectedly, Li Cheng's face brightened for a moment, but then he quickly shook his head. "Beixuan, not today. I'm a family man, not like you, a single fellow. I need to go home first." "Yi Beixuan, is that how you play it? You were the most eager old lecher before, but now you're so cowardly." Yi Beixuan then looked at Lin Tao. Lin Tao also hesitated. "Brother Yi, I need to go home too. My mother is waiting for me." All right. With tears in his eyes, he saw off Li Cheng and Lin Tao. Yi Beixuan lost his interest in drinking and listening to music. He could only go alone to the pavilion where Lu Qingwu resided. After an incense stick's time. Knock, 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 the sound of knocking. "Who is it?" the maid inside asked. "It's me," Yi Beixuan replied. Creak. The door swung open. The maid looked at Yi Beixuan with a face full of surprise. "Master Yi, you finally returned. Lady Qingwu has been pining for you so much that she's lost her appetite." "Lost her appetite? That exaggerated." Arriving at the pavilion where Lu Qingwu lived, the maid stepped forward and knocked. "Lady Qingwu, are you there?" From inside the pavilion, amidst flickering lamplight, a crisp, soft voice, tinged with plaintiveness, replied, "No need to call me today. I wish to rest." Recognizing the familiar tone, Yi Beixuan couldn't help but smile. "Then I'll be going back." As soon as the words left his mouth, in the dim candlelight, a silhouette suddenly appeared, swiftly moving toward the door. Within just a few seconds, the door was opened. A delicate woman draped in a gauze skirt came into Yi Beixuan's view. The woman froze for a moment upon seeing him, then threw herself directly into his arms. Her eyes slightly reddened, she raised her small fist and lightly pounded his shoulder. "You scoundrel! Gone for days, and you still remember to come see me." Yi Beixuan laughed. "There are people around, you know." Yet Lu Qingwu paid no heed. After a full minute, she said to the maid, "Quickly prepare some hot water." With that, she pulled Yi Beixuan into the room. Yi Beixuan slept soundly that night. However, many in the capital could not rest easy. In a secluded private chamber aboard a pleasure boat on the Qin River, Xiao Yuan and his 3 lackeys were drinking, but the atmosphere at the table was far from jovial. All 4 seemed weighed down by their thoughts. Xiao Yuan downed a cup of wine and slammed the goblet heavily onto the table. "What in the world is going on? The men we sent out have been silent for 2 days. With Hu Xing and their capabilities, they should have long since returned with Yi Beixuan's head." The other 3 were equally frustrated. Each of them had actually contributed a substantial sum of 100,000 taels of silver. Even with their esteemed status, such an amount was no small matter. Summoning a grandmaster whose prowess rivaled that of a prodigy was no trivial undertaking. If they managed to kill Yi Beixuan, the expenditure would have been justified. But now, those men had vanished without a trace, like fish disappearing into the vast ocean. Not a single message had come through. They weren't fools. They understood something had gone wrong. "Young Marquis, do you think Hu Xing and the others failed?" It was Wei Yong who finally spoke these words. Xiao Yuan's expression shifted, but he forced a smile. "Impossible. Hu Xing is a grandmaster who has comprehended the momentum of the sword. Even geniuses ranked in the top 30 of the prodigy list would stand no chance against him. Combined with the 3 masters from your families, Yi Beixuan had absolutely no chance of survival. Perhaps Hu Xing and the others were delayed on their journey, which is why they haven't returned yet. We should wait a bit longer. Xiao Yuan maintained a favorable disposition toward his 3 subordinates. All 3 hailed from prominent clans, and served as key supporters of his branch of the Pingnan Marquis lineage. Wei Yang also laughed. Yes, that must be it. Come, young Marquis, let us drink. Raising his cup, all 4 drank deeply once more. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound came from outside the door. Xiao Yuan was overjoyed. News has arrived. The other 3 young masters also broke into smiles. Enter. At Xiao Yuan's command, a servant hurried in and immediately knelt to the ground. Young Marquis, that Jinyiwei 1000 household officer and the divine catcher from the 6 gates have returned to the capital. In just those few words, the smiles fading from Xiao Yuan, Wei Yang, and the others' faces gave way to alarm. It took a full 10 seconds before Xiao Yuan erupted in fury. Incompetence. All of you are useless. A group of grandmasters, and even larger masters, cannot even kill a mere Jinyiwei 1000 household officer. Wei Yang and the others also showed signs of panic. With Yi Beixuan back and no word from Hu Xing and the other 4, it was clear they were dead, most likely killed by Yi Beixuan himself. Through recent investigations, they also learned that this Jinyiwei 1000 household officer was the type who would seek revenge on anyone who wronged him. Since they had failed to kill him, they would surely face his relentless retaliation. Their martial prowess was merely at the innate stage, with the strongest only reaching the peak of innate. Once he seized an opportunity, they would perish without even a proper burial. Young Marquis, what should we do now? Wei Yang and the other 3 were experiencing panic for the first time. In ordinary times, there were plenty of people who harbored grudges against them. But either those opponents lacked sufficient strength, or even those with enough power dared not assassinate them unless willing to sacrifice their entire families. However, Yi Beixuan was different. They had already investigated him thoroughly. He had no parents, no ties binding him to anyone, and his strength was formidable. To be killed by someone like this would be an utterly unfair death. Xiao Yuan also understood the gravity of the situation. His eldest brother Xiao Lianshan had only died a few days prior, slain by that very young man. For that fellow, status meant nothing. He genuinely wasn't afraid to take lives. After pondering for a while, Xiao Yuan's eyes flashed with ruthless resolve. Since this enmity has already been established, we absolutely cannot leave any loose ends. We must kill this Yi Beixuan, otherwise we may be the ones who die in the future. They were born into wealth and privilege, having yet to experience all the wonders of this world. They certainly could not afford to die. Young Marquis, what should we do? We will follow your lead. Wei Yang and the others also voiced their support. This fellow's strength has exceeded our expectations. If we act again, we must kill him in one strike, otherwise the consequences will be endless. Xiao Yuan gripped the wine goblet in his hand. He's been quite close to Lu Qingwu recently. How about this? After the Empress's birthday celebration, we'll kidnap that Lu Qingwu first and force Yi Beixuan to submit. That fellow probably won't give himself up just for a woman. Wei Yang voiced his concern. Given Yi Beixuan's nature, he had beaten Xiao Lianshan to death on the spot. What would he do for a woman? This is merely the first move. Xiao Yuan sneered coldly. He's strong, isn't he? I don't believe this kid can fight better than our 4 great families combined. At this point, we cannot summon stronger experts. We can only report the assassination matter to our families. The elders within the clans must also recognize the threat Yi Beixuan poses. If we don't kill him, we will be the ones who die. They understand the stakes. As long as the families dispatch their top experts, eliminating Yi Mingxian will be an easy task. Xiao Yuan now knew fear. Though their status was noble at the level of Grandmaster, especially among the top-tier Grandmasters, even they couldn't easily mobilize such experts, as these were the pinnacle warriors of each family. Only their elders possessed the authority to command them. Upon hearing this, Wei Yang and the others fell silent for a moment before gritting their teeth and nodding in agreement. Very well. We shall follow the young Marquis's orders. The following day, Lu Qingwu had roused Yi Beixuan from his sleep early that morning. Watching her tired yet blissful expression, Yi Beixuan shook his head inwardly. This girl was going to ruin him. Unfortunately, he was a wild steed destined for vast grasslands. My lord, may I serve you breakfast? Nestled against Yi Beixuan's chest, Lu Qingwu spoke softly. Not today. It's the Empress's birthday celebration. I must fulfill my duties at the Jinyiwei. Yi Beixuan shook his head. Understanding the importance of the situation, Lu Qingwu replied, Then how about this? If you return early tonight, shall we go view the lanterns together? Lu Qingwu was overjoyed. Women of this era couldn't simply venture out at night like in modern times. Someone like Lu Qingwu might not even leave the house more than a few times a year. Moreover, the Lantern Festival was such a delightful occasion. Lantern displays only occurred during the Shan Festival or when Emperor Xuanhe granted permission, and this year's celebration was particularly grand, with reports suggesting it would span 3 days.